The absolute leader of Hydra, financier and stakeholder Norman Osborn, is inspired by his close friend, Dr. Zola, who in turn serves as a mentor to Ultron, an ally of Thanos. Who is he? He is Raven Pierce, a scion of Hydra who merely wishes to run a restaurant in peace. Chapter 1. Target: Wesker. Your plan will never succeed. If you persist, it will only lead us all into damnation. Abandon it, Pierce. The desperate plea echoed from within the room. Outside, a towering figure clad in armor, with an impassive expression, posed a question to the Asian red-haired woman beside him. Why does Raven, despite knowing his father is beyond redemption, still wish to amend his views? The red-haired woman pondered for a long moment before replying softly. Perhaps our leader has a more profound scheme. Oh, is that so? The brown-haired giant, standing an imposing height of 2 meters and 5 centimeters, responded noncommittally. Dissatisfied with her own answer, the red-haired woman furrowed her brow, striving to elaborate, but a blond youth had already stormed out of the room. Fuming, he strode past the giant and the red-haired woman, shouting, "Sext, Musashi, we're leaving this old man is beyond saving." The red-haired Musashi hastened to keep pace with their leader, while the giant Sext smiled faintly, glancing back at the closed door before following their steps. As the trio stepped outside, they found themselves in front of an opulent mansion, where 2 black-clad bodyguards stood at attention. Upon spotting the blond youth, they were filled with admiration, eager to salute him. However, the red-haired Musashi interjected. "Young Master Pierce is leaving. Go fetch the car." Only then did the 2 bodyguards realize they were outside, and that a salute might compromise their identities. Such behavior was unbecoming of a competent protector. One of the bodyguards, quick to seize the moment, dashed toward the garage. Though they had worked in the mansion for some time, opportunities to serve young Master Pierce were rare. Seeing his companion vanish into the distance, the remaining bodyguard lamented his slow reaction, cursing himself for missing the chance. Yet soon, he felt fortunate, for young Master Pierce had addressed him. "What is your name?" Suppressing his excitement, the remaining bodyguard stammered, "I am Nick. Nick Vales." Raven Pierce was already accustomed to the excitement and tension his subordinates displayed upon encountering him. He maintained a friendly demeanor as he inquired, "Have you recently been assigned to work at the villa? I don't believe I've seen you before." "Yes, my lord, this is my 3rd week. This is the 3rd week since I started working at the mansion." "Nick, there's no need for anxiety. I'm truly grateful for your protection of our family and wish you success in your endeavors at 8T this moment." Raven had spotted his pickup truck being brought over, prompting him to swiftly conclude the conversation and extend his well wishes to Nick. This left Nick Wells momentarily stunned, standing in place. Subsequently, Musashi received the keys from the driver, and Raven patted Nick on the shoulder before boarding the pickup. The towering Sykes, standing at 2 meters and 50 centimeters, directly stepped into the open bed of the truck, as his stature was indeed ill-suited for the interior. Even as the pickup truck vanished from view before the estate, Nick remained in a daze. His companion nudged him and inquired, "What's wrong with you?" Still somewhat disoriented, Nick murmured, "Young Master Pierce wished me success in my work." His companion, filled with envy, remarked, "You are truly a fortunate fellow." Meanwhile, the pickup truck had already merged onto the highway. Musashi, while maneuvering the vehicle, turned to Raven in the passenger seat and asked, "Boss, where shall we head now?" It was nighttime, and aside from the streetlights flanking the road, the highway lay enveloped in silence. Raven glanced at Sykes, who was seated in the open truck bed, before responding. "Rumble has just relayed new information. He has located Wesker's whereabouts and has arranged a meeting through Musk. We are heading to Wisconsin." At that moment, the truck sound system unexpectedly activated, and after a cacophony of static, a standard mechanical voice emerged. "Wesker is exceedingly dangerous. I advise you to maintain observation and refrain from rash actions." Raven smirked with disdain and addressed a radio. "Should I refer to you as Red Queen or Zora?" The radio fell silent, and after a considerable pause, it replied, "At this moment, I am quite unique. I may be Red Queen, or perhaps Zora, or even neither indeed. I am a new life form. I am a new god." Raven regarded the radio with a bemused expression, dismissing the audacious claims. Once assured of the silence on the other end, he extended his right hand through the window and rapped firmly on the door. Suddenly, Sykes, who had been gazing at the starry sky from the truck bed, stood up and soared into the air, darting westward. As Sykes vanished into the heavens, an envious Musashi finally posed the question. Boss, does this mean your plan has failed again? Raven, with a touch of irritation, tapped Musashi on the head and declared loudly, "This is not failure, it is merely a minor setback on the path to success." However, Musashi attempted to continue, but was abruptly interrupted by Raven. There are no buts. The artificial intelligence integration plan will undoubtedly succeed. Under the weight of his leader's authority, Musashi fell silent, focusing intently on driving the pickup. Yet within the heart of Raven Pierce, silent tears began to flow had it not been for an unfortunate mishap that transported me to this chaotic Marvel universe. I would not have found myself entangled in such perilous endeavors. After all, my previous incarnation had painstakingly graduated from the New Southern Technical School and secured a position as a delivery worker. Had fate remained unchanged, 20 years hence, I would have emerged as a world-renowned chef in the East. However, all of this was irrevocably shattered by that damn transmigration. Certainly, had I arrived in a mundane world, perhaps Lavin could have continued his culinary aspirations. Alas, I found myself in the Marvel Universe, and by a cruel twist of fate, became the son of the nefarious Hydra leader, Alexander Pierce. Now, the situation had truly spiraled into chaos. Is there anyone unaware of the grim fate that awaits Hydra and Alexander Pierce? Yet, this is merely the beginning of Lavin's tragic destiny. He soon discovered that he was not the sole individual to have crossed into the Marvel realm. His arrival seemed to have unleashed Pandora's box, as an increasing number of transmigrators began to manifest within this universe. This time, Lavin was confronted by another transmigrator, the infamous antagonist Albert Wesker from Resident Evil. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, this individual remained steadfast in his original goals, persisting in his viral research and endeavoring to evolve the virus to unprecedented heights within this new realm. In summary, Wesker's ambitions were feasible, as the technological advancements in the Marvel Universe far surpassed those of the Resident Evil world, theoretically rendering the realization of his ideals more attainable here. A.S. Lavin, who was monitored by the Hydra agency overseeing the world's every move, quickly discerned Wesker's presence. He found the latter to be exceedingly cunning. Multiple capture plans crafted by Lavin had been thwarted as Wesker evaded capture time and again. Yet, this time, Lavin was determined to apprehend Albert Wesker. Reliable intelligence indicated that this individual had developed a complete version of the virus serum. Lavin was resolute in his desire to avoid a zombie apocalypse in the summer of 2008 within the Marvel Universe. Thus, dangerous individuals like Albert Wesker must be eliminated without hesitation. Chapter 2. Umbrella and Raccoon Town. The pickup truck traversed a distance of 1,800 kilometers from Boston to Wisconsin, requiring a prolonged journey of 16 hours. It was indeed a lengthy expedition. By dawn, the formidable Sykes had returned. Raven refrained from inquiring about the outcome, given Sykes' prowess, unless he encountered an extraordinarily powerful entity like the Supreme Sorcerer, Dormammu. No one could rival him. Even the exalted God King Odin was slightly inferior in raw strength to Sykes, though the name Sykes may seem unfamiliar. This imposing armored giant is also known in the Dragon Ball universe as Android 16. Although Android 16 had a brief appearance in that realm, his combat abilities are not to be underestimated. Strictly speaking, during a particular period, he was recognized as Earth's strongest warrior in the Dragon Ball world, without exception. Rumor had it that Dr. Gero created Android 16 based on his deceased son. But due to 16's personality, his love for nature and advocacy for peace, he was at odds with the villainous Dr. Gero, which ultimately led to 16 being kept in the shadows. It was precisely due to Sykes' assistance and protection that the ordinary Raven dared to confront Wesker. America is indeed a peculiar nation. On one hand, it stands as the most powerful country on Blue Planet, while on the other, it operates as a loose federation. This may seem incredulous, as conventional wisdom suggests that unity is essential for achieving great feats. Yet, America has defied this notion. Furthermore, in this extraordinary land, the power of capital has reached its zenith. This observation stems from Raven's realization that the town where Wesker resides is named Raccoon Town. This is certainly no coincidence. Wesker could not have fortuitously chosen a town with the same name as his lair. The only explanation is that he had renamed the town, indicating that it is wholly under the control of the Umbrella Corporation and Wesker himself. Naturally, the local inhabitants would not perceive any discrepancies. Who would pay heed to a town's renaming, especially since Raccoon Town rolls off the tongue so easily? However, Raven, hailing from a multiverse, is all too familiar with the terms Umbrella and Raccoon. To be candid, Raven felt quite displeased. As the undisputed heir of Hydra and a level 9 agent of heir, accompanied by a formidable ally like Sykes, Raven had not dared to boldly display his own banner. Yet, Amir Wesker had managed to establish a reputation that overshadowed his own. Was there no justice in this? Raven silently marked Wesker down in his ledger. The trio hastened their way to Raccoon Town with unwavering urgency. Musashi parked the pickup truck in the largest supermarket parking lot in the town, and the three began to patiently await the arrival of their contact. The process proved to be far more protracted than Raven had anticipated. It was evident that in some obscure corner, the cautious Wesker was observing the trio through some means. Although Wesker was ostentatious in naming matters, he remained discreet in his actions. Prior to taking matters into his own hands, Raven had previously enlisted the aid of the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau in an attempt to apprehend Wesker, only to have him cunningly evade capture. This time, Raven instructed Musk to utilize the semi-finished Apocalypse virus as bait, successfully luring the elusive Wesker into their grasp. As the principal antagonist of the biohazard universe, Wesker possessed formidable scientific prowess. His ambition was to compel humanity to evolve through the use of viruses, thereby giving rise to a new breed of humanity. Thus, he could not suppress his insatiable desire to collect novel viruses. Raven, understanding this vulnerability, directed Musk to disseminate information regarding the Apocalypse virus. This half-truth incited a considerable uproar in the black market. At that time, it was still the summer of 2008, and Tony Stark had just returned to New York from the Middle East, likely engrossed in the development of the Mark II in his grand estate. The Hulk was practicing yoga in Brazil, while the whereabouts of Captain America, Thor, and others remained unknown. Consequently, the characteristics of the Apocalypse virus rendered it an undeniable prize at this juncture. Not only would Wesker, suffering from a severe case of virus collection syndrome, be drawn to it, but even Nick Fury would be compelled to act upon learning of its properties. Understanding all of this, Raven simply needed to exercise patience, and Wesker would inevitably make an appearance. Sure enough, after nearly 2 hours of waiting, a slender white figure tossed a tablet into the pickup truck. Musashi fixated on the figure, inquiring, "Boss, should we intercept him?" Raven illuminated the tablet, shaking his head as he operated it, just a minor minion of little significance. He then handed the tablet to Musashi, adding, "Let us meet the main player." The tablet displayed a map, with a red dot flashing incessantly. Musashi immediately grasped Raven's intent, starting the pickup truck and steering towards the pulsating red dot. Raccoon Town was not large. Simply put, it was an ordinary small town with a population of merely 2,000. However, approximately 3 kilometers outside the town stood a sizable and luxurious estate. As the pickup truck came to a gradual halt before the mansion, Sexty was the first to leap from the vehicle. After surveying the estate's exterior, his gaze instinctively drifted downward. Raven soon joined him, asking what lies below. Sexty chuckled. "It seems there is a tramway." Raven inwardly marveled. Had Wesker replicated the Hive base within the Marvel Universe? But he quickly dismissed this notion. In the world of Resident Evil, Umbrella Corporation once constructed an immense research facility known as the Hive beneath Raccoon City, for which the virus first leaked. However, this is not the realm of Resident Evil. According to intelligence from SHIELD, Wesker appeared in this world 3 years ago. Despite his formidable abilities, it is evidently implausible for him to establish such a vast underground base within that time frame. Realizing this, Raven promptly instructed Musashi to investigate the ownership of the estate. Musashi nodded and began to contact SHIELD as the heir of Hydra. It would be a gross misuse of his identity if Raven were to neglect the resources of SHIELD. In truth, Irrespective of any alliances Wesker may have forged since arriving in the Marvel Universe, Raven held little faith that his forces could surpass those of Hydra and SHIELD. At present, the most powerful organization on Earth remains the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, Hydra. While Musashi was on the phone with SHIELD operatives, the grand entrance of the estate swung open, revealing a silver-haired elder accompanied by two men in black suits. The elder, with a courteous demeanor, bowed slightly and inquired, "May I ask if you're Mr. Raven Musk?" Raven nodded in affirmation. "Please follow me. Mr. Wesker has been expecting you." With that, the elder gestured invitingly. Raven stepped into the estate, but his companions, Sext and Musashi, were halted by the men in black. The elder chuckled and clarified, "Mr. Wesker wishes to meet only Mr. Raven." How cautious indeed. Raven waved off his companions, signaling that they need not accompany him, and proceeded to follow the silver-haired elder into the estate. Chapter 3. The sudden intrusion of Iron Man. Upon entering the estate, Raven noted that while the exterior appeared lavish, the overall size was considerably modest, especially when compared to the estate of Alexander Pierce. After all, Alexander Pierce, a permanent member of the Security Council, was also a major shareholder in the textile giant Cervantes Corporation. In terms of both status and assets, Alexander Pierce was a prominent figure in America. In contrast, Wesker, having only developed for 3 years, was merely an obscure entity at this time. Raven silently followed the elder into the house, which was rather spacious yet stark, clearly intended as a facade rather than a well-maintained residence. Nonetheless, Raven found a certain allure in this place. It is essential to highlight the unique environment of Raccoon Town. Its geographical position is rather exceptional, encircled by mountains on 3 sides and by water on one, creating a nearly natural enclosed space, save for a singular bridge connecting it to the outside world. As a born Hydra, Raven required a clandestine base. He had silently resolved that once he dealt with Wesker, he would purchase this land and construct a genuine hive base. As Raven pondered how to adorn the room afterward, the silver-haired elder, who had been leading the way, suddenly halted before a wall. He then adjusted a wall-mounted lamp, and with a resounding rumble, the wall shifted aside to reveal a metallic door. The elder proceeded to enter a lengthy code into the keypad before the door swung open, revealing 4 researchers clad in white lab coats who had been awaiting their arrival. "Mr. Musk, please continue to follow Dr. Ilya," the silver-haired elder smiled. However, Raven couldn't help but frown, though he was not lacking in patience. The prolonged wait without encountering the principal was beginning to irk him. He voiced his discontent. "If Wesker is so timid, I may need to reassess the foundation of our collaboration." A female researcher chuckled. "Mr. Musk, Umbrella Corporation is genuinely committed to our partnership. Mr. Wesker has been eager to meet you, but our endeavors necessitate a degree of caution. I assure you, your visit will prove worthwhile." Raven scoffed, feigning arrogance. "And who might you be?" "I am Ilya, the chief researcher at Umbrella Corporation," she replied. "Chief," Raven remarked as he scrutinized her. "Is the liquor your creation?" Ilya laughed again. "That was Mr. Wesker's concept. I merely brought his vision to fruition." Upon hearing this, Raven silently marked Ilya for death, for the sake of world peace. This woman could not be allowed to remain. After a verbal skirmish, Raven pretended to be impatient and followed Ilya and the others. The group traversed a lengthy corridor, arriving at an underground platform. Although Raven had anticipated this, he controlled his expression to feign surprise, which pleased the researchers led by Ilya. While a maglev train may not embody cutting-edge technology, orchestrating such a vast spectacle underground was no trivial feat. The group boarded the train, which soon began its journey. Approximately 10 minutes later, the train came to a halt. Based on the train's speed, Raven estimated that they had traveled about 30 kilometers, indicating that the actual hive base was likely situated deep beneath the mountainous terrain west of Raccoon Town. This sparked Raven's curiosity. Who could have constructed such a formidable installation? The scale of the endeavor was evidently beyond the capabilities of mere amateurs. With this question lingering in his mind, Raven followed Ilya and the others through a passage approximately 15 meters long, before descending 3 floors via an elevator, ultimately arriving at a grand hall. Throughout the entire process, there was no exchange of words, nor did they encounter any extraneous individuals. Clearly, this route was not a commonly used pathway for the staff. Raven speculated that it might be one of the designated emergency evacuation routes for the base. After taking a seat on the reception sofa in the hall, Ilya silently accompanied Raven, who also remained quiet, finding the scene rather amusing. According to the framework agreement between Musk and Wesker, Musk would provide the complete engineering blueprint of the deadlock virus in exchange for Umbrella's finished product of the liquor's biological weapon. Though it appeared that the deadlock virus was far more potent than the liquor, the former was merely a work in progress at this juncture. Within Hydra, most believed that Killian would not succeed in developing a safe version of the deadlock virus. In fact, Killian had conducted live experiments on disabled individuals in 2006 and 2007, with both batches of test subjects perishing from high-temperature explosions. Consequently, Hydra had suspended its investment in the deadlock virus. Although these funds were provided by the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, it was well understood that the department's finances were essentially Hydra's funds. No one's money comes effortlessly. At this moment, aside from Killian, Maya Hansen, and the well-informed Raven, few would believe that the deadlock virus could achieve success in the future. Thus, trading the unfinished deadlock virus for liquors was undoubtedly an exceptionally advantageous deal for Hydra. This elucidated Ilya's current mindset. She believed she held the upper hand in negotiations. Raven scoffed at this notion. However, to lure in the bigger fish, Raven recognized the need for continued patience. Just as the two engaged in their silent duel, an alarm suddenly blared throughout the base, and red spotlights illuminated the entire facility, escalating the tension dramatically. Ilya almost jumped to her feet at the sound of the alarm, fully aware that an intruder had breached the base. Her immediate suspicion fell upon Raven. While Raven maintained a calm facade, she was perplexed, wondering if something significant had occurred outside, prompting Sext and Musashi to launch an early attack. However, with Wesker yet to make an appearance, their premature action would surely alert the enemy. It wasn't me. Raven could only defend herself feebly. Unfortunately, Ilya had no interest in hearing more from Raven. She promptly pressed the remote in her pocket, and a team of heavily armed personnel hurried into the hall. Ilya commanded, "Escort Mr. Musk to a secure location." The so-called escort was, in reality, a form of custody. Uncertain of the unfolding events, Raven refrained from any further actions and complied as the armed personnel guided her through another corridor toward the upper levels of the base. Meanwhile, Ilya rushed to the control center, which was already in a state of chaos, with over a dozen staff members diligently working to regain control of the situation. "Tell me, what has transpired?" The personnel responsible for monitoring responded. "A flying Iron Man has breached the emergency passage." Ilya interjected decisively. "Show me the footage." The staff swiftly operated the controls, and the live feed materialized on the large screen at the center. Had Raven been present at that moment, he would have easily recognized the intruder as Iron Man, Tony Stark. However, Ilya was evidently unfamiliar with Iron Man, as she coldly commanded, "Contain the enemy within Zone 3. Instruct the personnel in Zones 2 and 1 to withdraw completely, and unleash the tyrant and the liquor to eliminate the foe." Chapter 4. Trouble. The armed personnel escorting Raven were undeniably ruthless, yet they maintained a modicum of respect, refraining from violence as long as he did not resist. Nevertheless, Raven was in a state of anxiety. What exactly had gone awry? Although Musashi was typically impulsive, Sectes was a notably composed robot. Under normal circumstances, the two would not jeopardize the plan by acting prematurely. This indicated that a significant incident must have transpired shortly after his departure. As this thought crossed his mind, Raven became increasingly agitated. During this process, Raven had contemplated the possibility of a third-party intervention. However, given Wesker's cunning, it was unlikely that even the Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Bureau would have discovered his hidden lair. Is there truly a more formidable intelligence organization than the Bureau? Absolutely not. Thus, Raven concluded that the intruders must be Sectes and Musashi. Well, no matter what was unfolding outside, Raven was not the type to wait passively for results. He began to discreetly observe the 6 armed personnel escorting him. They were all male, fully equipped, and appeared quite formidable, elite henchmen indeed. In his world, Wesker had once been the commander of a special forces unit, which not only boasted superior equipment, but also had produced numerous exceptional individuals. Therefore, these six were surely not to be trifled with. However, Raven was still Raven, arriving in the Marvel Universe and discovering he was the son of Alexander Pierce. It would be a disservice to squander a decade in lethargy given his lineage and resources. Moreover, with Sectes' unwavering support, Raven felt invigorated. Although Sectes was a robot, Dr. Gero had previously uploaded all data on Dragon Ball warriors into his database, which naturally included both the Turtle School and Crane School martial arts. Raven specialized in the Crane School. Resolute in his decision, Raven sprang into action, channeling his energy into his legs. With astonishing speed, he stealthily ambushed and incapacitated the two armed personnel behind him. Although the enemy reacted swiftly, turning to draw their weapons and aim in one seamless motion, alas. There is a saying, within 7 steps, a man is swifter than a gun, as the remaining 4 had yet to draw their weapons. Raven had already incapacitated them with a swift strike. Gazing upon the fallen 6, he extracted a communicator from the leader and began to sprint back along the path he had come, both in the past and present. Raven possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to handle everyone within the space. However, that was not his true objective. The sole reason for his presence in this location was to eliminate Wesker, thereby preventing the timeline of the Marvel Universe from being compromised by elements from alternate realms. In truth, Raven had always understood that his adversaries were not merely 1 or 2 formidable villains from another dimension, but rather those indescribable cosmic entities lurking beyond. Thus, before Wesker could regain his senses, Raven needed to act swiftly, locating and extinguishing him while ensuring the virus would not escape containment. Fortunately, although Raven was unfamiliar with the martial arts of the Turtle School, his sensitivity to chi was quite formidable. He had already detected a presence beneath the surface that exceeded normal human capabilities. Meanwhile, an uninitiated Tony Stark, yet to assume the mantle of Iron Man, found himself in dire straits. Elia had unleashed chaos, releasing 6 lickers and a tyrant stored within the base. Heaven help him. Tony had just completed the assembly of Mark II and had yet to equip it with any formidable weaponry, struggling to maintain his footing in midair. He narrowly avoided the explosive gust of wind generated by the tyrant's attack, which nearly sent him sprawling. Shortly thereafter, a licker pounced, knocking Tony to the ground and exposing its gaping maw. Fortunately, Tony reacted with remarkable speed, tilting his head to evade the lethal strike of the licker, and then delivering a right hook that sent the creature flying. "What in the world is this abomination?" he exclaimed, bemused. It was almost comical. While diligently researching Mark II at home, Tony had just completed a flight test and was preparing to upgrade his armored suit when he inadvertently received a distress signal. The sender was none other than Dr. Harris, a renowned biologist from MIT. Having attended 2 of his lectures, Tony piloted Mark II to Raccoon City, intending to rescue the unfortunate doctor from captivity. In Tony's view, this was a task as simple as could be. After all, Mark II was an epoch-defining invention, perfectly capable of dealing with a band of armed militants. Alas, he had overestimated his own prowess while underestimating the Umbrella Corporation, thus plunging himself into a fierce battle. Equally astonished was Elia in the control center. Initially, she believed the Lickers and the Tyrant would reign supreme in this small-scale armed conflict. But what was this power armor before her? No. The real question should be, how had the technology of this world evolved to the point of producing powered armor? Or rather, fully enveloping micro-powered armor. This was utterly unscientific. Yet, her confusion swiftly morphed into exhilaration. Power armor. This was extraordinarily powerful. In Ilya's mind, a singular thought consumed her: capture the intruder and seize the powered armor. However, despite her ambition, the battle in Sector 3 was not unfolding as she had anticipated. As Tony gradually adapted to the combat mode of Mark II, the scales of victory began to tip in his favor. He had already dispatched 2 of the 6 Lickers, and the Tyrant's heavy armaments lay completely obliterated. With Tony on the verge of escaping, Ilya wasted no time in producing a special communicator to contact her superior. At that moment, Raven was nearing his objective. This troublesome Wesker must be patient and await my arrival. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Raven forcefully kicked open the last alloy door. Inside a modest laboratory, at its center stood a fully glass cultivation chamber, surrounded by numerous instruments that perplexed him. To his dismay, the chamber did not house Wesker, but rather a naked girl, likely around 17 or 18, appearing as though she were in a deep slumber. Approaching the chamber, Raven noticed a plaque inscribed with the name. Alice? Very well. Wesker indeed has an obsession with naming. This girl was certainly not the protagonist Alice from Resident Evil, yet she could very well be a new Alice from the Marvel Universe. In other words, this young lady had likely been injected with a complete version of the virus. Another significant complication. At this juncture, Raven should have eliminated the girl without hesitation. Yet he refrained. Though a born Hydra, destined to be a formidable villain, he found himself incapable of taking the life of an innocent girl. There was no choice but to capture Ilya first. Hoping that Wesker had not yet fled the underground base and that Ilya would be willing to cooperate and divulge her superior's whereabouts. Chapter 5. The culprit is Tony. A true villain must possess several essential qualities, the most critical being the ability to escape. This aspect is of paramount importance. If a villain is killed before reaching the climax of the story, how can it possibly progress? Therefore, while it may not matter if one cannot match a superhero in raw strength, failing to escape is tantamount to self-destruction. Although Wesker does not belong to the Marvel Universe, he is undoubtedly a competent antagonist. As the base's alarm blared to life, Wesker wasted no time, swiftly gathering all viral data and escaping through a secure exit. Thus, when Ilya attempted to reach him, he was already airborne 4 kilometers above the base in a helicopter. Despite Ilya's assurances that the situation was under control, the cautious Mr. Wesker had no intention of returning to the base. After all, for Wesker, the so-called powered armor held no allure compared to the virus. Nevertheless, he agreed to Ilya's request and deployed the bioweapon known as Alice. Authorized by the powers that be, Elijah swiftly discerned through the monitor the figure of Mr. Musk standing before Alice. So this is a meticulously coordinated assault? Elijah believed she had unraveled the intricacies of the situation, yet in her eyes, such details seemed inconsequential. As long as Alice was deployed, neither Musk nor the power armor posed a challenge. With resolve, she unleashed the cultivation fluid from the incubation chamber. Raven, witnessing the sudden activation of the apparatus and the gradual awakening of the young girl, felt an alarm bell ringing in his heart. Aware of his own capabilities, Raven had trained in martial arts under the tutelage of Sexty from a young age. However, he was inherently less attuned to the Turtle School's techniques, showing only a modicum of understanding towards the Crane School's methods. One cannot expect a mere chef to transform into an extraordinary martial arts prodigy. According to Sexty's classifications, the combat prowess of an ordinary individual within the Marvel Universe typically range from 5 to 20. A combatant trained in systematic fighting techniques possessed a fighting capacity of approximately 20 to 45, while exceptional talents like Black Widow and Hawkeye boasted a fighting power around 100 to 200. At that moment, Sexty had yet to encounter Captain America and was unable to accurately assess this so-called pinnacle of humanity. However, Raven's fighting power, as evaluated by Sexty, hovered around 130. Yet, Raven could sense that upon awakening, the young girl's aura steadily escalated, soon surpassing his own. Was she on the verge of breaking 300 in combat capability? Though the lines of ally and enemy remained unclear, Raven was not inclined to place himself in peril. Without waiting for the girl to make a move, he turned on his heel and fled, activating the alarm he carried with him. The alarm may not have sounded particularly grand, yet it incorporated the pinnacle of technology from both the Earth Bureau and Hydra, capable of sending a signal to the receiver regardless of interference. As long as one remained on Earth, the receiver was, of course, positioned on Sexty. Raven's decision proved to be astutely prudent. Just as he escaped the room, the girl shattered the incubation chamber and pursued him. Her speed was astonishing, Within 3 seconds, she closed the distance to merely 2 meters behind him. Raven's heart raced. According to logic, should she not first don some clothing? How much did she despise him? In the nick of time, Raven swiftly turned, and before the girl could strike, he pulled his hands to his forehead and shouted, "Solar Fist." A blinding light erupted from his head. The girl, caught off guard, was struck directly in the eyes by the intense radiance, letting out a soft grunt and involuntarily shutting her eyes. Seizing this moment, Raven continued his flight. However, the girl possessed remarkable adaptability, quickly recovering from the sting and resuming her pursuit of Raven. Just as their distance began to shrink once more, Raven suddenly halted. The girl, her expression devoid of emotion, was not a mindless weapon. She possessed intelligence. If Raven intended to employ the same tactic again, she would not fall for it a second time. Raven had never contemplated using the Solar Fist again, although the technique was undeniably effective. The necessity of shouting it out loud felt excessively juvenile and was incongruous with his persona. However, Raven was not one to surrender easily. The reason he paused was that he had heard a resounding roar emanating from above, the unmistakable sound of walls being violently breached. The girl seemed to sense the impending danger, standing frozen in place and gazing upward at the ceiling. Suddenly, the ceiling was shattered from above, and amidst a cloud of dust, a giant clad in bizarre armor and sporting an eccentric hairstyle appeared between the two. The situation had completely reversed, and the girl instinctively turned to flee. Raven muttered, "Capture her alive." In an instant, Sextus moved with blinding speed, leaving behind a blur as he struck the girl on her neck, rendering her unconscious. Indeed, as the saying goes, a creature is brought low by another. With Sextus possessing a battle power of 12,000, the girl was merely a slightly larger insect in his presence. Nevertheless, Sextus remained astonished, his voice deep and resonant, expressing disbelief that humans in this world could wield such formidable strength. Raven couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, compared to the warriors of the Dragon Ball universe, the human populace of the Marvel universe could be deemed utterly inept in combat. However, the overall power of the Marvel universe far surpassed that of Dragon Ball. A being like Sextus, capable of cataclysmic destruction in the Dragon Ball realm, found his strength diminished by an astonishing 99.9% upon arriving here. This foreshadowed the emergence of increasingly potent warriors as the timeline progressed. Sextus's future astonishments would likely multiply. Yet, these were matters for another time. Raven was presently more concerned with a different issue. "Sextus, why have you taken action prematurely?" Sextus replied expressionlessly, "We did not act prematurely. We have been waiting for your signal in the town." "Is that so?" Raven mused, finding it peculiar. If Sextus had initiated the confrontation, the commotion ought to have been far greater. At that moment, Musashi, who had been a step behind, arrived through the passage opened by Sextus. Observing Musashi gracefully descend to the ground using the flight technique, Raven felt a flicker of envy. Alas, despite having mastered most of the Crane School's martial arts, he had never been able to learn the flight technique, leaving him the only one among the three who could not soar through the skies. Clearing his mind of distractions, Raven commanded, "Musashi, find some clothing for this girl and take care of her." He then turned to Sextus and ordered, "Lead me to where the battle is occurring." Sextus swiftly seized Raven, expertly tucking him under his arm, and ascended into the air. This was precisely why Raven envied Musashi. Being unable to fly was exceedingly frustrating. Fortunately, this awkward sensation did not last long, as Sextus soon brought Raven to the second level of Area 3. As Raven beheld Tony Stark engaged in a final struggle against the tyrant, he comprehended that this Marvel progeny was the principal architect of the mission's failure. Truly, he was a harbinger of chaos, having thrust the entire world into peril despite his nascent emergence. It is indeed disconcerting to assert that the triumvirate of the Avengers constitutes the gravest villains in this realm, while Hydra has languished for decades, unworthy of its malevolent title. Chapter 6. Concealed in shadows, Tony's future renown is resounding, having ascended to the pinnacle of global acclaim, as he is revered as a mere mortal standing alongside deities. However, this accolade must be viewed through a dual lens. At that juncture, Tony had just sacrificed his life to thwart Thanos, thus earning such lofty praise. Yet, there exists another characterization of Tony. In a world devoid of peril, he himself represents the greatest threat. This assertion could equally apply to Thor, as well as the Hulk. In truth, it extends to all superheroes. For the average populace, superheroes pose a danger akin to that of supervillains. Conversely, Raven finds himself within the ranks of Hydra, a circumstance beyond his choosing, as one cannot select their progenitor. Hydra is indeed a nefarious organization, led by unequivocal villains such as Alexander Pierce, Whitehall, and Dr. Zola. However, the destructive capacity wielded by any of these Hydra magnates pales in comparison to that of Tony and his fellow superheroes. The Ultron crisis obliterated a nation, and the Civil War reverberated from America to Europe, while Hydra's most notable achievement was the assassination of Howard Stark. In that moment, Raven was struck by a sudden revelation. How absurd! He bore a vendetta against Tony Stark? Whom could he confront regarding this grievance? Unconsciously, Raven stroked his chin, pondering whether he should seize this opportunity to eliminate Tony Stark. After all, should Tony uncover the truth in the future, he would undoubtedly seek retribution against both Raven and Alexander. Meanwhile, the laboratory was in disarray. After a fierce battle, Tony's armor lay in tatters, and Raven was certain that Tony had no reinforcements. This was indeed Iron Man's moment of utmost vulnerability. With his own prowess, dispatching the current Tony would be a trivial task. Alas, he found himself unable to commit to such a course of action. After all, he was a Marvel progeny. A modicum of respect was warranted. Having resolved his internal conflict, Raven shattered the glass before him and leapt from the second floor. Following a graceful roll, he withdrew 2 desert eagles from beneath his arms. Bang, bang, bang. A volley of 14 shots rang out, each striking the tyrant's head, reducing that grotesque visage, adorned with iron nails and tattered cloth, to mere fragments. The tyrant, already at the end of its tether, succumbed helplessly to the ground after losing its head. Raven, satisfied, retracted his dual firearms and turned his gaze towards Tony, who was half seated on the floor, nonchalantly declaring, "Mr. Tony Stark, the consequences of this failure fall entirely upon you." Tony, bewildered, thought to himself, "What on earth are you saying?" Yet, Raven had no intention of offering an explanation. The utmost priority was to secure the underground laboratory. Although Wesker was undoubtedly beyond capture, the lab harbored numerous perilous viruses. It was imperative to prevent anyone within the base from acting out of desperation and unleashing the viruses, for should such an event transpire, the consequences would be dire. Thus, Raven and Sykes commenced a thorough sweep of the enemies, one moving left while the other veered right. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of Raccoon Town, the long-ambushed Rumlow and his task force sprang into action. In truth, when Alice and the tyrant were vanquished, Elia had already exhausted her cards. She was not deranged enough to release the viruses. Consequently, the operations led by Raven and Sykes proceeded with remarkable ease. The adversaries fell like dominoes. Upon locating and subduing Elia, they swiftly regained control of the situation via broadcast. The ease of their triumph stemmed from the fact that Wesker had operated for too brief a period to cultivate a sufficient number of trusted allies. An hour later, the underground base was entirely under the jurisdiction of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics Support Task Force, with all key personnel led by Elia apprehended. They were dejectedly escorted to a specially designed transport vehicle by the task force. However, among those arrested, a faction vociferously protested their innocence, claiming to be scientists abducted by Wesker. Consequently, Tony, clad in tattered armor, approached Raven, who was engrossed in examining architectural blueprints within the control room. "Hey, Doctor, Harris and the others are innocent. You have no right to detain them." Receiving no response, Raven continued his scrutiny of the blueprints. This blatant disregard infuriated Tony. "Which department do you belong to? And who is your superior?" Still met with silence, Tony, unaccustomed to such contempt, grasped Raven's shoulder in an attempt to subdue him. If he were grappling with an ordinary man, the enhanced strength of his Mark II armor would have effortlessly subdued his opponent. However, he was faced with Raven, Since mastering the Crane Hermit martial arts, Raven's physical capabilities had surpassed human limits. With a swift motion, Raven elevated his arm, executed a twist, and pulled downwards, leaving Tony half kneeling on the ground. You all witnessed this man attempting to assault an officer. I am merely defending myself. Take this man into custody, Rumlow, and charge him with assaulting an officer. Let me go, you scoundrel. Tony, a man of intellect, instantly realized he had fallen into a trap. Recognizing that Raven's actions were deliberately designed to provoke him and subsequently humiliate him. Indeed, humiliation. Everyone present understood that the prosecution could never accuse Tony Stark of assaulting an officer, and Tony himself held no fear of such accusations. To do so would be to underestimate the over 100 esteemed lawyers employed by Stark Industries. Therefore, Raven's little ruse could only serve to embarrass Tony. Nevertheless, Romulo strictly adhered to Raven's instructions, restraining Tony and, with the assistance of his companions, prepared to drag him from the control room. This time, Tony refrained from overt resistance. Instead, he struggled while repeatedly demanding, "Who are you? Who are you?" Since Tony had inquired earnestly, to remain silent would imply an admission of fear towards Tony Stark and Stark Industries. As the adage goes, life and death may be trivial matters, but one's reputation is paramount. Raven cleared his throat, and, just as Tony was about to be pulled through the doorway, he responded in a booming voice, "We are. No mistake about it. Do you know why Hydra managed to remain undetected within the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics for so many years, yet revealed itself shortly after the department was rebranded as SHIELD? The primary reason, Raven concluded, was that SHIELD was far too ostentatious. The name Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics is so convoluted that the average person would struggle to remember it. Is that not a natural disguise? When an intelligence organization neglects its primary mission to pursue the guise of a superhero collective, it signifies a fundamental deviation from its core responsibilities, exemplifying a classic case of mismanagement. In this life, Raven had entered the Marvel Universe, and he would never allow the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics to be rebranded as SHIELD, nor would he permit it to surface into the light. An intelligence organization should retain the essence of an intelligence organization. If Fury wished to establish some sort of superhero ensemble, it would have to be separated from the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Therefore, whether Raven and his subordinates were engaged in external operations, they always operated under that banner. Most crucially, Raven, Romulo, and all members of the operational team were indeed part of the system. Thus, Raven had not deceived Tony Stark. However, should Tony seek revenge, he would find it utterly impossible to locate Raven and his associates. Classified identities, classified documents, classified information. Chapter 7. The Truth of the World, Part 1. Having reviewed the architectural blueprints in the control room and taken a thorough survey, Raven was quite satisfied with the outcomes of this operation. Not only had he secured a complete underground base, but he had also acquired a cadre of scientists. As for the likes of the Devourer and the Tyrant, Raven held them in disdain. However, Alice possessed a certain value. Yet they paled in comparison to this group of scientists. In the first phase of Marvel, it was undeniable that science and technology were the foremost productive forces. From the very beginning, Raven had never contemplated releasing this group of scientists, who had, to varying degrees, participated in Wesker's research and acquired a certain understanding of the virus. To prevent the outbreak of the virus, these scientists must remain under the surveillance of the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, a responsibility entrusted to them by the United States of America. Naturally, in their spare time, they are also required to work for Raven in exchange for essential supplies for survival. This arrangement is a fair and transparent transaction, as the United States, being a capitalist nation, inherently upholds the principle that there are no free lunches. In conclusion, everything is aimed at maintaining world peace. Having dealt with the mundane affairs of the Hive base and resolved Alice's issues, Raven and his companions drove towards Washington. Despite their considerable gains, Raven did not forget that the nefarious Wesker was still at large. Since crossing over and uncovering the truth of this world, Raven had faced numerous global crises. Yet Wesker undoubtedly posed the most significant threat of all. While Raven pondered, Musashi skillfully maneuvered the pickup truck into an abandoned factory, and the trio disembarked, entering a secret base through a concealed door. This was the first safe house established by Raven using the Department of Homeland funds, primarily intended to house two extraordinary life forms, Dr. Zola and the Red Queen. The former was the founder of Hydra, who, after Red Skull was defeated by Captain America, persevered and ultimately facilitated Hydra's rebirth in America. However, time is relentless. Dr. Zola passed away from cancer in 1972. Before his death, he transferred his consciousness into a colossal computer, thereby becoming a unique life form. The Red Queen, similarly, emerged from the world of Resident Evil, being an artificial intelligence designed by the Umbrella Corporation. Upon entering this world, she was discovered by the Department of Homeland, who were subsequently persuaded by Raven to house her in this safe haven. Both entities possess an extraordinary capacity for destruction, which is why Raven chose to confine them within this sanctuary. Your expression reveals that the mission has failed. As Raven stepped into the hall, a massive screen flickered to life, abruptly revealing the visage of a large-headed man, the infamous Dr. Zola. By lineage, he could be considered Raven's mentor. Simultaneously, a light emanated from the ground, revealing a three-dimensional image of a young girl, the Red Queen. Wesker, being exceedingly cunning, would find it exceedingly improbable to lure him out again. Raven understood all too well the implications of the Red Queen's words, however daunting the task. He could not afford to remain indifferent. Dr. Zola continued, "According to my calculations, the incursions from the outer realms into our universe are becoming increasingly proficient. Approximately 2 months from now, new travelers or objects will be sent into this universe. Due to the immense randomness, we cannot ascertain their destructive potential. You would do well to pray that they are not world destroyers like Wesker." Raven cleared his throat and said, "Dr. Zora, before you revel in your schadenfreude, please remember that we are all in the same predicament. Should this universe meet its demise, you too shall not escape unscathed." Dr. Zora responded, "As an electronic life form, my understanding of death diverges entirely from yours as humans. I harbor no fear." Seemingly to affirm his own words, Dr. Zora burst into laughter. However, Raven continued, "Once the world is destroyed, you will be unable to realize your ultimate goal of becoming a true sentient being." He cast a sidelong glance at Sykes and added, "Much like Sykes." Raven's words struck a sensitive chord with Dr. Zora, who snorted coldly and fell silent. Although Dr. Zora, as an electronic entity, was indeed untroubled by death, it did not imply that he was devoid of fears. Achieving the status of a complete life form remained his greatest obsession and vulnerability. Then, Red Queen interjected, "Wesker will not relinquish his pursuit of the virus's catalysis. However, to fulfill his ambitions, he requires substantial manpower and resources. Simply put, he needs funding." Raven nodded. Wesker was a genius, yet the continuation of his endeavors to harness the virus for human evolution could not solely rely on his intellect, at least not at his current level of genius. Thus, he would never choose to remain incognito. This presented an opportunity for Raven. "Musashi, have the results from Raccoon City's investigation surfaced?" The red-haired girl replied, "The investigation is still ongoing." Raven expressed mild surprise as he pulled a chair and sat down. The Tohu Bureau stood as the preeminent intelligence agency of the era, unrivaled in its capacity. Logically, nothing in this world should withstand the scrutiny of the Tohu Bureau. Yet, nearly 24 hours had elapsed, and the Bureau had yet to produce a single result. The only plausible explanation was that Wesker's benefactor was among them. Only the Bureau itself could conceal such matters from its own grasp. Who then was funding Wesker? A barrage of faces flashed through Raven's mind. Alexander, Whitehall, or Nick Fury? Raven felt he was inching closer to the truth. "Musashi, inform Sykes to keep a close watch on Fury. I want to know his every movement. Additionally, notify Chuck that I require a thorough audit of all Tohu Bureau accounts from the past 3 years." Musashi nodded and exited the safe house's main hall. To prevent Dr. Zora and Red Queen from escaping, all signals within the safe house were jammed. Thus, contacting the outside world necessitated leaving the confines of the safe house. Finding the situation tedious, Dr. Zora abruptly shut down the screen and fell into silence. However, Raven was aware that all occurrences within the safe house could not be concealed from the other party. Yet the girl-like figure of Red Queen remained online. Raven inquired, "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Red Queen replied, "I wish to know the results of the fusion." Failure. What was the reason? The Research Institute has concluded that your underlying code lacks rigor. Therefore, post-integration, it is typically guided by the will of Dr. Zola. Subsequently, Red Queen interjected, stating, "Ultimately, this resulted in a frenzied life consciousness." Raven nodded, acknowledging that there was little to conceal. Red Queen continued, "Your cosmic technology surpasses ours. Is there anyone capable of upgrading my underlying code?" Raven replied, "I know of one who can accomplish this, though I will require some time to arrange it." Red Queen responded, "I possess ample time and patience." Chapter 8. The Truth of the World, Part 2. This marks the 18th year since Raven traversed into this realm. From a moment he realized he existed within the Marvel Universe during his childhood, Raven began to prepare for his future until he unexpectedly encountered Satsi. At that moment, Raven instantly recognized this individual as Android 16 for the Dragon Ball universe, primarily due to his distinctive hairstyle and armor. In a certain sense, they were bound by fate. Android 16, crafted by Dr. Gero, was designed solely to eliminate the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, Son Goku. Thus, Satsi emerged as a villain in the Dragon Ball narrative. However, due to unforeseen circumstances, upon gaining consciousness, Satsi developed into a being that cherished life and advocated for peace, a truly absurd turn of events. Ultimately, he was sealed away by Dr. Gero. When Raven encountered Satsi, he was engaged in a fierce battle with a bald figure clad in yellow. Indeed, it was the Ancient One. Satsi's energy levels were extraordinarily high. Upon his arrival in the Marvel world, he was immediately detected by the Ancient One. The bewildered traveler found himself inexplicably embroiled in conflict with the Guardian of the Marvel Universe, resulting in a stalemate. Subsequently, the Ancient One utilized the Time Stone, which revealed Raven's existence. Consequently, both were summoned to Kamar Taj. Harnessing the power of the Time Stone to reverse time, the Ancient One gleaned the general circumstances surrounding the events. Beyond the Marvel Universe lies a multiverse, though all these alternate realities belong to the same Marvel Universe sequence, but that is a matter for another time. Beyond the multiverse exist the outer universes, which bear no relation to the Marvel Universe whatsoever. These outer universes vary in strength, but are uniformly aggressive. After Raven's unexpected arrival in the Marvel world, it effectively provided these outer universes with a coordinate. They began to incessantly infiltrate the Marvel Universe with beings and objects, aiming to assimilate it ultimately to achieve total domination. Yet, even the Ancient One, wise and knowledgeable, could not comprehend what made Raven so unique that he became this coordinate. However, Raven understood the truth of his existence. He did not originate from the so-called outer universes, but rather from a true universe. The so-called extra-mundane universes within Raven's original world are merely figments of imagination. This is the unique aspect of Raven. However, Raven would never divulge this to the Ancient One. In fact, out of malice, Raven has often pondered whether the Ancient One has contemplated eliminating him, a solution to be rid of him once and for all. Indeed, such thoughts have crossed her mind. Yet, the Ancient One ultimately refrained from taking such drastic measures, for she is the Sorcerer Supreme and possesses a certain level of dignity. Nevertheless, by sparing Raven, she inadvertently allows the continued intrusion of extra-mundane entities into the Marvel Universe. Although the Ancient One is a master of arcane arts, there are inevitably areas she cannot oversee, thereby placing this heavy responsibility upon Raven. The troubles you create must be resolved by you. This is the Ancient One's approach. Raven did not oppose this, nor dared he, for should the Ancient One change her mind, she could easily eliminate him. Under such circumstances, how could Raven voice any dissent? Thus, a naturally born Hydra, who has fought for world peace since the tender age of 5, reflects on this with a bittersweet sense of sorrow. Fortunately, with the aid of Sykes, nothing has proven particularly arduous. Over the past 18 years, Raven has successfully assumed the role of the world's protector until the emergence of Wesker. Wesker's personal combat abilities are negligible. Even with the injection of the perfect virus, his fighting prowess would likely be comparable to Alice's. Should Raven employ his trump card, he could still independently defeat Wesker. However, Wesker is not merely a villain with a modicum of combat skills. He possesses clear ambitions and a keen intellect. Once the virus is unleashed, resulting in widespread human infection and transforming the Marvel Universe into a zombie-infested world, the likelihood of its absorption by the biohazard universe would significantly increase. In this regard, Wesker's threat surpasses that of all other adversaries. This is why Raven must tread carefully. On the following morning, Raven proceeded to Trident Tower. As the son of Alexander Pierce, he had been recruited by the World Security Agency at a young age. Having undergone various experiences, the 19-year-old Raven Pierce had ascended to the rank of a level 9 agent. At this time, Fury's staunch ally, Coulson, was still merely a level 6 agent, while Maria Hill had only reached level 8. One could say that within the Bureau, Raven stood just below the highest echelons. Above all others, Raven continued his ascent, directly making his way to the 43rd floor of Trident Tower, and without knocking, he barged into the director's office. Fury, wearing a stern expression, regarded the young man before him. Raven, I must reiterate, you need to knock and receive my confirmation before entering my office. Raven smirked. If that is the case, why not hire a secretary? What does that have to do with a secretary? Fury retorted. At least she could prevent me from entering. Offended, Fury suppressed his irritation and shifted the topic. What brings you here? Raven spoke candidly. In 2005, there were 3 significant transfers of funds within the Bureau, yet I could not locate any corresponding documentation or usage records in the auditing and accounting departments. Fury's expression darkened considerably as he replied, Time has elapsed too long. I can scarcely recall. If you harbor any doubts, I can grant you permission to investigate yourself. These 3 transactions certainly lack my signature. Thus, I am unperturbed by your inquiry. However, that is unnecessary. I have already obtained the corresponding financial flow documentation from the bank. What I wish to ascertain is the situation regarding the Albert Corporation. I recall we do not possess any archival records for this company. Fury regarded Raven with a penetrating gaze, rising from his seat and employing a cunning tactic. Do you suspect me? Raven replied. Fury, as a close friend of my father and my mentor, I do not doubt your integrity. However, a perilous individual has established a dangerously formidable organization, and his funds appear to originate from within the Bureau, which is exceedingly alarming. Clarify who it is. Albert Wesker. Fury remained unfazed, seemingly indifferent to the name. Raven produced a hard drive and handed it to Fury, stating, This contains information on Wesker. Fury accepted it without a flicker of emotion, refraining from examining the contents immediately. Just as Raven understood Fury, Fury believed he comprehended Raven equally well. Thus he did not question Raven's words. He continued, What do you wish for me to do? Raven responded, I need to mobilize Hawkeye and Black Widow to assist me in locating this Wesker. Fury hesitated momentarily. Raven's influence had grown considerably, and Fury sensed an unmistakable threat. Yet, with his vulnerabilities still in Raven's grasp, he had no alternative. I will have them set aside their current tasks to provide assistance. With the objective achieved, Raven prepared to depart with a light-hearted demeanor. Just as he opened the door, Fury suddenly interjected, Maria Hill's mission has been completed. I would like to propose her promotion to level 9 agent. Raven exited without a reply. Chapter 9. Professionals, everything requires balance. If one side loses control, destruction inevitably follows. Raven was well aware of Fury's intentions. He merely sought to elevate Hill to challenge him. Indeed, Hill was no ordinary woman. She hailed from a military background, and after gaining recognition in the armed forces, she was noticed by high-ranking officials from multiple nations, subsequently being ushered into the Bureau. The higher-ups intended for Hill to serve as a counterbalance to Fury. However, Fury now sought to use her to stabilize his own influence. which seemed a fanciful notion, yet presented a potentially mutually beneficial solution. Truly, he was the king of spies. Alas, Fury still underestimated himself. If the SHIELD were merely a global intelligence organization embroiled in office politics, then Fury's arrangements would indeed be a masterstroke of resolution. Regrettably, however, lurking behind SHIELD is Hydra. From Agent Carter's retirement to Dr. Pym's resignation, and ultimately to Howard Stark's assassination, SHIELD, under Alexander's management, has evidently become a stronghold for Hydra. At the tender age of 15, Raven conducted a rudimentary assessment revealing that out of SHIELD's 40,000 employees, Hydra operatives had infiltrated to the tune of 10,000, with the most crucial departments essentially under Hydra's control. Thus, when Raven coldly arrived at the Department of Internal Affairs and directly sought out Secretary Urkel Bear, despite lacking any formal procedures, Bear acquiesced to his demands and summoned Natasha and Hawkeye back to headquarters. Under normal circumstances, Raven would not resort to such a blunt approach, as it verged on a provocation of Nick Fury's authority. However, with Wesker on the run, the uncertainty of his potential reckless actions, such as releasing the virus, compelled Raven to expedite the search for him. Natasha and Hawkeye possessed the requisite skills for this endeavor. While both are formidable in combat, to deploy them as mere special forces would be a gross misallocation of their talents. Upon reflection, it is evident that Fury is indeed one to squander resources. Yet, in truth, Black Widow Natasha's combat prowess is but a minor facet of her numerous attributes. This fiery-haired woman from Siberia possesses an extraordinary charisma, allowing her to forge friendships with ease. Moreover, Natasha's control over her emotions is distinctly abnormal. She can be exceedingly amiable towards those she deeply despises, often leaving them oblivious to her true sentiments. Victoria Hand, an accountant at SHIELD, once attended a party with Natasha, later recounting how Natasha managed to have half of the attendees, regardless of gender, consider her their most significant friend within a mere 4 hours. It is utterly bewildering that Fury would assign such a remarkable individual to a brawl. Similarly overlooked is Hawkeye. Born Clint Barton, he has traversed the paths of thief and assassin, endowed with exceptional vision and computational abilities, alongside ample stamina, all of which confer upon him unparalleled tracking capabilities. At this juncture, no one in the Marvel Universe can evade Hawkeye's pursuit. Furthermore, his tumultuous childhood has rendered him intimately familiar with the underground order of both the East and West Coasts, facilitating numerous operations. Approximately 4 hours later, Raven finally encountered the hastily returned Natasha and Hawkeye within the base. Although Natasha and Hawkeye are both older than Raven, within the confines of SHIELD, it is Raven who holds the status of true seniority. Indeed, he was even an examiner during Natasha's entrance examination, a time when he was merely 7 or 8 years old. Upon encountering Raven, the two individuals immediately adopted serious expressions and saluted. "Hello, Commander." Without further ado, Raven waved his hand as a form of greeting and proceeded directly. "Currently, we have received reliable intelligence indicating that a Caucasian named Albert Wesker possesses an exceedingly perilous biological weapon. I require both of you to locate him in the shortest time possible." Natasha exchanged glances with Hawkeye and then inquired, "Commander, is there any specific intelligence?" Raven, having prepared for this, handed over a hard drive, explaining this contains partial data on Wesker, derived from the accounts of his closest subordinate, Elijah. "I cannot guarantee its accuracy. That is for you to discern." Hawkeye asked, "How much time do we have?" "The sooner, the better," Raven replied, stroking his chin, then added, "Your mission is to locate him and report back to me. Under no circumstances should you attempt to act independently, understood?" "Yes, Commander," they responded in unison. Just as they were about to depart, Fury rushed over, perspiration dotting his forehead as he called out to Natasha and Hawkeye, then turned to Raven, asking, "Is the information you provided authentic?" Raven calmly nodded. Fury, though initially startled, regained his composure and asked, "What is your plan?" Raven stated, Natasha and Hawkeye will find Wesker with utmost speed, and then I will send the strike team to eliminate him. Fury, with a look of disbelief, remarked, "Is this truly your plan?" Raven chuckled. "Fury, you must learn to trust professionals. If Natasha and Hawkeye cannot accomplish this, then no one on this planet can." Fury thought to himself, "Am I worried about them? I'm concerned about you, you fool." However, upon hearing Raven's words, Natasha and Hawkeye straightened their postures. Despite being elite agents, they still appreciated a vote of confidence. Regardless of Fury's grim demeanor, Raven gestured for Natasha and Hawkeye to hasten their departure. The two understood the gravity of their mission from the conversation between the two leaders and promptly left the meeting room. Fury did not hinder their exit, but remained with Raven, stating, "Raven, you must first tell me how you acquired this information. I have inquired with Sitwell, and the Bureau has not received any related intelligence." Raven retorted, "Director Fury, are you questioning me?" "No. I simply believe it is my duty and responsibility as the Director of S.H.I.E.L.D. to thoroughly understand the origins of this intelligence," Fury replied. "Very well, Director," Raven said, deliberately elongating the title before quickly adding, "It was revealed to me in a dream by the Almighty." With that, Raven strode away. Fury stood transfixed, pondering the notion of a dream conveyed. The term was somewhat foreign to him, but it quickly dawned on him that he had been deceived. Just as he was about to pursue, an agent confronted him, handing the director a note that read, "Do not act rashly, lest you disturb the enemy." Fury clenched his teeth, his expression a mixture of perplexity and ire. Chapter 10. The willful Tony. Raven firmly believed in entrusting professional matters to those who are adept in their fields. The Marvel Universe has never been short of intelligent individuals. Yet the sheer abundance of clever minds often leads to chaos. Raven possessed a keen self-awareness. His talents primarily lay in culinary arts. Should he be granted a chef's knife to prepare a dish, he would undoubtedly excel. However, when it came to intelligence gathering or navigating office politics, these were not his realms of expertise. Nevertheless, as long as he adhered to his fundamental principles, he would remain invulnerable. This steadfastness was the essence of Raven's ascent to the rank of Level 9 agent within the Bureau. It was not solely due to the patronage of Alexander Pierce that he achieved such heights. Thus, after delegating tasks to Black Widow and Hawkeye, Raven immersed himself in his own endeavors. The perils of the Marvel world extended far beyond merely Wesker. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had just been released from the Wisconsin branch by Obadiah Stane, with a bail set at $50,000. Money held no significance for Tony. He was indifferent to it and would never concern himself with such matters. However, the loss of face was something he was determined to reclaim. Accepting the suit handed to him by his bodyguard Happy, Tony donned it with flair and swiftly seized Obadiah Stane, who was striding purposefully. "Obi, have you located the scoundrel who captured me?" Obadiah, tall and somewhat portly with age, still exuded an undeniable authority. Yet, as he turned to face Tony Stark, he bore the demeanor of a caretaker. With a broad smile, he replied, "I've already contacted Aldrich." "And the outcome?" Tony interjected bluntly, demanding results. Obadiah's eyes flickered with a hint of sharpness, yet his smile remained intact as he patiently elucidated, "Aldrich requires some time." "He needs time? Are you jesting, Obi?" Obadiah's expression shifted to one of gravity. "The individuals who apprehended you are somewhat unique. They do belong to the agency, yet their files are classified. Only James and the President have the authority to access them." Tony was incredulous. Aldrich, a high-ranking official, was unable to inspect the files of his subordinates. This was utterly preposterous. Subsequently, Obadiah remarked, "Tony, I understand that you're feeling aggrieved, but our foremost priority now is to manage the reporters outside. The news has leaked, and they're all waiting for you." Tony waved his hand dismissively, indifferent to their presence. In the eyes of the media, he was merely a playboy, a rogue. However, Obadiah's expression was laden with concern. Tony's flamboyance linked him closely to Stark Industries, which meant that his every action could sway the company's stock price. Though Stark Industries was founded by Howard Stark, it also encompassed Obadiah's lifelong dedication. The last time Tony had been arrested for reckless driving, the stock price plummeted by 4 points. How much would it decline this time, due to his assault on an officer. Considering this, Obadiah could not help but curse the 10 rings. If it weren't for their greed for the Jericho missile, Tony would never have found the opportunity to escape back. Obadiah was weary of playing the role of caretaker for Tony, yet it was not the right moment to sever ties. The 10 rings, while greedy, were certainly not foolish. Tony's vague explanations regarding his escape hinted at secrets, and Obadiah had a strong instinct that what Tony concealed was crucial to the future of Stark Industries. This intuition, honed over decades of familiarity, compelled Obadiah to steady his emotions and continue persuading. Tony, as the chairman of Stark Industries, you cannot act so recklessly. I have prepared a statement for you. All you need to do is read it to help us maintain the company's stock price. With that, Obadiah produced the statement from his pocket and handed it to Tony. Tony hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it. In this world, he would likely only accept items from 3 individuals: Pepper, Obadiah, and Happy. Yet, Tony did not glance at the statement. Instead, he looked around and asked Happy, "Where's the restroom?" Happy pointed to the right rear. Tony promptly turned and walked in that direction, calling out, "Obi, you deal with those pesky reporters. I'll just make a quick trip to the restroom." Unaware of Tony's true intentions, Obadiah nodded and made his way toward the entrance. In managing the fallout for Tony, Obadiah was quite experienced. As the door swung open, a flurry of flashes erupted, and a swarm of reporters surged forward, only to be halted by the security personnel Obadiah had arranged. Nevertheless, this did not deter the reporters from loudly posing their questions. "Mr. Stark, reports suggest that Tony could face up to 7 years of imprisonment. What does he have to say about this?" As I understand it, Tony's community service from his last DUI has yet to be completed. With this new charge of assaulting an officer, will the judge impose a harsher sentence? Tony's development of the Jericho missile has just garnered a substantial order from the military. Will the recent incident involving the police affect this transaction? The reporters' inquiries bombarded him like artillery fire, yet Obadiah, seasoned in handling grand affairs, maintained a composed smile. Once the journalists quieted somewhat, he gestured with both hands to silence them. When order was finally restored, Obadiah spoke with a smile. "Dear friends in the press, I am uncertain where you have acquired such erroneous information, but the truth is that this is a misunderstanding. Tony did not assault the police. He inadvertently became entangled in this case, and subsequently had a misunderstanding with an agent. I assure you, they have reached an understanding. A press conference will be held shortly to elucidate the details of this matter." Despite Obadiah's earnest explanations, the reporters remained unconvinced. Given the dire circumstances, they were desperate for a sensational story. Otherwise, they might face unemployment. They yearned for the situation surrounding Tony Stark to escalate. Thus, they resumed their clamorous questioning. Obadiah had anticipated this, which is why he had prepared a speech for Tony. These individuals thrived on chaos, and without Tony's appearance to clarify matters, the situation would become increasingly difficult. Consequently, Obadiah raised his arms and called out loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. Shortly, Tony will come out to explain himself, and I believe he will provide you with a satisfactory answer." The reporters finally quieted. As time ticked by, approximately 10 minutes passed without Tony making an appearance, and the journalists began to murmur amongst themselves. Obadiah's expression grew increasingly grim. After years of observing Tony, if he still hadn't grasped the situation, he would hardly qualify as a competent caretaker. Indeed, Obadiah's phone rang. "Obi, I found the back exit. You deal with those pesky reporters. I'm leaving. Damn it." Obadiah's mind raced as he pondered how to confront the reporters before him. Chapter 11. The Dark Emperor. The incident involving Tony had quickly reached Raven's ears. Long before, Raven had utilized the Bureau of Land Management to monitor prominent Marvel figures such as Tony and Banner. After all, as a member of Hydra, it was essential to understand the movements of one's enemies. Otherwise, one would be risking one's own life. Moreover, Raven had playfully confined Tony to a detention chamber, and given Tony's current temperament, retaliation was undoubtedly forthcoming. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy allows one to emerge unscathed from 100 battles. Raven was not keen on waking up to find Hydra's secrets laid bare for all to see. However, Tony's actions left Raven both amused and incredulous. Indeed, the current Tony was still far from the Iron Man he was destined to become. After briefly monitoring Tony's activities, Raven promptly redirected his focus to more pressing matters. The increasing frequency of transdimensional events originating from the outer cosmos confirmed that Dr. Zola's calculations were indeed accurate. Raven's existence was unequivocally elucidating the coordinates of the Marvel Universe. This also implied that dangerous transdimensional travelers, like Wesker, would become more prevalent. Consequently, Raven diligently spent each day in the office poring over the vast intelligence gathered by the Bureau of Earthly Affairs. As a genuine cosmic traveler, only Raven possessed the acumen to discern subtle clues from this plethora of information. For instance, had he noted the connections between Raccoon City, Alice, and the virus, he might have preemptively identified Wesker's presence, swiftly eliminating this significant threat while Wesker was still establishing his foothold. Regrettably, Raven failed to make these connections at that time. Moreover, he was tasked with overseeing the stable, transdimensional travelers and regulating their use of superpowers or technology from his universe. This was not without precedent. When Raven had previously enlisted Sykes to teach him the Crane-style martial arts, it resulted in the simultaneous arrival of Musashi, Kojiro, and Gannett that same year. That was the only time 3 transdimensional events occurred within the same year, whereas previously, such events transpired on average every 3 years. Gazing at the mountain of documents before him, Raven could not help but lament the difficulties of his existence. Just as he was consumed with the burdens of maintaining world peace, Black Widow arrived in Hell's Kitchen, New York City. Some claim that Chicago, known as Chiraq, is the American city plagued by the most severe criminal activities, with its multitude of gangs and rampant gun violence earning it the moniker of Hell. However, there exists a place that rivals Chicago, perhaps even surpasses it, known as Hell's Kitchen, the very kitchen of hell. This locale is nestled within the bustling metropolis of New York City, specifically in its most vibrant district, Manhattan, a poignant irony, to say the least. Black Widow's arrival here was to meet the enigmatic Kingpin, a title rather than a mere name. Since his rise from the streets, he has clandestinely seized control of Hell's Kitchen, extending his criminal empire across the entire East Coast. As a result, people no longer dare to utter his name freely, opting instead to refer to him as Kingpin, a title that unmistakably denotes the Dark Sovereign. Wesker's ambitions could not be pursued openly. However, he required vast sums of money and a plethora of talent. Since the realm of light could not provide these resources, Wesker turned to the shadows. In the dark underbelly of the East Coast, nothing eludes Kingpin's notice. Therefore, Black Widow's pursuit of Kingpin represents the most expedient and effective course of action. In this domain, few can truly claim to have met Kingpin. However, Black Widow is among the few. She made her way directly to the Fisk building at the intersection of 40th and 41st Streets. After announcing her name to the receptionist, she quietly settled onto the guest sofa. After a span of over 10 minutes, a slender, blond young man briskly emerged from the elevator. "Where is the visitor?" he inquired of the receptionist, his gaze quickly landing on Black Widow. Natasha, the Black Widow, was strikingly beautiful. Her long red hair captivating enough to draw attention even in a crowd, let alone in an empty hall. The blonde youth quickly closed the distance, taking 3 steps into and greeted her with a smile. "Natasha, it's been a while." Black Widow lazily adjusted her posture, gestured to the adjacent sofa for him to sit, and replied, "James, it's been a long time." Following their exchange, a brief silence enveloped them. One was an agent of the Bureau, while the other was a key figure in the criminal underworld. Although their past relationship had been unusual, both understood that they were no longer on the same path. Nevertheless, being the Black Widow, she broke the silence. "You still look so thin. Have you been busy lately?" James Wesley nodded, responding with a smile. The boss's grand aspirations. His words were vague, but Black Widow understood. Kingpin's ambitions were insatiable. Though he already reigned as the underground king of the East Coast, he would not be satisfied with just that. His next target was likely Chicago. However, none of this concerned Black Widow, as she was an agent of the Bureau, focused solely on threats to the stability of Blue Star. while combating the mafia was not her mission. "James, I need your help," Black Widow stated directly. James sighed and replied, "Go ahead, within my capabilities, I won't refuse. But only this once." Black Widow shook her head, remaining silent. James's expression shifted as he asked, "Do you need to make an appearance? But you know he hasn't seen anyone for quite some time. Am I considered an outsider?" Black Widow retorted, "Perhaps not before, but certainly now. You should tell me what the matter is. Perhaps I can handle it myself." James was not one to boast. Known as the accountant, James Wesley was Kingpin's indispensable right-hand man. In a hierarchy reminiscent of a feudal empire, if Kingpin were the exalted emperor, then James would be the chancellor. He managed all the documentation and financial dealings of this dark empire. Despite this, Black Widow still shook her head. From the information provided by Raven, she deduced that Visk was an exceedingly cautious individual. Having just endured a raid, he would not emerge so readily. In the vast expanse of the eastern coast of America, locating an individual necessitates an expenditure of manpower and resources that James cannot determine. It must involve Kingpin. Observing the Black Widow shake her head, James offered a wry smile. Rising to his feet after a moment of hesitation, he declared, "I shall go meet him." This time, the Black Widow finally nodded, responding, "I shall remember this favor." James, with a non-committal smile, ascended in the elevator. Approximately half an hour later, the receptionist received a call from the office of the boss, courteously inviting the Black Widow to ascend via the private elevator. Chapter 12. The Friendship of Raven, the exclusive elevator, soared to the top floor. As the Black Widow stepped out, James awaited her just outside. "I hope your request is not too outrageous," he remarked, in a cheerful mood. The Black Widow flashed a bright smile, choosing not to respond. After a moment's hesitation, James led the way, pushing open the solitary door on that floor. Beyond the door lay an expansive room, dominated by a 360-degree panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. Today, as splendid sunlight flooded the entire space, illuminating it beautifully. In the center of the room stood an immense desk, behind which sat the individual the Black Widow sought, admiring the view outside with his back turned to her. "Long time no see, Fisk," the Black Widow greeted, taking the initiative. The legendary Kingpin towered at nearly 2 meters, his formidable physique rivaling that of the Hulk, concealing within it the mightiest of human strength. As Kingpin turned, an aura of ferocity enveloped him, causing even the seasoned Black Widow to swallow hard. In truth, Kingpin was not the conventional embodiment of cruelty. His visage bore an air of refinement. Yet, anyone in his presence could not help but feel a twinge of fear. He pulled out a chair and sat down slowly. "Natasha, speak of your request," he said. With the directness of his inquiry, the Black Widow felt no need for subterfuge. "I require the swiftest means to locate an individual named Albert Wesker," she stated plainly. Kingpin nodded, but refrained from inquiring about her motives. Instead, he lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, the sound resonating for over 10 seconds. Finally, he came to a decision. "I understand you are employed by a rather enigmatic organization that appears to hold considerable influence. Therefore, if I assist you, might I gain their favor?" The Black Widow smiled alluringly. "Is my friendship not sufficient?" Kingpin shook his head. "Natasha, the bond between us permits merely an audience. For the remainder, I require a discussion with your employer." The Black Widow pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. Her hesitation surprised Kingpin. In his recollection, the renowned Black Widow was never one to falter. This further solidified Jin's conviction. He rose to his full height of nearly 2 meters, exuding an imposing presence. "Many perceive me as a brute, yet I consider myself more akin to a businessman. We are currently engaged in a transaction. If he cannot make decisions, I wish to converse with someone who can." Jin had unequivocally expressed his stance. If Black Widow chose to remain silent, she would only incite the wrath of this dark sovereign. When the opportunity arises, it is often better to act rather than hesitate. Black Widow ultimately resolved to first consult her superior. Jean laughed heartily and pressed the intercom on the desk, instructing for Natasha to be provided a quiet room. Having just reviewed the documents, Raven received a call from Black Widow. After she recounted the situation, Raven pondered for a moment before replying. "Inform him that you work for the Strategic Homeland Intervention Enforcement and Logistics Division. Furthermore, he may gain my personal friendship. After ending the call, Raven leaned back in his chair. Perhaps due to his own affiliation with Hydra, he harbored no prejudice against the so-called villainous figures. Jean was neither inhumane nor a threat to Earth. As for his ambitions, one might ponder, who in this land could be deemed virtuous? At least, the number of lives lost due to Tony Stark's arms dealings far exceeds those claimed by Jean. Inside Fisk Tower, after securing Raven's consent, Black Widow sought another audience with Jean. Fisk, I am currently employed by the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, and my superior, Raven Pierce, is willing to extend his friendship to you. Jean paused momentarily, for the agency was somewhat obscure. Even his encyclopedic knowledge required a moment to align with it. Ms. Carter? Black Widow nodded. Jean abruptly stood, striding swiftly to Natasha. You jest with me not? Black Widow chuckled softly. In this land, I have neither the audacity nor the inclination to jest of such matters. Jean nodded in agreement, contemplating for several seconds before stating, I can have James assist you in locating the individual. Should I complete this task, I wish to meet Mr. Pierce. At this juncture, Jean's pupils abruptly constricted, and he exclaimed, Wait, what is the relationship between Raven Pierce and Alexander Pierce? Father and son. Jean was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in hearty laughter, moving to his desk to once again press the intercom. Have James, Lester, and Aaron come my office. After issuing the order, Jean laughed again, though to Black Widow, the expression seemed rather sinister. Nevertheless, she skillfully restrained her curiosity. As an agent, she was not a detective. Whatever schemes Jean harbored would be addressed by Raven, while her responsibility was solely to fulfill the tasks assigned by him. In a world shrouded in darkness, the ability to take action is the most fundamental requirement. A person devoid of initiative will swiftly succumb to the shadows that envelop them. Thus, shortly after Jean Bing issued his command, the three summoned individuals arrived at his office. These three are Jean Bing's most trusted confidants and the very pillars of his empire. James oversees the Empire's documentation and financial flows, while Lester and Aaron are the most formidable assassins under Jean Bing's command. However, despite their formidable reputations in the outside world, they appeared as meek as quails in Jean Bing's presence. Without unnecessary preamble, Jean Bing issued a direct order. Natasha is an old acquaintance of ours. Since she has made a request of me, I shall certainly fulfill it. From this moment forth, set aside all other matters and devote yourselves entirely to assisting Natasha in locating Albert Wesker. In the face of Jean Bing's command, even the deranged Lester submitted humbly. While James exhibited a hint of surprise, Jean Bing fixed a scrutinizing gaze upon James and inquired, Do you have a problem? None at all, James replied. Since there are no objections, you shall proceed as Natasha has requested. Let me remind you once again, this is a task that must be accomplished. Although Jean Bing refrained from articulating the dire consequences of failure, the trio understood implicitly that the repercussions would be unbearable. With their purpose established, the Black Widow and her entourage promptly exited the office. While awaiting the elevator, James discreetly observed the Black Widow, hesitating to voice his thoughts. Though physically unassuming, he possessed remarkable intelligence. Did Jean Bing genuinely care about the trivial history with Natasha? The answer was a resounding no. There were undoubtedly hidden complexities that eluded him. Nevertheless, James also recognized that regardless of the circumstances, it was not his place to inquire. His current obligation was to assist Natasha in locating Albert Wesker. Chapter 13. The gale of breath with Jean Bing's orders disseminated, the entire East Coast became rife with unease. Countless ne'er-do-wells emerged from their shadowy hideouts, scrutinizing every passerby in the streets. Any stranger entering their territory would be under intense scrutiny. In New York, Washington, and Boston, police officers braced themselves for an impending confrontation. What were they planning? Detective George Daisy of the Major Crimes Unit cornered a middle-aged African-American man against the wall, while his partner Gru kept watch at the alley's entrance. Rooney, tell me, who are you looking for? The detective demanded. Rooney, the man in question, smiled ingratiatingly. Detective Georges? I've been quite well behaved lately, like a little rabbit. Georges scoffed, placing his hand on Rooney's shoulder with a disdainful tone. Then what about the missing Mazda from 13th Street? Should I pay a visit to your car lot? Hey, that has nothing to do with me. Rooney vehemently denied. Is that so? Or do you find our conversation unpleasant? Perhaps I should summon Gru to discuss this further? With that, George reached out, preparing to call his partner from the alleyway. Rupert hastily intervened, insisting that it was entirely unnecessary. Yet he was genuinely unaware of what had transpired. Commander, George had no faith in the words of those ruffians. He shouted directly towards the alleyway. Gru. Rupert promptly restructured his approach, nodding and bowing as he said, Very well, very well. We have been instructed to locate an individual named Albert Wesker. Upon seeing Rupert acquiesce, George gestured for Gru to remain where he was and inquired further. Why are we searching for this person? Sir, they have not divulged the specifics to me. George nodded in agreement. Although Rupert was a habitual thief, he was not particularly bold, which was why George chose him as a point of leverage. Is there a photograph of Wesker? Only a hand-drawn sketch. Bring it to me. Half an hour later, George and his partner returned to their patrol car. Gru studied the hand-drawn image intently before stating, So all this chaos is because they wish to find this individual? George expertly ignited the engine, maneuvering out of the parking space as he replied, That is indeed the current situation. Call the precinct and see if there is any information on this person. Gru nodded and promptly picked up the phone. This night was destined to be a sleepless one. Countless pieces of intelligence converged within an ordinary dwelling in Hell's Kitchen. Black Widow and James were tirelessly cross-referencing the information, a task of considerable challenge. The lower echelons of the underworld typically lacked education, with many having been so mentally compromised by substances that the intelligence they submitted was riddled with inaccuracies. This necessitated that Black Widow and James apply their experience and skills to discern the truth within the chaos. They toiled without pause until they had systematically reviewed all the materials. To their dismay, they found nothing. There were even reports of sightings of UFOs. The normally composed Black Widow slammed a document onto the table, exclaiming vehemently. James, wearing a wry smile, replied, Natasha, you cannot expect them to measure up to your associates. Black Widow paused, then asked, This abrupt inquiry left others perplexed. Yet James understood her implication. He shrugged and said, I do not know whom you're working for, but it is likely some official organization. We cannot be compared to them. No, James. If you wish to pursue a different life, there are countless opportunities beyond this door. James waved his hand dismissively, smiling serenely. I will not abandon Mr. Fisk. A sigh escaped him. It was indeed a tragedy that a distinguished graduate of Columbia University found himself under the auspices of Wilson Fisk. Though Fisk was undeniably powerful now, which dark empire is devoid of its eventual downfall? Even the arrogant Al Capone was ultimately incarcerated on charges of tax evasion by the United States. This incident inadvertently bolstered the reputation of the Internal Revenue Service. Since that time, a well-known adage has echoed throughout America. One may engage in unlawful activities, but never forget to pay taxes. Can Kingpin be compared to Al Capone? Perhaps his influence has already surpassed that of Capone. However, Capone remains a legend within the underworld. Kingpin's reticence, to the extent that even his subordinates remain oblivious to his true identity, can hardly be deemed unrelated to the cautionary tale of Al Capone. Once Kingpin falls, individuals like James Wesley, who are utterly powerless, are destined for a tragic end. Yet, each individual possesses their own choices. The Black Widow has offered her counsel, and she shall not extend it a second time. As the Black Widow descended into contemplation, several documents were delivered to the room. James, still diligently cross-referencing the information, suddenly exclaimed, What happened? The Black Widow, startled, inquired immediately. James remained silent, instead seizing his satellite phone and rapidly dialing, Locate Eiley on Boston Park Street for me. I require a conversation with him within 10 minutes. The Black Widow reacted swiftly. Once James hung up, she promptly asked, Have you found him? The information aligns perfectly, but it requires confirmation. 10 minutes is a fleeting span, yet the present 10 minutes felt interminable. It seemed an eternity before James's phone finally rang. He swiftly answered, Where have you seen the individual in the photograph? Do you possess any additional frontal images? Find a place capable of faxing, Transmit every photo you have. Do not attempt to approach him. Maintain your distance. No, you have fulfilled your task. I shall ensure the bounty is delivered to you. But remember, do not approach him, lest I make you regret your very existence. James terminated the call, turning to the expectant Black Widow. The target has been located on Boston Park Street. You must act swiftly. Those individuals are unreliable. Although I have warned them, the bounty is too enticing. They may take it upon themselves to capture Wesker, seeking an even greater reward. The Black Widow, having navigated the lower echelons herself, understood all too well the greed and folly of such individuals. They are oblivious to the concept of the greater good and remain ignorant of their limitations. However, just as James cautioned Illy, the Black Widow also recalled Raven's warning. She signaled to James to maintain his composure, then retreated to a secluded corner to report the situation to Raven. All right, my task is complete. In Washington, Raven ended the call, feeling a tinge of uncertainty. The commotion stirred by Kingpin was indeed momentous, and even Raven at the Triad headquarters had caught wind of it. Given Wesker's cautious nature, he may have already sensed something amiss. Should Wesker choose to unleash the virus, Boston would descend into a veritable hell on Earth. To this end, Raven must dispatch a suitable individual to handle the matter at hand, and indeed, there exists an appropriate candidate. After weighing the pros and cons, Raven dialed the number of his contact. Garnets, I require your assistance with an urgent task. On the other end of the line, the reply came, Your will is my destiny. Chapter 14, Father Garnets, Part 1. If given a choice, Raven would have preferred not to involve Garnets. This fellow was, in his essence, a source of trouble. After much contemplation, Raven still felt uneasy, prompting him to head directly to the helipad at the Sankey base. He requested a Quinjet and set off towards Boston. As the saying goes, one can never have too many skills. Having once endured the hardships of a lower-class existence, Raven had learned the value of education and skill development. Thus, he had never relaxed his pursuit of knowledge with the support of top-tier resources in this life. Whether it be piloting aircraft or tanks, honing computer hacking skills, or mastering marksmanship, Raven devoted himself wholeheartedly to learning. Although he could not excel to the pinnacle in any one area due to his inherent limitations, he had achieved a level of proficiency. Such a dedication to learning even earned him the grudging respect of Fury, who acknowledged that, despite the absence of Alexander Pierce's influence, Raven remained a competent agent of the Bureau. The Quinjet, a marvel of DS advanced technology, ascended swiftly to a significant altitude. Once on the predetermined flight path, Raven switched the aircraft to autopilot, allowing himself a moment to ponder. Known as the Breath of the Storm, Garnets was not a local. He hailed from the King of Fighters universe and was the first among the 8 Serpent Warriors to awaken the power of the Serpent. When Raven was 13, Garnets arrived in the Marvel universe. His eccentric behavior quickly drew Raven's attention. However, when Raven attempted to confront him with the intent of elimination, Garnets inexplicably concluded that Raven was the earthly manifestation of the Serpent. Over the years, Raven had made numerous attempts to clarify this misunderstanding, but Garnets refused to listen, steadfastly believing that the absence of the complete 8 Warriors group was why Raven had yet to uncover the Serpent's memories. With a mind so fixated, Raven could do little but tolerate his eccentricities. Yet, what Raven had not anticipated was that Garnets, in addition to being a zealot, was also an exceptional charlatan and master of indoctrination. Upon discovering the origins of Hydra, he intertwined the legend of the Serpent and began a campaign of proselytization within the ranks of Hydra. After a decade of effort, a new faction, the Serpent Sect, emerged within Hydra. The followers of the Serpent Sect firmly believed that the world had become thoroughly corrupt and desperately needed the awakening of the Serpent's power to cleanse it. They regarded Raven as the embodiment of the Serpent. To be candid, Raven vehemently rejected this identity. However, despite Garnet's profound respect for him, he completely disregarded Raven's objections concerning this matter. What could Raven do? He could hardly instruct Sykes to eliminate a devoted subordinate who was tirelessly working to expand his own influence. Thus, Raven had no choice but to continue acquiescing to the situation. The outcome is that many within the Hydra organization have begun to regard Raven as a figure of divinity. Take, for instance, the man in a black suit, Nick, who serves as the gatekeeper for the Pierce Manor. He epitomizes the loyal serpent of Hydra. Raven merely extended a courteous blessing to him. It is likely that he will be so moved that he may find himself sleepless for days on end. This situation fills Raven with great unease. He possesses a keen self-awareness. Compared to the multitude of brilliant minds in the Marvel Universe, he feels he has little to boast about. Furthermore, there exists the wise Eastern proverb that states, "One whose virtue does not match their position will inevitably face calamity." This implies that if an individual's abilities do not align with their status and wealth, trouble is bound to arise eventually. Already living in a state of constant trepidation, walking a tightrope daily, Raven harbors a strong aversion to Gauntlets. Over the years, he has resolutely avoided encounters with him whenever possible. However, this time, considering that Wesker is likely to unleash a virus, it is imperative to have someone capable of managing the worst-case scenario. Among the personnel Raven can mobilize, Sykes is the most powerful. Yet, once the virus is released, brute strength alone will not suffice. Although Gauntlets may lack Sykes' sheer power, he possesses the ability to control the wind, which can be instrumental when the virus disperses into the air, allowing him to manage its propagation. This is the primary reason Raven has decided to deploy Gauntlets. Yet, will this truly be effective? Raven is not entirely confident. Hence, he feels compelled to witness the situation firsthand. The distance between Washington and Boston is not great. After approximately an hour of flight, Raven has already entered Boston's airspace. Skillfully landing the aircraft, he hastens towards Park Street. America is a rather peculiar nation. In the Eastern world, typically, the closer one is to the city center, the higher the property prices and living expenses. Those residing in the city center are invariably affluent. However, in America, the wealthy often prefer not to dwell in the heart of the city. They tend to completely segregate their living and working environments, retreating to the suburbs after work. Nevertheless, despite their aversion to city living, affluent individuals still benefit from the concentration of resources in urban centers, which are abundant with welfare facilities. America is also a high-welfare nation. Even those who do nothing can receive relief funds for their sustenance. Yet, a prerequisite for receiving such aid is the absence of housing. Consequently, an increasing number of homeless individuals and delinquents have begun to flock to the city center, sleeping in abandoned apartments, subway stations, or even on the streets, and regularly collecting relief funds each month to exchange for laundry detergent, alcohol, and food. Due to this peculiar situation, while Park Street lies in the heart of Boston, it has now been overtaken by these vagrants, gangsters, and delinquents. Wesker's choice of such a location appears to be the result of considerable thought. As Raven made his way towards Park Street, he encountered a gathering at the intersection of three small communities, where the petty thug Eiley had summoned his three loyal companions. "Hey mates, I've stumbled upon a lucrative opportunity. Are you bold enough to join me?" The four had grown up together, and their survival on Park Street was attributed to their unity. However, Eiley's so-called venture was unlikely to be legitimate. The others were already well aware of this. Bobby, the largest of the group, could no longer contain his impatience. "Spill it. What do you need us to do, and what is in it for us?" Eiley had initially intended to keep them in suspense, but knowing each other too well made it impossible for him to maintain the facade. He reluctantly explained, "Yesterday, didn't the higher-ups offer a $5,000 reward for a white man?" Before Eiley could finish, Bobby interrupted, "You have information on him? Where is he?" Eiley replied with a cold smirk, "Bobby, what are you after?" His eyes betrayed a hint of menace in the harsh world of the streets. Even brothers and sisters were not always trustworthy, let alone mere business partners. If Bobby showed any inclination to betray him, Eiley would waste no time in eliminating him. Fortunately, Bobby retained some sense of reason. He placed his hands on his chest and gestured, "This is your operation. I'm here to assist, but you must tell me what I stand to gain." Upon hearing Bobby's words, the other two companions nodded in agreement. Eiley understood that their alliance was born of mutual benefit. Without a clear agreement on the division of rewards, he could hardly expect them to contribute. Thus, he began to outline the plan he had meticulously prepared. "I found the target, and I've already reported it, so the entire bounty belongs to me, Bobby bluntly inquired. Then why did you call us here, just to flaunt your prowess? Ailey retorted, if anyone can find him, it's worth $5,000. What if we capture him ourselves? The three men exchanged heavy breaths and locked eyes, swiftly making a decision. What's your plan? Ailey drew a black handgun from the small of his back. It appeared rather antiquated, leading one to question its reliability, yet Bobby and the others gazed at it with envy. Life on the streets of America was far from easy. Although firearms were not banned, individuals like Ailey and Bobby struggled to secure a meal, let alone afford a gun. Bobby couldn't help but ask, where did you get that? Ailey chuckled, Old Bip gave it to me. That's impossible. Old Bip only deals in cash. Ailey's expression hardened. It was challenging to maintain a pretense among those who knew him well. After a moment of hesitation, he replied fiercely, I put my own body on the line as collateral. Now that makes sense. However, Bobby and the other two understood that Ailey had placed a heavy bet. If this endeavor did not yield satisfactory results, his fate would inevitably be death. The three of them exchanged glances once more, silently reaching a consensus. Bobby then stated, the bounty for locating the individual shall be yours entirely, but we shall claim 70% of the reward for capturing him. A brother who does not stab another brother in the back is no true brother. Ailey, having already committed himself to this perilous path, found no opportunity for regret. At this moment, if Bobby and his companions were unaware of the necessity to strike decisively, they were unworthy of existing in this street. Without hesitation or contemplation, Ailey readily accepted this distribution plan. In truth, when he borrowed the pistol from old Bob and summoned Bobby and the others, he had already steeled himself for the impending betrayal. Yet, Ailey gripped the firearm with increasing intensity. The spoils could only be shared with the living. Should Bobby and the others perish, Ailey would have no need to divide anything. Once the four had settled on the arrangement, Ailey led the way to an apartment building located at the street corner. Unlike other locales, this particular apartment, positioned on the fringes of the neighborhood, housed not solely the irredeemable dregs of society. However, the majority were illegal immigrants from Latin America. Despite their diligent toil, their social standing was, in fact, worse than that of Ailey himself. Ailey and his companions ascended the building without delay, with Bob at the forefront, his robust physique rendering him the most suitable for the role of vanguard. Ailey, however, concealed himself at the rear of the group. The substantial bounty offered by the higher-ups indicated that this Albert Wesker was no ordinary individual. It was safe to assume he possessed formidable weaponry, potentially of considerable caliber. With someone as simple-minded as Bobby eager to lead the charge, Ailey found solace in remaining behind, hoping to strike from the shadows at a crucial moment. The building was modest, merely 7 stories high. When Bob reached an iron door on a rooftop, he retrieved a dagger from his pocket and turned to Ailey for confirmation. Asking, is it here? Ailey slowly placed his hand on his waist and nodded, saying, indeed, this is the place. Little Bilton delivered takeout here yesterday. Having verified the information, Bob quickly moved to the left side of the door, signaling his 2 companions to take action. The 2 immediately swung their heavy hammers, shattering the padlock, and then kicked the door open, rushing inside. Bob, positioned to the left of the door, did not hesitate, reversing his grip on the dagger and following closely behind his companions. They were seasoned intruders, well-versed in the art of breaching. Often, by the time they reached their target's bedside, the occupants had yet to register their presence. Ailey, trailing behind, sought to follow suit, but as he reached the threshold, a sudden apprehension gripped him. It was too quiet. Ordinarily, at this juncture, Bobby would have already begun to shout and roar. His fearsome appearance combined with his vocalizations usually served to startle their targets. Yet now, Bobby remained silent, and his 2 companions emitted no sound whatsoever. It felt as though the room had transformed into an entirely different realm, engulfing the 3 individuals completely. Ailey swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Should he advance or retreat? He hesitated. At that moment, an elegant voice resonated from behind him. Aren't you going to join your companions inside? Ailey swiftly drew his handgun, but his trembling hand nearly faltered due to his anxiety. When he turned, he beheld a tall, approximately 6'3", blond priest standing before him. "Who are you?" he stammered. I am Goinitz, the messenger of God on earth. Do you truly not wish to see what lies within?" Dressed in a blue clerical robe, Goinitz moved towards the doorway, prompting Eiley to instinctively step back. However, Eiley soon recognized that a far greater peril lurked in the room behind him. Clutching his rusted handgun tightly, he tremulously warned, "Do not move. Step back." Yet Goinitz paid no heed to Eiley's command, continuing his steady approach. Cornered, Eiley abandoned his hesitation and squeezed the trigger. Fortunately, old Bibber had not deceived him. The gun fired. However, to his astonishment, the event did not unfold as he had envisioned. There was no spray of blood, no shattered skull. Goinitz merely tilted his head, effortlessly evading the bullet. "You are too slow." The moment the words left his lips, a sharp gust, akin to a drill, had already pierced Eiley's heart. With the obstacle eliminated, Goinitz pressed forward, his pace measured and unhurried, each step meticulously timed to exactly 1 second apart. Some individuals, even in the act of killing, do so with an air of elegance. Navigating through the disheveled living room, Goinitz entered the bedroom, where Bob and the other two lay sprawled on the floor, blood slowly pooling into a straight line. In the corner of the room, a cold man clad in leather and wearing sunglasses fixated intently on Goinitz. Goinitz cast a brief glance, noticing the absence of any luggage, and with a smile, inquired, "Are you Albert Wesker?" Wesker, expressionless, nodded. He had no desire to engage in conversation, for speaking with one on the brink of death seemed futile. However, upon observing Goinitz's peculiar attire once more, he could not restrain himself from asking, "You are not a native of this world, are you?" Wesker could not be classified as a traditional villain. Rather, he bore more resemblance to a figure like Thanos. Thanos sought to achieve a sustainable cosmic future by annihilating half of all life in the universe, an ideal that might be deemed foolish, yet nonetheless qualified as an ideal. Conversely, Wesker's vision entailed the evolution of humanity through a virus, transforming all into superhuman beings. This, too, could be considered an ideal. Moreover, the two share a commonality. When faced with impediments in their pursuit of ideals, both are unhesitating in wielding their metaphorical blades with decisive ferocity. Chapter 16. The Battle. Seeking continuation, Wesker did not strike immediately, much to the disappointment of Goinitz. As a sporadic lunatic, Goinitz preferred Wesker to remain true to his nature. For after all, villains often perish due to their verbosity. When Wesker attempted to resolve the conflict through dialogue, Goinitz discerned that his adversary was on the precipice of failure. Perhaps a traveler from another realm often finds themselves bewildered by their abrupt arrival in a new world, inevitably grappling with a sense of solitude. Hence, Wesker named the town Raccoon City and designated the first perfect specimen as Alice, seeking familiar elements to soothe his lonely heart. Unfortunately, Goinitz, being a man of madness, felt no such loneliness to resonate with Wesker. His singular focus was the completion of the task bestowed upon him. Thus, Goinitz disregarded Wesker's inquiries and initiated the attack. Channeling the power of the winds, he unleashed his signature move, the hurricane. Gales surged from all directions, and in the blink of an eye, Goinitz had appeared before Wesker. The latter reacted swiftly, his body moving with fervor, albeit with limited range, evading the swirling winds in the confined space, creating a myriad of afterimages. Had Raven been present, he would have been astonished to discover that Wesker's maneuver bore resemblance to the phantom fist of the Crane School. Yet to Wesker, it was merely an exquisite display of bodily control. As the hurricanes faltered, Goinitz closed the distance. Hailing from the king of Fighters universe, Goinitz had mastered exceptional combat skills, and the cramped environment was ideal for showcasing his strengths. Goinitz's right hand rested upon Wesker's left shoulder as he executed his technique, the gate to the underworld. The ensnared opponent would be launched skyward, losing most of their leverage, rendering them vulnerable to Goinitz's slaughter. Unfazed, Wesker clenched his fists. An invisible force erupted from his being, repelling Goinitz's right hand. Goinitz was momentarily taken aback, poised to launch another offensive. However, Wesker had already commenced his counterattack. "Get out of my way, you bastard!" he bellowed. A nameless thrust surged forth from his being, sending Gannett, who weighed nearly 200 pounds, hurtling like a mere scrap of paper. Thud! Gannett was propelled into the living room, crashing against the wall before finally halting. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth as he exclaimed with excitement, "Telekinesis?" It was now Wesker's turn to dive into the fray, disregarding Gannett's words, as he drew a pistol from beneath his ribcage. Gannett's pupils constricted. The confines of this apartment are quite constricted. In a face-to-face brawl, the combat-savvy Gornitz would undoubtedly have the upper hand. However, should his adversary employ firearms, Gornitz is not as impervious to bullets as the formidable Sykes. Since entering the Marvel Universe, the strength within him has been diminished by an overwhelming 99%. While a bullet may not be fatal, it is capable of inflicting injury. With a mere thought, a tempest surged from all directions. Gornitz swiftly condensed the wind's power into a singular point, combining it with his brute strength to shatter the wall behind him before Wesker could fire his weapon. Subsequently, he executed a free fall, evading Wesker's bullets. "This space is too cramped. Let us fight outside." In just 2 strides, Wesker arrived at the shattered wall, catching sight of Gornitz's subtly mocking smile. At this moment, the most prudent course of action for Wesker would have been to disregard Gornitz's taunts and make his escape, as he was still unfamiliar with his opponent, rendering this confrontation seemingly futile. Yet, being human rather than machine, even the composed Wesker could succumb to impulsiveness. He assessed the structure of the apartment building and leaped through the gaping hole in the wall, intent on pursuing Gornitz. As the wall crumbled, scattered bricks rained down like a deluge, prompting pedestrians below to scream and scatter in panic. Gornitz, harnessing the wind's force to create resistance, slowed his descent. Upon reaching the ground, he rolled to dissipate the remaining momentum. Were it not for the Marvel influence diminishing his powers, Gornitz could have effortlessly descended from the 7th floor without resorting to such elaborate maneuvers. Meanwhile, Wesker leaped from the 7th to the 5th floor's exterior, then sprang again to grasp a protruding windowsill on the 4th floor. After a series of agile maneuvers, he finally landed on the ground. Originating from the world of Resident Evil, Wesker belonged to the technological realm and had not been weakened in his inherent abilities by the Marvel Force. However, it is worth noting that his capabilities did not reach cataclysmic levels. As both figures came to a halt, their gazes locked in mutual understanding. Words were unnecessary. Despite their ignorance of each other, this battle could only conclude with one survivor. It was now dusk, the setting sun obscured by towering edifices, casting a grayish hue over the street. Dozens of onlookers stood frozen in place, fortunate that smartphones had yet to become ubiquitous, while many possessed the ability to capture images. Such features were seldom utilized. Just as an unidentified passerby prepared to inquire about the situation, Wesker preemptively launched his assault, reverting to his usual approach. He drew his handgun and began to fire, yet this time, the expansive street afforded Gornitz ample room to maneuver. With the wind at his back, his speed transcended human comprehension, allowing him to deftly evade each bullet. As the firearm discharged, pedestrians on the street frantically shouted and began to flee. Among those residing in Park Street, who had not encountered gun violence, they crouched low, pressing against the walls of buildings, fortunate not to have any unfortunate souls injured by stray bullets. Meanwhile, Gannett, utilizing his remarkable agility, approached Wesker once more. However, this time he refrained from a direct assault, well aware that his opponent possessed telekinetic abilities, making frontal attacks perilous. Gannett, despite his thorough considerations, underestimated Wesker. As he maneuvered to flank Wesker, just as he entered the attack zone, it felt as though he had stumbled into a quagmire. His prideful speed faltered. In that fleeting moment, Wesker seized the opportunity, swiftly grasping Gannett's right arm while brandishing a pistol against his abdomen. Bang! 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 Wesker unleashed the full magazine into Gannett. He then discarded the firearm, gripping Gannett's shoulders, and executed a flawless shoulder throw, bringing Gannett down. Subsequently, he knelt over him, pressing against his neck delivering a series of thunderous blows to the back of Ganny's head. The ground trembled, the concrete cracked, and it appeared that Ganys was barely able to draw breath. Only then did Wesker cease his assault, glancing at his bloodied fists, acknowledging the hardness of Ganny's skull. Chapter 17. Just kidding, please continue reading. Wesker released the now defenseless Ganys and rose to his feet. Remarkably, this had been the most perilous battle Wesker faced since arriving in the Marvel Universe. Had Ganys not been careless, underestimating Wesker's telekinetic prowess, given Ganny's displayed combat skills, Wesker would have likely met a dire fate. Although Wesker had undergone rigorous military training, he often presented himself more as a leader and researcher than as a fighter. In contrast, Ganys, though outwardly a priest, traversed the world more as a martial artist. This stark difference illustrates the disparity between them. Of course, had it not been for the influence of Marvel's powers in the realm of King of Fighters, Ganys could have easily dispatched Wesker 100 times over. Nevertheless, the final outcome of this confrontation was Wesker's victory. Only the victor is entitled to reflect upon the battle, while the vanquished must seek penance in the depths of despair. Wesker retrieved the discarded handgun, replaced the magazine, and aimed it at the back of Ganny's head. He would not afford Ganys another chance. This time, he intended to bestow upon this sudden adversary a definitive demise. However, just as Wesker was about to pull the trigger, an unexpected pang of anxiety surged within him, prompting him to glance up at the tallest building ahead. Were there enemies lurking? The virus had not only granted Wesker telekinetic abilities, but also endowed him with a formidable sixth sense. In that instant, he felt an overwhelming urge to hurl the virus he carried to the ground. Only Wesker understood deep within that he had yet to amass sufficient scientific prowess and establish a robust defensive system. At this juncture, should he unleash the virus, he could only pray for its self-evolution during the propagation process. While there existed a possibility that the virus might further elevate its potency through self-evolution, this remained a precarious gamble. If humanity proved inadequate, and the virus failed to undergo its miraculous transformations upon merging with human hosts, his grand design would crumble, leaving a world overrun by the undead, with him as the solitary survivor in a post-apocalyptic nightmare. Wesker was indifferent to the fate of humanity. Rather, it was the unfulfillment of his ambitions that tormented him more than death itself. Consequently, he suppressed the impulse within him and refrained from producing the viral solution. However, an unexpected turn of events transpired during Wesker's brief moment of distraction. When he glanced back at Gonitz, he found the latter had, at some point, half-squatted and grasped his hands firmly. "Come now, pray to the gods." Gonitz cackled, his bloodied visage distorted with madness as he unleashed his most formidable fighting technique, the true Orochi. This move represented the pinnacle of the 8 elite techniques of the Orochi clan. Once, the Yagami clan of the 3 sacred treasures witnessed this technique and subsequently pledged allegiance to Orochi, adapting it into their family's forbidden martial art. Yet, the imitation bore significant differences from the true Orochi. The wind howled down the desolate street as Gonitz, with a sinister grin, lunged at Wesker's arm joints. The highly compressed force of the wind penetrating muscle to strike bone. In a mere instance, every bone between Wesker's arms shattered, followed by a relentless series of 8 strikes to his legs, reducing them to a mere pulp as Gonitz seized him by the shoulders and hoisted him aloft. At this point, 3 massive whirlwinds were poised to erupt from the ground, destined to elevate Wesker into the skies and utterly annihilate him. Yet, Gonitz abruptly interrupted the technique, carefully laying Wesker upon the flat surface of the ground. "You hit me quite hard," Gonitz remarked, despite his arms and legs being rendered to shattered fragments. Wesker's indomitable will prevented him from slipping into unconsciousness. With a pained smile, he inquired, "So, you were merely feigning that earlier?" As Gonitz wiped the grime from his face, he elucidated, "My master informed me that you possess a weapon of considerable danger, fragile and volatile. To fulfill my master's directive, I had no choice but to employ a small stratagem." It was then that Wesker comprehended his adversary had long been fixated on the virus he harbored. His initial instinct had been correct. He ought to have shattered the virus without hesitation. Regrettably, his moment of doubt had cost him the opportunity to act. Nonetheless, Wesker was not overly concerned about his own fate. He questioned, even someone as powerful as you must obey orders? At that moment, Gonit's abdomen was seeping with blood. His left eye a vivid crimson, while Wesker's fists were harder than steel, having inflicted a severe concussion upon Gonit's. In this scenario, Gonitz unleashed his ultimate technique, standing firm, relying solely on his indomitable will. In response to Wesker's inquiry, Gonit's gaze drifted towards the imposing edifice before him, and he spoke softly. Isn't it the nature of man to obey the commands of the divine? Upon finishing his words, he waved towards the building and turned to depart. As an emissary of the divine on earth, he could not allow himself to present this visage to the Son of God. Thus he made a decisive exit. The wailing of sirens approached, reminiscent of a scene from a film where the police always arrive hastily after the event has concluded. However, this time, it appeared they would scarcely have the opportunity to arrive. As the Boston police anxiously reached the vicinity of the crime scene, 3 black sedans sped past them, halting in the center of the street. A figure clad in black emerged from the lead car, brandishing an identification badge, addressing the Boston police. "We are taking over here. You may establish a perimeter." The elderly sheriff remained silent, while a younger officer bristled with indignation. Who do they think they are? This is Boston. He was determined to step forward and engage in a debate, yet the seasoned sheriff restrained him, saying, "Do you truly believe they are?" The younger officer paused, taken aback, as the older officer directed the others to set up a cordon. In the center of the street, Raven approached the incapacitated Wesker, retrieving a vial of blue reagent from his coat. Exhaling deeply, Raven thought, "At last it is over." He commanded, "You all, scour the entire crime scene for any valuable evidence." Pointing at the virus in his hand, he cautioned, "Be exceedingly careful. Do not shatter anything. This virus is exceedingly precious, and given Wesker's limited resources, he likely hasn't produced more than this. However, one can never be too cautious. I do not wish for a catastrophic blunder at this critical juncture." The agents of the Boston Division of the Bureau were seasoned veterans, merely observing the virus. They recognized it as one capable of widespread contagion. After all, why would their superior be so anxious if it were not so? For the preservation of their own lives, they too would exercise utmost caution. Just as Raven prepared to delegate some details before departing, Wesker, with his eyes closed, suddenly spoke. "Were you hiding in that building just now?" Raven hesitated for a moment, choosing not to respond, and directly approached the head of the Boston Division. "This individual is highly dangerous. You must personally ensure his departure." The head nodded in agreement. Raven contemplated for a moment before adding, "I want you to witness him being reduced to ashes." Chapter 18. All for World Peace, requesting continued reading. Raven was not a bloodthirsty individual. On the contrary, he maintained a low threshold for the majority, willing to let them go with a mere wave of his hand, opting against humane annihilation. However, Wesker was a different matter entirely. Although this individual's mental state appears stable, he is far more perilous than the most deranged lunatic. Were it not for his insufficient accumulation of power, he could easily rival another Thanos. For a threat to world peace of this magnitude, Raven deems the best course of action to be his eradication, which would also serve as the utmost respect for Wesker. As he observed his subordinates, meticulously scouring the entire scene, collecting every scattered document, and ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Raven nodded to signal the Boston branch chief to conclude the operation. It was only at this point that the local police were permitted to enter the site. Subsequently, Raven hitched a ride to the airport, piloting a Quinjet back to Washington. Once the aircraft entered autopilot mode, Raven retrieved the lethal virus. What should he do with this dangerous substance? While the idea of outright destruction was somewhat unappealing, utilizing it would entail significant risk. This hard-won trophy felt like a tasteless morsel, neither entirely desirable nor easily discarded. After some contemplation, for the sake of safety, Raven resolved to conceal the virus. Given his current resources, the virus was not particularly formidable, yet its potential threat was considerable. In addition to the virus, the placement of Dr. Harris and his associates was also a conundrum. if they were merely ordinary professors. Liaising with the military through the Bureau for a temporary requisition of a decade or so would pose no significant issue. However, Dr. Harris's association with Tony Stark complicated matters. What sort of character is Tony? Having watched all the Marvel films, Raven possesses the highest authority to comment. This playboy may have numerous flaws, but he is certainly not one to abandon a task midway. Nonetheless, despite the complications, Raven would never allow Dr. Harris and his colleagues to escape the Bureau's control. Each of them had been involved in the development of the virus. And should anyone entertain the fanciful notion of replicating it, the danger would surpass that posed by Wesker. After all, Wesker at least had prior success. While these second-rate scientists may lack prowess, their audacity is formidable. Thus, Raven resolved to have a candid discussion with Fury upon his return to Washington. After all, Fury is the head of the Bureau and the natural scapegoat, an invaluable resource not to be overlooked. As for Wesker's assistant, Ilya, Raven decided to entrust her to Killian. Currently, Killian's circumstances are dire. Following 2 consecutive failures, Hydra has lost faith in him, suspending funding for the company since August. It is well known that scientific research demands substantial financial investment. If Killian cannot produce results soon, he may find himself homeless next month. However, Ilya is the primary lead on Tyrant and Liquor projects, and it is believed that these 2 products could persuade Hydra to restore their funding. Certainly, Raven possesses the ability to leverage his influence to advocate for the company's funding. However, one might ponder why he should exert himself for Killian, who is not his kin. The only reason he might extend his support is due to his current favorable disposition. After all, according to Dr. Zora's calculations, following the elimination of Wesker, Raven could indulge in 2 months of relaxation. With such a rare opportunity for respite, the No. 7 restaurant in New York is finally set to open its doors. In contrast to his present circumstances, Raven still relishes the idea of being a chef. Lost in these contemplations, the Cohen-style aircraft arrived at Trident Base. Upon disembarking, Raven made a beeline for Fury. The latter was engrossed in paperwork. As the head of the Bureau, Fury was burdened with a substantial amount of administrative duties, resembling more a politician than a true agent. Upon encountering Raven, who entered without knocking, Fury was too fatigued to offer any reprimand. Director Wesker has been neutralized, and the viral incident has concluded flawlessly, Raven began, offering a sweet remark to Fury. Oh, Fury replied noncommittally. This was not the expected response. Having resolved a monumental global crisis, the indifference was perplexing. Was he awaiting further elaboration? Raven never underestimated the head of the Bureau. This man was not only grim in countenance, but also shrewd, capable of ensnaring one in a trap with little effort. Thus, Raven swiftly recalibrated his approach, pulling out a chair and seated himself opposite Fury in silence. Since the director seemed intent on a standoff, Raven was more than willing to oblige. The 2 remained in silent confrontation for 5 minutes, with Raven showing no intention of breaking the silence. Fury, however, was not as leisurely. He had numerous responsibilities to attend to. Clearing his throat, he provided himself an out and inquired, "Is there anything else?" Raven replied, "Nothing of significance. I'm merely exhausted and thought to rest here for a moment." "Rest? Here?" Fury thought incredulously, though his expression remained impassive. "I have already reviewed Wesker's dossier. How do you intend to handle the virus?" Upon hearing Fury finally broach the pertinent subject, Raven could not suppress a smile. This was the attitude appropriate for a conversation. "Director, the records indicate that Wesker had developed a finished virus. However, since he was eliminated from a distance, we did not obtain any testimony, and thus far, we have not located the raw strain." At this point, Raven suddenly paused, while Fury resigned himself, adeptly playing the role of the Inquisitor. "And the research documentation for the virus?" Raven seamlessly continued. "It was destroyed by Wesker prior to our intervention. So, we are left empty-handed?" No, Director. We are not devoid of results. All personnel involved in the virus's development are under our control now." This revelation piqued Fury's interest. Indeed, the information that Raven provided to Fury contained a considerable embellishment regarding the virus's capabilities. it is plausible to assert that the director exhibited a lack of interest in it. However, the repercussions of the virus are undeniably intricate. Thus, although Fury harbored intentions, he was reluctant to invite complications. Had Laven not sought him out, he would have let matters unfold as they may. After all, the Superboy initiative was merely a conceptual draft, and prior to Iron Man's emergence, the existence of figures like Captain Marvel could only be deemed miraculous. It was only after Tony Stark's revelation that Fury placed the Superboy initiative prominently on his desk. Yet now, based on Laven's insinuations, he appeared to be transferring this group of researchers to Fury. To confirm his suspicions, Fury cautiously inquired, "How do you intend to manage this group of researchers?" The bait was taken. Laven swiftly distanced himself, stating, "Director, I am the operations commander, not the aftermath commander. Thus, it is not your concern, is it?" Truly audacious. Fury, somewhat incredulous, inquired, "So, should they join the research department?" Laven scoffed, "I have already articulated that this is your responsibility. Now, my mission is complete. Requesting a 2-month leave is not excessive, is it?" Still basking in the glow of having gained a significant advantage, Fury waved his hand in acquiescence to Laven's leave request. In truth, even without Fury's consent, Laven would have taken his respite regardless. Chapter 19, Restaurant Number 7, New York. Please continue reading. Within the confines of the SHIELD headquarters, Fury served as the nominal director, entrusted by the World Security Council to oversee this global intelligence organization. However, the World Security Council itself was a rather peculiar entity. Following the Cuban Missile Crisis, leaders worldwide came to a stark realization of the fragility of peace to prevent the ignition of a third world war over trivial matters. These leaders utilized SHIELD as a FAID to establish a worldwide intelligence apparatus. Origin ESA was a temporary establishment by the United States and the United Kingdom created to combat the Hydra organization, but it had since undergone a remarkable transformation. In truth, had it not been for the Cuban Missile Crisis, both the United States and the United Kingdom had intended to disband this organization at that time. The rationale? SHIELD was deemed excessively costly. Thus, the duration of SHIELD's emergence as a global force was relatively brief. To better manage SHIELD, the World Security Council was formed, comprising representatives from the 5 major powers, with their influence divided according to their financial contributions. During that era, the United States dominated both militarily and economically as the foremost power on Earth, naturally contributing the largest share. Largely, ESA would be under American control. However, the unexpected rise of Ms. Carter, who adeptly wielded her political acumen and the identity of Captain America's widow, enabled her to seize control of SHIELD. The United States was understandably dissatisfied. Therefore, following Ms. Carter's retirement, Howard was unable to assume his position. Instead, it was the American politician Alexander Pierce who gained control of SHIELD. This is America's counterattack. However, what the American politicians could never fathom is that Pierce's allegiance does not lie with America. He is a member of Hydra. To prevent such a formidable organization from slipping from Hydra's grasp, Pierce groomed the African-American Nick Fury to succeed him. At that time, being black was far from a favorable descriptor. Fury's eagerness to misappropriate funds for constructing safe houses stemmed from the fact that he was never trusted by the World Security Council from the outset. Every directive he issued required the approval of Alexander Pierce, the chairman of the World Security Council, before it could be executed. Under such circumstances, it is a farce to suggest that Fury felt secure. Moreover, examining Fury's subordinates, we find that Coulson is his prot.g, Black Widow, a defector from the Red Room, and Hawkeye hails from a circus background. If one were to judge by status rather than capability, what a motley crew it is. Even so, the World Security Council remained apprehensive and introduced Maria Hill into the fold. Fury felt the weight of his burdens, preferring silence. In contrast, Lavin Pierce was different. a handsome young white male who entered the scene at the tender age of 7 as the sole heir of Alexander Pierce. Was there any need to consider ability? Clearly, he was a prime candidate for cultivation. Of course, Lavin was not without talent, at least in terms of combat prowess. No one in the organization could rival him, despite his tender age of 7. When Gaunitz emerged, the political landscape within the organization shifted once again. Agents who once adhered to Hydra could only vaguely grasp a concept. Only the upper echelons could enjoy the benefits of joining Hydra. Gaunitz's fabricated legend of the Great Serpent, intertwined with Hydra's origins, proved far more credible than any nonsensical notions of Hydra. As the earthly messenger of the divine, Gaunitz adeptly played the role of a miracle worker. And, crucially, if a follower made a request, Gaunitz genuinely fulfilled it. Consequently, the influence of the Great Serpent faction within Hydra surged immensely. Even Alexander Pierce now regarded Lavin's strength with trepidation, necessitating a consultative approach. Thus, before Lavin, Fury was indeed at a loss. After shifting the blame and taking leave, Lavin cheerfully set off for New York. Despite Lavin's golden hair, blue eyes, wealth, power, and martial prowess, all of it was born of compulsion. If given a choice, Lavin would hardly concern himself with such troubles. His singular desire was to become a chef. Earlier in the year, Lavin had dispatched his trusted aide, Kisaragi, to New York to establish a restaurant. Had it not been for Weskier's delays, Lavin would have already been busy in his own establishment, engaging with pots and pans. Fortunately, the timing was not too late. Since he was not on official business, Lavin did not pilot the Quinjet. Instead, he sought out Musashi and Sextai, driving his old pickup truck onto the highway. The distance between Washington and New York is far from negligible. It took over 10 hours for Musashi to drive the pickup truck to the outskirts of New York. Subsequently, the trio transferred to a Chevrolet, a standard vehicle used by the local bureau as they headed towards Manhattan. Do not inquire about the reason for the vehicle change. The pickup was not permitted into the city due to its lack of a cover. Raven was not yet so arrogant as to abuse his authority over such trivial matters. However, it was a slight inconvenience for Sexty. Although the Chevrolet offered ample space, he had to stoop slightly to avoid hitting his head on the ceiling. Fortunately, being a mechanical humanoid, he was impervious to fatigue. Otherwise, his cervical spine would have surely suffered. Musashi's driving skills were exceptional, deftly navigating the streets of Manhattan until they arrived at their designated location. Raven exited the vehicle and, upon lifting his gaze, was met with the gaudy sight of a sign adorned in gold and red. The 7th Restaurant. The color combination was quite nauseating. Enraged, Raven pushed open the restaurant door, stepping into a lavishly decorated interior that compelled him to shut his eyes. It was evident that entrusting the decoration to Kojiro was a grave mistake. Was it truly necessary to recreate a royal palace with a restaurant? He was opening a Chinese eatery, not the Forbidden City. As Raven held his breath, an ostentatious voice echoed from the back room. "Boss, I finally see you again." A blue-haired Asian burst forth, attempting to embrace Raven. Thud! Raven swiftly kicked the advancing Kojiro aside, admonishing him sharply. "How many times must I tell you not to elongate your words when speaking? It gives me goosebumps." At that moment, Sexty and Musashi also entered the restaurant. As a mechanical being, Sexty could not help but wince at the decor. Musashi grabbed Kojiro, the two sharing a long-standing camaraderie. Without hesitation, Musashi executed a shoulder throw, sending Kojiro crashing to the ground, exclaiming, "You fool! Didn't I send you the design plans already?" Kojiro, toughened by years of training in the Turtle School martial arts, merely shrugged off the incident, feeling wronged as he replied, "But didn't the boss prefer an Eastern style? I only made a few minor alterations." Upon hearing this, Raven's hands instinctively clenched into fists. Were these mere minor adjustments? He longed to retrieve the design plans and slap them onto Kojiro's face, demanding to know how the decor related to the original designs. After much contemplation, Raven reluctantly accepted the 7th Restaurant as it had been constructed under Kojiro's supervision. What choice did he have? He could not simply dismantle it and start anew. Raven was not particularly concerned about the expenditure. He simply had no time to spare. Nevertheless, if the decor fell short, his culinary skills could surely compensate. With the confidence in his cooking, he reassured himself that he could salvage the seventh restaurant. Chapter 20. The Taste of New Yorkers. The seventh restaurant quietly opened its doors. Originally, Raven had no intention of organizing an opening ceremony. However, each time he glimpsed the sign of Restaurant Number 7, adorned with its opulent decor, he found himself irresistibly tempted to invite a lion dance troupe from Chinatown to enliven the atmosphere. The resounding rhythm of the crimson drum, accompanied by the robust and flamboyant performers, along with the agile and commanding lion, was simply too enticing to resist. The more he pondered, the harder it became for him to suppress his excitement. To quell his impulses, Raven retreated to the kitchen. Fortunately, the kitchen retained a reasonably conventional layout. Had little Kojiro dared to transform it into a royal kitchen, Raven would have had no qualms about using his head as a football. As a professional chef, Raven first inspected his knives. One must not underestimate the dozen or so blades. Crafted from rare materials, they were a testament to culinary excellence. Were it not for the formidable challenge of acquiring vibranium, he would have considered forging a knife from it. Imagine the sheer power of slicing through ingredients. After confirming the integrity of his tools, he proceeded to examine the blazing stove, cast iron wok, and large ladle, all meticulously crafted by the finest artisans in Chinatown, ensuring unparalleled quality. Next came the ingredients. In the culinary world, they are paramount. Raven had spared no expense for Restaurant Number 7, sourcing only the finest ingredients. Special components, unavailable in America, were airlifted directly from the East through established channels. Naturally, the majority of supplies were procured right in Chinatown, which, in this new century of global integration, had become a veritable treasure trove. Originally, this Chinese restaurant was meant to be nestled within Chinatown, but Raven envisioned conquering New York with Eastern cuisine, refusing to confine himself to that area. After much deliberation, he selected the current location, perfectly situated between Broadway and Times Square, with the renowned Stark Industries building to the east and the Osborne Group building to the west, an undeniably prime locale. Had it not been for Raven's unwavering determination, the Manhattan Business Commission would never have permitted the establishment of a Chinese restaurant in such a coveted area. Thus, one might say that ideals are noble, capable of overcoming all obstacles, provided one possesses wealth and influence. After thoroughly assessing the kitchen's condition, Raven felt a sense of satisfaction. Everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of guests. However, the hours dragged on without a single patron, and Raven soon realized he had risen too early. Just as lunch hour arrived, the restaurant remained devoid of customers, and his expression darkened with frustration. It was all little Kojiro's fault. Had it not been for his garish decor, surely at least one guest would have appeared. Just as Raven was about to seek out Kojiro for a reckoning, the latter dashed into the kitchen, exclaiming, "Boss, we have a customer placing an order. You won't believe who it is." Raven couldn't help but smirk. In this land of America, was there truly any prominent figure he had yet to encounter? Even the President of the United States, Benjamin, is merely a guest at the White House. Raven gestured to sous chef Musashi, who promptly tied on a chef's apron and donned his chef's hat, before calmly inquiring, "Who has arrived?" Upon seeing his employer's demeanor, Kojiro refrained from prolonging the suspense and swiftly replied, "Tony Stark. He has come to dine at the restaurant." This was indeed unexpected. To think that his first guest would be Iron Man. However, upon reflection, it was quite reasonable, as Stark Tower was not far away, making it entirely plausible for Tony to choose this establishment for his meal. Raven cast a glance at Musashi and asked, "Where is Sexty?" Musashi immediately understood and answered, "He is on the rooftop enjoying the view." As a mechanical being, Sexty's sensory system differed entirely from that of humans. Nevertheless, his love for nature compelled him to observe the relationship between humanity and a natural world from heights. Raven nodded and subtly signaled to Musashi. During their time at the Beehive base, the three had encountered Tony, and it was prudent to maintain a distance for now. Noticing Musashi's nod, Raven turned to Kojiro, feeling more at ease with Musashi, for although both hailed from the Pokemon world, Musashi was decidedly more reliable. What dishes did he order? With trivial matters settled, Raven was ready to commence his culinary endeavors. The order comprised scrambled eggs with tomatoes, saliva chicken, and stir-fried broccoli rice. Quite the connoisseur. You attend to the guests. And come back later for the dishes, Raven instructed. Musashi, having already retrieved the necessary ingredients from the freezer, prepared to assist. Armed with a knife, Raven began his meticulous chopping. Since training in the Crane School of Martial Arts, his physical prowess had soared, and his control over his body reached an extraordinary level, thereby significantly enhancing his knife skills. Should he return to the New South Chef School, his dexterity alone would undoubtedly make him the strongest graduate of the current class. After preparing the ingredients, he expertly heated the pan. To ensure the scrambled eggs remained fluffy, Raven opted for traditional Eastern animal fat, pork lard. For the saliva chicken, he utilized the fiery chili peppers from the land of Shu. The rice for the stir-fried broccoli was specially steamed using bamboo tools, sourced from Indian indica rice. While these dishes may appear uncomplicated, Raven employed no extraordinary techniques. Yet, as the saying goes, great skill often appears effortless. And these 3 dishes were a testament to his dedication. Ringing the bell, he peered through the small window, observing Kojiro as he served the 3 dishes at Tony's table. However, due to a woman seated opposite Tony, Raven could not discern his expression. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that his culinary artistry would surely captivate Tony Stark. At that moment, Raven began contemplating whether inviting Iron Man to endorse his restaurant would be too extravagant. Tony's dining pace was remarkably swift. In under 5 minutes, he had concluded his meal and departed the restaurant. This greatly surprised Raven, who felt a twinge of foreboding in his heart. Crossing through the back hall, Raven made his way directly to Tony's table. The scrambled eggs with tomatoes had been nudged with chopsticks twice. The mouth-watering chicken remained untouched, and only a small portion of the stir-fried rice with Chinese broccoli had been consumed. Raven's expression darkened considerably. This was not the script he had anticipated. Did he utter any words? The boss spoke in an exceedingly cold tone, causing the usually exuberant Kojiro to tremble with trepidation. I heard him whisper that the scrambled eggs with tomatoes lacked sugar. Sugar? Indeed, a small amount of sugar is traditionally added to scrambled eggs with tomatoes to balance the acidity of the tomatoes. But this method is only employed when the tomatoes are of inferior quality or not sufficiently fresh. The ingredients at restaurant number 7 are top-notch. There is simply no need for sugar. What did Tony mean by this? Raven promptly returned to the kitchen and prepared the dish once more. He personally took the lead in tasting it. Delicious. You all must try it. Musashi and Kojiro immediately lifted their chopsticks. Wow, this is exquisite. I'm almost moved to tears. Raven dismissed Kojiro's exaggerated praise and turned to Musashi, who nodded in agreement, indicating there was no issue. But where could the problem lie? Chapter 21. Objective: Chinatown. Please continue reading. Raven was baffled and could not discern the source of the issue, so he turned to the 3 sous chefs for assistance. A restaurant cannot rely solely on one chef. To ensure restaurant number 7's name resonates throughout America, Raven had not only hired 2 masters at high salaries from the East, but also recruited a renowned chef from New York's Chinatown. Naturally, even though they were exceptionally skilled, they could only serve as sous chefs in this establishment. Upon noticing the head chef's gaze, the 3 immediately picked up communal chopsticks to taste the dishes. Master Lee from Bashu remarked that the mouth-watering chicken was flawless and very authentic. Meanwhile, Master Guo from Guangdong commented that while scrambled eggs with tomatoes is a commonplace dish, achieving excellence is no easy feat. Mr. Pierce, as an American, truly deserves commendation. Raven found this even more perplexing. While the 2 chefs from the East were not lacking in flattery, their comments at least confirmed that the flavors of his cooking were not fundamentally flawed. Why did Tony only take 2 bites before leaving? Was it simply a matter of personal taste? This seemed inadequate as an explanation. Given Tony's wealth, he must have tasted an array of cuisines. It was certainly not his first encounter with Chinese food. If he truly found the flavors intolerable, he would never have set foot in this establishment. So where lay the problem? At that moment, Raven noticed that Master Xian from Chinatown appeared hesitant to speak, prompting him to inquire, "Master Xian, is there something wrong with these dishes?" Master Xian hesitated for a moment, considering that he had just begun working and was being well compensated by the boss. He truly did not wish to contradict the others. Yet, he reflected that if the three of them could not discern the reason behind the issue, the restaurant would surely not endure for long. In this comparison, one must speak the truth. Master Xin firmly decided. Mr. Pierce, your scrambled eggs with tomatoes lack ketchup and sugar, while the sour and spicy flavor of the mouth-watering chicken is excessively pronounced. Absurd. How could one possibly add ketchup to scrambled eggs with tomatoes? What taste would that yield? The seasoning in this mouth-watering chicken is perfectly balanced. How could one claim the flavor is too intense? Criticized by his two colleagues, Master Xin could only smile awkwardly in silence. However, Lavin, who grew up in America, seemed to grasp some understanding. He recalled a time from his childhood when he tried the so-called General Tso's chicken, only to spit it out immediately. The difference in taste. At last, Lavin found the reason. Most Americans do not prioritize culinary sophistication. During work hours, they settle for anything edible. If one were to elaborate, they generally prefer flavors that are mild and slightly sweet. For instance, General Tso's chicken is undeniably a dish from Hunan cuisine. Upon hearing Hunan cuisine, everyone knows what to expect. However, once this dish arrived in America, it was altered by local chefs to a sweet and sour flavor. If a Hunan native were to first set foot in America and taste the modified General Tso's chicken, the outcome would surely mirror Lavin's experience. Although we have entered a new century with increasing East-West exchanges, the matter of taste, much like culture, does not easily amalgamate. It is entirely reasonable that Tony could not endure the authentic flavor of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Likewise, it is understandable that Musashi, Lavin, and the two Eastern chefs could not pinpoint the cause, as they have always consumed authentic Eastern flavors. Now, Lavin faced a dilemma. Should he insist on Eastern flavors, waiting for New York to adapt, or should he learn from Chinatown and modify each dish to suit the tastes of New Yorkers? This decision was not difficult for Lavin. He has never been a stubborn individual. If he wishes to captivate the palates of New Yorkers, then appropriate adaptations are essential. After all, isn't it merely the Americanized approach to Chinese cuisine? He resolved to learn. With determination, Lavin swiftly turned to Master Xin and inquired, which restaurant in Chinatown is currently the most favored by New Yorkers and has the best business? Having been a chef for over a decade, Master Xin immediately replied without hesitation, "It is the restaurant." Lavin wasted no time, removing his apron with one hand, and stated, "Take me there." Time was limited. Lavin's opportunity to cook freely was fleeting, and he needed to act swiftly. Yet, his decisiveness left Master Xin baffled. "Mr. Pierce, our restaurant has only just opened today. If we leave," Lavin waved his hand dismissively, "what is there to fear? After all, we did not hold any grand opening ceremony. Who knows, we have commenced operations. Let South temporarily close for 3 days. We must lay a solid foundation to achieve success." Master Xin arrived in America quite early, and he could be considered half a New Yorker by now. He was acutely aware of the financial resources and influence required to establish a Chinese restaurant in this prime location. A mere 3-day closure would undoubtedly result in losses exceeding $20,000. However, one must ponder, who among those willing to open a Chinese restaurant here would truly be deterred by such a trifling sum? Moreover, the earnest spirit of the foreigner, Raven, had indeed touched Master Xin. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Although this is the most renowned and prosperous Chinese restaurant, if one wishes to learn genuine culinary skills, I recommend we visit my Master's Felusho restaurant. It is there that we shall acquire true knowledge." Raven paused for a moment. Then his face brightened with joy as he exclaimed, "Then let us go there at once." Master Xin shook his head, saying, "I must first inform my master." It was then that Raven recognized the significant differences between Eastern traditions and American customs. He could have chosen to exert his influence to compel compliance, which might yield similar results. Yet such action would leave no one content. With this thought in mind, Raven promptly released Master Xin's hand and graciously offered, "Please, Master Xin, if there is anything you require for preparations, do not hesitate to inform me so that I may arrange it." Grateful for Raven's understanding, Master Xin immediately went to the changing room to call his master. Just as Master Xin departed, Masters Li and Guo approached. "Mr. Pierce, we hail from the east, and since we have come here, we naturally wish to establish ourselves and not bring shame to our homeland. Might we also accompany you to learn?" Master Li's words were somewhat convoluted, typical of Eastern communication styles. Concerned that Raven might not comprehend, the more educated Master Guo intended to clarify. However, Raven was already smiling. "Gentlemen, we are a team. Since we're going to learn, we shall all go together." Masters Li and Guo were overjoyed and expressed their gratitude repeatedly. In the Marvel Universe, the East is shrouded in mystery and strength, and its people would never envy the lives of Americans. Yet for Masters Li and Guo, having journeyed across the ocean to strive in America, it was imperative to make a name for themselves. Returning empty-handed would undoubtedly invite ridicule. As accomplished chefs, they could not afford to lose face. The trio of kitchen masters reached a consensus, and Master Xin returned with good news. His master had agreed to allow the entire staff of Restaurant 7 to learn. Raven, filled with anticipation, waved his hand decisively. Destination, Chinatown. Let us set off. Chapter 22. Mrs. Gao, please continue reading. New York's Chinatown is situated at the southern end of Manhattan, not far from Restaurant 7, taking approximately half an hour by car, inclusive of traffic delays. Its advantageous geographical location grants it a significant stature within New York City. In truth, today's Chinatown is merely a name. It encompasses nearly 40 surrounding streets and radiates into 10 Chinese communities. This is the only place connected to Hell's Kitchen that has remained untouched by its darkness. Perhaps they are merely separated by a street, yet they exist as two entirely distinct worlds. One a realm of despair, the other a sanctuary of hope. The establishment known as the Fortune, Prosperity, and Longevity Restaurant, as mentioned by Master Xin, is situated at the very heart of Bally Street. On the way here, Master Xin provided a brief introduction to his mentor, Master Mao, and the restaurant itself. Established in 1963, during a time when societal conditions were far from favorable, the young Master Mao sheltered many individuals, and to this day, he continues to offer his protection. This commanded profound respect from Lavin. Draped in a white veneer, Lavin was acutely aware of the privilege he enjoyed, and although his previous life was devoid of attachments, it did not diminish his reverence for a person like Master Mao. Thus, even before meeting him, Lavin had already developed a considerable fondness for him. The Fortune, Prosperity, and Longevity Restaurant is a modest 3-story building. Its individual floors, not particularly expansive, resembling a typical tea restaurant from Guangdong. Although lunch hours had passed, the restaurant still buzzed with patrons. Master Xin guided Lavin, Musashi, and the 2 other masters to the kitchen on the first floor. As they walked, Lavin observed the diverse clientele, people of varying ages and ethnic backgrounds, including black, white, and Latinx individuals. This alone assured Lavin that he had indeed arrived at the right place. Upon entering the kitchen, he noticed many young individuals busily preparing dishes, their deftness evoking memories of his past culinary training in the New South. However, the kitchen was not the final destination. They traversed it and arrived at a quaint courtyard, lushly adorned with flowers. Lavin speculated that the stringent laws of New York may have constrained Master Mao, as he would likely have preferred to cultivate a bountiful vegetable garden. Once in the courtyard, Master Xin gestured for Lavin and the others to wait as he entered the only single-story house in the back, which evidently served as Master Mao's residence. Shortly after Master Xin entered, a Chinese elderly woman emerged from the house. She was of modest height and appeared unremarkable, yet exuded an extraordinary aura. Lavin, accustomed to commanding respect in high positions, could discern that this woman was far from ordinary. Upon her gaze falling upon Lavin, she too was taken aback. This young man harbored an intense energy within. She then noticed Musashi, whose Asian features radiated an even more formidable presence. Where did these formidable beings come from? Had they sent agents to confront her? This thought ignited a murderous intent within the woman. In that moment, both Lavin and Musashi sensed the tension rising. Musashi deftly positioned himself in front of Lavin, while the latter wore a sardonic smile. Just as the atmosphere thickened with hostility, A tall, majestic elder with a white beard pushed past the woman's two bodyguards and strode out of the house. He addressed her in Mandarin, Madame Gao. "They're my guests. What are your intentions?" The elderly woman, known as Lady Gao, offered a serene smile, though her wrinkle-laden face rendered her expression somewhat peculiar. She replied in Mandarin, "Mao Bo, this is Chinatown. How could I possibly be rude to your guests?" Before Mao Bo could respond, Raven could no longer restrain himself and pushed past Musashi, sauntering up to Lady Gao with a smile and in impeccable Mandarin, asked, "Are you implying that if this were not Chinatown, you would have the audacity to do something to me?" Standing at a height of 182 meters, Raven towered over the elderly woman, who barely reached 155 meters. Their gazes locked, forcing Lady Gao to tilt her head upward, much to her displeasure. "Young man, do not be too arrogant," she admonished. This only piqued Raven's interest further. Having been in the Marvel Universe for several years, aside from facing the Ancient One, it seemed he had yet to show deference to anyone. "Lady Gao, if I must be arrogant, I am quite curious to see what you would do." Lady Gao cast a glance at Mao Bo before delivering a chilling remark. "You will find out soon enough." With that, she attempted to depart. But this matter required Musashi's consent. In truth, while Lady Gao exhibited a touch of hubris, her judgment was indeed sound. Although Raven was the leader of this duo, Musashi, due to his physical prowess, surpassed Raven in strength. As Lady Gao approached, Musashi extended his hand to block her path. Raven scoffed and murmured, "Respect your elders and cherish the young. Do not harm her." Musashi immediately sprang into action. The Turtle Sage martial arts emphasize a holistic development of virtue, intellect, physicality, beauty, and labor without fixed techniques. Thus, Musashi's strike resembled a dance, a gentle palm aimed at Lady Gao's chest. Yet, as this blow approached, Lady Gao's expression shifted dramatically, her pupils constricting. To an outsider, Musashi's attack appeared slow, but to Lady Gao, it seemed lightning fast. In a split second, she raised her cane and retreated hastily. However, she was a fraction too late. Musashi's palm landed solidly on her cane, transferring immense force that sent Lady Gao soaring like a kite severed from its string, rendering her unconscious. Her two subordinates sprang into action, but Mao Bo was quicker, covering the distance with several swift strides to position himself between the two factions. His towering frame obstructed their line of sight, averting further conflict. He first glanced at Raven, then at the injured Lady Gao, before sighing, "Mr. Pierce, let her go." Raven paused, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. After all, he had intended to seek mentorship, yet had inadvertently harmed a friend's mentor. It was a situation that was rather difficult to justify. With a swift motion, Raven approached Lady Gao, helping her to her feet, and gestured to Musashi. "Is there hope for her?" Musashi nodded, then shook his head, saying, "She possesses a peculiar energy within her, one that is entirely different from ours." Another traveler from another realm? Raven was truly intimidated by the incessant influx of time travelers. At that moment, two of Lady Gao's subordinates approached Raven and seized the unconscious Lady Gao from his grasp. Raven attempted to intervene, but Mr. Mao called out, "Mr. Pierce." Sensing the plea in Mr. Mao's tone, Raven hesitated for a moment, then withdrew his hand, allowing Lady Gao and her companions to depart. Meanwhile, Musashi had already picked up a satellite phone to contact the local authorities. Musashi did not conceal his actions, and Mr. Mao, noticing this, merely sighed without attempting to intervene further. "Mr. Pierce, may we speak privately?" Raven, mindful of his culinary aspirations, did not delay and followed Mr. Mao into the modest dwelling. Chapter 23. The Alliance of the Hand is not fit to be called villains. Please continue reading. Raven considered himself a reasonable individual and had to concede that his recent altercation with Lady Gao was merely a matter of pride, rather trivial in nature. Of course, if it were to be revealed that Lady Gao was indeed a time traveler, there would be a modicum of significance to it. However, that was a matter for another time, and presently, facing the elderly Mr. Mao, with his white hair and resolute demeanor, Raven felt somewhat embarrassed. "Mr. Mao, I sincerely apologize." Raven proactively expressed regret. Mr. Mao simply waved his hand, motioning for Raven to sit on the opposite side of the tea table. He then began to prepare tea. It was evident that this elder had a wealth of stories to share. His focus while brewing the tea was palpable, each movement imbued with a sense of propriety, prompting Raven to remain silent and not interrupt. Once Mr. Mao completed his tea ceremony and poured a cup of kung fu tea for Raven, a sigh escaped him. Lady Gao is my adoptive mother. Raven's hand trembled, nearly causing him to spill the tea. It was not that he feared Mr. Mao. After all, he had come to learn, and striking the mother of his mentor while seeking culinary knowledge seemed rather absurd. Moreover, Mr. Mao's explanation assuaged the doubts in Raven's mind. The elder before him appeared to be around 60 years of age, and for Lady Gao to have been his adoptive mother. She must have existed in this world for at least 80 years, indicating that she was not a time traveler. Once again, I apologize. I am too young to have restrained my emotions. Raven concocted a plausible excuse for himself. Nevertheless, Mr. Mao merely waved his hand again and continued, in my era, embarking on a journey across the ocean to seek a livelihood in America was not an easy endeavor. The ship that carried me deposited me in Los Angeles when I was merely 16, a young boy without any skills. Arriving in a foreign land where survival was my only dream. Raven listened intently, refraining from interjecting, as it was clear this was a lengthy tale. Madame Gao had recently arrived in America from the land of the rising sun. She took in many individuals, of whom I was one, and proceeded to instruct us in martial arts, compelling us to toil on her behalf. As he spoke, Uncle Mao glanced at his hands, stained with the blood of many, all in gratitude for Madame Gao's kindness. She was no paragon of virtue. Even now, I comprehend the nature of her benevolence, driven solely by her ambition for us to charge forth and generate wealth for her, to seize more territory. At that time, I was blissfully unaware, and fortunately, I departed from her influence early on due to a twist of fate. Uncle Mao paused, releasing a sigh, seemingly bereft of a desire to continue. However, Raven's curiosity was piqued, and he could not refrain from inquiring, "Why are you sharing this with me?" Uncle Mao hesitated briefly before responding. "It is evident that you are a person of stature and strength. I implore you to thwart Madame Gao. She is no longer content with the West Coast and seeks to extend her reach to the East Coast, targeting Chinatown as her next conquest. Yet, her partner has encountered difficulties, and she wishes for me to succeed him, continuing the charge on her behalf. I yearn to resist her, but I am too old, and Chinatown is no longer what it once was. The new generation favors scientific research and finance, rendering them too feeble for such endeavors. Thus, I must turn to you." Raven grasped Uncle Mao's intent, but found it rather abrupt. This was merely their first encounter, and Raven had initially come to hone his culinary skills, not to impede the expansion of a crime lord. Nevertheless, he did not outright refuse, as he felt a certain affinity for Uncle Mao. "I need to return and gather some information." Observing Raven's shift in resolve, Uncle Mao was filled with delight. His bold request to a stranger was not born from naivety, but rather from his vast experience, enabling him to make sound decisions swiftly. Raven left Master Li and Master Wu behind, returning to restaurant number 7 with Musashi. What he had anticipated as a leisurely culinary journey had taken an unexpected turn. However, Raven remained confident that, with his current influence, dealing with a crime lord would not consume much time. The Intelligence Bureau did not betray Raven's trust. Shortly after their return, Sitwell provided the most accurate intelligence. Madame Gao was affiliated with an organization named the Shoha Society, which had recently been embroiled in heated conflicts with Jean, though tensions seemed to have arisen between them. Upon reviewing the intelligence, Raven recalled who Madame Gao was, one of the 5 ancient figures known for stealing the Dragonbone's power and fleeing overseas to engage in criminal activities. The Shoha Society was a notorious assassin organization from the land of the rising sun, led by a figure known as the 5 Fingers, of which Madame Gao was merely one. Yet, the tale of the 5 Fingers was far more captivating than that of the Shoha Society. Approximately 4 centuries ago, 5 elders of the enigmatic sacred land of Kunlun conspired to seize the dragon bones, seeking the elusive gift of immortality. They indeed succeeded. harnessing the power of the dragon bones to extend their lives for 400 years. However, they also had to contend with the relentless pursuit of the Kunlun Guardian. Iron Fist. The five fled to the Neon Nation, subsequently seizing control of the Hand Association. Originally, the Hand Association was a cult that worshipped the extraterrestrial beast, Black Void. The arrival of the Five Fingers fortified this organization and amplified their strength. Yet, while they extended their lifespans through the dragon bones, the stolen bones were not infinite. As the saying goes, the longer one lives, the more one fears death. After establishing control over the underworld of the Neon Nation through the Hand Association, the Five Fingers, with the exception of Murakami who remained to secure their foothold, ventured across the globe in search of more dragon bones to prolong their lives. Among them, Lady Gao and Alexandra chose to infiltrate America. Contemplating the sequence of events, Raven couldn't help but smirk. Were the Five Fingers truly remarkable? Was Black Void truly formidable? Did a mere killer organization like the Hand Association even qualify as villains? In this world, to ascertain whether a villain is worthy, one must consider the caliber of the superheroes opposing them. So, who stands against the Hand Association? A blind old man named Stick. Daredevil, Matthew Murdock, is also blind and barely possesses any superhuman abilities. The 66th Iron Fist, Danny Rand, bears the title of the weakest Iron Fist in history. Well then, these misfits hardly deserve the title of superheroes. They can only be regarded as street-level heroes. Given Raven's current prowess, facing the Hand Association and Lady Gao would be an unfair advantage. Furthermore, Raven was acutely aware of his own circumstances. He had only 2 months of vacation left. And with the 7th restaurant temporarily closed, wasting time on this group seemed imprudent. With this in mind, Raven had already devised a plan. Engaging them directly was out of the question. At most, he would orchestrate a few arrangements to ensure his holiday was not rendered dull. The intel from Sitwell had mentioned some unsavory dealings between Jean Bing and Lady Gao. This presented a perfect opportunity to repay the favor he owed Jean Bing. Chapter 24. Love Makes One Week. Seeking continued reading, Jean Bing's dominion over the east coast of America had not endured for long. He faced numerous adversaries, Russians, Italians, and Neon Nation denizens. If time were to be reversed to the late 17th century, the modern masters of America, the immigrants who toiled in New York, did not initially possess their current lives. In truth, even when the white settlers first set foot on American soil, they were merely serfs. The earliest immigrants to New York were the Irish. During that era, Europe was characterized by a stark disparity between the affluent and the impoverished, leading many Irish individuals to struggle for survival. Consequently, they resorted to pledging their own bodies in exchange for tickets to the New World. Typically, they would enter into servitude contracts with American landowners for 10 years or longer, toiling diligently to earn their freedom. Once the initial wave of Irish settlers established themselves, their relatives and more compatriots arrived by ship. However, the Irish were often combative and unruly amidst the tumultuous times. Only a handful of astute individuals ascended to the upper echelons of society, while the majority remained entrenched in the lower classes. This unfortunate reality inevitably fostered a breeding ground for organized crime. Before long, conflict erupted across Europe, prompting Germans, Italians, Englishmen, and an increasing multitude of others to migrate to New York, collectively shaping what would become the American nation. Like the Irish, these newcomers initially labored under servitude, gradually solidifying their positions. As their numbers and economic foundations grew, tensions ignited. These individuals distinguished themselves by nationality and ethnicity, culminating in the formation of the earliest New York gangs. Following numerous bloody confrontations, a semblance of order emerged, with territories delineated by neighborhoods. Among them, the Irish, renowned for their ferocity and strategic alliances with the Germans, claimed the largest dominions. Notably, the legendary Captain America, Steve Rogers, is of Irish descent, while his formidable ally, the Winter Soldier, Bucky Barnes, hails from German ancestry, a classic and historically plausible pairing. The Irish brought brawn, while the Germans contributed intellect. Their collaboration established a decades-long dominance over New York's underworld. This reign persisted until the late 20th century, when African Americans, Russian Americans, and Italian Americans began to rise in prominence. Furthermore, the Germans were no longer inclined to entangle themselves with the Irish. A mindless brawler cannot vanquish his opponent, no matter how robust he may be. This was the only sound wisdom uttered by the inebriated scoundrel, Kim. Few are aware that Kim is also of Irish descent. At this moment, Kim stood atop the Fisk building, gazing out at the New York skyline through the glass, his heart laden with turmoil. For the first time, the invincible Titan faced an insurmountable dilemma. His son was soon to be born, keenly aware, as a shrewd individual, that a crime lord with a family possesses vulnerabilities. He found himself hopelessly enamored with Vanessa. Kim could swear to the heavens that for Vanessa, he would relinquish everything, including his empire. Yet, having embarked on this path, a safe exit was virtually impossible. Did Kim show mercy to Bonnie? He did not. He exterminated Bonnie's entire family and all his loyal associates. Did Kim exhibit leniency toward Carlo? He did not. He confined Carlo within a gasoline barrel, filled it with cement, and sank it into the Hudson River. Could he possibly expect mercy from others? Naturally, such a notion was absurd. Thus, the only entity capable of rescuing Kim from his predicament was the official authority. This prompted him to exert every effort to assist upon hearing the renowned name of Raven Pierce, all in pursuit of a singular opportunity. At that moment, the office door swung open, and Kim did not turn around. The only individual permitted to enter without announcement was none other than James Wesley. In a hushed tone, James spoke behind Kim. "Natasha has conveyed that young Mr. Pierce wishes to meet with you tonight." Kim's hand, which gripped his cane, quivered slightly. The opportunity had arrived. He abruptly turned his head, inquiring about the specifics of time and place. 8 o'clock tonight at a Chinese restaurant in Flushing, James replied, his tone strangely disconcerting. Upon hearing the location, Kim's pupils dilated, his expression turning peculiar. Was this mere coincidence? Certainly not. What schemes could young Mr. Pierce be devising? Regardless of the intentions at play, Kim had to attend. This was an opportunity he had fought to secure, and he would not relinquish it. Well aware of the situation, James suggested, "Should we summon Hawkeye and the others?" Kim shook his head fiercely, retorting, "Do you think I need protection? Arrange for the car. We cannot afford to be late." James nodded and departed. Shortly thereafter, a luxurious stretch Lincoln emerged from Fisk Tower, swiftly making its way into the Flushing area. Flushing, situated in Queens, was originally a bastion for Korean Americans, often referred to as Koreatown. However, as the Chinese community began to infiltrate the area, the Koreans were gradually displaced. In the early years of a new millennium, Flushing had completely transformed into a stronghold for the Chinese, now known as New York County. Additionally, it served as the stronghold for Madame Gao, with the Chinese restaurant being the epicenter of her control over Flushing. Given the recent discord between Kim and Madame Gao, this locale was far from secure for him, which was why James had proposed summoning Hawkeye and others for protection. Yet, Kim was undeterred. Apart from Vanessa, he feared nothing. As Kim stepped into the restaurant's grand hall, it seemed as though the entire establishment fell silent, a mere illusion. Kim was acutely aware of the need to safeguard his identity. Apart from a select few, the vast majority remained oblivious to who he truly was. Madame Gao, of course, recognized him, but regrettably, the elderly woman was currently in a coma, her loyal confidants vigilantly guarding her side. Thus, no one in the restaurant identified Kim. Nevertheless, his striking figure commanded attention, leading to a fleeting moment of silence before the restaurant resumed its normal ambience. James wiped the cold sweat from his brow and guided Kim to the pre-reserved private room. A master and his servant quietly awaited the arrival of their esteemed guest. Meanwhile, Raven and Musashi were en route to Flushing. As for the meeting location, Raven had deliberately chosen it, confident that with his connections, there were few things in this world he was unaware of. If he was uninformed, it was merely due to his lack of inquiry. However, he truly did not anticipate the serendipity of this world, discovering that the Chinese restaurant was, in fact, Lady Gao's stronghold. He had almost come here to seek her tutelage. Had Master Xin not suggested visiting Fulu's show, the outcome might have unfolded quite differently. Musashi's driving skills remained impeccable. Despite New York's notorious traffic, she always seemed able to navigate through less congested routes. It did not take them long to arrive in the Flushing area of Queens. Speaking of Queens, Raven suddenly thought of a certain individual, young Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Considering the time, he presumed that the boy was still in elementary school, so it seemed prudent not to disturb him. Chapter 25. A request from the villain with a bald head. A massive physique and a piercing gaze, Raven nodded in satisfaction. He was indeed the kingpin of his imagination. It could be said that Kingpin was the first Marvel antagonist Raven had encountered, excluding the Hydra agents. Correspondingly, Kingpin was also observing Raven. Upon seeing him for the first time, an indescribable sense of wariness arose within him, a natural reaction of a weaker creature in the presence of a formidable predator. Raven was strikingly handsome, even more so than Peter. Yet, individuals like Kingpin never judged solely by appearances. He had already sensed the latent energy within Raven. Following Raven, Musashi instilled even greater trepidation in Kingpin. Were these two truly human? In contrast, James remained oblivious to any abnormality. To him, Raven was merely a charming American lad, while Musashi was just a secretary. However, their attire certainly did not resemble that of typical American officials. Regardless of his thoughts, Kingpin swiftly rose and extended his hand. Introducing himself, "Good day, Mr. Pierce. I am Fisk." Raven took Kingpin's large hand in his own, nodding in approval. "Very well. Quite proper." Without excessive pleasantries, they took their seats. Raven promptly picked up the menu and instructed Musashi, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, spicy chicken, and stir-fried Chinese broccoli. "Is this what has been on your mind?" Musashi chuckled, preparing to place the order, but James had already jumped in, saying, "Allow me to handle it." With that, he dashed out of the private room. Kingpin, grinning, asked, "Mr. Pierce, have you not had dinner yet?" Raven replied with a smile, "You may find this hard to believe, but I came specifically to enjoy these dishes. Of course, your presence here also brings me great joy. So, before we dine, let us discuss your matters." When one's mind is preoccupied with matters of concern, it is certain that one cannot enjoy a meal. Lavin sought a swift resolution. Jean Bing's reaction time was remarkably quick. Although Lavin did not adhere to conventional methods, he adeptly adjusted his mindset with astonishing speed. After a moment of contemplation regarding his words, he spoke directly. "I seek your protection. More precisely, I wish for you to safeguard my wife and unborn child." Jean Bing had a wife and child? Lavin's knowledge of the Marvel Cinematic Universe was primarily limited to its plot lines, and while he could recall characters such as Jean Bing, Daredevil, and Lady Bullseye, he was oblivious to the stories entwined among them. Nevertheless, this did not hinder Lavin's conversation with Jean Bing. "If I were to protect them, what would I gain in return? The United States is a nation that values fair trade. There are no free lunches here." Although Lavin's intention was to leverage Jean Bing's assistance to resolve certain troubles, it did not preclude him from seeking a modicum of compensation. Jean Bing was well versed in this exchange. He readily articulated his terms. "As long as I can ensure the safety of Vanessa and the child, I am willing to give anything." Lavin scoffed. "Anything? That is an overly broad scope. I require a more precise cost, such as your criminal empire." "Very well. I am willing to exchange my empire for their safety." Without the slightest hesitation, Jean Bing acquiesced to Lavin's jest. How awkward. Lavin had merely spoken in jest. What use would he have for a criminal empire? It is important to note that his daily endeavors revolve around safeguarding the entire Marvel universe, and a single misstep could result in its obliteration. What lofty aspirations! You are suddenly thrusting me into the management of a criminal organization, selling laundry detergent, and competing for territory. Goodness, how absurd. Such thoughts could remain unspoken, for voicing them would undoubtedly offend Jean Bing, who was genuinely sincere. Now, Lavin had to find a way to retract his words. He chuckled and said, "To be frank, my identity is not suited for taking over your empire. But I have encountered some discord with Lady Bullseye recently." "Do you understand what I mean?" Jean Bing appeared momentarily stunned. Was this a veiled rejection? This was a criminal empire spanning the entire East Coast, and the other party simply declined? Yet, this abrupt shift left Jean Bing little time to contemplate Lavin's intentions. However, he had come to understand why Lavin chose a Chinese restaurant as their meeting place. It was evidently a tactic to deal with Lady Bullseye. Yet, Jean Bing remained silent. Lavin smiled warmly at Jean Bing, who did not embody the archetype of a crime lord. What? Facing difficulties? Jean Bing hesitated for a moment, but ultimately answered truthfully, "My men cannot compete with the hand." How refreshingly honest. I appreciate that. Lavin found himself increasingly admiring Jean Bing. He did not perceive Jean Bing as being deceitful or evasive. Jean Bing is the master of Hell's Kitchen and the sovereign of the East Coast underworld. However, this merely refers to his influence. After all, as a gangster, the lack of capable subordinates can be somewhat excused. Although Madame Gao and the Hand are regarded as insignificant in his eyes, they are nevertheless entwined with supernatural forces. When it comes to financial and political clout, Jean Bing outstrips them by several streets. Yet, in terms of combat prowess, it is only natural that he falls short compared to them. Raven scrutinized Jean Bing's physique. Standing nearly 2 meters tall, he appeared corpulent, though this was a fade, as every muscle in his body was imbued with explosive power. His combat capability was approximately 100. However, as a notorious villain, one cannot discount the potential enhancement to his combat abilities derived from a formidable mental strength. Perhaps in the realm of ordinary humanity, such combat prowess is already considered top tier, yet in the extraordinary world, it merely places him at the bottom. But is this truly the limit? Raven recalled the assessments he had perused regarding Jean Bing, which noted his meticulous mind and extraordinary intelligence. This implies that the seemingly brutish Jean Bing is, in fact, a cunning villain. Raven's gaze made Jean Bing feel as though he were being seen through, causing a weight to settle in his heart. "Ha!" Raven let out a hearty laugh, glancing at his watch before stating, "The 3 dishes I just ordered will take approximately 15 minutes to prepare. Of course, I do not discount the possibility of the chef's speed. So before the dishes are served, will you truly not reconsider your response?" Jean Bing gritted his teeth. The golden-haired gentleman before him was indeed as formidable as he had anticipated. Time slipped away, and Jean Bing could almost hear the ticking of the second hand on the watch. He realized he had lost. "Mr. Pierce, I will provide you with the results you desire." This declaration left Raven exceedingly satisfied. To compel this gangster king to yield was precisely what Raven sought, and thus he was willing to extend a measure of assistance. Madame Gao was indeed a formidable foe, and the ninjas of the Hand should not be underestimated. "I will send a few aides your way. I hope you will not let me down." Jean Bing was overjoyed. "Thank you, sir." This time, he even omitted the formal title, expressing his complete submission to Raven. Raven felt a flicker of emotion. Indeed, the most powerful weapon in this world is still the force of sentiment. "I will have Musashi fetch your wife. I assure you, they will be forever safe." As soon as Raven finished speaking, the 3 dishes he had ordered were presented by the waiter. Upon seeing this, Jean Bing excused himself politely. Chapter 26. Combating crime is everyone's responsibility. Seeking continued support, Jean Bing hurriedly returned to Hell's Kitchen to prepare his personnel. Meanwhile, Raven remained in the restaurant, staring at the 2 dishes and rice before him, feeling somewhat unable to lift his chopsticks. Although he had resolved to adapt to the palate of New Yorkers and relearn culinary skills, his own taste could not be transformed so swiftly. The stir-fried tomatoes and eggs, without even a taste, can be discerned by the nose to be excessively sweet. As for the mouth-watering chicken, can it truly be called so without a hint of chili? The only dish that might be palatable is perhaps the stir-fried rice with Chinese broccoli. This selection resembles Tony's choices from that time. Despite having mustered a great deal of courage, Raven still found herself unable to take the plunge. In the end, she merely gestured to Musashi, inviting her to sit and share the meal. Musashi, with a light chuckle, complied. She was a girl who never turned her nose up at food. Although in the Pokemon world, Musashi, alongside Kojiru and Meowth, formed the comically villainous Team Rocket, bringing laughter to many, her childhood was far from joyous. Musashi's mother, Miyamoto, had once been the assistant to the leader of Team Rocket. When Musashi was very young, Her mother disappeared while searching for the legendary Pokemon, Mew. Young Musashi was taken in by a pair of impoverished couples, and due to their financial struggles, she spent her childhood often hungry. This experience instilled in Musashi an unwavering appreciation for food. She would finish every morsel presented to her. Watching Musashi devour her meal with such abandon, Raven felt a twinge of embarrassment. After all, she had ordered the food herself. While Musashi likely didn't mind, Raven still felt a sense of awkwardness. "Musashi, when we return, I shall treat you to 10 lavish meals," Raven promised. Musashi, having finally swallowed a large bite, laughed heartily. "There's no need for that. Food is merely for filling the stomach. Anything will do." Raven's embarrassment deepened. Just as she was pondering how to make it up to Musashi, the latter inquired, "You mentioned sending someone to assist Jean Bing. Do you require my help?" Raven waved her hand in refusal. "Then who do you plan to send? Kojiru?" As she spoke, Musashi herself found that improbable. Her companion, though stronger in combat than she, was a complete goofball, and relying on him for serious matters was out of the question. Noticing Musashi's confusion, Raven smiled and clarified, "I intend to assign this task to Black Widow and Hawkeye. Madame Gao, ISNT, particularly formidable, which will serve as good practice for them." While Raven explained this, the truth behind her choice was far more complex than she let on. Although there was no concrete evidence, Raven harbored a strong intuition. It was best not to pit the crossovers against the Marvel natives. This feeling had lingered in her mind for many years, and she had never shared it with anyone. Nonetheless, she had always adhered to this principle. Crossovers should contend with crossovers, while Marvel natives should face their own kind. When confronted with challenges, Raven preferred to prolong the process rather than violate this principle. Musashi held unwavering trust in Raven. Since her employer had made a decision, all she needed to do was follow the directives and make the necessary arrangements. Upon Lavin's return to the 7th restaurant, Black Widow and Hawkeye awaited him within. "Greetings, sir." The two immediately rose to salute upon seeing Lavin. He, embodying the demeanor of a seasoned leader, smiled warmly and nodded in acknowledgement before taking a seat at their table, gesturing for them to join him. It is worth noting that during the Wesker incident, Black Widow had demonstrated exceptional skill, while Hawkeye had also contributed significantly. At that time, they had each taken responsibility for different regions. Black Widow focused on the East Coast, while he traveled to the West Coast. Utilizing her cunning, Black Widow had accomplished her mission with the help of Kingpin. Conversely, Hawkeye faced greater challenges, expending substantial effort in locations such as Los Angeles, ultimately yielding little result. Yet his attitude remained commendable. Lavin was quite pleased with this. It would be a waste to leave such talented individuals under Fury's command. The purpose of summoning them was to assign a task with a guarantee of its completion. The two stood up once more. Lavin chuckled. "I haven't even finished speaking, and you are eager to express your determination?" He waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need to be so tense. The task is straightforward. I require you to collaborate with Kingpin to dismantle the Hand Association in New York and eliminate Madame Gao." The Hand Association and Madame Gao? The two exchanged bewildered glances. The name Hand Association sounded reminiscent of a gang or an assassin organization. The notion of the Bureau combating a gang seemed almost absurd. They looked at each other, and Black Widow hesitantly inquired, "Sir, do they pose any threat to global security?" It was only natural for them to be puzzled, as their usual assignments revolved around nuclear crises or military threats, with the least severe being regional conflicts. Suddenly being tasked with confronting a gang left their minds momentarily disoriented. However, Lavin was displeased by their hesitation. He adopted the authoritative tone he had once used when training them and admonished, "Natasha, Barton, what is the matter with you? Does the gang's harm to citizens not count as an infringement? Are their activities of selling laundry detergent and engaging in street gunfights not criminal acts?" But Barton began to respond, but was swiftly interrupted by Lavin. "No need for further discussion. It is everyone's responsibility to combat crime for the safety of New York citizens. I am giving you 2 days to work with Kingpin to dismantle this Hand Association and eliminate Madame Gao. You may leave now." Lavin issued a clear dismissal. Black Widow and Hawkeye, unable to protest, left the seventh restaurant in a state of confusion. Once in their vehicle, Barton began to voice his grievances towards Natasha. "Ned, why didn't you argue your case when the sir was speaking? That is not like you." Black Widow shrugged, retorting, "And why didn't you argue your case? Didn't you say that even Fury cannot completely command you?" Hawkeye, aware of his own shortcomings, offered a sheepish smile, "But the sir is not Fury." Black Widow raised her middle finger in disdain towards her old partner. However, their banter did not affect the tacit understanding and camaraderie between them. Hawkeye started the car and inquired, "Where are we headed now?" Black Widow pointed in the direction of Hell's Kitchen, retorting, "Where else could we possibly go? We need to complete the mission. The commander has only given us 2 days." Hawkeye chuckled heartily and then accelerated the vehicle towards Hell's Kitchen. Meanwhile, in Restaurant 7, Raven questioned Musashi with curiosity. How could they arrive so swiftly? The headquarters of the Bureau was in Washington, a considerable distance away. Even if Black Widow and Hawkeye coincidentally took leave at the same time, it was too fortuitous for them both to select New York simultaneously. This perplexed Raven. Musashi, being more observant, had already looked into the situation upon learning that the two were in New York. She replied, "Director Fury assigned them to the New York office for a 2-month assignment." Now it makes sense. That Fury certainly enjoys playing games. Is he implying that Black Widow and Hawkeye are only available to assist me for 2 months? The leader of a global intelligence organization possesses such a narrow vision. How limiting. Chapter 27. Raven's Strength. The next morning, Musashi headed to Hell's Kitchen to address Vanessa's issues, while Raven made his way to the Fortune and Longevity restaurant. In his pursuit of culinary skills, he had to seize every moment. Upon re-entering the kitchen of the Fortune and Longevity restaurant, Raven observed a large group preparing the ingredients for the day's needs, led by a strikingly tall young man of about 18 or 19 years of age. Possessing an impressive wingspan and a square face accentuated by thick eyebrows and large eyes. Despite being among many, he stood out remarkably. Upon closer inspection, Raven noted the young man's resemblance to Master Mao, albeit with some exotic features, suggesting he was likely a descendant of Master Mao. Indeed, it was rather impolite for someone like Raven to barge into the kitchen unannounced. Fortunately, the 3 masters, Li, Gua, and Exin, were present, preventing any misunderstandings. Before long, Master Mao arrived in the kitchen upon receiving word, graciously inviting Raven outside and also bringing along the striking young man. The 3 of them made their way to the backyard, where Raven discovered a cooking station had been prepared. Master Mao smiled and explained, "Mr. Pierce is not suited to be among the younger generation. We shall discuss culinary arts here." Raven, being of a typically accommodating nature, felt increasingly embarrassed as the other party grew more courteous. "Master Mao, although I am a foreigner, I am aware of your Eastern customs. However, my arrival was abrupt. I did not prepare a gift for my apprenticeship. Still, I believe presenting Lady Gao as a gift is not entirely inappropriate." Upon hearing Lady Gao's name, Master Mao's smile dimmed. Despite her numerous misdeeds, she had, after all, provided protection for Master Mao. Mao Bo embodies the archetype of a heroic figure from the Eastern lands, drawing a clear distinction between kindness and enmity. Although he sought help from Raven to thwart Lady Gao, he did not wish for her to meet a tragic end on the streets. This internal conflict was understood by Raven, yet the youth behind Mao Bo remained oblivious. The young man exclaimed loudly, "Grandfather, who is he that you treat him with such courtesy? It is quite rude." Mao Bo first reprimanded his junior before turning to Raven, saying, "Mr. Pierce, our Eastern customs do hold some weight. However, you are a person of stature, and having only studied for a few days, why not allow me to take you under my wing? From this day forth, you shall be my junior brother, and we can explore the culinary arts together, if you will." Raven felt a surge of delight. He had initially intended to seek Mao Bo as his mentor. Yet Mao Bo's status posed a significant dilemma. To put it plainly, while he might be regarded as a chivalrous figure according to Eastern traditions, under the scrutiny of modern legal frameworks, he was, in fact, a leader of a nefarious underworld. Raven could choose to ignore this, but he had no desire to invite trouble. Being Mao Bo's junior brother was entirely different from being his apprentice. Moreover, This arrangement revealed that Mao Bo was not as uncouth as he appeared. Indeed, a gentleman may be deceived by virtue, and if Mao Bo were truly a figure akin to Zhang Fei, he could not have ascended as the ruler of the underground order in Chinatown. Hence, Raven did not decline Mao Bo's generous offer. After a brief moment of contemplation, he replied, "It is my honor to share the bond of brotherhood with you, Mao Bo." The subsequent conversation between the two was conducted in Mandarin, which caused the youth to express his discontent. "Who do you think you are, foreign devil, to dare to address my grandfather as your brother?" Raven did not perceive this as an affront, yet Mao Bo was incensed, retorting, "Perny, are you questioning me? Grandfather, be quiet." Raven had come to learn not to foster enmity, and upon witnessing the quarrel between the grandfather and grandson, he interjected, "You are called Perny?" "Indeed I am." "Ah, you possess quite the character." Raven surveyed the courtyard. Although a kitchen stove had been set up in the center, ample space remained. "Perny, you appear to have some martial arts training?" Quite confident in yourself." Raven continued, "My culinary skills are merely in their infancy and cannot compare to yours. Why don't we engage in a martial arts contest to see if I am worthy of being Mao Bo's junior brother?" "Excellent." Perny, in the fearless exuberance of youth, eagerly embraced the suggestion. However, Mao Bo could no longer contain himself. He swiftly intervened, declaring, "This is still my domain. Perny, step back." "But it was not my proposal. You must tell him so." Perny persisted. Mao Bo turned to Raven, who waved his hand in reassurance, saying, "Rest assured, Mao Bo, we are merely exchanging skills." Mao Bo felt a sense of relief as he recalled witnessing Musashi's formidable prowess the previous day. Even the formidable Lady Gao was no match for a single strike from Musashi, and his own grandson was still far from being capable. However, with Lavin's assurance, Mao Bo ceased to intervene. He too wished to use Lavin's assistance to instill in his audacious grandson an understanding of the vastness of the world beyond his own experience. With no one to obstruct them, Lavin and Porny ventured to an open area. Porny immediately assumed the initial stance of Chun-style Taijiquan. His physique was impressively robust, bordering on the corpulent, yet the stance he struck imbued him with an unexpected grace. Lavin inwardly acknowledged this, yet outwardly extended his right hand with a playful taunt, beckoning, "Come here." The derision was palpable. Infuriated, Porny charged at Lavin with several vigorous strides. The reason Mao Bo had garnered Lady Gao's admiration was not solely due to his exceptional talent, but also because he had trained in traditional martial arts under his forebears from a young age. Establishing a solid foundation, Porny had perfectly inherited his grandfather's gifts and martial legacy, even surpassing them. Mao Bo recognized that at 18 or 19, he was no match for Porny. However, strength is relative. Porny might be a martial genius among ordinary individuals, but compared to Lavin, well, Lavin was akin to a cheat code. He had been trained in the Crane Immortal style under Sykes, a discipline that transcended the ancient martial arts of the Marvel Universe. Thus, Porny's flurry of fierce attacks seemed to Lavin merely child's play. As Lavin deftly evaded Porny's strikes, he admonished, "This punch lacks ferocity, and your technique is flawed." That kick was decent, but alas, it failed to connect. Porny's frustration escalated under Lavin's critique. Traditional martial arts emphasize the unity of intention and action. Once the will falters, the effectiveness of the techniques dissipates. When Lavin deemed the moment ripe, he effortlessly blocked with his right arm and then, leaning in close, sent Porny sprawling several meters away. Despite being seasoned and holding high expectations for Lavin, Mao Bo was taken aback by the ease with which his grandson was bested, as if he were being toyed with. Concerned, he prepared to check on Porny's condition when Lavin suddenly shouted, "Ding-ding-B!" A beam of light shot from Lavin's fingertips, striking the ground near the fallen Porny. Boom! A cloud of white smoke erupted, creating a sizable crater. Both the prostrate Porny and the standing Mao Bo were rendered utterly astonished. Is this still human? Chapter 28. The Sin of 1,000 Deaths, Part 1. Lavin deliberately showcased his prowess, leaving Mao Bo and his grandson in awe. It is indeed a remarkable thought. In this world, while there are some scattered individuals with extraordinary abilities, they are far less common than in later eras. To most, firearms still reign supreme. To claim one could emit lasers from thin air would surely be met with skepticism, regarded as mere fantasy. However, Mao Bo is not an ordinary individual. He has followed Madame Gao and is aware of the existence of qi in this world. In the absence of a specific explanation from Raven, Mao Bo attributes the Dongdong wave to a particular application of qi. This surprisingly hits the mark. Although the Dongdong wave has no connection to the sacred land of Kunlun, it indeed represents one of the ways qi can be utilized. This time, Pony has become more subdued. Although he refrains from bowing to Raven due to the pride of youth, his attitude has undergone a complete turnaround. Consequently, Raven can finally commence learning the authentic culinary arts of Chinatown from Mao Bo. In Hell's Kitchen, within the dilapidated warehouse of a bakery, Kingpin sits at a long table, eyes closed in contemplation. To his left are James Wesley, Bullseye, and the Punisher, while Black Widow and Hawkeye occupy his right. Outside the warehouse in the baking area, 10 solemnly dressed men in black suits are present. All those gathered here are set to partake in the impending conflict with Madame Gao, albeit the atmosphere feels somewhat lackluster. To many who navigate the shadowy underbelly of society, Kingpin is a formidable figure whose mere movement could trigger seismic shifts along the East Coast. This assertion holds truth. Kingpin's empire spans nearly every facet of organized crime, engaging in activities such as laundering money, smuggling cigarettes, and stealing and trafficking used cars. His ventures encompass any business that operates outside the bounds of legality, thereby amassing vast wealth. On the East Coast, in terms of liquid assets, it is unlikely that even Tony Stark or Norman Osborn could rival Kingpin. Wealth facilitates numerous endeavors. Thus, when Kingpin stamps his foot, the East Coast indeed trembles. However, this does not imply that Kingpin possesses a formidable armed force. In reality, he has only 3 trusted lieutenants, all seated to his left. His cadre of gunmen numbers merely 40 or 50, yet this is still a considerable figure. For instance, in New York, there exists a gang that has long opposed Kingpin, the Russian Mafia. Their operations focus on trafficking women and arms, and their core members number only 14, primarily bound by familial ties. In summary, organized crime is no child's play. It operates in the shadows, unable to thrive in the light of day. For any individual of sound intellect managing such enterprises, it is prudent that fewer people are privy to these dealings. This constraint limits the armed forces at Kingpin's disposal. Any larger force would necessitate exposure. Raven is acutely aware of this, which is why he has sent only Black Widow and Hawkeye to handle this matter. At any moment, the official channels wield the greatest power. Kingpin understands this principle as well, which is why he entrusts his beloved Vanessa to Raven's protection while he himself prepares to charge into battle on Raven's behalf. The warehouse remains steeped in silence until Black Widow's communicator crackles to life. Have you located the target? Good. Send the information to my communicator. Upon ending the call, Black Widow swiftly began to peruse the information using her communicator. Although Raven frequently derided the scientific division of the Bureau as a mere collection of inept individuals, they had indeed achieved some noteworthy advancements. The device in Black Widow's hand, reminiscent of a mobile phone, was one such remarkable creation. In essence, it resembled a smartphone from over a decade into the future. However, given that it was still 2008, it was undeniably advanced and quite user-friendly. Black Widow was a highly versatile individual. Not only was she an expert marksman, proficient in various forms of combat, but she was also an exceptional hacker. With her nimble fingers, the data transmitted from the Bureau was promptly displayed on the screen situated beneath the elongated table. It was quite a spectacle to witness such high technology in a gang stronghold. Rising to her feet, Black Widow elucidated, according to our intelligence, the Han Association has 3 strongholds in the Flushing area. Madame Gao typically operates from a Chinese restaurant, while their laundering operation is conducted at their powder factory, and the Lewington warehouse serves as their storage point. Jean Bing, resting his chin on his hands, inquired with an expression devoid of emotion. Can we confirm Madame Gao's location? Black Widow replied. According to the latest intel, her vehicle has just arrived at JFK Airport. She is likely there to pick someone up. Is she in the car? That cannot be determined. Jean did not chastise Black Widow for her seemingly superfluous remarks. A competent leader excels at discerning crucial information from a plethora of data and subsequently making sound decisions. This is the essence of leadership. After a moment of contemplation, Jean stated coldly, Madame Gao's business is only just beginning. Both the factory and the warehouse are her vital assets, and she cannot afford the repercussions of losing either location. As Jean prepared to issue commands, James and the others rose to their feet. Target I, you will lead a team to the Naki Tower and obliterate the entire factory. Wanderer, you will proceed to Lewington. Understood, boss. Target I and Wanderer, both hailing from a background of assassination, were quick to act, acknowledging him before departing the warehouse. Subsequently, Jean inquired of Black Widow, can we continuously monitor the situation at both locations? Black Widow smiled. It's a piece of cake. Although the Bureau operated from the shadows, it possessed global enforcement authority requiring no high-tech apparatus, merely the ability to observe these two sites openly. Such power was something Jean could never hope to attain in his lifetime. What followed was a period of silent anticipation. Raven's directive was to eliminate the Hand Association and dispose of Madame Gao. While dismantling the Hand Association was not particularly challenging, the true difficulty lay in eliminating Madame Gao. To eliminate someone, one must first locate them, and that was precisely what Jean and his team were endeavoring to achieve. Following Jin's orders, Target I, accompanied by 5 elite gunmen, arrived at Naki Tower. Regardless of where one might be in the world, the citizens of the East have always been the most industrious of peoples. Although it was already 9 in the evening, the bustling streets of Flushing's main street remained aglow, with many eateries still in operation and a considerable number of pedestrians wandering about. Such a scene is rather uncommon in other parts of New York. With the increasing demographic of African American and Latino populations, coupled with the government's aggressive deindustrialization policies, a growing number of blue-collar workers from these communities have found themselves unemployed, relying solely on welfare for sustenance. Yet, mere survival is not enough to satisfy the human spirit. Consequently, the safety conditions in New York have deteriorated significantly. In the interest of their own security, many ordinary citizens have grown accustomed to refraining from venturing out at night, deliberately avoiding impoverished and perilous neighborhoods. It is likely that the gunmen, too, were taken aback by this sight, having not witnessed it for some time. It was the somewhat deranged leader among them who regained composure first, barking orders at his accomplices as they approached a leather goods store at the end of the street. This seemingly ordinary shop was, in fact, a front for the production of laundry detergent by the notorious Madame Gao. In America, although there are stringent crackdowns on the laundry detergent trade, the results have been minimal. After all, even the capital is involved in this illicit business. What can we expect from the nation? Reports indicate that nearly 60% of the world's laundry detergent is sold in America. Even more absurdly, some politicians are actively advocating for the legalization of marijuana in pursuit of votes. One can only imagine that the issues surrounding laundry detergent will become even more rampant in America's future. However, what concern is this to the leader? After all, he is part of the mob. The detergent trade is a significant source of their income, and he is particularly fond of it. Situated at the end of the street, the leather goods store was illuminated only by a solitary dim streetlight. Inside, the lighting was equally insufficient, if adorned with a vibrant neon sign. It could easily be mistaken for a colorful establishment. From a distance, it appeared devoid of customers, with several employees engaged in casual conversation. The leader was no stranger to raiding rival laundry detergent factories. He had ample experience in this regard. He first instructed a seemingly astute gunman to feign a purchase of leather goods and enter the store. Once familiarized with the general layout of the shop, the leader's attention shifted to a large iron door located behind the store's restroom. Having identified his target, he decisively commanded the attack. The gunmen drew their pistols and stormed into the store. The staff screamed in terror and fled. One employee, resembling a guard, had barely drawn his shotgun before being riddled with bullets. Following this, the leader nonchalantly entered the store. He trailed behind the probing gunman to the iron door, listening intently to the sounds emanating from beyond. The leader deduced that there was an expansive underground chamber behind the door. Tilting his head towards the iron door, One of the gunmen fired, shattering the lock, and boldly charged inside, followed closely by the remaining 4 gunmen. The target's eye remained eerily fixed at the rear, trailing behind with an air of mystery. The dimly lit corridor extended into the depths below, the musty odor palpable and offensive, while a massive ventilation system throbbed with a thunderous roar, saturating the air with its relentless drone. It was through the sound of this machine that the target discerned the presence of a vast underground chamber. Such places were familiar territory for him, as he had encountered many like it before. Suddenly, a rapid succession of gunfire erupted from below, signaling that the confrontation had commenced. The target smirked coldly, yet his footsteps grew increasingly stealthy. After carefully navigating the singular and perilous passageway, he came upon a battered door, shattered and ajar. Beyond it lay an abyss of darkness, intermittently illuminated by the flashes of gunfire, accompanied by the cacophony of screams. The target's keen hearing served him well, and his vision was even sharper. Like a cat navigating the night, he silently ascended the piping situated above the basement. From his elevated vantage point, aided by the scant light, he surveyed the factory's grim landscape. Dozens of metallic tables were arranged in orderly fashion, laden with tools and materials for producing laundry detergent. Under normal circumstances, the workers would have been diligently engaged in their task, but chaos had erupted with the intrusion of the gunmen. Around the periphery lay wide expanses of emptiness, as workers scurried about like headless flies, with only a fortunate few managing to shelter against the walls to avoid stray bullets. In the center of the space, over a dozen workers lay lifeless in pools of blood, while the gunmen clashed with a contingent of over 10 ninja-clad guardians. These ninjas wielded an array of melee weapons, iron forks, short blades, and an abundance of katana. Logically, the gunmen, under the command of the target, should have held the advantage with their firearms. However, the reality was starkly different. Of the 5 gunmen, 2 had already succumbed to fatal blows, while the remaining 3 fought on, injured and on the brink of defeat. Yet, they had not fought without merit, as evidenced by the 7 fallen ninjas sprawled across the ground. The target's initial disdain evaporated as he recognized the formidable skill of these ninja warriors. Nonetheless, he felt no trepidation. As the strongest assassin in his faction, he possessed the remarkable talent for utilizing any object as a projectile to eliminate his targets. Prior to this day, his most astonishing feat involved slaying a man 90 meters away with a mere toothpick. Now, he was poised to commence his own hunting spree. With deft movements, he traversed the water pipes, positioning himself above one of the ninjas. Seizing the opportunity, while the adversary remained oblivious, he descended with precision, plunging his dagger into the ninja's neck. In a swift motion, he pivoted and hurled the dagger into the heart of another ninja. There remained 7 adversaries, but the ninjas had now discerned the presence of the target. Yet, what significance did that hold? The target eyed, with a menacing grin, charged toward the ninja at an astonishing speed. The latter, wielding a ninja sickle, swiftly hurled the mace attached to the sickle's tail upon realizing the target's approach, hoping to slow down the impending assault. Yet, the target remained unfazed, allowing the mace to strike his chest. Seizing the moment while the ninja was momentarily stunned, he casually flung another dagger, which found its way into the ninja's eye socket. At this point, the remaining ninjas comprehended that they were confronted with an opponent who defied conventional tactics. 3 of the ninjas quickly formed a compact attack formation, advancing towards the target. As they maintained a certain distance, they launched their meteor darts. Regrettably, they did not grasp that any skilled thrower would also excel at intercepting projectiles. One by one, the darts were caught by the target, despite his hands being lacerated and bleeding profusely. Yet, a manic smile graced his face. He relished the meteor darts. In a swift motion, he retaliated, sending 3 of the darts accurately into the throats of his adversaries. With 4 remaining, the other ninjas were now gripped by fear. Just as they hesitated, one of them was shot dead by a marksman. This infuriated the target, who had been enjoying the chaos. He pivoted and sprinted forth, vaulting over obstructive metal tables to confront the shooter. With a swift thrust, a kunai, effortlessly acquired, pierced the shooter's mouth. Having dealt with the meddlesome marksman, The target once again grinned maniacally and leapt onto the pipes, while the remaining ninjas, now in disarray, scattered in 3 directions to flee. How dull! Had the ninjas engaged in a frontal confrontation, even if they could not defeat the target, they would have at least inflicted some cost upon him. However, as they turned their backs to flee, they faced only death. The target eliminated the last 3 ninjas, and the remaining 2 marksmen trembled with trepidation. This demon was utterly unpredictable. No one knew what he would do next. Amidst the fearful and wary gazes of the 2 marksmen, the target let out a disdainful snort and simply walked away. The unexpected reprieve nearly brought the 2 marksmen to tears of joy. Once their emotions settled, they contemplated how to handle the aftermath. The orders from Kim were to obliterate the factory, which necessitated setting it ablaze. However, before doing so, they had to eliminate the fortunate workers who had survived by leaning against the wall. Exchanging a glance, they understood each other's intentions. They brandished their guns and moved to the center of the factory, aware that a massacre was on the verge of unfolding. Suddenly, a lithe figure descended from the pipes. Wielding a wooden stick as a weapon, and with thunderous force, he incapacitated the 2 marksmen, rescuing the workers destined for slaughter. Chapter 30, Deserving of Death, Part 3. In Hell's Kitchen, within the bakery's warehouse, the Black Widow listened intently to a phone call, nodding repeatedly, her expression growing increasingly grim. After hanging up the phone, she expressed her frustration to Jean Bing. An unexpected incident has occurred. There was an intrusion during the battle on Cheetah Street, and the police have already arrived at the scene. They are preparing to enter the factory. Should I intercept them? Jean Bing pondered for a moment before responding. There is no need to intercept. Can the local bureau command the New York Police Department? He acknowledged that the term command might be an exaggeration, but they could certainly influence their decisions. Jean Bing nodded. If the local bureau lacked even this capability, there would be no need for him to follow orders. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jean Bing inquired, "What about the other side?" The Prowlers successfully completed their task and have withdrawn from the warehouse. Jean Bing nodded again and continued, "I need you to have the New York Police Department hold a press conference as swiftly as possible to announce these 2 incidents." "That goes against protocol. There's a proper investigative process," she retorted. Jean Bing scoffed. "That is precisely why I need you to make contact." Raven had been instructed to cooperate fully, and after a moment's hesitation, Black Widow conceded, "All right, I will do my best." "Not just your best. It must be accomplished. By 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, I expect the police department to hold a press conference." With that, Jean Bing turned to James and commanded, "Inform Jaward and Edmund to feature these 2 incidents on the front page tomorrow." Black Widow frowned and asked, "What exactly are you trying to achieve?" Jean Bing picked up the cane from the side of the table and rose to his feet, declaring, "Finding Lady Gao will not be easy, but I can compel her to come to me." Black Widow, being astute, quickly grasped Jean Bing's intent. He was proactively declaring war on Lady Gao. As long as Lady Gao wished to maintain her foothold in New York, she would have to retaliate against such provocation. The fact that Jean Bing could devise a more advantageous plan in such a short time was truly formidable. The next morning, the spokesperson for the New York Police Department held a press conference, announcing that the incident on Cheetah Street the previous night had been classified as a gang-related massacre, resulting in approximately 30 fatalities and over 10 serious injuries. Meanwhile, the New York Post and the Chinatown Chinese Times provided a more detailed account of the incident's origins. It was revealed that a laundry powder manufacturing operation had been concealed on Cheetah Street in Flushing, where the organizers had cruelly employed blind workers to produce the detergent. The police confiscated nearly a ton of finished product and 4 tons of raw materials from the site. This incident was deemed a gang feud, with both sides suffering significant casualties. Simultaneously, a gunfight erupted in the warehouse district of Flushing, and although the police lacked concrete evidence, they largely believed both incidents to be the work of the same group. The public outcry was immense. This was New York City, the most economically developed metropolis in the United States. The audacity of individuals to engage in detergent manufacturing in such a bustling area, coupled with the outbreak of gun violence resulting in so many casualties, was astounding. Public pressure suddenly surged towards New York City Hall. Mayor Garner, who had been in office for 2 years, promptly summoned Police Commissioner Sloan and Security Advisor Robert to his office. Half an hour later, the New York City Police Department announced that all officers would cancel their vacations and engage in a week-long cleanup of their respective precincts, a quintessential American-style crackdown on organized crime. Meanwhile, on the streets, a flurry of ambiguous rumors began to circulate. Among the more credible claims was that Lady Jean was embroiled in conflict with a faction of adversaries from Neon Nation. Consequently, the entire underworld became exceedingly tense, with no one certain whether this war would encroach upon them. The news spread with such swiftness that even Mrs. Gao, a newcomer, quickly discerned that Lady Jean had taken action against her. At that moment, Mrs. Gao sat in a grand armchair, expressionless as she savored her tea. The tea room, while not expansive, exuded a sense of antiquity and luxury. Beside her, a Caucasian woman also partook in tea, her appearance resplendent, particularly highlighted by a string of exquisite pearls adorning her neck. Yet, these details were trivial. The significance lay in the fact that this tea room was situated on the third floor of a restaurant. In truth, both Lady Jean and the Black Widow had committed a fundamental error in judgment. They assumed that Mrs. Gao, having encountered setbacks, would retreat into hiding. However, this elderly matriarch remained unabashedly ensconced in her lair, undisturbed. Seated alongside her was none other than Alexandra, who had just returned from Philadelphia. Mrs. Gao's vehicle had fetched her from the airport. As two of the five fingers, the two women within the tea room shared a bond that spanned centuries, and their silent rivalry had long since commenced. After sampling the tea, the aristocratic woman, Alexandra, set down her cup, this time to confront Mrs. Gao. With a hint of derision, she remarked, "Mrs. Gao, your unilateral decision to venture into the East Coast has not been beneficial to our enterprise. Years ago, when both women arrived in America, Mrs. Gao opted for the West Coast, while Alexandra chose the East Coast, and for decades, they coexisted without conflict." Mrs. Gao scoffed softly. Her long-standing discord with the Caucasian noblewoman was well known, and it irked her to no end. Yet, given the current circumstances, she needed to secure the other's assistance, and thus stifled her anger, responding coolly, "Alexandra, our objective is the Dragon Bone. What significance do territories hold for us? I merely wish to assist you." What can you possibly offer with that band of blind followers you command? Assist you in dealing with Rand Corporation and securing that plot of land. Alexandra's eyes remained unperturbed, although her heart roiled with turmoil. There is a traitor. Alexandra believed she had exercised the utmost caution. Had it not been for the betrayal within her ranks, Lady Gao would never have unearthed the underlying truths. Madame Gao has suffered significant losses and has grown weary of playing mind games with her old confidant. She bluntly revealed her cards. "You discovered the Dragon Bone long ago, but chose not to inform the four of us, intending to monopolize it for yourself." Alexandra did not take Madame Gao's accusations to heart. In fact, when Madame Gao brought the matter to light, she felt a sense of relief. It is the unspoken issues that become most troublesome. Alexandra inquired in a low voice, "What do you wish for me to do?" Madame Gao rose and walked over to Alexandra, stating, "Let us collaborate on the matters concerning Rand Corporation and split the Dragon Bone evenly. Moreover, you must assist me with all your might." Alexandra chuckled. "The Dragon Bone can indeed be set aside for now. As for your situation, I find it hard to believe you have not perceived Jean Bing's acquisition of official support. Now is not an opportune moment to confront him." In contrast to Madame Gao, Alexandra has cultivated her influence on the East Coast for decades, possessing information channels that Madame Gao lacks, and she understands the formidable nature of Jean Bing. Alexandra is an exceptionally astute individual. In the early years of the last century, she arrived on the East Coast, not through traditional gang methods, for she discerned that America is not like Neon Country. Achieving success through organized crime here is far from simple. Her judgment has been validated, as Jean Bing has risen to the pinnacle of the underground world, yet remains unable to dictate his own fate. Conversely, Alexandra abandoned the shadows and established her own real estate company, now firmly entrenched in New York's high society. Had Alexandra chosen the same path as Madame Gao, perhaps Jean Bing would never have had the opportunity to exist. However, Five Fingers have thrived for 4 centuries. Both Alexandra and Madame Gao are astute. The latter gazed into Alexandra's eyes, a smirk playing at her lips. Who told you I intend to wage a direct war against Jean Bing? Chapter 31. A Sin Worthy of Death, Part 4. Few are aware that Jean Bing sought the protection of Raven due to threats posed by Madame Gao. Having operated on the West Coast for decades, Madame Gao has long been a formidable figure. Just as she entered New York City, Jean Bing received wind of her arrival. Those who come with ill intent do not come with good tidings. As Jean Bing prepared in secret, Madame Gao unexpectedly fell silent, leaving him perplexed. Yet, a dragon crossing the river remains a dragon. Jean Bing never relaxed his vigilance against Madame Gao. With her attention fixed on the East Coast, Jean Bing likewise focused on the West Coast, for who would not desire to unify the underground order of America? If he could deliver a significant blow to Madame Gao in New York, he would have the opportunity to extend his influence to the West Coast, a prospect that greatly enticed him. However, unexpectedly, at this crucial moment, Jean Bing encountered his beloved Vanessa, and especially after a pregnancy, he began to reconsider his stance. Simultaneously, Madame Gao made a sudden visit, seeking collaboration with Jean Bing. The empire of Jean Bien harbors a significant flaw, a severe inadequacy in armed forces. Here lies New York City, the jewel of America, regardless of the magnitude of Jean Bien's influence or the abundance of his cash. He must abide by the city's rules. The underworld has always thrived on the principle of the survival of the fittest. Lacking sufficient armed power, Jean Bien naturally lacks a commensurate sense of security. Lady Gao has astutely recognized this vulnerability. She hopes that Jean Bien will provide the funds while she supplies the manpower, enabling them to expand and strengthen their criminal enterprise. What enables Lady Gao, a fellow member of the underworld, to offer such a substantial workforce? This matter involves a peculiar nation, Neon Country, the only place in the world where organized crime has been legitimized. There, the gangs are certainly not short of personnel. The age-old traditions of the Hehe society have transformed these individuals into competent assassins. This scenario could have been a splendid partnership, but it unfolded at an opportune moment. At this juncture, Jean Bien yearned for a retreat. However, after a single encounter with Lady Gao, he realized that this woman would not permit him to decline her proposition. Consequently, he resolved to exert all his efforts and leveraged his connection with Raven. Aware that Raven sought to eliminate Lady Gao, played perfectly into Jean Bien's hands. Only by dealing with this perilous woman could he ensure the safety of Vanessa and their child. To this end, Jean Bien even took matters into his own hands. He first made a conspicuous appearance at a charity gala, and subsequently, accompanied by 2 bodyguards, he proceeded to inspect his car manufacturing plant in the dock area. This facility monopolizes nearly 60% of the stolen vehicle market in New York City. To jest, if one loses their car in New York, they have a 60% chance of finding it here. This plant generates approximately $300 million in revenue for Jean Bien annually, yet now it is on the verge of being forsaken. The plant is vast, spanning nearly 15 acres, aside from the managerial office situated at the rear. The premises are littered with car wrecks and parts. Jean Bien sat alone in the office, his expensive suit starkly contrasting with the surroundings, yet he remained there. All staff had been dismissed, save for the 2 bodyguards stationed outside his office. Jean Bien had no additional protective forces. This was evidently a setup to lure Lady Gao. As the clock struck 10, only 2 hours remained until the deadline imposed by Raven. Beads of cold sweat began to form on Jean Bien's forehead. He did not believe that someone of Raven's stature would grant any leeway, as he himself was a figure of authority who never extended grace to others. Vanessa had already been taken by Musashi. Should he fail to complete the task, Jean Bien could not fathom the consequences. Once again, he reflected that he did not truly understand Raven, but from his own perspective, sinking Vanessa in the Hudson River seemed the best possible outcome. His composure began to slip. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of rapping echoed from outside the plant. Outside, 2 bodyguards drew their pistols, swiftly chambering rounds. Jean Bing revealed a cruel smile. The moment had finally arrived. He stood up, shedding his exquisite suit jacket to reveal a shirt underneath. Grasping his cane, he strode purposefully towards the front of the office. The sharp crack of gunfire echoed from outside, but soon fell into an eerie silence. A voice crackled in Jean Bing's earpiece. The Black Widow confirmed they had all entered the car factory. Jean Bing began to run. Though the office was not vast, once he was in motion, he charged like a frenzied rhinoceros, crashing through the front wall and into the main hall of the factory. The lights in the factory had been shattered, plunging the space into darkness. There was no time to assess the fate of the two bodyguards, for as Jean Bing burst through the wall, an enemy ninja stood before him. He seized the ninja by the throat, lifting him effortlessly. Jean Bing's entrance was entirely unexpected for the intruders. Most had gathered at the office door, poised to invade. They were caught off guard as he burst through the wall and directly into their midst. The members of the Hand, well-trained ninjas, swiftly turned to confront him. Yet, Jean Bing was faster, using the captured ninja as a human shield. He charged headlong into the glinting blades. Simultaneously, arrows shot forth from the darkness, striking several ninjas down. The once pitch-black hall of the factory was illuminated by the light spilling from the office, rendering the ninjas completely exposed. The Black Widow emerged from the shadows, brandishing two compact handguns, perfectly suited for close-quarters combat. In a brief encounter, a third of the ninjas fell victim to her and Hawkeye's coordinated assault. Jean Bing broke through the encirclement, racing towards a diminutive figure on the periphery without looking back. He had kept Raven's orders firmly in mind: eliminate the Hand and take down Lady Gao, while dismantling the Hand was a broad and nebulous directive. The objective of eliminating Lady Gao was unequivocal. Thus, from the outset, Jean Bing's sole target was her. Debris and remnants lay scattered everywhere. But Jean Bing showed no inclination to avoid them. He charged forward, treating the scattered wreckage as mere obstacles. Like a humanoid tank, he barreled through everything in his path. The force was reciprocal. As he recklessly approached his target, his tailored trousers were reduced to tatters. Yet this did nothing to diminish his imposing presence. Lady Gao appeared paralyzed by fear, rendered motionless. With a resounding crash, Jean Bing collided with her, sending her soaring like a kite severed from its string, landing over 10 meters away amidst a heap of rusted car shells. Having accomplished his task, Jean Bing should have felt elation, yet his expression darkened with dread. This was a disaster. He had been deceived. Although Jean had never witnessed Madame Gao in action, she was certainly no weakling. The sounds of gunfire and cries of battle filled the entire factory, yet Jean felt as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 32, A Crime Worthy of Death, Part 5. At 6 in the evening, Raven concluded his 2-day culinary apprenticeship. It is worth noting that Raven possessed a solid foundation in cooking. Moreover, the so-called Chinese cuisine on Wall Street ultimately boiled down to transforming dishes into sweet and sour flavors, with the selection of ingredients taking precedence over technical skill. Naturally, Raven learned quickly and adeptly within those 2 days. The reason they lingered until late at night was due to the merriment shared between him and Uncle Mao, as they each prepared some authentic Chinese dishes, culminating in a graduation feast. By 9:30 in the evening, sated and content, several chefs had already taken taxis home, and the staff had long since left for the day. Having consumed a fair amount of baijiu, Uncle Mao instructed Pulley to drive Raven back to Manhattan. Pulley had been intrigued by Raven's Chevrolet for quite some time, and that night he had deliberately abstained from drinking, intending to seize the opportunity to take the wheel under the pretext of driving Raven home. Not wanting to dampen Pulley's spirits, Raven casually handed over the car keys. Despite Raven's vehicle being merely a Chevrolet, it had been modified by the research department as he was a Level 9 agent of the local bureau. The car was equipped with bulletproof features and housed a modified Gatling gun along with a plethora of cutting-edge technology. After a considerable period of excitement examining the vehicle, Pulley finally started the engine and drove out of the parking lot. However, as the two had just reached the end of the street, they were startled by 2 violent explosions from behind and in front. Turning back, they beheld the Fortune, Prosperity, and Longevity restaurant engulfed in flames, with countless fragments erupting from the building, illuminating half the street with a fiery glow. Pulley exclaimed, unable to contain his panic as he swiftly turned the car around and sped back toward the inferno. Upon arriving near the scene, neither of them exited the vehicle, but the flames were already spilling out of the restaurant, rendering normal entry impossible. Being young, Pulley was momentarily paralyzed with shock. Raven pressed his hand against the car, shouting, "What are we waiting for? Just crash in." As if struck by a revelation, Pulley slammed on the brakes and the accelerator, and the Chevrolet roared directly into the sea of flames. With a loud crash, the Chevrolet barreled into the lobby, colliding with a wall before coming to a halt. Yet all around them was engulfed in fire. Though the vehicle was bulletproof, it could not withstand the flames and intense heat. Observing the situation, Raven seized Pulley and leapt from the passenger seat, landing in a safe spot free from flames. Pulley immediately attempted to rush into the kitchen, only to find that the natural gas had already ignited within, and amidst the chaotic flames, a third explosion erupted. The ensuing wave of heat compelled both Raven and Pulley to shut their eyes and shield themselves from the debris. A burst of sparks ignited the liquor at the bar, and the kitchen corridor transformed into a veritable ocean of fire. To traverse this sea of flames is not a feat achievable by an ordinary individual like Purney. Nevertheless, he has cast caution to the wind and is determined to charge through. Raven, still in possession of his faculties, restrains Purney and swiftly renders him unconscious with a precise chop, for the current circumstances do not allow for such reckless behavior. Yet, having subdued Purney, Raven finds himself powerless against the inferno. If only Kojiro were present, perhaps he could employ the Kamehameha to carve a path through the blaze. However, Raven is neither versed in the art of flight nor proficient in the Kamehameha. The only technique he masters, the whole wave, possesses concentrated lethality but lacks the necessary area damage for this predicament. A resounding explosion pierces the air, and Raven becomes acutely aware that the rooftop is teetering on the brink of collapse. There can be no further hesitation. Otherwise, both he and Purney shall meet their demise here. Resolute in his decision, Raven hoists Purney onto his shoulder and, with one hand, pushes a car to create a passageway through the entrance, charging forth from the firestorm. Upon emerging onto the street, he observes the local merchants of Donghua rallying together to combat the flames. This is, after all, Chinatown. Had this been a black neighborhood, the residents would likely prefer the fire to grow even fiercer, ideally engulfing their own homes, thus enabling them to claim substantial compensation. Raven entrusts Purney to a compassionate bystander and dashes toward the adjacent restaurant beside the Fulu show establishment. Upon ascending to the rooftop, he is met with the grim sight of the small courtyard behind Fulu show, now reduced to ruins. He promptly descends, leaping into the courtyard that has succumbed to collapse, burying everything beneath the rubble. In such dire circumstances, even with Raven's exceptional stamina, it would be impossible to unearth Master Mao buried within in a short span of time. Just as Raven hesitates, the Felucio restaurant begins to sway precariously. Something is amiss. Beneath the flickering flames, Raven's expression darkens significantly. A typical fire would not spread with such alarming rapidity, and the single-story structure where Master Mao resided is separate from the restaurant. It defies reason for the restaurant to ignite while the dwelling is reduced to mere debris. Raven strives to calm himself. Amidst the acrid scent of burning, he discerns a hint of gunpowder. This is no accident. It is evident that explosives have been employed. No wonder the first explosion was swiftly followed by a second. The adversary has planted a bomb in both the dwelling and the restaurant. The chaos surrounding him is overwhelming, leaving Raven little room for contemplation. He retrieves his phone and contacts the New York branch of the Earth Bureau, commanding them to arrive with utmost urgency. Seizing this precious time, Raven begins to clear the debris, hoping to uncover a chance to rescue Master Mao. The Felucio restaurant intermittently erupts with explosions, and amidst the raging inferno, waves of heat crash upon him. Even though Raven has trained in the Crane Immortal style and possesses a physique unlike that of ordinary men, his stamina is rapidly depleting, and before long, he finds himself gasping for breath. Approximately 10 minutes later, the wailing of fire engines echoed from a distance. However, by this time, it was far too late. Americans are accustomed to constructing their homes from substantial amounts of timber, and the Felucio restaurant, with its Eastern architectural style, utilized an abundance of wood, allowing the flames to spread with alarming rapidity once they ignited. By the time the firefighters set up their hoses, The Fulu restaurant had already succumbed to the flames, reduced to its skeletal framework, igniting 3 surrounding buildings in the process. In an effort to prevent the fire from further spreading, the firefighters opted to isolate the burning structure from those yet untouched, awaiting reinforcements before attempting to extinguish the blaze. This was a prudent strategy given their limited resources, but it ultimately sealed the fate of the Fulu restaurant. The Bureau of Land Management responded swiftly, bringing along some equipment. However, the temperature in the rear yard was too high. Aside from Raven, the agents found it impossible to approach, relegating them to maintaining order from a distance. The inferno raged until 2 o'clock in the morning, only being completely extinguished upon the arrival of additional firefighting support. Beneath the remnants of charred walls, more specialized rescue teams commenced their operations. Yet, the chances of saving Mao Bushing had dwindled to nearly zero. Raven ceased his excavation efforts. As an amateur, his contributions were limited. However, in other areas, he was far from inexperienced. John Garrett, the director of the New York branch of the Bureau of Land Management, stood solemnly before Raven. Garrett, mobilize all available resources. I want to know who the perpetrator is within 5 hours. Chapter 33, A Fate Deserved, Part 6. At this point, it was already 3 o'clock in the morning. 5 hours meant Garrett had to deliver results by 8. This was a daunting demand. Nevertheless, Garrett did not negotiate. He immediately entered the command vehicle and began his operations. At 56 years of age, Garrett was an 8th-level agent of the Bureau of Land Management, a prominent figure in the organization. In terms of experience, he had been toiling for the Bureau while Raven was still a mere child. However, Garrett suffered from severe kidney disease, and it was Ganatu who had cured him, which turned this high-ranking Bureau official into a devoted follower of the Hydra organization. In the Marvel Universe, New York serves as a pivotal nexus for numerous significant events. As Raven's influence expanded, he orchestrated Garrett's transfer to New York, where he became the branch director. Prior to this, Garrett had been responsible for all Bureau affairs in Europe, and his reassignment to New York City was perceived as a demotion, a move that even drew the attention of Ms. Carter. Yet, the appointment was smoothly enacted under Garrett's insistence, with no objections raised. In addition to his extensive qualifications, Garrett was also renowned as a weapons expert within the Bureau, commanding a team composed of the most elite agents from the Hydra organization. It was indeed a gathering of formidable talent. Although the time constraints imposed on Raven were severe, Garrett remained unfazed. The surveillance of the entire street, the circulation of weapons in the black market, and the collection of explosives, all vital intelligence was relayed to the command vehicle with utmost urgency. Gradually, a series of directional clues began to surface. Meanwhile, Raven sat by the roadside, his attire charred and his hands stained with blood and scars. Beside him, Penny hung her head, tears cascading down her cheeks. Devoid of the former bravado she once exhibited. As dawn broke, men from the east, clad in varying attire, converged from all directions. Despite their differing statures, each bore an air of grim determination. Mr. Mao was the leader of Chinatown, a territory forged not through the benevolence of the Irish, Germans, English, or Africans, but through the unyielding fists of 3 generations of Easterners. Now, with their leader slain, someone would inevitably pay the price. Only blood could atone for blood. These silent men awaited the command from the young master, ready to rend their enemies apart. All were in anticipation of the outcome that Galette would deliver. At 7 a.m., Jean Bing, along with Black Widow and Hawkeye, arrived on the scene. The gang lord, Jean Bing, was oblivious to the unfolding events, but sensed that Raven was in a foul mood. He approached Raven cautiously, resembling a startled lamb. At that moment, Raven resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. Though he stared at the ground, a fierce intent to kill radiated around him. Since the age of 4, he had never suffered such a significant setback. Madame Gao had seen through their trap. She did not come. Jean Bing, trembling as he spoke, felt utterly depleted. If he were to describe his feelings in the presence of Raven, he would say it felt as though he were seated opposite a bloodthirsty Tyrannosaurus Rex from the Jurassic era. Suddenly, Raven rose to his feet. Although he stood at 8 meters, a head shorter than Jean Bing, his imposing aura compelled Jean Bing to bow his head. Jean Bing, Let us set aside the matter of Madame Gao for now. I can offer you another chance. Just then, Galette leaped down from the command vehicle stationed in the center of the street. Clearly, the outcome had been determined. Raven abandoned Jean Bing and swiftly approached Galette. Who was the perpetrator? This was the first time Galette had seen Raven so invested in a matter. He dared not play coy at this moment and replied directly. The assailant is Madame Gao of the Alliance, and the explosives were supplied by Alexandra of the Dardanian Company. Raven felt a sudden throb at his head. Indeed, at this juncture, who else could wish to eliminate Mr. Mao? Ironically, Raven found himself reliant on Galette for the answer. This blunder filled him with both shame and fury. He resolved that the culprits would pay dearly. Raven turned to Jean Bing and gestured for him to come closer, prompting the latter to hastily approach. As a figure of authority, Jean Bing should not be so feeble. He is a formidable character who rose from the streets, having endured countless hardships and perils to attain his current stature. Yet, despite being a highly evolved species, humanity remains bound by its primal instincts, which are inscribed within our very genes. Through the practice of the Crane immortal martial arts, Raven has transcended the limits of human existence. And when he does not conceal his aura, it exudes the terrifying presence of a great beast. Moreover, Jean Bing's beloved and unborn child remain in Raven's grasp. Having weathered the storms of bloodshed and violence, Jean Bing is willing to impose the most dire of circumstances upon Raven, a leader of a global intelligence organization, so young yet securely positioned, who would believe him to be a purely benevolent soul. This is all the more so because Jean Bing remains unaware that Raven is, in fact, a Hydra operative. Otherwise, the image of Raven in Jean Bing's mind would only be that of a human demon. It cannot be said that Jean Bing is entirely mistaken in his thoughts. Indeed, Raven has never considered himself a good person. Jean Bing, my friend, just last night, Madame Gao was assassinated here. What explanation do you believe you owe me? Jean Bing's countenance changed dramatically. Truth be told, he had never anticipated that the ruins behind the street would become entangled with his fate. Beads of sweat soon emerged on his polished forehead. He knew he should say something, but what could he possibly articulate? Raven, observing Jean Bing's disheveled state, allowed a cold snort and stated unequivocally, Black Widow and Hawkeye will continue to assist you. You know what I seek. Jean Bing nodded vigorously. Disregarding him, Raven strode directly towards Pony. To Pony, Raven felt a twinge of guilt. Had it not been for him, Madame Gao might have eventually slain Uncle Mao, but certainly not with such swiftness. And Uncle Mao would never have been caught unprepared. Pony Mao, I present you with an opportunity, a chance to become immensely powerful. Do you desire it? Pony lifted his gaze, his eyes now devoid of tears, for the flames of vengeance had scorched away his sorrow. Mr. Pierce, I want it. Receiving this affirmation, Raven nodded silently. The sudden turn of events had not defeated the boy before him. In an instant, he seemed to transform from a boy into a man. His resolve was what would earn Raven's aid. Follow me. Pony rose and followed Raven. Behind him, an unassuming middle-aged man from the east stepped forward and boldly inquired, Can you grant us the revenge we seek? This question was directed at Pony. Turning back, Pony solemnly declared, I, Pony Mao, vow here and now to bring back the heads of our enemies for myself, for the Mao family, for Chinatown, and for all. Over 100 warriors from Chinatown clasped their fists together and exclaimed in unison, We entrust everything to the leader. This was a testament to Eastern tradition. Raven sighed inwardly, uncertain whether his choice was right or wrong. Chapter 34, A Crime Worthy of Death, Part 7. Given the immense power and resources possessed by Raven, eliminating Madame Gao would be a trivial task. However, due to an inexplicable premonition, he found himself constrained to utilize local forces from Marvel to achieve this goal. His irreconcilable conflict with Alexander Pierce further complicated matters, rendering the employment of S.H.L.D.'s capabilities somewhat cumbersome. To elaborate, the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters is comprised of 4 primary divisions: the Intelligence Division, the Administration Division, the Operations Division, and the Technology Division, alongside various globally distributed branches. These elements constitute a comprehensive S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. Within the Washington headquarters, Alexander Pierce exercises control over 3 of these divisions: the Intelligence Division, the Administration Division, and the Operations Division, while Nick Fury oversees the Technology Division. Originally, the Technology Division was under the stewardship of Howard Stark. Following his demise, the designated successor, Dr. Hank Pym, had already resigned, leading to a period of disarray before Fury gradually asserted his dominance over the division. However, this was merely superficial. In reality, due to the intrinsic nature of scientific research, the Technology Division had been fragmented into hundreds of project teams, each led by a project head. Fury had merely commandeered a majority of these leaders. Moreover, Fury's interest in scientific advancements was rather tepid, having fought alongside Captain Marvel. He was acutely aware that human technology was not as formidable as it seemed. Consequently, many of the projects within the Technology Division were largely illusory, facilitating Fury's ability to redirect funds for his own endeavors. It was through such cunning maneuvers that SHIELD unwittingly provided substantial financial support to Albert Wesker. With the cutting-edge technology, Raven had his eyes set upon also reaping the benefits. Regrettably, the 5 major nations became the unwitting victims, having collectively invested vast sums to sustain numerous researchers, yet only a handful of viable products and technologies emerged from their efforts. In light of this predicament, while Raven could assertively employ the resources of the Intelligence Division under Sitwell and the Operations Division under Rumlow, such measures were not sustainable. Thus, the key to Raven's solution lay in the hands of Percy. Raven procured a vehicle from Gat and transported Percy to the airport, where a Quinjet was already prepared. The two then boarded the Quinjet and took off once more. Once the aircraft engaged its autopilot, Raven settled across for Percy. "Do you have any questions? You may begin," he prompted. Truth be told, Percy was brimming with inquiries, yet the gravity of the situation had instilled a newfound composure within him. Regardless of the multitude of questions swirling in his mind, he chose to suppress them until now. Seizing this opportunity, he could no longer restrain himself and urgently posed the question, "Who exactly are you?" Both Percy and the late Mr. Mao understood that Raven was no ordinary individual. But Raven refrained from providing a concrete explanation, and, out of caution, they did not press further. However, as time has progressed, this issue can no longer be ambiguous. Raven pondered for a moment. For someone of his multifaceted identity, elucidating his own status was rather troublesome. After contemplating for about a minute, Raven resolved to conceal his identity as a Hydra agent and stated, in the aftermath of World War II, Ms. Carter, the widow of Captain America, established a new intelligence organization known as the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense and Logistics, abbreviated as the DHS. I am Raven Pierce, a Level 9 operative of the DHS. You may regard me as the second in command, with a director above me. Given the substantial information Raven had conveyed, Perny took some time to digest it. As a third-generation East Asian immigrant raised in New York, Perny had fully assimilated into American culture, further complemented by his 6th of English heritage. Under the influence of American education, he was well acquainted with the exploits of Captain America and Ms. Carter. Who among the youth did not idolize Captain America during their formative years? This youthful admiration swiftly transferred to Raven. The strength and mystery surrounding Raven had always captivated Perny. And now, with his identity revealed, Perny finally comprehended that only an organization capable of nurturing Captain America could cultivate someone like Raven. Connecting these dots, Perny posed a second, pivotal question: how do you intend to help me become powerful? Raven's choice of Perny was influenced by a mixture of guilt, a sense of kinship due to their bloodline, and considerations of talent. At 19, Perny's physical potential was beginning to manifest. Viewed through the lens of martial arts, he was an exceptional prospect. Should Perny pursue martial arts, his progress would undoubtedly be remarkable, potentially surpassing that of even Kotaro. However, time was of the essence, and Raven had devised an alternative path for him. Perny, the DHS possesses many inventions that transcend contemporary technology. Currently, I have in my possession a newly developed virus that even surpasses the super soldier serum once administered to Captain America. Are you suggesting that I could become a super soldier like Captain America? Perny exclaimed, brimming with excitement, his blood surging with fervor. In truth, anyone in his position would feel exhilarated. Who is Captain America? He is a war hero, celebrated in American propaganda for nearly 60 years, a tangible idol. With museums dedicated to him in numerous major cities, the largest of which is located in New York. In this context, New Yorkers, as fellow compatriots, possess the highest awareness of Captain America. Raven, not being a New Yorker and not even a quintessential American, regarded this adulation with indifference. It is worth noting that Captain America has not actually perished. Soon, he shall emerge from the ice once more, ready to continue his endeavors. Thus, Raven explained, the super soldier serum injected into Captain America merely enhanced his physical capabilities to twice the limits of a human body. His remarkable achievements were primarily due to the strength of his spirit. The potency of the virus, however, far surpasses that of the super soldier serum. This means that, upon success, your physical abilities would exceed those of Captain America. Yet, this does not guarantee that you will become a legend like him. Do you understand? Perny nodded fervently, repeatedly affirming, I understand. Raven sighed inwardly. Perny's reaction was almost as he had anticipated, though he did not relish this outcome. Consequently, he cautioned, the injection of the virus does not guarantee success. Should you fail, I will have no choice but to eliminate you. You must contemplate this thoroughly. I understand, Perny replied, just like Red Skull and Captain America. The former failed and ultimately became a demon of the earth, while the latter succeeded and became a renowned hero. Thanks to the existence of the museum, people today possess a clear understanding of that historical period. Perny's comparison was indeed fitting. Following this, silence ensued as Perny weighed the pros and cons. Raven patiently waited. After roughly 10 minutes, Perny lifted his gaze, meeting Raven's eyes, and declared, I am willing to receive the virus injection. Raven foresaw this outcome and softly remarked, I hope you are not blinded by the lure of power. Chapter 35. A Crime Worthy of Death, Part 8. The Quinjet descended upon Raccoon Town in Wisconsin. Upon returning here after a considerable interval, Raven was filled with mixed emotions. After eliminating Wesker, he had sealed all information and claimed the Hive base as his own, granting him his first truly personal secret lair. Compared to the Hive, Raven's previous accommodations could only be described as safe houses. Perny, following Raven, appeared overwhelmingly exhilarated. If Raven had just unveiled a new world to him, he was now genuinely leading him into that realm. Everything within the Hive piqued Perny's curiosity, filling him with numerous questions and reflections. Raven had been patiently awaiting Perny's inquiries. Yet, despite his excitement, Perny skillfully suppressed his curiosity. He fidgeted restlessly along the way, but refrained from asking any questions. Every movement he made did not escape Raven's notice. Raven silently nodded in approval. The virus represented a technological marvel of an era, ranking among the finest even within the Marvel Universe. Should Raven choose, he could barter the virus for the loyalty of many. Perny was not special, nor was he an irreplaceable choice. However, since Raven had selected Perny, he naturally hoped that he would prove to be a worthy candidate. As it stood, while Perny exhibited some youthful impetuosity, he largely met Raven's expectations. As Raven strolled along, he took the initiative to introduce the Hive to Perny. At this juncture, the Hive had commenced a new phase of renovation and expansion. In truth, the Hive was not a creation of Wesker. It was constructed during the Cold War as a large-scale refuge, which later fell into disrepair. It was only after Wesker took an interest in it that it transformed into the Hive we recognize today. During Wesker's era, due to his limited financial resources, the Hive was merely augmented with more advanced facilities and a layout conducive to the researchers' work habits, all while remaining grounded in its original structure. However, this did not align with Raven's vision for the Hive. While Wesker lacked funds, Raven found himself in need of expenditures. The funds siphoned from the Bureau over the years had become a potential liability. Consequently, with a decisive gesture, Raven initiated the expansion of the Hive. In his vision, this site would evolve into a true Hive, capable of accommodating 4,000 individuals, serving both semi-military and research purposes. To safeguard the secrets of the Hive, a simultaneous replacement of personnel in Raccoon City was underway. Before long, the original residents of Raccoon City would be entirely relocated, supplanted by the loyal Hydra faction. At this moment, overseeing affairs within the Hive was the Hydra leader, Malik, who had long been operating under the alias of Musk to cultivate influence within the underworld. Within Hydra, there existed countless factions, with the most formidable being Alexander Pierce. However, the one with the most enduring legacy was Malik. It is important to clarify that most believe the Hydra organization was birthed from the hands of the Red Skull during World War II, yet this understanding is fundamentally flawed. The Hydra organization had existed for over 6,000 years. At that time, the world was under the brutal dominion of an entity known as the Hive. Ultimately, such a tyrannical reign would be overthrown, and the Hive was exiled to another world by the Resistance. Yet, this world is replete with absurdity. Even a tyrant like the Hive had its supporters. To bring back their master from exile, the Hive's admirers established the original Hydra organization. Malik serves as the leader of this ancient iteration of Hydra, which has always prided itself on being the true lineage of Hydra. After Gaunitz arrived in this world, he swiftly conquered Malik with his teachings, storytelling, and powerful gestures, and thus the legend of the Great Serpent intertwined with the tale of the Hive, giving rise to the Great Serpent faction of Hydra. As for the enigmatic Hive, let it remain quietly in its otherworldly domain. Upon entering Laboratory 1, Malik approached him, bowing respectfully before saying, "Esteemed Divine Son, everything has been arranged as per your directives." Raven nodded in acknowledgement and turned his gaze towards the cultivation vessel positioned at the center of the laboratory. It stood nearly 3 meters tall, cylindrical in shape, encased in specially crafted glass, yet contained nothing within. At the base of the glass apparatus, from metal pipes, each approximately 10 centimeters in diameter, are connected, leading to a large positional machine. Meanwhile, Ilya and Dr. Harris are engaged in calibrating the machinery. Raven instructs Penny to remain in place as he strides towards Ilya and Harris. Both individuals are remnants of the Wesker incident, particularly Ilya, who bears the weight of true culpability. Upon noticing Raven's approach, Ilya immediately dons a sycophantic smile, declaring, "Boss, we are ready to commence at any moment." Raven harbors no ill will towards Ilya. Truth be told, her transgressions pale in comparison to those of Hydra. Consequently, Raven finds himself without the moral high ground to disdain her. Moreover, Ilya is a rare talent, possessing both exceptional research and managerial skills, making her a valuable ally for Raven. Adopting a demeanor of respectful humility, he inquires, "Can you ensure safety?" Before Ilya can respond, Dr. Harris interjects with a derisive snort. In experiments such as these, no one can guarantee safety. Raven, undeterred by Dr. Harris's rudeness, notes Ilya's palpable fear, which elicits a wry smile within him. In his efforts to win Ilya's favor, Malik has already revealed his true identity to her. Hydra. Although Ilya has committed numerous illegal acts under Wesker's command, the mere thought of Hydra still sends shivers down her spine. Following relentless propaganda from governments worldwide, 99% of the populace harbors a deep aversion to Hydra. However, they generally believe that this nefarious organization was buried alongside World War II. Should news of Hydra's continued existence leak, disgust would swiftly morph into panic. Otherwise, it would undermine nearly 60 years of governmental messaging. Thus, Ilya's reaction is entirely understandable. To soothe her, Raven offers a more benevolent smile and states, "I have brought a volunteer for this endeavor. He is my good friend, and I implore you to ensure the success of the injection." While Raven perceives this as a request, Ilya interprets it as a veiled threat. She dares not contemplate the repercussions of a failed injection and trembles as she replies, "Understood. I will ensure the injection is successful." Raven feels a sense of helplessness. This is his predicament, bearing the Hydra name. Even his attempts at humility are met with skepticism. Therefore, he refrains from further discourse and beckons Penny, who promptly approaches. Raven gestures towards the two individuals and introduces them to Penny, saying, "These two are the heads of the viral project. You must strictly adhere to their instructions. Any deviation on your part could lead to unforeseen consequences, the only result of which is death. Penny, this is my final inquiry. Do you truly not regret this? Penny decisively nods in affirmation. Raven patted his companion on the shoulder and exited the laboratory. Chapter 36. A Fate Deserving of Death, Part 9. Outside the laboratory, Malik awaited with utmost respect. Raising an eyebrow, Raven inquired, "Is there something amiss?" The hive base was in a state of disarray, and Malik, the person in charge, was far from idle. Malik cautiously replied, "Lord Gornitz is currently within the base." Raven furrowed his brow, asking what brings him here. His feelings towards Gornitz were exceedingly complex. It could be said that Gornitz was Raven's foremost aide. Without him, Raven would not possess the power he currently holds. Yet, Gornitz's loyalty lay not with Raven himself, but with the serpent. Raven was well aware that he had no ties to the serpent, which posed a significant risk. Moreover, aside from obeying Raven's commands, Gornitz was completely uncontrollable at other times. On numerous occasions, Raven had contemplated eliminating this threat, but when the moment arrived, he found himself unable to act. Ultimately, he could only keep a watchful eye on him. Malik, unaware of Raven's inner thoughts, regarded both the Son of God and the Divine Envoy as beings beyond his reach. He understood that their future return to the Celestial Kingdom would require their introductions. Thus, he treated both with equal deference. However, when it came to the matter of the Son of God, Malik dared not remain silent. He cautiously chose his words. "Lord Gornitz is in Laboratory 1. This response was astute, merely indicating Gornitz's whereabouts without disclosing the reason. The rest was left for the esteemed Son of God to discern. Raven chuckled lightly. He was not oblivious to Malik's evasiveness, yet some matters are better left unspoken. Even when dealing with subordinates, one must allow a modicum of leeway. As for Gornitz, being at the crucial moment of the Perny affair, Raven was unable to step away and could only defer the matter for later. However, he soon recalled another matter and instructed, "Summon Musashi to this location." Although Malik was nearing 60, he displayed no hint of arrogance. Upon receiving Raven's command, he promptly set off to relay the message. Before long, Musashi arrived. Since escorting Vanessa to the hive base, she had remained there, and not a single event occurring in New York had escaped her notice. Her current role was akin to that of Raven's steward, with much intelligence relayed to her through Sitwell, which she meticulously organized before presenting it to Raven. In truth, Musashi was privy to more information than Raven himself. Upon her arrival, she handed Raven a tablet. Raven accepted it, and before opening it, inquired, "What is this?" Musashi explained, "It pertains to the dossier on Lady Gao. I believe it will pique your interest." With a mix of curiosity, Raven activated the tablet. But after only a brief glance, he was furious, exclaiming, "Lady Gao deserves a fate of death." In a fit of overwhelming excitement, the tablet was crushed by Raven's grip. Musashi perhaps anticipated such an outcome, his calm demeanor betraying no surprise. Tossing aside the shattered device, Raven, filled with ire, inquired, "Have there been any updates regarding Lady Gao?" "Not yet," came the response. "Jean and Ciderwell are diligently working on it. However, according to Gatler's assessment, she has not yet departed from New York. Seal off New York until Lady Gao is located." "Understood. However, there's another matter. This information indicates that Alexandra has an unusual interest in the Rand Corporation building." Raven contemplated briefly before commanding. "Utilize reserve funds to acquire the Rand Corporation building. If we cannot locate Lady Gao within 24 hours, use the building to lure them out." Musashi replied, "I'm already in the process." Raven nodded, trusting Musashi's capabilities. Having reported, Musashi positioned himself beside Raven. Raven then shifted his gaze to the laboratory, where Penny had been stripped and placed into a glass vessel. Elijah was personally overseeing the operation, monitoring Penny's various bodily indices on the computer while skillfully administering the culture medium into the glass container. Although she had performed this experiment twice before and should have been well-versed, this occasion felt distinctly different. She was unusually tense, her movements somewhat rigid. However, as a professional, Elijah gradually immersed herself in the experiment, her body loosening as she did so. The culture medium slowly filled the container, and the calming components began to take effect, leading Penny to drift into slumber. What followed was a period of waiting, a vigil for Penny to absorb sufficient energy. The virus, referred to as the tyrant virus, possesses a complex origin that perhaps even Wesker could not fully articulate. Yet, its lineage held little significance for Raven. What mattered most to him was the enhancement the virus could provide. Initially, the virus exhibited the ability to fortify and recombine biological genetic factors, a devilish creation birthed for the purpose of developing biological weaponry. However, the first generation of the virus came with severe side effects. Those injected suffered necrosis in the cerebral cortex, resulting in a drastic decline in intelligence, leaving only the primal urge to consume. This was the genesis of the zombies in the world of Biohazard. Subsequently, Wesker upgraded the virus, enabling the mass production of super soldiers. Most crucially, the virus possessed the ability to self-enhance. Injectees would not only gain extraordinary strength, but, due to their unique genetic makeup, would evolve distinct super abilities. Wesker himself had acquired telekinesis through the virus. Raven eagerly anticipated the superpowers that Penny would develop. As time passed, Penny's body began to swell, and a pained groan escaped her lips in her stupor. Elijah fixated intently on the values displayed on the computer, which were rapidly escalating. The reason for this phenomenon primarily lies in the fact that the virus incites an extraordinarily vigorous metabolism within the host, which entails an immense energy expenditure. This heightened metabolic rate consequently induces a voracious appetite in the injected individual. However, relying solely on consumption is utterly insufficient to match the energy depletion caused by such a metabolism. Thus, the ingenious Wesker devised a nutrient-rich culture solution, brimming with energy, completely substituting the need for food. At that moment, the alarm sounded. Time was of the essence. Elia sprinted towards the culture vessel, deftly maneuvering a mechanical arm to inject the pre-prepared virus into the carotid artery of Perry. As the virus entered Perry's body, he began to convulse violently, his eyes snapping open to reveal a pallid gray. Elia observed the situation within the vessel, and in an instant, she noted that Perry had absorbed 1/10 of the culture solution, an alarming sign. Increase the infusion of the culture solution to the maximum, she commanded. Upon receiving the directive, Dr. Harris and his assistants promptly initiated the new operation. Yet, Perry's absorption rate of the culture solution accelerated, and despite Dr. Harris and his team cranking the infusion device to its utmost capacity, the supply of solution could not keep pace with Perry's voracious consumption. The liquid within the glass vessel diminished at a visibly alarming rate. Elia's expression shifted dramatically. This was a situation she had not encountered when Wesker and Alice were injected. A foreboding sense gripped her heart as she shouted, "Do not cease the machinery. Everyone evacuate the laboratory." Dr. Harris and his assistants immediately began their retreat. But Elia remained motionless, fully aware that even if she escaped, it would still lead to her demise. The culture solution continued to dwindle, and by the time Dr. Harris and his team reached safety outside the laboratory, the liquid had receded to Perry's chest. Elia's complexion paled, and she closed her eyes in silent resignation, preparing to face death. Outside the laboratory, Raven displayed no sorrow or joy, merely instinctively shifting into a state of alertness. Chapter 37. A Crime Worthy of Death, Part 10. The future Tony once remarked that, compared to biotechnology, he preferred mechanical technology. Tony was a genius with his intellect. Becoming a top-tier biologist would pose no challenge. However, biotechnology harbors a flaw. Regardless of how precise the calculated values may be, unforeseen events invariably manifest in unpredictable ways. This aversion to biotechnology was the very reason for Tony's disdain. Yet, to the layman Raven, it seemed that since both Wesker and Alice had been injected with the virus, the injection process was fundamentally safe. In retrospect, he realized he had been somewhat negligent. At that juncture, the culture solution had descended to Perry's knees. At this rate, within 10 seconds, Perry would drain every last drop of the solution. Inside the laboratory, Elia appeared to have an epiphany, in a fit of desperation. She seized a nearby chair and struck the glass vessel. However, the vessel was constructed from specialized materials, possessing considerable hardness, rendering Elia's attempts futile. Upon witnessing the scene, Raven immediately pushed open the laboratory door and rushed inside. Ignoring everything else, Elia shouted at Raven, "Shatter the glass vessel and throw him into the underground culture liquid nest." Raven instantly grasped Elia's intent and, without a moment's hesitation, concentrated his energy in his hands, conjuring a swirling orb of golden energy. With a resounding clap, Raven struck the glass vessel, unleashing a powerful shockwave that shattered it instantly. However, Elia's expression was already one of despair. It was too late. "Run, hurry. He is about to awaken." 10 seconds slipped by in an instant. As Raven shattered the glass vessel, the culture liquid simultaneously dried up. Lifting his gaze, Raven caught sight of Perry's eyes fluttering open. His gaze burned a fierce crimson, filled with insatiable desire, and his initially swollen body began to wither, evidently deprived of the culture liquid, as the viral genes within him began to siphon energy from his own body. Yet, this was not the most astonishing transformation. The most striking change was the emergence of a red line on Perry's forehead, which gradually morphed into the shape of an eye. A third vertical eye? Although this eye had not fully formed, Raven could already sense a looming danger. Musashi shared this sentiment. Just as Raven stood there in shock, Musashi, who had entered the laboratory a moment later, decisively brought her hands together, channeling a torrent of energy from every corner of her body into her palms. Seeing this, Raven shouted urgently, "Stop, Musashi! Do not use the energy cannon." During their training with Professor Sykes, each of them had mastered different techniques. Raven's DD wave, Kojiro's Kamehameha, and Musashi had learned the secret energy cannon of the Crane School. The energy cannon's power surpassed that of the DD wave, but it not only consumed energy, but also drained the user's stamina. It was a technique that demanded a life for a life. At Musashi's level, using this technique would surely lead to her own demise. However, Musashi was resolute and did not halt her energy cannon. In this critical moment, Raven could not afford to hesitate. He lunged forward and delivered a powerful punch. Boom! His fist struck between Musashi's hands, disrupting her stance. Though the energy cannon was not unleashed, the energy Musashi had gathered was no mere illusion. Another deafening sound echoed. Raven was violently repelled by the overwhelming force. Sent flying backward, blood gushing from his mouth. Musashi fared even worse. Her interrupted energy cannon unleashed chaotic energy that battered her body, leaving her sprawled on her back. The battle had yet to commence, yet both had already sustained severe injuries. With a bitter smile, Raven could only think, this is truly a nightmare. Meanwhile, Perry's vertical eye had fully formed. Raven, with his keen senses, felt a chilling dread. He had no idea what kind of monster he had inadvertently created. As an ordinary individual, Ilya collapsed instantly upon receiving a mere glance from the vertical identity. Raven, summoning every ounce of strength, struggled to rise. Inching his way toward the unconscious Musashi, standing face to face with Perry. It was as if a hidden mechanism had been triggered. Perry, who had remained still, leaped from the glass vessel and approached Raven. In that moment, Raven sensed the chilling breath of death. Yet, merely standing had already depleted his energy, leaving him incapable of any further action. Perry extended his right hand, and Raven felt a foreboding that once this hand made contact with his body, his life would extinguish. This process, initially expected to be brief, became a torrent of memories flooding Raven's mind, intertwining past and present, akin to slides racing through his consciousness. Was this the sensation of death? He had never anticipated departing in such a manner. The hand was now a mere 10 centimeters from his shoulder. Enduring immense pain, Raven steeled himself, determined to meet his end with dignity. 5 centimeters, 4 centimeters, he could already feel the searing heat emanating from Perry's palm. Just then, another hand unexpectedly appeared, grasping Perry's arm. Raven turned his head to see Goni arriving. The divine envoy's expression was ashen as he fixed his gaze on Perry's singular eye. His voice low and grave. "What do you intend to do?" He was certainly not engaging in casual conversation with Perry. This was merely the prelude to his wrath. Sharing Goni's furious sentiment was the unconscious Perry, who, like a cherished toy snatched away, shrieked and flailed his left hand toward Goni. However, Goni was swifter. In an instant, he executed a back thrust maneuver, sending Perry spiraling upward in a whirlwind. Goni, consumed by rage, did not hold back, as Perry lost mobility in the air. He unleashed 3 powerful slashes, the wind coalescing into razor-sharp blades that struck Perry, leaving behind 3 ghastly gashes before the latter plummeted to the apex of the laboratory. Upon Goni's arrival, Raven felt a wave of relief wash over him, his body collapsing uncontrollably in front of Musashi. Goni, having repelled Perry, attempted to assist him, but the deranged Perry swiftly returned, seemingly restored. Now exposed, his muscles appeared significantly emaciated, and all 3 of his eyes glowed a menacing red. The strangeness of the situation was palpable. Fearing that the aftermath of the battle would harm Raven, Goni could only retreat while fighting, gradually luring Perry out of the laboratory, sustaining injuries in the process. Meanwhile, the Hive guards rushed to the scene. However, this confrontation was far beyond their capacity to intervene. Their firearms could not possibly aim accurately at the 2 non-human entities moving at such extraordinary speeds. Witnessing this, Malik, who had arrived with the guards, promptly directed his subordinates to evade the battle's aftermath and rushed into the laboratory to rescue the fallen. This command was undoubtedly the right one. With the guards retreating, only Goni and Perry remained in the corridor, and at last, Goni could unleash his full power. The Tempest and the Whirlwind assailed in tandem, inflicting countless wounds upon Perny. Yet, as swiftly as these injuries manifested, they began to heal. It was clear that Perny's genetics had been altered by the virus, granting him a rapid metabolism that enabled swift regeneration. The battle persisted for another quarter of an hour. Gonnet's stamina began to wane. He gasped for breath while wielding his hand blade to unleash gusts of wind that forced Perny to retreat. Acting purely on instinct, Perny was also suffering. Although he could heal, it demanded an immense amount of energy, and at that moment, he had no opportunity to feed. The only sustenance available was his own flesh. His muscles had entirely vanished, and his skin began to crack, through which Gonnets could even glimpse his brittle bones. Chapter 38. The Sin of 1,000 Deaths, Part 11. This confrontation had devolved into a contest of willpower. Gonnets had not anticipated that Perny would prove so formidable. This was the most harrowing predicament he had faced since embarking on his journey. Yet, the dawn of victory was in sight. He merely needed to delay his opponent for another minute, after which Perny's body would succumb. Armed with exceptional combat intelligence and experience, Gonnets opted not to engage Perny head-on. Instead, he continuously maneuvered to increase the distance between them while launching wind blades to thwart Perny's advances. This was an exceedingly astute and correct strategy. Gonnets was already convinced of his impending triumph. He intended to rend this insolent interloper to pieces. At that moment, Perny abruptly ceased his assault, standing motionless in the corridor, his head bowed as if he were a lifeless automaton. Although their battle had not spanned a lengthy duration, the aftermath had left the entire corridor outside the laboratory in disarray. Under such circumstances, Malik and the guards were unable to evacuate the wounded. They could only establish a fragile defensive line within the laboratory. Raven, shielded behind them, sensed impending doom as Perny halted his movements. Logically, Gonnets should have been far superior to a virus-infected being, as evidenced by his effortless defeat of Wesker. However, this was the Marvel Universe, where certainties could swiftly transform into uncertainties. Perny had evidently surpassed the enhancements conferred by the virus. The reasons behind this transformation would require future investigation. Now, Raven's sixth sense was in a frenzy within his mind, akin to a computer operating at overclocked speeds. He felt a searing heat at the back of his head, as if something were poised to burst forth. In the past, Raven would have suppressed such impulses, but now he had no alternative. In the corridor outside the laboratory, Gonnets stared at the motionless Perny, stunned into inaction for 3 seconds. This was utterly unexpected. 3 seconds later, Gonnets realized that this was an exceptional opportunity. At that moment, he made a critical error. He could have continued to use his wind blade to eliminate Penny from a distance. However, due to his personal style and character, he opted to unleash his ultimate technique, attempting to conclude the battle with a more extravagant display. Yet, Goniath's ultimate move, the Eightfold Maiden, required physical contact with the enemy. With claws formed from his fingers, Goniath reached for Penny's right arm. Upon their initial contact, a horrific scream escaped his lips. His hand was ensnared. Goniath struggled to break free, but no matter what he did, he could not escape. Simultaneously, he felt his life force rapidly draining away. In an instant, a strand of white hair appeared on his forehead. This was not the end. As his vitality continued to be absorbed by Penny, Goniath's body aged at an alarming rate. If this continued, it would not be long before he was reduced to a mere husk. This bizarre predicament did not terrify Goniath. After all, he was a seasoned warrior of the Stormgale. Within mere seconds, he had devised a plan. Without hesitation, Goniath shaped his left hand into a blade and struck at his right arm joint. With a sharp crack, the highly compressed wind formed the keenest edge, and Goniath's right hand and wrist were severed. Finally, he freed himself from the physical connection with Penny. However, the moment they parted, his severed hand and wrist disintegrated into ash. He had to be grateful for his quick decision. Otherwise, it would not have been long before he met the same fate. The two distanced themselves once more. Despite his arm being rendered useless, Goniath, instead of succumbing to rage, unexpectedly maintained his composure. He refrained from launching a blind attack. Yet, while Goniath paused, Penny suddenly lifted his head. His eyes were pitch black, contrasting with the third eye on his forehead, which flickered with a horrifying red light. Goniath thought to himself, this is not good. But it was too late. Before he could make any move, the red light from Penny's vertical eye transformed into a straight line, piercing directly through his left shoulder. So swift, this was Goniath's final thought before he fell backward. Having dealt with his troublesome foe, Penny too was on the verge of collapse. He was acting purely on instinct, now overwhelmed by excruciating pain and insatiable hunger. He needed to feed, and within the laboratory lay a plethora of food. As Penny staggered to the laboratory entrance, Malik decisively commanded, "Open fire." More than a dozen guards unhesitatingly pulled their triggers. Bullets rained down upon Penny like a torrential storm. However, the anticipated scene of Penny collapsing from the gunfire did not occur. Instead, the red light flickered on his forehead, and the incoming bullets seemed to freeze mid-air, stopping just 10 centimeters from him. Faced with such an uncanny scene, Malik, the formidable figure, remained composed, while the guards appeared utterly terrified, incessantly pulling the triggers until their magazines were empty. This only served to thicken the curtain of bullets before Penny. The clatter of bullets echoed as they fell to the ground. Like a beast, Penny lunged into the midst of the guards, seizing one panicked sentinel, who aged before his very eyes, akin to a withering flower. However, unlike the decisiveness and capability of Goniath, the guard found himself utterly powerless to escape Penny's grasp. Startled, Malik's first instinct was to seize the opportunity to rush through the crowd and flee the laboratory. Yet, just as he was about to act, the thought of Lord Shinsi crossed his mind. At this moment, the obsession of faith was palpable, for even though fear had reached its zenith, Malik suppressed his trepidation and turned to find Raven, intending to escape together. However, upon turning, he was met with an even more bizarre sight. At some point, Raven had assumed a lotus position, eyes closed, and was levitating in mid-air, emanating a golden radiance. To be candid, Malik, having lived for 60 years, was not a stranger to the world, yet today's revelations shattered his worldview. Regardless of Malik's thoughts, Raven felt his essence traversing an infinite cosmos, journeying through what seemed like an entire galaxy in an instant, beholding the Milky Way in a mere second. At last, he beheld 17 celestial orbs shimmering with silver light, their luminosity intertwining like the hands of two souls entwined. In the laboratory, Raven opened his eyes. The golden luminosity intensified as he removed the ever-present golden medallion from around his neck, roughly 3 centimeters in length. With a flick of his finger, the medallion spiraled upwards, transforming into a cascade of golden radiance. Entranced by this brilliance, Penny, in a daze, inadvertently released the guard, who, though escaping dire peril, bore the marks of rapid aging. Subsequently, as the golden radiance dissipated, a magnificent suit of golden armor, adorned with 2 heads and 4 arms, materialized before Raven. The small cosmos roared. The galaxy erupted. Raven, seated in a meditative posture, unleashed his mightiest punch. Concurrently, an orange-hued circle materialized abruptly within the laboratory, where a robed mage shouted desperately. No, but it was too late. Chapter 39. A catastrophic incident. Raven's punch transformed into a silver streak, poised to strike Perny. Just then, another orange circle appeared before Perny, causing the silver streak to vanish without a trace as it passed through the portal. Simultaneously, in the western deserts of America, a silver flash erupted, carving a canyon nearly 10 meters wide. This would undoubtedly become an unsolved mystery of the region in the future. Inside the laboratory, after Raven unleashed that punch, he could no longer support his own body and fell from midair. Malik, quick to seize the moment, immediately threw himself forward, serving as a cushion for the esteemed son of God. Alas, poor Malik, nearing 60, felt as though his very organs had shifted under such weight. Simultaneously, with the loss of Raven's control, the golden armor reformed into a golden plate, which landed upon Raven's back. Exhibiting a bittersweet smile and shaking her head, Master Gu stepped through the teleportation portal into the laboratory. She cast a glance at Raven before pointing into the void, causing Perny to collapse in response. This display was nothing short of formidable. Malik and the Guardians dared not breathe, clearly intimidated by Master Guyi's presence. Unbeknownst to Malik and the others, Perny's soul had been forcefully ejected from his body by Guyi's gesture. In this ethereal state, Perny regained his consciousness, yet as he surveyed the chaotic scene, he could not recall what had transpired. With another casual flick, Gu made Perny's body levitate, his soul involuntarily drawn towards the orange-hued portal. Gonitz is still alive. If Raven awakens, have him come to Kamar Taj to find me, Gu commanded before stepping directly into the portal. Once the portal vanished, Malik let out a sigh of relief, but soon felt a sharp pain. Quick, help the son of God up. Oh, my back. Immediately notify the medical team. Under Malik's direction, the Guardians scrambled into action. 3 days later, at the New York Sanctum Hospital, Raven gradually regained consciousness. As awareness returned, he was met with excruciating pain. Raven could not suppress a groan, catching the attention of the stoic Sykes, who was gazing out the window. The giant turned, maintaining his impassive demeanor, and remarked, "You should have called for me." Raven took a moment to collect himself. Memories surged back like a tide, and he managed a wry smile. This was unforeseen. It was not an excuse. Had Raven anticipated such tumult, he would undoubtedly have summoned Sykes to his side. Despite Perny's seemingly unparalleled courage, it was merely a matter of a single punch for Sykes. Nonetheless, this experience served as a profound lesson for Raven. Should there be a next time, he would not be so audacious. Sykes offered no comment, as he was not one for much conversation. But his willingness to share a few words was a courtesy extended due to Raven's near demise. Having known each other for over a decade, Raven understood Sykes' nature and thus inquired, "Is there anyone else here? Please have him come." Sykes nodded and turned to leave. Shortly thereafter, Malik entered the room with an eager demeanor. After Lavin unleashed that powerful punch, he lost consciousness and needed to comprehend what had transpired subsequently. Malik, being meticulous, recounted the events in great detail. Upon hearing that the Ancient One had appeared, Lavin's expression became peculiar, which filled Malik with trepidation. He feared that he had somehow displeased the divine being. Although this incident bore a hint of absurdity, it was not without merit. For Malik had become utterly convinced of the legend of the Great Serpent. He had personally witnessed Lavin's extraordinary display of power. That punch, akin to divine skill, was etched permanently in Malik's memory, a moment he would never forget. It is worth noting that at this juncture, extraordinary events and individuals were exceedingly rare. When Iron Man emerged, a plethora of bizarre characters would undoubtedly follow, and Malik might find himself reflecting on his own lack of experience in comparison. However, that was a matter for years ahead. Meanwhile, Lavin was oblivious to Malik's extensive thoughts. his primary concern lay with Musashi's condition. "How is Musashi faring?" Lavin inquired. Malik respectfully replied, "Miss Musashi has sustained some internal injuries, but Lord Sykes has assessed that she is not in grave danger. The more troubling case is that of Lord Messenger. He was pierced through the left chest. Fortunately, his heart is located on the right side, which spared him from a dire fate, though his recovery will likely require at least 6 months of rest and treatment." Upon hearing that Musashi was safe, Lavin breathed a sigh of relief. As for Ganes, his survival was sufficient. His death might not even be a misfortune. After grasping the situation of everyone involved, Lavin attempted to rise, prompting Malik to hastily assist him. Thankfully, although Lavin felt pain throughout his body, the energy that had been dispersed earlier had returned, and no severe aftereffects were apparent. However, he did experience significant discomfort in his pituitary gland, which he surmised was a consequence of activating his small universe and utilizing the golden cloth. What perplexed Lavin was the unexpected activation of the Gemini golden cloth. In the world of Saint Seiya, the Gemini Saint Saga is a villain in the 12 Temples arc who succumbs to the temptation of power, ambushing and killing Pope Xian, subsequently taking his place while plotting to eliminate the child Athena. In summary, he is a notorious antagonist. Consequently, Lavin could only manage a wry smile, realizing that he was inextricably linked to the realm of villains. To master martial arts, he had only managed to learn the Crane School's techniques. And just as he had finally revealed another trump card, it turned out to be the Gemini cloth, as if fate were urging him to embrace the role of a villain. The frustrating part was that there was no reasoning with this situation. Suppressing his irritation, Lavin commanded Malik to prepare a plane. He intended to travel to Nepal. The Quinjet landed at the finest airport in Kathmandu, Nepal, perhaps the only airport of its kind. Kamartaj is, in truth, a world beyond worlds, although many legends circulate about it, and countless souls venture to Kathmandu in search of its traces. Such pursuits are ultimately in vain. Without the approval of the sorcerers, no one can ever uncover the secrets of this sanctum. However, Raven was invited by the Ancient One, and upon his arrival in Kathmandu with Sykes, they encountered a black sorcerer named Mordo, the Ancient One's foremost disciple. Under Mordo's guidance, the two swiftly found themselves in Kamartaj, where they met the Ancient One. In a modest tea room, the Ancient One knelt, preparing tea. "You have caused a grave calamity." Upon their first meeting, she issued the sternest of warnings. Chapter 40, The First Mutant. Noticing Raven's silence, the Ancient One continued, "Take a seat." Raven settled cross-legged opposite her, while Sykes wandered to the balcony to admire the view. "You must understand the immense damage that wielding the power of the outer cosmos can inflict upon this world." Raven chuckled softly, yet at that moment, I had no other choice. Indeed, there was no alternative. One cannot simply bow their head and await death. Who could have foreseen that the Ancient One would come to the rescue? Washi and T arrived. Although the Ancient One is reputed as the guardian of the dimensions, perpetually safeguarding Earth from incursions of other realms, she remains indifferent to many of the planet's internal conflicts. She would neither expose the machinations of Hydra nor prevent the Second World War. Thus, Raven never harbored expectations that this esteemed figure would assist him. Moreover, as a focal point for the invasion of the Marvel Universe by the outer cosmos, Raven himself was a source of trouble. If roles were reversed, Raven would undoubtedly wish for this anchor to perish swiftly to avoid attracting further complications. Having lived for 5 centuries, the Ancient One was well aware of Raven's thoughts and intentions, which prompted her to sigh in resignation regarding past events. In this matter, she could hardly place excessive blame on Raven. In truth, since Raven's arrival in this world had come to the Ancient One's attention, her concern for him had been unprecedented. However, the Ancient One had many duties to attend to. She could not constantly monitor Raven's every action. This time, her lapse in vigilance during her astral travels across the multiverse led to this severe consequence. Now, she had to devise a means to mitigate the fallout. Pouring tea for Raven, the Ancient One remarked, based on past experiences, your utilization of an unprecedented new power system tend to attract more beings or objects from that outer cosmos to our universe. However, this instance may prove to be somewhat different. Raven felt a stir of curiosity. The Ancient One possessed the Time Stone, granting her visions far beyond his own. Thus, unable to restrain his curiosity, Raven inquired, "What makes it different?" Master Gu furrowed her brow and said, "I cannot articulate the distinctions within this matter. You must understand that once I express it, the essence of the situation will inevitably be altered." Raven nodded, acknowledging that the future is never immutable. Much like Doctor Strange's inability to disclose specifics to Iron Man, it must be left to conjecture. Gu continued, "I have glimpsed numerous divergent futures. Fortunately, in most of them, this universe persists. However, do not be complacent. Act in accordance with your true convictions." "Is this your counsel to me?" Raven inquired. "No, it is merely a fragment of the future." Raven, somewhat perplexed, wished to delve deeper for further details. Yet, Gu waved her hand dismissively, stating, "The critical moment has not yet arrived." Confounded, Raven questioned, "If it is not yet time, why have you summoned me?" It seemed as though Gu had heard Raven's unspoken thoughts. With a flick of her wrist, the body of Penny materialized within the tea room. Though his eyes were tightly shut, unmoving, resembling a vegetable state. Most alarmingly, the vertical eye upon Penny's forehead had been replaced by an enigmatic black gem. Concerned for the grandson of his old acquaintance, Raven asked, "What is his current condition?" Gu gestured towards Raven's forehead. A chill swept through Raven's eyes, and he instinctively blinked, revealing another Penny seated at the corner of the tea table. "A soul state? Penny, can you hear my voice?" Penny offered a wry smile and nodded. Gu elucidated, "Penny is a mutant. The vertical eye signifies a mutation that has enhanced his body, awakening his genes." Wait, Raven interrupted. "Are there mutants in this universe?" This question could likely be comprehended only by Gu among those present. There were none, but now there are. Raven found himself bewildered by this revelation and waved his hand, asking, "What exactly does this entail?" From the moment Raven traversed into this realm, he had utilized the formidable intelligence network of the Earth Bureau to investigate the world comprehensively, confirming that this Marvel universe indeed belonged to the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Although mutants are also part of Marvel, they do not exist within this realm. Just as confusion enveloped Raven's mind, Gu continued, "Raven, you are exceptional. Initially, I believed you would merely attract the attention of otherworldly universes, yet reality has proven otherwise. There are matters I cannot disclose, but you may explore them for yourself. I can only assure you that Penny's emergence is not a malevolent occurrence." At this point, Raven felt even more bewildered. He sensed that Penny's transformation was likely connected to the multiverse of Marvel. Regrettably, Gui's time was limited. With another flick of her wrist, she returned Penny's soul to his body. Penny suddenly jolted awake, the abruptness of the experience prompting him to instinctively assume a defensive posture. However, he quickly recognized the folly of his actions. Lowering his guard, he began to acclimate to his newly rejuvenated body, which seemed to harbor boundless strength. The Ancient One had employed some arcane method to restore Penny to his prime condition. Moreover, he felt an incessant urge to seize the gem embedded in his forehead. Despite his attempts at restraint, his hand instinctively reached for it. Yet, the piercing gazes of two individuals swiftly brought him back to his senses, his impulse dissipating like snow before the sun, leaving behind a flutter of trepidation. Observing this, the Ancient One and Sykes retracted their stares. "Please escort him away," the Ancient One commanded. However, Raven was dissatisfied with this directive. He had journeyed a great distance with his wounded body, not to be met with ambiguous words and to ultimately relinquish Penny. "Ancient One, I have another question." The Ancient One nodded in acknowledgement. Raven inquired, "Does this world possess destiny?" The Ancient One, having traversed the river of time, appeared to anticipate Raven's question, responding without hesitation. "I have traveled from 500 years past and now approach the end of life. Throughout this extensive time, I have perceived only eternity without encountering destiny." Within the quinjet, Penny continued to adjust to his body, exhibiting considerable excitement. Anyone who abruptly gained such power would require time to accept the transformation. Yet, amidst his exhilaration, Penny deliberately avoided the sights of Sykes and the contemplative Raven. The former was someone he could not confront, and the latter was someone he dared not provoke. Since departing from Kamar Taj, Raven had been pondering the meaning behind the Ancient One's final statement, approaching the end of life. This phrase resonated with Raven. The Ancient One, utilizing the Time Stone, had undoubtedly glimpsed her own demise. It seemed evident that her resolve had not wavered due to his presence. She remained prepared to embrace her fate upon Doctor Strange's emergence. Her assertion of having only seen eternity could be interpreted as her intention to transcend the corporeal realm in pursuit of the eternal divine. Thus, could her concluding remark imply that there is, in fact, no destiny in this world? Such ambiguity vexed Raven, leaving him in a state of disarray, unable to grasp any clarity. This formidable figure was not one to offer straightforward answers. Why indulge in riddles? Chapter 41. Resolution. Raven had always been nonchalant. After all, those who could not be carefree would struggle to accept the reality of their transposition. For matters that eluded understanding, the wisest course was to cast them aside. To Raven's perspective, the Ancient One's demeanor during this excursion to Kamar Taj remained notably optimistic, suggesting that he could afford to be a bit more audacious. As the Cohen-style fighter aircraft descended upon New York Airport, Raven had ceased to be preoccupied with the activation of the Golden Cloth. His gaze shifted to the originator of all troubles, Madame Gao. The trio drove directly to the New York office of the Earth Bureau, also situated in Manhattan. Although New York City is vast, the American custom of segregating work and living spaces means that there are only a few viable locations for office space. Each time a significant event occurs, Manhattan invariably suffers an explosion, and there lies a rationale behind it. Inside the office of the director of the New York branch of the Earth Bureau, Gador was engrossed in paperwork when Raven, accompanied by Penny and Sykes, barged in. "Have you located Madame Gao?" Raven inquired upon entering the room. Upon recognizing the visitors, Gator replied, somewhat taken aback, "Her position has been pinpointed." Oh! This response caught Raven off guard. It was rare for the Earth Bureau to perform commendably. However, unbeknownst to Raven, during his 3 days of unconsciousness, the entire city of New York had been placed under emergency lockdown, with the New York Bridge severed for nearly 8 hours. Complaints via email and telephone inundated City Hall. Yet the mayor could only manage a wry smile, for the Earth Bureau, through its maneuvers, had submitted a report to the New York Police Department stating that 5 individuals had been murdered by a female criminal, thereby necessitating the imposition of martial law in her absence. Logically, the Earth Bureau and the New York Police Department belong to different entities, and while both fall under the law enforcement umbrella, they operate independently. In most instances, the New York Police Department would disregard the Earth Bureau entirely. However, there exists an exception when police officers are killed in the line of duty. New York police officers, as officers of the law, also face the peril of violent confrontations. No one wishes to see their sacrifice met with indifference from the higher-ups. Typically, in such dire circumstances, officers voluntarily forego their leave, uniting on the streets to search for leads. In light of this customary practice, even the mayor cannot compel the New York police to abandon the lockdown. The police chief, too, would dare not do so, as he relies on these subordinates to solve cases and maintain order. New York boasts a force of 40,000 officers. And with additional personnel serving the department, the number of individuals involved in the search for Madame Gao certainly exceeds 50,000. Moreover, Jean Bing mobilized all street forces, offering a bounty of $1 million. With both the underworld and law enforcement acting in unison, as long as Madame Gao remained in New York, she would be unable to elude this extensive search. Indeed, reality bore this out. Despite Madame Gao's prudence, she was discovered on the afternoon of the 3rd day. At that moment, she was unaware of the magnitude of the power she had offended, mistakenly believing her adversary to be Jean Bing. This intelligence was relayed to the Earth Bureau, prompting Gador to dispatch elite personnel for surveillance. Yet beyond that, he took no further action. This is where Gatorio's brilliance shines. The task of eliminating Madame Gao seems more fitting for the boss. Subsequently, the New York City Police Department announced that they had apprehended the killer, lifting the curfew to placate Madame Gao. Upon hearing the entire account, Raven could not help but commend Gatorio whose prowess in intelligence operations had endured for decades. Raven then shifted his focus to Penny, who stood tall and declared, "Let me take this on." Raven nodded, recognizing that the chaos had been orchestrated to ensure Penny could exact his vengeance personally. At this juncture, Raven would not waver, but prior to that, he needed to present Penny with a dossier. Fortunately, Gattorio possessed the file, saving precious time. When Penny received the tablet from Raven and opened it with curiosity, his fury surged. Much like Raven's earlier reaction, he crushed the tablet in his grip. The dossier revealed that Madame Gao had long disguised herself as a benefactor in the Chinatown of the West Coast, continuously aiding the Easterners, only to later seduce them into willingly blinding themselves to serve her. Her ulterior motive was to prevent these Easterners from discovering that she was manufacturing nothing but detergent. This also eliminated the risk of her laundry factory being uncovered and the infiltration of undercover agents. Statistics showed that over the decades, more than 300 Easterners had been deceived into joining her detergent factory under her manipulation. Upon arriving in New York, she intended to replicate her scheme. This was precisely why she sought out Uncle Mao. With Mao's reputation in Chinatown, once he agreed to collaborate, Madame Gao would no longer need to worry about manpower. Conversely, should Mao refuse her proposal, she would eliminate him preemptively to avoid any disruption to her enterprise. Indeed, Madame Gao likely had a third-layer strategy. Only by disposing of Uncle Mao could she ensure that Chinatown would be fragmented, leaving her free to exploit it. Thus, the bombing incident was not a mere act of revenge, but rather a meticulously premeditated murder. Although young and not contemplating the broader implications, Penny was already incensed by the information at hand, unable to contain his outrage. This was a profound matter of national grievance and personal vendetta. Unable to wait another moment, Penny turned to Gattorio and inquired, "Where is Madame Gao?" Observing Raven's nod, Gattorio promptly handed over a communicator, explaining, "This device can continuously relay the coordinates of our surveillance personnel and allows direct communication with them." Penny accepted the communicator, and Raven tossed in the car keys, saying, "Try not to scratch it." As Penny departed, Raven turned back to Gattorio, asking, "There is one more individual that requires attention. Where is Alexandra?" Gattorio was prepared, handing over another communicator. "I need a vehicle." Within Penny's heart resided an explosive fury, and Raven's was no less tumultuous. For individuals of such deplorable character as the Five Fingers, only by vanquishing them entirely could Raven hope to alleviate the anger that simmered within. Thus, on this occasion, Raven resolved to take matters into his own hands. Driving a Chevrolet, he arrived at the Dedanio Company building in Jersey City. Alexandra believed she had concealed herself effectively. In truth, she had severed ties with the Hand Association and Lady Gao long ago, had Lady Gao not sought her out. She had no intention of reuniting with the other Four Fingers. The times had irrevocably changed. With the advancements of modern technology, the meager skills of the Five Fingers could no longer ensure their safety, and their desire to act with impunity as they had centuries prior was nothing short of suicidal. As for the malevolent deity, the Black Void, hailing from the multiverse, it was originally a legacy of the Hand Association. Alexandra perceived the essence of the Black Void. It was a soulless beast capable of annihilating its foes as easily as it could obliterate itself. The audacity of the Hand Association to believe they could control such a perilous entity was baffling. Alexandra understood clearly that only the dragon bone and immortality held true significance. Everything else was expendable. Chapter 42. The stunned old man. Had it not been for an unforeseen circumstance, Raven would scarcely have acknowledged the insignificance of the Five Fingers. Having lived for nearly 4 centuries, they had yet to achieve anything of note, which could only indicate their utter mediocrity. However, considering their adversaries included Daredevil and Iron Fist, it was astonishing that the Five Fingers could still maintain a semblance of advantage. The absurdity of the Marvel Universe was laid bare in this instance. At times, Raven found himself perplexed. Had not Daredevil and his ilk ever heard the tale of Tianji's horse racing? It mattered not that they could not prevail. There existed countless superheroes. A simple letter to Iron Man or Thor could effortlessly dispatch the Five Fingers, allowing Hell's Kitchen to thrive in peace. Now, Raven was determined to assist in rendering this world more rational. As he parked his vehicle and prepared to enter the Dadanio building, he suddenly halted. A peculiar sensation washed over him. Raven's martial arts prowess was merely average, and in the past, he might have failed to perceive such a feeble presence. However, since awakening his inner cosmos, his sensitivity had significantly heightened. Intrigued by the identity of this enigmatic presence, he veered into a narrow alley behind the Dadanio building. In this disheveled alleyway, an elderly man clad in military green overalls and sunglasses was diligently feeding stray animals, his focus unwavering even as Raven approached. Raven meticulously searched his memory, but found no recollection of this old man. Yet the aura surrounding him was undeniably authentic. When had such a figure emerged in the Marvel Universe? Raven came to a halt before the other party and inquired, "Who are you?" The elderly man in sunglasses continued to ignore him, meticulously tending to his feeding. To be honest, Raven was seldom subjected to such disregard. Yet, it would be unreasonable for him to retaliate simply because he was overlooked. The Hydra was not so tyrannical. After standing still for a few moments, seeing that the man truly had no intention of speaking, Raven turned to leave. However, as he did so, the elderly man looked up and said, "Young man, I offer you a piece of advice. Do not approach this building." What? Is he fixated on Alexandra? It seems there's a story behind this. But does having a story make it significant? Raven was not fond of the elderly man's pretentious demeanor, as if he were living in a martial arts world, playing the role of a reclusive sage. Consequently, Raven did not linger and strode directly to the entrance of the Dadanio building, intending to force his way inside. At that moment, the old man, leaning on a pure steel cane, caught up and blocked Raven's path. Without allowing Raven to speak, he interjected, "Young man, this place is about to become exceedingly perilous. Our meeting is a matter of fate. Depart from here." Raven was both amused and infuriated by the nonsensical words. Yet he had already discerned that the man was indeed seeking trouble with Alexandra. A blind man, an old man, and the 5 fingers. These characteristics combined brought a name to Raven's mind, the Cane Sage. It was not surprising that Raven only recalled the man's identity now. The True Purity Society, led by the Cane Sage, had little presence. The so-called True Purity Society was merely a splinter group of the ancient Hand Association. When the Hand Association was still a righteous organization, they welcomed their most formidable leader. But unfortunately, this leader, upon discovering the void of darkness in another realm, sought to harness its power to dominate the world. Subsequently, those within the organization who still harbored goodwill broke away to form the True Purity Society. Their singular objective was to prevent the void of darkness from manifesting in the world. This organization had been entangled with the Hand Association for centuries. By the time superheroes emerged, their strength was still divided, with the True Purity Society holding a 4-to-6 ratio against the Hand Association. Conflict was an annual occurrence. However, the outcome often saw the True Purity Society suffering heavy losses. According to incomplete statistics, 14 out of the 15 leaders of the True Purity Society had perished at the hands of the Hand Association and the 5 Fingers. The Cane Sage was the 15th leader. For Raven to remember such an organization was indeed remarkable. Having understood the intricacies of the situation, Raven was resolute in not wasting any more time with the Cane Sage. Perhaps today was once again a significant day for the clash between the True Purity Society and the Hand Association, but so what? If he could eliminate Alexandra, it would alleviate some pressure on the True Purity Society. With this thought in mind, Raven pushed past the Cane Sage and made his way towards the reception area, leaving the Cane Sage fuming behind him. Perhaps at this moment, the old man was pondering that the youth lacked understanding, disregarding the wisdom of their elders, and was now facing the consequences of their folly. Meanwhile, Lavin had arrived at the front desk, presenting his credentials to the receptionist. "I am Agent Lavin, and I require the assistance of Ms. Alessandra for an investigation. Where might she be found?" The receptionist hesitated briefly, but soon donned a professional smile and replied, "Agent, do you have an appointment?" "No," Lavin admitted, feeling somewhat exasperated. "I'm afraid Ms. Alessandra is quite busy. I can take down your information, and someone will contact you shortly." Lavin felt a sense of helplessness. After all, this was America, a bastion of capitalism where the affluent could act with impunity. A mere badge, it seemed, could hardly intimidate anyone. Lavin inquired further, "On which floor is Ms. Alessandra's office?" The receptionist's smile faded, her expression turning serious as she picked up the phone. "This is a private establishment, agent. Ms. Alessandra is a person of considerable stature." She paused, realizing the gravity of her words. However, Lavin had already drawn a gleaming golden desert eagle from its holster beneath his arm, aiming it at her forehead. "Which floor?" She is on the 14th floor." "Excellent. I appreciate your newfound cooperation. Allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Do your utmost to avoid causing me any trouble." With that, Lavin brandished his weapon and made his way to the elevator. It was still afternoon, and as he traversed the corridor, staff members, upon catching sight of the glaring firearm, prudently covered their mouths and hastily retreated. This was quite fortunate. At least no one attempted to contest Lavin for the elevator. Upon reaching the 14th floor, the elevator doors slid open to reveal two imposing security guards standing at the threshold, brandishing their batons with aggression. Lavin shook his head in resignation. It appeared the receptionist had disregarded his earlier warning. Yet upon raising his pistol once more, the guards promptly vacated the way. "Lead me to Ms. Alessandra's office." The guards, keenly aware of their predicament, raised their hands in surrender and guided him to the office door, even kindly opening it for him. Lavin appreciated this level of service. Inside the office, Alessandra sat upright, having already received the information. In her view, Lavin was merely a rookie detective demonstrating reckless bravado. In this day and age, there were many impulsive youths, and she was certain that reality would soon impart a lesson on the young agent. Thus, she had no intention of fleeing. As Lavin entered the office, Alessandra felt a shiver run down her spine. The aura of menace was palpable. Unfortunately for her, Lavin had already disregarded the consequences and pulled the trigger. Bang! Chapter 43. The Stunned Old Man, Part 2. Bang! 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 The rhythmic gunfire echoed through the air. The Desert Eagle, a formidable hunting pistol, fires a 5-inch bullet, a pinnacle of its time among handguns. However, it is not without its drawbacks. A mere 7-round magazine, a sluggish firing rate, and an unwieldy weight, coupled with significant recoil. Consequently, it is rare for individuals to employ this firearm in combat. Raven's choice of weapon was largely influenced by the memories of his previous life. After all, the Desert Eagle is renowned. Bang! 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 The 7 rounds were finally expended. As anticipated, Alessandra deftly evaded every bullet. In the Marvel Universe, some individuals, upon gaining a modicum of power, often dismiss the efficacy of firearms, which is not entirely unfounded. At the very least, Raven's predicament appeared somewhat ludicrous. He carefully holstered the pistol beneath his ribcage, resembling a stuttering cowboy from the Wild West. Nevertheless, Raven paid little heed, for even the art of posturing requires experience. Practice makes perfect, and next time will surely be better. Meanwhile, Alessandra, seated behind her desk, was seething with fury, engrossed in her paperwork. She had neither provoked nor offended anyone, yet suddenly found herself under gunfire. Is there no law in this land of the free? Today, she vowed to eliminate this blonde youth. Without concern for her tailored skirt suit, she leapt onto her desk, launching herself toward Raven in a powerful assault. As a renowned elder from Kunlun, despite not having engaged in combat for a century, her mastery of Chi had never waned, resulting in a fierce attack that could intimidate even the most stalwart of Americans. Unfortunately, her opponent was Raven. In terms of combat statistics, Alessandra barely exceeded 100 points, while Raven, having awakened his small universe, boasted a staggering 200 points, easily surpassing her by a factor of 2. Although Raven bore some injuries, they were not substantial. As Alessandra struck with her hand blade, Raven seized her wrist and, with a deft maneuver, executed an over-the-shoulder throw, deftly bringing her to the ground. Despite being over 400 years old, Alessandra's physique remained resilient, and although she hit the ground with force, she sustained little damage. With a swift motion, her right arm deflected Raven's grip, and she sprang back to her feet, though her expression was now one of grave concern. She had encountered a formidable opponent. Recognizing the seriousness of the situation, Alessandra adopted a defensive stance. Raven, still youthful and naive, assumed she intended to engage in earnest and retreated a step, forming a standard starting pose of the Crane immortal style. However, before he could make a move, Alessandra had already turned and dashed toward the office exit. Damn it! Raven couldn't help but curse, swiftly pursuing her. Outside the office, the moment the gunfire erupted, the staff began to evacuate in an orderly manner. The Americans are well versed in this matter. This also facilitated the escape of Alexandra and the pursuit by Raven. The two traversed the corridor with remarkable speed, undeterred by any obstacles. At this moment, Alexandra's cunning came into play. She disregarded the elevator entirely and headed straight for the safety staircase. Pushing open the door, she leaped forward, grasping the handrail as she descended. Raven, closely following her, was filled with conflicting emotions. Upon returning, he was determined to master the art of aerial maneuvering. However, as the two engaged in a parkour chase up to the 10th floor, a swift figure was ascending at an equally rapid pace. Raven, sensing the urgency, shouted, "Block her!" The newcomer was none other than the blind sage. He had initially traced Alexandra and Lady Gao through the laundry powder factory, but Lady Gao, preoccupied with her battle against Jean, had concealed herself well, while Alexandra brazenly continued her work at the company. A rare opportunity indeed. The blind sage quickly gathered the entire force of the True Purity Society from the East Coast, planning to ambush Alexandra that evening. Little did he expect Raven to act first. Although the blind sage was blind, his hearing was remarkably acute. Upon hearing gunfire from the first floor, he rushed upstairs. He had intended to rescue the young and reckless Raven, but the situation had flipped, with Raven now in pursuit of Alexandra. The blind sage, sharp of mind despite his blindness, swiftly pressed the button in the middle of his cane, which extended into his staff, blocking the exuberant Alexandra mid-leap. This brief moment of hesitation allowed Raven to close the distance. Solar fist. Raven pulled his hands together, the dazzling light intensifying in the dim safety staircase. Caught off guard, Alexandra was momentarily blinded. Raven seized this opportunity, gathering his energy between his fingers. This startled the blind sage. Although he had never practiced energy manipulation, he was well acquainted with its effects, and he could not help but exclaim in awe. Simultaneously, Raven unleashed his attack, D-ing wave. At this moment, Raven and Alexandra stood almost face to face. The velocity of the D-ing wave was such that there was no way Alexandra could evade it. The energy wave pierced through her body in the blink of an eye, also shattering the wall of the stairwell. As for Alexandra, she was irrevocably lifeless. Raven felt a profound sense of satisfaction. The anger that had once consumed him had finally dissipated, and clarity of thought had returned. Meanwhile, the blind sage was utterly stunned. He could feel that Alexandra had ceased to breathe, and her heart no longer beat, yet he could not reconcile this reality in his mind. After centuries of existence, the demon had perished just like that? Raven has already begun making calls to have the local authorities clean up the aftermath, while the stickman remains standing there, seemingly oblivious. Aren't you leaving? This place is about to become quite troublesome. Although Raven holds a disdain for the stickman, he still felt compelled to offer a warning. Despite Raven's ostentatious display of violence, he operates under the law as he possesses the necessary credentials for his profession. There are professionals who will handle the aftermath. The stickman, judging by his attire, clearly leads a challenging life. Should he provoke the local authorities and the police, his struggles will only intensify. It is worth noting that the street heroes in Hell's Kitchen often find themselves in dire financial straits. When compared to Iron Man, or even Captain America, the disparity is immense. After all, Captain America has been missing for nearly 70 years, accumulating a substantial retirement fund in the process. Reflecting on this, one cannot help but empathize with the plight of the stickman and his peers. Little did the stickman know that Raven's thoughts had drifted far beyond the immediate moment. Recovering from the shock of being bested by Alexandra, he finally managed to ask, "Who are you?" This time, however, there was a distinct shift in his tone. Less arrogance, more reverence. Strength commands respect, after all. Raven was pleased with this change in demeanor. Responding with a gentle smile, Agent Raven Pierce. Chapter 44 Invitation. Raven paid little mind to whether the stickman believed him as he drove away. No matter how the future unfolds, Raven was determined to secure his position. Not only must he uphold this title, but every agent within the local authorities must also adhere to it. Anyone daring to suggest renaming the agency to SHIELD and revealing their identity would become Raven's adversary. Even his own father would not be exempt. However, as he drove, Raven found himself uncertain of his destination. He was unfamiliar with New York and had no friends in the city, although he felt a sense of emptiness and reflection after eliminating Alexandra. He struggled to find a place or a person to converse with. After much contemplation, Raven drove back to Manhattan. Upon arriving at the 7th restaurant, he was taken aback by the throngs of people, an astonishing crowd. When did the restaurant's business become so thriving? Following the bombing incident, Raven had instructed Kojiro to open the restaurant with 2 masters while he took Penny for a virus injection, as Master Shin needed to observe mourning for Mr. Mao. Later, when Musashi was injured, Kojiro had gone to care for the remaining masters, Gua and Lee. Raven had assumed the restaurant had ceased operations. What could have happened? With 100 questions swirling in his mind, he parked the car and eagerly entered the restaurant. A tall, white girl dressed in traditional attire glided toward him on roller skates, greeting him with, "Sir, would you like to dine?" Raven, somewhat face-blind, could not discern her beauty, but upon reflection, he deduced she must be quite lovely. Faced with the young girl's inquiry, Lavin waved his hand and then asked, "Is the owner of this establishment present?" "Oh, the owner is not in the shop due to other commitments. If you have a matter to discuss, Master Gua is currently overseeing the operations here." Although Lavin did not disclose his identity, the aura of an administrative figure about him was unmistakably potent. The girl, accustomed to interacting with such individuals, took it in stride. Unbeknownst to Lavin, the girl had misconstrued his identity. Upon learning that the owner had stepped out, he felt a wave of relief. Evidently, the proprietor of his establishment was indeed himself. Thus, Lavin meandered into the kitchen, where the scene was even more frenetic. Over a dozen chefs were bustling about, engaged in frying, and stewing. The exhaust fans were working furiously. Lavin's fingers itched to join their ranks. Master Gua, the head chef, spotted Lavin immediately as he traversed the corridor. With a beaming smile, he approached and exclaimed, "Boss, you've returned." Lavin, still somewhat bewildered, inquired, "What is going on?" Master Gua grinned broadly and led Lavin to the rear alley of the restaurant, for the cacophony of the kitchen was ill-suited for conversation. Unlike other parts of New York, the Manhattan area, being affluent, boasts the highest taxes in the city, rendering this alley remarkably tidy. Once they had settled, Master Gua cheerfully recounted the situation. It turned out that the day after Kojiro's departure, the restaurant's business had surged unexpectedly. Even with the combined efforts of Masters Gua and Lee, they could scarcely manage the volume of orders. However, the patrons remained blissfully unaware. They beheld the lavish decor and spacious facade of Restaurant Number 7, hardly suspecting that only 2 chefs were laboring within. Customers arrived in a continuous stream, with Masters Gua and Lee juggling hospitality, cooking, and billing responsibilities, toiling to the point of exhaustion just to endure the day. Yet, this was not a sustainable solution. Master Gua called Kojiro for guidance. At that moment, Kojiro was preoccupied with concerns regarding Musashi, his thoughts entirely detached from the restaurant's affairs, and casually replied, "Handle it as you see fit." A man of integrity, Master Gua took this directive to heart and decided to manage accordingly. However, being new to New York, he had no choice but to seek assistance from Master Xin. With the Fulusho restaurant in Chinatown having been devastated, Master Xin's peers found themselves unemployed. Without hesitation, they all flocked to Restaurant Number 7 to work. This influx was what led to the current bustling success of Restaurant Number 7. Upon hearing this, Lavin finally grasped the situation. Restaurant No. 7 is situated in the very heart of Manhattan, surrounded by upscale establishments. If anyone were to acquire this location, they would be hard-pressed to choose anything other than a restaurant. Given such a prime location, thriving business was an inevitable outcome. Certainly, there exists another reason for the proximity between Restaurant Number 7 and the Fulusho restaurant. Although the latter has been destroyed, the loyal patrons will not vanish overnight. It is rumored that all the old chefs have migrated to restaurant number 7, naturally drawing their clientele to this new establishment. Reflecting on this, Lavin felt a twinge of embarrassment, for he bore some responsibility regarding the situation with the Fu Lu Show restaurant. He resolved to make amends to Penny in the future. However, at present, Lavin had more pressing matters at hand. His venture into the restaurant business was driven by his passion for cooking, and now was the time to showcase his culinary prowess. Lavin seized Master Gua and returned to the kitchen, taking the place of chef, equipping himself and brandishing a ladle. He immersed himself in his culinary craft for a solid 2 hours. By 8 o'clock in the evening, with the restaurant devoid of customers, Lavin finally stepped away from the stove, content and fulfilled. Although he was drenched in the scent of oil and smoke, he felt utterly at ease. This was the life he had yearned for. Despite Lavin's apparent success, it was not the life he truly desired. Within the Marvel Universe, where heroes and villains abound, crises seemed to erupt at every turn, leaving no room for the warmth of everyday life. The world and its denizens exuded an air of unreality, making Lavin feel perpetually out of place. Thus, his aspiration to be a chef had become an obsession. Those 2 hours marked the most exhilarating moments Lavin had experienced in his 18 years. When the restaurant closed for the night and the staff had clocked out, Lavin remained at a table, grinning like a fool. At that moment, Master Gua approached him, holding a stack of ledgers. "Boss, here are the recent expenditures and revenues, and I took the liberty of hiring a few high school students as waitstaff." Lavin, in no mood to concern himself with such matters, replied with a smile. "You keep those for now. You manage the restaurant. Once Kojiro returns, you can hand them over to him. For now, I am but a humble chef under your command. Arrange things as you see fit." Master Gua appeared conflicted, not because he doubted his ability to manage the restaurant. After all, he was a renowned chef in the East and had previously served as an executive chef, but because it seemed inappropriate to treat the owner as a mere chef. "Boss, this doesn't seem proper," he protested. Lavin waved his hand dismissively. "It is settled. I will report to work on time tomorrow." With that, he grabbed the car keys and departed. Just as he reached the door, he turned back to Master Gua and instructed, "Tomorrow, send an invitation to the Stark Industries chairman's office, inviting Tony Stark to dine at our restaurant." Unaware of the magnitude of the task Lavin had just assigned him, Master Gua, still grappling with the concept of his boss working as a staff member, simply nodded. Meanwhile, Lavin whistled happily as he left the restaurant, his spirits lifted. Chapter 45. Restaurant number 7. Before his journey into this realm, Raven held a profound admiration for the character of Tony Stark, a charming rogue, brilliant in intellect, and immensely wealthy. Who wouldn't he yearn to embody such a life? However, upon immersing himself in the Marvel Universe, Raven's perspective underwent a transformation. The authentic Tony Stark was, in fact, rather insufferable, arrogant to an extreme, and despite his vast fortune, he would never part with a single cent for Raven. If Raven were to find any fondness for him, it would indeed be a most peculiar circumstance. The impetus behind Raven's decision to have Master Gua extend an invitation to Tony Stark stemmed primarily from a sense of indignation. He had not forgotten how Stark had publicly critiqued him through his actions. Thus, this time, Raven resolved to showcase his culinary prowess as a means of vindication against Stark. Reflecting on these thoughts, Raven drifted into a peaceful slumber in his villa on Long Island, New York. At the break of dawn the next day, he rose early. After years of martial arts practice, his physical condition was unparalleled. He could forego food, drink, and sleep for 3 days yet remain invigorated. The only reason he still indulged in sleep was due to a long-standing habit. However, today felt distinctly different. Perhaps the sweetness of his dreams lingered. Or perhaps it was the exhilaration of pursuing a beloved vocation. In any case, Raven felt an unprecedented vitality. After inquiring about Musashi's status and receiving a satisfactory response, Raven serenely drove to restaurant number 7. Master Gua had already arrived and opened the restaurant, brimming with satisfaction regarding his work and equally filled with enthusiasm. "Good morning, Master Gua. Have the invitations been dispatched?" Raven asked while tying his apron in the changing room. "Boss, are you certain you are serious about this?" Master Gua asked, his expression betraying uncertainty. If yesterday Master Gua was oblivious to the true nature of Tony Stark. Today, he had become acutely aware of the formidable challenge he faced. Who was Tony Stark? A formidable contender for the title of the world's wealthiest individual. It is no exaggeration to state that on any given day, one would find his name emblazoned on the front page of at least one New York newspaper. In a city like New York, while citizens may be unaware of who the President of the United States is, they would certainly recognize the name of Tony Stark. How could such a prominent figure possibly dine at their humble establishment? Master Gua felt a pang of insecurity. Raven, however, could not fathom that Master Gua's doubts lay in this realm. To him, Tony Stark was merely another individual, and it wouldn't be long before they became colleagues. Master Gua, it is now 9 a.m. If you do not expedite the sending of the invitation, Tony may very well miss our lunch hour, Raven declared, having already donned his attire and stepping out of the changing room. Master Gua attempted to voice his concerns, but the boss had already disappeared. What could he do? He would simply carry on as best as he could. A person of earnest disposition often approached tasks with a tenacious spirit. Master Gua approached the front desk and, adhering to Eastern traditions, meticulously crafted a vibrant red invitation card. Just as he completed the invitation, Jessica, the diligent young worker who had greeted Lavin yesterday, arrived for her shift. Master Gua beckoned. Jessica, please deliver this invitation to Stark Industries. With a sense of duty, Jessica, as an industrious worker, promptly took the invitation and exited the door. However, she couldn't suppress her surprise. She had never imagined that her summer job would lead her to such a prestigious restaurant, one that had ties to Stark Industries. It seemed there was no need to worry about the restaurant defaulting on wages. Meanwhile, Lavin had not given this matter a second thought. He entered the kitchen, observing the immaculate countertops and the meticulously prepared ingredients, which filled him with excitement. He was too eager to wait for others to arrive, so he began washing vegetables and pre-processing the meat on his own. Although, as the head chef, he was not required to handle these tasks, his love for the culinary arts compelled him to do so. As Lavin busily engaged in his work, more staff members entered the kitchen, gradually creating a lively atmosphere. Several chefs, unaware of Lavin's true identity, called upon him for assistance, and Lavin cheerfully obliged, thus forging new friendships. This exemplified Master Gua's genuine nature. He had not introduced Lavin's status to anyone. It wasn't until Master Lee arrived and called out to Lavin as boss that everyone realized Lavin was, in fact, the owner of the restaurant. At that moment, the harmonious atmosphere in the kitchen experienced a slight interruption. Fortunately, mealtime had arrived, as the first order was sent to the kitchen and the stove ignited. Who cared about who the boss was? Lavin was quite pleased with this turn of events. After 2 solid hours of work, the orders in the back kitchen were nearing completion, allowing Lavin to step down from the stove with satisfaction. During this time, the chefs discovered that their boss was exceptionally easygoing. Despite Lavin's fair complexion, the Easterners were known for their warmth, and the camaraderie was restored. In the break room, laughter and joy occasionally echoed. However, in the restaurant industry, breaks are always fleeting. By 4 p.m., everyone donned their chef uniforms once more and returned to the stoves. As the enthusiasm in the kitchen began to ignite, night gradually descended upon New York City, illuminating the urban skyline with a cascade of neon lights. New York is a city of enchantment, home to the purest good and the most despicable evil within the universe. Tony Stark could never have fathomed that his most esteemed uncle, Obadiah, was the mastermind behind the Afghan kidnapping plot. He had even intended to kill him. Only when they stood face to face did Obadiah reveal the entire sequence of events, leaving Tony feeling as though he were lost in a dream. A multitude of memories surged through Tony's mind. It was 1991, a winter's day. Tony had not embraced his father Howard when he departed from home, and by the following day, he received the heartrending news that both his parents had perished in a car accident. At that time, Stark Industries had not yet reached its current stature. Howard was preoccupied with his responsibilities at the Department of Defense, safeguarding the world, and had little regard for his own company. Fortunately, he had a reliable partner in Obadiah Stane. While Obadiah lacked Howard's inventive genius, he possessed an extraordinary talent for management, transforming Stark Industries into a cutting-edge enterprise. Had it not been for that tragic accident, Howard and Obadiah's partnership would have propelled Stark Industries to unprecedented heights. However, fate is often capricious. In the aftermath of the accident, the majority of shareholders clamored to withdraw their investments. It was Obadiah's remarkable acumen that held the disintegrating company together. Yet, despite his exceptional leadership and operational skills, he was not a scientist, and thus Stark Industries inevitably faced decline. This decline persisted until the emergence of Tony Stark. With one of the most brilliant minds in the world, Tony swiftly developed several flagship products, ushering Stark Industries into the long-awaited era of ascension that had been delayed for over a decade. Thus, the reminiscence concluded. As Obadiah piloted the Ironmonger, he charged at Tony Stark like a furious bull. The two engaged in a fierce struggle. However, the Ironmonger, with its superior energy and massive frame, seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful blow that sent Tony flying. He soared through the air, ultimately crashing into the flamboyant entrance of a restaurant, where he finally came to a halt. Inside, numerous patrons were dining, their startled cries echoing as they fled towards the back. As Tony Stark struggled to rise from the debris and resumed combat with the Ironmonger, the restaurant's striking gold and crimson sign fell with a resounding crash. Chapter 46. Abruptly ceased in the kitchen of restaurant number 7, Raven was preparing a dish of oil-soaked eggplant. This dish, a staple of home cooking, was quite popular in the East. Upon its arrival in America, chefs in Chinatown had adapted it to a sweet and sour flavor, which garnered immense affection from the American populace. With a cheerful demeanor, Raven tossed the ingredients in the pan, added the thickening sauce, and concluded with a vigorous flame to reduce the mixture before plating it. However, just as Raven's words left his lips, a tremendous noise erupted from the dining area, followed by a tremor reminiscent of an earthquake. Raven, with his heightened hearing, discerned the sound of numerous tables and chairs being dragged, succeeded by cries for help. Uncertain of the cause, he abandoned his cooking utensils and rushed into the dining room, which had descended into chaos, with diners frantically moving towards the kitchen. Only a few audacious diners, holding their phones, stood before the intact floor-to-ceiling windows, shouting mech. Two mechs are battling. A sense of foreboding surged within Raven as he hastened towards the entrance, just in time to witness a golden-red mech rising, striding purposefully toward the street. In the aftermath, the flamboyant sign of the 7th restaurant crashed into a pile of debris, shattering into countless fragments. Raven's anger ignited fiercely. At that moment, he disregarded everything else, striding through the rubble to the street outside, under the glow of the streetlights. A humanoid mech adorned in gold and red was locked in combat with a towering 3-meter silver mech, Iron Man and the Iron Tyrant. In an instant, Raven discerned their identities. He glanced back at the 7th restaurant, its facade nearly obliterated. One of the large floor-to-ceiling windows was completely shattered, trapping 2 diners beneath a cascade of glass and rubble. A young waitress in a serving outfit gasped in alarm and rushed to rescue them. Raven was jolted into action, crossing the debris to join her in extricating the diners. Fortunately, the materials used for the restaurant's facade were not overly heavy, and the falling glass had not inflicted severe harm. The 2 patrons only sustained minor cuts. Raven instructed the young waitress to tend to the injured and then turned to navigate around to the back alley of the 7th restaurant. Throughout his hurried journey, each step felt weighty. Days prior, upon his first visit to the 7th restaurant, an inexplicable premonition had flickered within him, but in his excitement, he had overlooked this omen. Reflecting now, he should have realized that the restaurant was situated not far from Stark Industries, the very source of this calamity. And then there was Broadway. Raven recalled the impending clash between the Hulk and Abomination on Broadway, with the 7th restaurant positioned at the corner of the street. Truly, this place was a nexus of fortune. However, he decided to set aside thoughts of events yet to unfold. He was determined that Iron Man and the Iron Tyrant, who had wreaked havoc upon his restaurant, would pay the price. With these thoughts in mind, Raven arrived at the back alley, swiftly tearing off his chef's uniform and retrieving his Gemini golden medallion from within his coat. Although Raven had diligently practiced the Crane immortal martial arts for over a decade, he had to concede that his innate talent was rather mediocre. While Tony donned only the Mark III suit and the Iron Tyrant was a makeshift machine. They were not adversaries Raven could vanquish with bare hands. Initially, the entity known as Sectus had laid out a simple framework for Earth's power dynamics. If the peak energy level for humanity was rated at 100, then enhanced individuals like Captain America would fall between 100 and 1,000, while those with certain superhuman abilities like knights would also reside within this combat spectrum. However, when calculated in terms of energy values, the arc reactor that Tony Stark forged in the rudimentary cave of Afghanistan had long surpassed 1,000. Raven, ever cautious, though seething with rage, did not lose his composure. Recklessly charging forward could very well result in being sent flying by the combined might of Iron Man and Ironmonger, an outcome Raven could not fathom accepting. Thus, he disregarded the warnings of Master Gu once more and chose to harness the power of the golden armor. With his resolve firm, Raven flicked his fingers, and the golden insignia, radiating a brilliant golden light, ascended into the air. A dazzling magical circle materialized upon the ground, and from its center, a golden chest emerged from nothingness. Since the last summoning of the Gemini golden armor, Raven's mind had been filled with its every secret. He raised his hand to the heavens and murmured, "Come forth, my armor." These words acted like a command. The golden chest radiated a boundless golden glow, from which numerous shards of golden armor danced into the air. In an instant, the fragments adhered to Raven's form. Powerful energy surged through his limbs and coursed toward his mind. His eyes sparkled with a galaxy, and above it, 17 unique stars shone with resplendent brilliance. These stars represented the celestial map of Gemini and were the source of the armor's power. Legend has it that donning the Gemini armor grants won the strength of these 17 stars. This is, of course, an exaggeration. Yet, when the golden helmet settled into Raven's grasp, he indeed felt as if he could obliterate celestial bodies, though this sensation was fleeting. Was this the overwhelming pressure of the Marvel Universe? Sextus had once conveyed this feeling to Raven, as his powers derived from the Dragon Ball universe. Upon his arrival in the Marvel realm, he had been stripped of a staggering 99.9% of his strength. Sextus referred to this diminishment as the pressure of the Marvel universe. In the past, Raven had been too weak to comprehend this intuitively, but now, adorned in the Gemini golden armor, he experienced something extraordinary. There was no time for contemplation. He donned the helmet, resembling a royal crown, and with a graceful leap, he traversed the entirety of the building, landing before the entrance of Restaurant 7. At that moment, Iron Man was holding a car thrown by Ironmonger, within which a mother and her child were trapped. Consequently, Iron Man was compelled to gently lower the vehicle to the ground. However, this left him vulnerable to Ironmonger's assault, and he was soon sent crashing into another building. Just as Ironmonger prepared to pursue, he abruptly noticed Raven's presence. There was no escaping it. The golden armor lived up to its name, enveloping Raven in a radiant golden glow. In the dimly lit street, he sparkled conspicuously, drawing all eyes toward him. The Iron Tyrant had just triumphed over Iron Man, brimming with confidence, and paid little heed to the flamboyant Raven. He lifted his mask and mockingly inquired, "What are you?" Witnessing an innocent family escape disaster under Iron Man's protection, Raven's fury had initially subsided. However, upon being taunted by Obadiah, his anger surged once more. Dimensional space. Raven clenched his fist and drew upon the power at his waist, then swung his arm. The supreme essence of Gemini transformed into a river of stars, enveloping Obadiah in an instant. A moment later, Obadiah vanished from the street. This so-called dimensional space was a technique that opened a portal with a single punch, banishing foes into the cosmos. Given that Raven's combat prowess was suppressed, Obadiah would not have been sent far. Meanwhile, Iron Man was racking his brain, finally devising a plan to lure Obadiah into the sky. However, when he emerged from the crumbling building, there was no trace of Obadiah. At the same time, Tony Stark spotted the glimmering Raven and warily asked, "Who are you?" Raven scoffed, recalling Iron Man's selfless act of heroism, ultimately deciding to let him be. With a powerful leap, Raven covered hundreds of meters, disappearing into the night. Chapter 47. The Mysterious Island Leaping. Raven landed in an unknown alley. Seeing no one around, he promptly retracted his sacred armor. Though the previous battle had been brief, it certainly caused quite a commotion. Despite having lowered his mask during the skirmish, it was prudent to remain cautious. The Ancient One had clearly stated that excessive interference from Raven using extraneous powers could attract more outer universes. As Raven contemplated exiting the alley, he sensed a presence watching him from the rooftop nearby. With a surge of power in his legs, he propelled himself off the building's wall and swiftly ascended to the roof. "You have improved significantly." The newcomer was none other than Sextus. Raven felt a wave of relief wash over him and smiled, asking, "When did you arrive?" "When you summoned that yellow armor. I sensed a powerful force emanating from the stars and hastened over," Sextus replied. Although he possessed human-like intelligence, being a robot, his manner of speaking bore a certain seriousness. Having known each other for over a decade, Raven was well aware of this and inquired further, "So why did you only appear now?" Despite Raven awakening his small universe and greatly enhancing his power, he still fell short compared to Sextus. If Sextus had not deliberately revealed his presence, Raven would not have been able to detect him. Nonetheless, Raven was puzzled by the significance of Sextus's actions, prompting his question. Sextus appeared somewhat hesitant, which was quite uncharacteristic of him. As Raven marveled at the extraordinary, Sextus spoke. 2 days prior, when you vanquished Alexandra, I sensed a slight enhancement in my power, albeit minuscule, yet undeniably present. Could it be a natural progression?" Raven, perplexed by Sextus's implications, responded nonchalantly. Sextus, maintaining his stoic demeanor, replied, "I am a mechanized being. Since Dr. Glow installed the perpetual energy core within me, my strength has remained constant." Still bewildered, Raven inquired, "What exactly are you trying to convey?" Ignoring Raven's question, Sextus continued earnestly, "Upon my arrival in this realm, I have been subjected to the world's energy constraints, maintaining a consistent energy level. After your elimination of Alexandra, my energy level registered at. However, I just realized that following your defeat of that armored adversary, my energy level has diminished once more." A flash of insight coursed through Raven's mind. He seemed to grasp a fragment of inspiration, yet struggled to articulate it clearly. Sextus appeared to have come solely to impart this information to Raven, and upon concluding his statement, he departed, leaving Raven standing on the rooftop with an expression of bewilderment. As the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, golden hues quickly enveloped New York. In the Long Island villa, Raven had spent the night in the living room. Lost in thought, with the dining room door utterly destroyed, he instructed Mastergua to inform all staff to take a 3-day respite, thus relieving himself of the obligation to rise early for work in the dining area. The 7th restaurant had become synonymous with misfortune, having announced closures twice within its first week of operation. Nevertheless, Raven, in his generosity, ensured that salaries would continue to be paid during this hiatus, resulting in no dissent among the employees. However, the task of repairing the restaurant was beyond Raven's capabilities, with Kojiro preoccupied with Musashi. He entrusted the entire responsibility to Mastergua. It was amusing to consider that Mastergua had crossed oceans to be a chef, only to find himself performing the duties of a general manager. As for the 2 injured patrons, Raven generously issued them a check for $10,000 and announced that they could dine at the 7th restaurant free of charge for the next year. Other startled guests received several vouchers, thus bringing a satisfactory conclusion to the unexpected incident. Yet, Raven found little joy in the aftermath. His mind remained preoccupied with the implications of Sextus's remarks regarding energy fluctuations. In truth, he had begun to discern a hint of understanding, though it remained insufficiently clear. At that moment, Raven's communicator illuminated, revealing an unexpected call from Nick Fury. Previously, after resolving the Albert Wesker incident, Raven had requested a 2-month leave, and given their long-standing collaboration, Fury was well aware of Raven's temperament. He would not reach out during his vacation unless the matter was of utmost importance. This indicated that something significant had transpired, and Raven could easily surmise the nature of this event: the emergence of Iron Man. Raven activated the communicator, languidly stating, "Director, Are you not aware that disturbing an employee during their vacation is an exceedingly vexatious act? There's been an incident, Fury replied. Huh? Fury, your admiration for Tony Stark is quite evident. Is this minor issue truly deserving of such gravity? However, Raven, unwilling to reveal his involvement in last night's battle, feigned ignorance, asking what transpired. Fury paused momentarily, seemingly gathering his thoughts before his voice resonated through the communicator. Yesterday, as our satellite traversed the Pacific, it detected the sudden emergence of a small island near the coordinates of 64 degrees west. A sense of unease washed over Raven. Fury, why are you deviating from the norm? Should we be discussing the matter of Tony Stark? Though he felt a slight flush of embarrassment, he maintained his professionalism and inquired, can we ascertain that this is not a natural phenomenon resulting from tectonic activity? Fury replied, geological and marine experts have assessed the situation, ruling out tectonic activity. I suspect this may be a supernatural occurrence. At this point, Raven was fully engaged and further asked, can we determine the exact time of its appearance? Approximately between 8 o'clock and 10 o'clock p.m. last night. Raven pondered for a moment, realizing that this time frame coincided with when he had exiled Obadiah into the cosmos. It appeared that everything was intricately connected to him within the Department of Temporal Affairs. Raven had ascended to become a formal agent at a remarkably young age, not solely due to his prowess, but primarily because of his ability to manage supernatural phenomena. In truth, as the Marvel Universe narrative had yet to unfold, many supernatural occurrences over the past decade have been instigated by incursions from extraterrestrial realms. It was precisely because Raven had consistently addressed such issues that he had encountered individuals like Musashi, Kojiro, and Ganitsa, while also acquiring numerous treasures, such as the Gemini Golden Armor. Thus, whenever such incidents arose, Fury's first thought was invariably of Raven. Without hesitation, Raven responded into the communicator. I will return to headquarters with utmost expedience and request Sitwell to prepare all the relevant information. Fury replied, bring Black Widow and Hawkeye back with you. My instincts about this are not favorable. Chapter 48. Tending to loose ends. Though the situation was urgent, Raven could not simply depart at will. He had several matters to address. On one hand, he urgently contacted the head of the department's New York office, Gatro, instructing him to monitor everything occurring in Manhattan. Drawing from his past memories, Raven was aware that shortly after Iron Man's inception, the Hulk would arrive in New York. Following a series of unfortunate events, a fierce battle would ensue between the Hulk and Abomination on Broadway, resulting in significant destruction. Raven was determined not to return from his assignment to find the seventh restaurant in ruins and casualties abounding. On the other hand, Raven drove to Chinatown 2 days prior. With the intelligence support of the Bureau of Earth, Penny had located Madame Gao and subsequently eliminated her, avenging his grandfather, Mao Bo. The agents present from the Bureau had recorded the entire combat sequence. Raven unexpectedly discovered from the footage that Penny's combat prowess had diminished significantly. Setting aside the unique Marvel Universe's tendency to redeem characters, Raven suspected that Penny's control over his own body was not robust. Consequently, Raven deliberately refrained from contacting Penny, allowing him to return to the familiar environment of Chinatown. However, as the first mutant according to the Ancient One, Penny is intricately linked to the future. It can be said that Penny will become a pivotal figure in the unfolding of events to come. Since arriving in the Marvel Universe, Raven has enjoyed a rather comfortable existence, partly due to his expansive mindset and partly owing to his profound understanding of the narrative. Yet, Penny's emergence signals that this understanding will no longer hold true. Thus, the Bureau's impending surveillance on Penny will be comprehensive in nature. When Raven arrived at the site of the former Fortune, Prosperity, and Longevity restaurant, he found Penny engaged in conversation with several suited men, gesturing at the ruins. Upon seeing Raven, Penny appeared genuinely pleased. Mr. Pierce, I am planning to rebuild the Fortune restaurant, and soon you will witness the new establishment rising from the ground. Raven cast a glance at the ruins, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Although his time with Mao Bo had been brief, a profound friendship had indeed been forged. This world is wonderfully peculiar. With some individuals, a mere glance can foster a deep connection. Sensing Raven's emotions, Penny's demeanor also shifted to one of somberness. The departed have passed, and the living must remain steadfast. After giving Penny's shoulder a reassuring pat, Raven broached the matter at hand. Penny, you are aware that I am a level 9 agent of the Bureau of Earth. I would very much like to recruit you into our ranks. For this, I must conduct a thorough evaluation of your capabilities. Therefore, you may notice some unfamiliar individuals observing you in the near future. They're my associates. The reason for the early notification was Penny's apparent instability, as Raven feared potential misunderstandings. Given Penny's displayed prowess at the Hive base, ordinary Bureau agents would be utterly outmatched in his presence. Penny nodded earnestly, having anticipated the surveillance, yet he harbored reservations regarding Raven's proposal. Mr. Pierce, I believe I am ill-suited to be an agent. If possible, I would prefer to manage the restaurant left to me by my grandfather. This response took Raven quite by surprise. From their previous interactions, it was evident that Penny was indeed an admirer of Captain America, and the nature of the Bureau typically draws young individuals. Yet, Penny had still declined Raven's invitation. After a moment of astonishment, Raven displayed a relieved smile. Then I wish you every success. It won't be long before we find ourselves in competition. Penny chuckled, stating that he would show no mercy. The two exchanged trivial banter before Raven hurriedly made his way to the airport. There were no military airports near New York City, necessitating Raven to use the special lanes of a civilian airport for every departure, which was somewhat inconvenient. In truth, given the vertical takeoff capability of the Quinjet, it could launch directly from any sufficiently spacious area. With this in mind, Raven promptly contacted Gatler to seek a suitable location for constructing a private airfield. Having accomplished this, Raven arrived at the special lane where Black Widow and Hawkeye had been waiting for quite some time. Both were elite operatives, well aware of the importance of discretion. Yet they could not help but feel perplexed. The abrupt reassignment to New York, as well as the unforeseen return to headquarters, seemed rather chaotic. Such occurrences were not common within the SHIELD organization. As a global entity with 40,000 employees, SHIELD was renowned for its stringent and meticulous management system. The hierarchical structure devised by Fury ensured that all secrets resided solely within his mind. These unusual movements indicated that a significant unforeseen event had transpired in the world. Hawkeye, skilled in piloting, managed to land the Quinjet at the Triskelion base in just an hour. Many people mistakenly referred to SHIELD's headquarters as the Triskelion or the Triad. This was merely a semantic distinction. In actuality, the Triskelion referred to the entire SHIELD headquarters, while the Triad specifically designated the headquarters building. To address this misunderstanding, SHIELD had never publicly clarified the difference. Perhaps Fury harbored a secretive intention, as outsiders' confusion over the distinction between the Triad and the Triskelion might prove beneficial in some way. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, the trio split into two groups. Raven headed directly to his office, while Black Widow and Hawkeye proceeded to Fury's office on the 46th floor of the Triad building. Not long after Raven settled in, Sitwell knocked and entered. As SHIELD's intelligence chief, Level 6 Agent Sitwell was arguably the most informed individual in the building. As soon as Raven returned, he was already apprised of the latest developments. Mr. Pierce, this is the intelligence director Fury requested I prepare, Sitwell stated in a businesslike manner, placing the documents on Raven's desk. Raven, without lifting his gaze, propped his feet on the desk and inquired, "Could you fetch me a glass of water?" "Of course. It would be my pleasure," Sitwell replied respectfully as he began to fulfill the request. Casually, Raven asked, "How has my father been lately?" While tending to his task, Sitwell responded, "Mr. Pierce has been experiencing some discomfort and has gone to the Boston Naval Hospital for an examination. Ensure that a copy of his medical report is sent to me once it is available." Sitwell paused, holding the water glass, looking somewhat troubled. "Is that a difficult task?" Raven inquired. "Not at all," Sitwell assured. Sitterwell carefully placed the filled cup of water in front of Raven's desk and continued to wait respectfully for further instructions. At that moment, Fury entered with a grim expression. Raven could hear Sitterwell let out a gentle sigh. Was it a breath of relief? As for this fence-sitter, there would be opportunities to reprimand him later, but clearly this was not the moment. Well, I have received the documents. You may leave for now, and thank you for the water. No need for thanks, Sitterwell replied politely. After exchanging greetings with Fury, he turned and exited the office. Fury boldly sat across from Raven and remarked, "Is it hot in here? I notice Sitterwell is sweating profusely." "Perhaps he has a unique constitution," Raven replied. Chapter 49. First to arrive Sitterwell was merely a minor interlude, as Fury quickly shifted the conversation to more pressing matters. "Have you reviewed the intelligence Sitterwell delivered?" Raven cast a glance at the documents still lying on his desk, contemplating, "You, with your charcoal hair, arrived so swiftly. Who has had time to review the information?" Yet, he could not afford to show any hesitation at this moment, and said directly, "The documents are inconsequential. Just tell me the details of the mission." Fury felt as though he had been struck dumb. "Wasn't it you who instructed Sitterwell to prepare the intelligence over the phone? Now you demand the mission details directly? Who? Pray tell, is the director here?" Though Fury churned within, Fury maintained an outward calm befitting his position. He composed himself and, adhering to Raven's request, began to outline the mission. "Currently, we have limited information, so I hope you can go to the island first to gather more intelligence." "Alone?" Raven inquired. Fury nodded, stating, "In such an unfamiliar and complex situation, having more people may complicate matters. I trust only you can handle it." The director had personally bestowed a compliment. However, Raven was not inclined to accept it and playfully protested, "Director, please do not jest. What capabilities do I possess?" In response, Fury expressed astonishment, recalling how Raven had previously been eager to undertake such missions. "What has changed today? Do you require me to recount your qualifications and the impressive feats you have accomplished over the years?" Unfortunately, Fury was unaware that prior to 2008, the Marvel Universe's narrative had yet to unfold, and all concerns were mere extraterritorial cosmic events. For the sake of his own safety, Raven could not afford to be negligent. However, with Iron Man on the verge of emergence, Raven could not continue with his previous reckless attitude. Doing so would be akin to trifling with his own life. Not wanting to voice this directly, Raven instead proposed his conditions. "I am willing to go, but the island is desolate and devoid of any foothold. I require the Bureau to arrange a boat for me, and additionally, I need access to Rumlow, Hawkeye, and Black Widow for coordination." Fury was perplexed by Raven's newfound caution, but, after a moment of contemplation, decided to acquiesce to Raven's demands, albeit with a slight modification. "I can arrange the boat. Ramlow can also be allocated to you, but Hawkeye and Black Widow have other assignments. In exchange, I can hand over the 4th Assault Team to you." This struck a nerve with Raven. What nonsense! The 4th Assault Team consists of his own elite members. How could he send them to their deaths on such a mission? Thus, Raven began to negotiate further. "The 4th Assault Team is currently recuperating, so I propose you assign the 2nd Assault Team to my command instead. The Earth Bureau possesses 6 assault teams, nearly all selected from the finest special forces, each exceptionally skilled and adept with firearms. Fury has always regarded these 6 teams as the elite forces of the Bureau, unbeknownst to him that, apart from the 2nd Assault Team, the others had long been co-opted by Hydra. Due to his ignorance of the truth, Fury had no objections to the exchange of the 4th Assault Team for the 2nd, nodding in agreement without hesitation. Once the two reached a consensus, they began discussing the details, but just as they were conversing, Sitwell returned. "Director, Commander, an unforeseen situation has arisen. An unidentified armed group has landed on the mysterious island via helicopter." Fury remained composed. The very existence of the Earth Bureau was to address such unpredictable circumstances. As the director, Fury epitomized resilience. He turned in his chair to face Sitwell directly and posed a series of inquiries. "Can we ascertain the origins of this unidentified group? To whom does the helicopter that transported them belong? How many personnel are involved? And can we determine the level of their weaponry?" Sitwell responded based on the information at hand. "We have yet to clarify the origins of the unidentified group, but the helicopter belongs to Roxxon Oil. From satellite imagery, We estimate approximately 10 to 12 individuals armed with light weaponry have already entered the mysterious island. The speed at which such intelligence was gathered showcased the Bureau's capabilities. Fury expressed satisfaction and shifted his gaze to Raven. Raven shrugged, warmly welcoming those rushing towards their demise. Director, since someone has already moved out, I will also set off immediately. I will take the second assault team by plane to the secret port on the west coast, then proceed by boat to the mysterious island. Fury nodded in agreement, saying, I entrust everything to you. Sitwell was not surprised by Fury's humility. After all, the director was addressing Commander. Had it been anyone else, Fury would not have exhibited such deference. Raven waved his hand in acknowledgement of the director and then headed straight to the ground base. At the ground base, the second assault team was already prepared for departure, standing in a straight line with their hands clasped behind their backs. As Raven arrived, the team members promptly saluted in unison. Good day, Commander. To this, Raven merely waved his hand in response, acknowledging their greeting. Captain Lime of the assault team stood at the forefront. A petite Caucasian renowned for his meticulous thinking and extraordinary marksmanship as a sniper. Upon Raven's arrival at the tactical board, his gaze swept across the team, and he unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure, prompting him to inquire with a smile, Melinda, when did you transition from field work to becoming an assault team member? Melinda, an elite trained personally by Raven, had previously served as an agent in the field department. Reporting to the commander, I seek a different way of life, Melinda replied loudly. Raven chuckled again. The assault team undertakes the most perilous tasks. We face the most dangerous adversaries. Reporting to the commander, we are the most dangerous individuals. Melinda's response straightened the postures of all the assault team members, clearly satisfying them with her retort. Although most of the team hailed from special forces, they had all undergone Raven's rigorous training upon joining the Bureau. Raven was well acquainted with their personalities. His earlier exchange with Melinda was merely playful banter. After the light-hearted conversation, Raven commenced the formal briefing on their mission. Ladies and gentlemen, our task is to investigate a mysterious island. The Bureau possesses no intelligence regarding this location, so you must utilize your eyes, ears, and noses effectively. Additionally, a group of unidentified armed personnel has already landed on the island. We cannot ascertain their allegiance, so remain prepared for combat at all times. Is my explanation sufficiently clear? Clear, Commander, the assault team responded in unison. Good. You have 30 minutes to prepare your gear. We will board in 30 minutes and head to the west coast. Yes, Commander. With the affirmation received, Raven turned and boarded the Cohen-style aircraft, while Lime began urging the team to organize their equipment. Chapter 50. A mission or a journey inside the Cohen-style aircraft. Langlo reclined in the cockpit, his legs crossed as he slept. Observing this, Raven's expression darkened, and he feigned a light cough. Langlo awoke, recognizing Raven's presence, and quickly stood. Hello, Commander. Raven grunted in acknowledgement. He initially had no intention of responding, but recalling the necessity of Langlo's assistance for the mission, he added, You are no longer a free mercenary. Mind your appearance. Yes, Commander. Typically, Langlo was brash and unyielding, having been recruited by the Bureau, yet he retained a rebellious nature. However, this demeanor varied, depending on whom he faced. He knew well that should he dare to act out in front of Raven, Raven would not hesitate to take him down, a notion he held without doubt. Thus, within the Bureau, Langlo could afford to be insolent to anyone, even to his superior, Alexander Pierce, but before Raven, he was a model of obedience. Seeing Langlo so compliant, Raven decided not to press him further and gestured for him to take a seat in the cockpit. Once Langlo departed, Raven settled into the co-pilot's seat, casually resting his feet on the dashboard. Indeed, it is rather comfortable. 8 hours later, the Quinjet touched down at the clandestine base of the Department of Homeland Security on the West Coast. Raven was the first to disembark, followed closely by Langlo, Liam, Melinda, and others. This secret base was newly constructed and had yet to be named, merely designated as 90. Despite its recent establishment, the facility boasted state-of-the-art equipment. Due to America's unique geographical characteristics, The majority of its populace resides along the east and west coasts. The east coast already had its own base, thus necessitating the creation of a corresponding facility on the west coast. Thus, Base 90 was born, culminating over a decade of development. And Raven and his team were the inaugural users. The original head of Base 90 was Maria Hill, but she had been recalled to headquarters. The current overseer was Seth, a man of considerable experience, yet not affiliated with Hydra. In the lounge, Langlo and the assault team members were taking a break, while Raven was summoned to Seth's office. After gesturing for Raven to sit, Seth cautiously drew the curtains and placed a scrambler on the desk. This secretive behavior caused Raven's expression to tense. He and Seth shared a long-standing camaraderie, and he was well aware of the old operative's capabilities. "What has transpired?" Raven inquired. Seth leaned closer, lowering his voice. "Raven, I have detected a group of infiltrators within the department." "Infiltrators? A group?" Raven's demeanor relaxed instantly. He smirked, presuming Seth must be referring to Hydra. Although Raven had surmised the truth, he feigned ignorance, asking, "What evidence do you possess, and to whom do these infiltrators belong?" Seth, having deep trust in Raven, who had grown under his watchful eye for decades, spoke earnestly. Despite Raven's youth, his extensive experience and significant contributions to the department over the past decade rendered Seth's trust entirely reasonable. "I do not yet possess concrete evidence, but please believe me, this is not mere speculation." This was certainly not a figment of Seth's imagination, for Raven knew he himself was a Hydra operative. "I believe you, Seth, but we must exercise caution. Once I complete my mission, we can discuss this matter in greater detail." Seth was also aware that this was not the opportune moment for a thorough discussion. Having alerted Raven, he transitioned to the current mission. "As per Fury's instructions, I have arranged for a cargo ship to await your arrival at the dock. Shortly, someone will escort you there." "A cargo ship?" Raven mused, envisioning the overwhelming scent of oil, the filthy surroundings, and the dismal experience of travel. This was hardly to his liking, although the mission was paramount. Personal comfort was equally significant. "Seth, could we possibly arrange for a different vessel?" As an elder to Raven, Seth had grasped the essence of Raven's inquiry and smiled as he asked, "What kind of vessel do you desire?" After a brief respite of 4 hours, the squad members once again prepared their gear for another leg of their journey. They arrived at the dock in 3 formidable Humvees, greeted by 2 sleek speedboats. However, Raven and Rumlow were conspicuously absent. Though the others were somewhat taken aback, they maintained their composure and boarded the boats in silence. Under the captain's skilled navigation, the speedboats glided for several minutes until an immense cruise ship gradually came into view. It was the dead of night, and the ship's multicolored lights illuminated the surroundings, allowing the squad members to envision the revelry aboard: beautiful women, swimming pools, and perhaps even a game of baccarat. Alas, they were mere soldiers, and such festivities were reserved for the elite. As the speedboats drew nearer to the cruise ship, the squad members could admire the vessel's grandeur up close. Only Lime and Melinda sensed something amiss, a vague thought creeping into their minds. Could it be? As the speedboat slowed and finally halted beside the cruise ship, Lime and Melinda exchanged incredulous glances. "Fuck, this is truly insane." The other squad members remained bewildered until a voice echoed from the top of the cruise ship. "Hey guys, what are you waiting for? Come aboard. Our party is about to commence." "Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. What a brilliant idea." The squad members couldn't help but cheer in delight. Yet, Lime admonished them from the side, "Quiet. We are on a mission." The captain's authority held sway, and the squad fell silent, though the smiles on their faces were impossible to conceal. Soon after, 2 rope ladders were tossed down. The squad immediately split into 2 groups, using hands and feet to ascend. Lime, clutching his assault rifle in a defensive posture, a protocol from the training manual, appeared somewhat out of place in this setting. Melinda patted his shoulder and said, "Let it go. We are still near the harbor." Lime, not one to resist adapting, shook his head and slung the rifle onto his back. Once everyone had boarded the cruise ship, their spirits soared uncontrollably, largely due to the awe-inspiring environment. The crystal-clear swimming pool, an abundance of food and drink, and pulsating music created an electrifying atmosphere. If only a few alluring women were to join them. The squad would be utterly beside themselves. Dressed in casual attire, Raven stood on stage with a microphone, proclaiming, "Team, tonight we shall revel until dawn. I declare unlimited drinks." The air erupted with the squad's ecstatic shouts, some even whistling in excitement. Only Lime and Melinda wore expressions of discomfort. For them, this was their first mission alongside Raven, and this exuberant style was rather difficult to acclimatize to. However, the other commandos had already set aside their gear, indulging in fine wine and music. Only Lime and Melinda remained equipped, standing aside. After enduring for a considerable time, Lime could no longer contain himself and sought out Raven. At that moment, Raven was at the helm of the cruise ship, grasping the wooden wheel and pretending to be a captain, thoroughly enjoying himself. Upon noticing the serious demeanor of Lime, he expressed some surprise, wondering if his arrangements were amiss. "Hey, Lime, why aren't you drinking?" "Commander, I believe our current actions are inappropriate. Alcohol will impair our judgment and cloud our awareness. In such a relaxed state, should we face an attack, the consequences would be dire." Initially, Lime ventured to voice his concerns, expecting Raven to explode in anger, and he was prepared to face that wrath. Yet he underestimated Raven. "Why should I be angry? I find this captain quite competent, albeit a touch pedantic." "Lime, I understand your perspective, but you must trust me. This is part of the mission. Go ahead and drink. No attack will occur here." Lime wished to press his point further, but was swiftly ushered out of the cockpit by Raven. As this diligent captain shook his head and made his way onto the deck, he unexpectedly discovered a massive figure gazing up at the moon near the cruise ship's flagpole. Chapter 51. Total annihilation. With the capabilities of Saxty, the journey to the west coast took merely 6 hours, even faster than a Quinjet. This was Raven's arrangement. Although Saxty often appeared in Raven's vicinity, it was no secret to Fury and others. Few had witnessed Saxty in action. They might have thought of him merely as an exceptionally gifted warrior. The term exceptionally gifted referred to Saxty's height. After all, even the Hulk stands at only 3 meters, while Saxty towers an impressive 2.5 meters. For an ordinary person, Saxty need not even lift a finger. His mere presence was enough to instill fear. Regarding the enigmatic island mission, Raven appeared outwardly relaxed, yet he harbored a cautious mindset, sensing that this task might unravel some elusive secrets. In the Marvel Universe, secrets equate to peril. Thus, Raven deemed it essential to have Saxty accompany them for protection. It was precisely because of Saxty's guardianship that Raven felt emboldened to allow the commandos to unwind and revel in a night of madness. The cruise ship sailed towards the heart of the Pacific, where the commandos celebrated, while Melinda found a corner to rest her eyes. Only Lime remained on high alert. Meanwhile, within the dense woods of the mysterious island, a squad of 8 armed mercenaries advanced towards the island center, illuminated by flashlights and moonlight. They were a team of hired guns, contracted by Roxxon Oil Company. Though the entity in question is named an oil company, its endeavors extend far beyond the realm of petroleum. In truth, Roxxon is involved in any lucrative enterprise across the globe. They engage in the illicit mining of blood diamonds in South Africa, recruit alluring women in Kiev to be sent to Europe, maintain suppliers in the Golden Triangle, and count Somali pirates among their loyal clientele. There is nothing they shy away from. Only the unimaginable escapes their grasp. In summary, this behemoth of a corporation operates within the murky gray areas of legality, profiting obscenely through the combined forces of currency and weaponry. The current head of Roxxon, Dario Agler, rose from the depths of orphanhood, his ruthless ambition propelling him to his current stature. Having encountered supernatural forces in his youth, Dario developed an obsession with the mystical phenomena of the world, striving to elevate himself to extraordinary heights. Recently, a mysterious island emerged abruptly from the depths of the ocean, serendipitously detected by Roxxon's satellite. Coupled with ancient manuscripts in his possession, Dario became convinced that this island was the fabled Isle of the Queen of Death. According to the tattered remnants of the ancient manuscript, there once existed a continent known as Mu, whose indigenous people enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the goddess of wisdom, Athena. This continent was abundant in a miraculous mineral known as silver star sand, from which alchemists, guided by Athena, forged a protective armor known as the Holy Garment. Legend has it that donning this garment grants one divine power. However, a fierce battle between Athena and the sea god Poseidon resulted in the cataclysmic destruction of Mu, submerging it beneath the waves. The Isle of the Queen of Death is believed to be the last remaining fragment of that lost continent. Dario, convinced that if the Holy Garment exists, it must lie within the confines of the Isle of the Queen of Death, hastily dispatched a mercenary team to seek out this legendary artifact. The night upon the island was frigid, and despite the mercenaries clad in combat gear, the cold seeped through every crevice, chilling their very bones. Under the luminous moonlight, each face bore an ashen hue. Suddenly, the leader of the mercenaries halted, raising his right fist partially into the air. The mercenaries behind him instantly ceased their movements, instinctively dispersing into a defensive formation. "What is the matter, Khan?" inquired the deputy commander, Gerard. Khan, the captain of this mercenary squad, sported a mane of golden hair cascading down to a length of 20 centimeters, haphazardly draped like a lioness mane. This distinctive feature earned him the moniker Lion King among mercenary circles. Khan surveyed his surroundings, noting the eerie silence that enveloped them, devoid of any sound. "We examined the entirety of the island from the aircraft. Its dimensions are at most 20 miles across. Yet we have been traversing this forest since 4 in the afternoon, which defies logic." Gerard, upon Khan's observation, suddenly sensed the anomaly as well. Khan continued, "Moreover, do you not find it exceedingly quiet? We find ourselves amidst an island, yet the sound of crashing waves eludes our ears." Gerard, quick to react, gestured to Owen, the technical supervisor nearby, instructing him to establish a satellite connection to ascertain our location. The robust and handsome Owen bore little resemblance to a technician. Rather, he resembled a star. However, when he opened his equipment bag and skillfully operated the computer and various instruments, it was evident to all that he was a master of technology. Yet, despite Owen's adept maneuvers, the screens remained blank, a testament not to his skill, but to the overwhelming interference that rendered all signals impotent. Khan approached, attempting to reach out to the outside world. Owen picked up the communicator, but after several attempts, all that emerged was a cacophony of electromagnetic static. Sensing something amiss, Terry, the sniper who had been on perimeter watch, entered the scene and inquired about the situation. However, before Terry could finish his sentence, a piercing scream echoed from the outskirts. It was Nat. "We must investigate." Yet, before Khan and Terry could rush over, the ground began to shift autonomously, and the four who had been so close to one another suddenly vanished from sight. The cries of distress followed in rapid succession, and recognizing the familiar voice of his teammate, Khan understood that 4 of them, including Nat, had met their demise. In the ensuing chaos, Khan lost his flashlight and tactical backpack. Despite the moonlight illuminating his surroundings, he could scarcely discern the world 3 meters ahead. Such a bizarre predicament left even this seasoned mercenary captain in disarray. He retreated slowly until his back met the solid surface of a tree, where he leaned against it, calling out for his comrades while maintaining a vigilant stance with his weapon drawn. Yet, no matter how fervently he shouted, there was no response. It was eerily silent, as if he were ensconced in a realm beyond comprehension. Under the immense strain, Khan's mental fortitude began to wane. After enduring for over 10 minutes, he could no longer restrain himself and fired a shot into the sky, bellowing, "Show yourselves, you bastards!" In a fit of impotent rage, Khan failed to notice a dark suit of armor descending from the tree. Just as it was about to collide with him, the armor shattered, enveloping Khan within its confines. Simultaneously, Gerard, Owen, and Terry were ensnared by 3 additional suits of armor. They fell into a profound silence, the forest returning to an unsettling quietude, with only the remnants of their equipment to attest to their previous existence. Chapter 52, Extreme Cold, Part 1. It must be a peculiar destiny. When Lavin learned from the captain that the cruise ship arranged by Old Seth was named the Gemini, he felt an odd premonition, as if some significant event was destined to unfold aboard this vessel. The Gemini cruise ship, with a displacement of merely 50,000 tons, is classified as a small cruise liner. Perhaps from the perspective of the commandos, it appeared sufficiently grand. However, in the realm of cruise ship tonnage, it was utterly inconsequential, a mere shadow among giants. However, one should not underestimate it due to its modest displacement. In the realm of cruise liners, there has always been a tendency for smaller vessels to disdain larger ones, with new ships looking down upon their older counterparts. The Gemini, not only a vessel of lesser tonnage, is also a newly constructed ship. After all, with no personal funds at stake, Old Seth would certainly not shortchange Raven. Originally, the Gemini was under the ownership of New Century Shipping Company, but upon its completion, the company went bankrupt. Subsequently, as collateral, it was taken over by Citibank. Old Seth employed numerous strategies to extricate it from the dock. In truth, this marks the Gemini's maiden voyage. Even the 35 crew members on board were recently recruited. Captain Philip, a seasoned mariner with 2 decades of experience, considers the South Pacific akin to his own backyard. After a night of revelry, most of the crew members are still fast asleep, with only Lime and Melinda accompanying Raven to the bridge. Philip, a middle-aged man with a distinguished handlebar mustache and white hair, is slender yet vibrant, his eyes exuding determination. Upon seeing Philip, Raven felt an immediate affinity. Individuals of such demeanor are typically very professional. When the boss entered, Philip elegantly tipped his hat in salute, reminiscent of a gentleman from the last century. "Mr. Pierce, there is something I must clarify in advance. Please proceed." Engaging with cultured individuals, Raven felt his own demeanor elevate. Philip cleared his throat and stated, "I possess 20 voyages between the West Coast and Tahiti and can responsibly assert that I am exceedingly familiar with that maritime region. When I first received the coordinates, I thought it was a jest. However, today, after consulting satellite maps, I discovered that indeed, another island has emerged there." Raven chuckled. This is a normal tectonic shift. Although I am not well versed in the subject, the experts can provide ample documentation. Philip shook his head. "I am not questioning you, but I must request that you prioritize the safety of the crew. They are all fine young men. For thousands of years, the sea has been a realm of peril. Though modern technology has advanced dramatically, leading humanity to believe it has tamed the ocean, countless mysteries remain unsolved above its depths." Philip, an old-school individual, clearly understands the inherent dangers in the endeavors Raven and his team are embarking upon, hence his preemptive caution. This request is entirely reasonable, and Raven nodded in agreement, assuring him, "Should any perilous situation arise, I will arrange for a helicopter to transport you to Tahiti." Philip was greatly pleased. This signifies a substantial reduction in the voyage's hazards. As for why Philip and his compatriots, fully aware of the risks, would still choose to partake in this journey, it is simply because the rewards offered by the authorities are too enticing to resist. In this world, there are few problems that cannot be resolved with sufficient financial incentive. After concluding the formalities, the atmosphere lightened, and Raven proceeded to inquire about various aspects of navigation, to which Philip responded in detail. As Raven exited the bridge and walked along the portside corridor, Liam, unable to contain himself any longer, finally spoke up. "Commander, the cruise ship's speed is exceedingly slow. It will take a full 6 days to reach the designated area. Is that truly acceptable?" Raven had anticipated that Liam would pose this question. Prior to this, their interactions had been limited, but after spending the night together, he had come to understand that Liam was an exceptionally responsible and earnest captain. Recognizing that they would be working closely together for an extended period, Raven patiently elucidated, "This mission is both perilous and significant. However, speed alone will not resolve the issue. According to prior intelligence, a team of mercenaries has already landed on the island, and I suspect they have already met their maker. A second team will follow, and let the third team serve as our vanguard." Liam wished to respond, but Melinda, standing nearby, intervened. It was only after Raven turned a corner and descended the stairs that Liam looked at Melinda, perplexed, and inquired, "Why did you pull me away?" Melinda, trained by Raven, was well acquainted with the commander's temperament. Her explanation was already a feat, and any further questioning would surely evoke his impatience. "Captain, please trust the commander's judgment." Despite his respect for Melinda, who he considered quite astute, Liam, being rather obstinate, retorted, "Why is the commander so confident that those mercenaries won't cause significant trouble?" Melinda replied with a smile, "Well, they must possess the capability to do so." Meanwhile, unperturbed by the unfolding exchange on deck, Raven had returned to his quarters, preparing to change into more suitable attire for leisure. Earlier on the deck, he had noticed a parachuting apparatus atop the cruise ship, perfectly fitting for his airborne training. The inability to fly was a predicament he needed to resolve. As he changed clothes, he casually turned on the satellite television. The screen displayed a press conference, instantly capturing Raven's attention, as the focal point was none other than Tony Stark. Un mémorable moment approche. The battle that occurred before Kitchen 7 felt like a distant memory, yet had transpired merely days ago. One could only wonder if this time, Tony Stark would utter that famous line. On the television, Tony appeared somewhat disheveled, with several scratches adorning his face, a bandage wrapped around his left hand. As he approached the podium with a card in hand, "It's been a while since I last addressed you all. I suppose I shall stick to the script." Laughter erupted from the audience. Some have speculated that I am connected to the altercation that took place last night on the rooftop and in front of the restaurant. Just as Tony began to elaborate, a reporter interjected, "Excuse me, Mr. Stark. Do you genuinely believe we would accept that a personal bodyguard of yours fortuitously appeared there in armor?" Tony squinted his eyes and earnestly stated, "I understand this may sound somewhat fantastical, but questioning the official statement is one matter, while casually speculating or insinuating that I am a superhero is an entirely different one." The reporter retorted, "I never claimed you to be a superhero. In fact, everyone knows you're still quite far from that status." Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Tony stammered, "Did you not say that? Well, that's wonderful. It sounds rather like a tale from the Arabian Nights." After a brief pause, he continued clearly, "I'm not cut out to be a hero. I possess numerous character flaws and have committed many mistakes." Tony's ramblings made his friend, Colonel Rhodes, quite uneasy, prompting him to lean in and whisper something to Tony. All right. Tony picked up the card script, hesitated for a moment, then set it down again. He gazed at the dozens of reporters before him and fell silent for a few seconds. Subsequently, as if steeling himself, Tony's expression turned grave, and he proclaimed, in truth, "I am Iron Man." The crowd erupted in astonishment, with reporters rushing forward in hopes of obtaining further information. Meanwhile, on the other side of the television, Laven, who had been eagerly anticipating this iconic declaration, suddenly felt a tightness in his chest. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead, as if his very essence had been instantaneously drained, compelling him to kneel in disbelief. What had transpired? Chapter 53, Extreme Cold, Part 2, after several tense seconds. Laven gradually acclimated to the situation. He lay flat on the carpet, gasping for breath, attempting to alleviate the anguish within his body. Why? He sensed that the minuscule universe within his pituitary gland was on the verge of collapse, while the energy coursing through his limbs felt as if it had been entirely siphoned away. His body had become exceedingly heavy, an unprecedented sensation in many years. Just then, the door swung open, and Sykes entered the room with his head bowed. "Your condition appears quite dire," he remarked. Laven had a premonition and inquired, "Your energy levels have been halved. You now possess only 6,000. Sykes' countenance bore no hint of emotion, and his tone remained unchanged, as if the situation did not pertain to him at all. Laven offered a wry smile. "You truly take in stride." At this moment, Laven had begun to grasp the underlying cause. In fact, several days prior, Sykes' warning had instilled in Laven a vague sense of foreboding. If the invasion from the outer cosmos were to enhance the strength of the Traversers, then the fortification inherent to the Marvel Universe itself would precipitate a decline in their power. This was an inevitable duality. Tony Stark's declaration of being Iron Man marked the inception of Marvel's new era, heralding the advent of an extraordinary age, thus elevating the Marvel Universe itself. To put it simply, the existence of this universe had become more solidified, with the pressure exerted by the forces of the world intensifying beyond previous levels. Thus, Raven began to comprehend why the Ancient One regarded the emergence of mutants as a fortuitous event for the Marvel Universe. It is only through the continuous expansion of narratives within the Marvel Universe that it can withstand the encroachment of external realms. From this perspective, Raven and his companions resemble pathogens, infecting the Marvel Universe, while the universe's expansion serves to bolster its immunity, rendering the pathogens increasingly uncomfortable. The realization of being likened to a pathogen weighed heavily on Raven's heart. Previously, his concerns revolved around the potential annihilation of the Marvel Universe by extraterrestrial forces. Now, he found himself pondering whether he should fear the rapid expansion of the Marvel Universe, which might ultimately lead to their own eradication. Being a traverser is indeed no easy feat. After a considerable pause, Raven gradually acclimated to the changes in his body and slowly rose to sit on the sofa. Sykes, upon noting Raven's recovery, turned to leave the room but paused at the door to remind him. My biological radar has detected signs of life activity in the lower levels of the ship. It is both powerful and perilous. Raven nodded. He was still lamenting the loss of half his power and paid little heed to Sykes' warning. After all, regardless of who or what lurked in the depths, they could not compete with Sykes. Once Sykes departed, Raven continued to adapt to his body. He retrieved the golden card, attempting to sense the Gemini constellation, but was met with an impenetrable darkness. It seemed the power of the small universe had become unreliable. Subsequently, Raven attempted to sense the energy within his body, which appeared to have diminished only slightly compared to before. This led him to a new hypothesis. If one were to meticulously categorize, although Raven's soul belonged to the realm of traversers, his body was undeniably a native of the Marvel Universe. The energy within Raven was not conjured from nothing. It was cultivated through his rigorous training in the Crane Immortal Flow martial arts. Could it be that this was the reason for his minimal loss of energy? The more Raven pondered, the more plausible it seemed. This was indeed a piece of good news. At least he did not have to worry about abruptly transitioning from the extraordinary to the mundane. While Raven grappled with these unforeseen changes and their implications, in a lower hold of the Gemini, a red-haired girl clad in a denim jacket endeavored to pry open the hatch. She was a thief, albeit one from the lowest echelon of society. Upon witnessing the Gemini depart from the port, sought to board in hopes of a fortunate turn of events. Had the Gemini been operating under normal circumstances, with a full complement of crew, it would have been no easy feat for the red-haired girl to stow away. However, since the ship had been requisitioned by the local administration and Sykes had only equipped it with a minimal crew, an opportunity arose for her. Yet, upon crawling into the vessel's hold, the girl soon discovered that each compartment was secured with safety locks. After exerting considerable effort, she managed to open 3 doors and was now attempting to unlock the 4th. "I'm so hungry," her stomach grumbled, having gone a day and a night without sustenance. "Am I going to starve to death in here?" As her thoughts spiraled deeper into despair, the red-haired girl couldn't help but weep, exclaiming, "I do not wish to perish here. I have yet to visit New York, nor have I had the chance to become a Broadway opera singer. How can I die in this place?" Speaking of her dreams seemed to rekindle a flicker of courage within her, prompting her to persist in her struggle against the stubborn lock with her makeshift tools. However, a resounding thud echoed from below, startling her due to the confined space. "Is anyone there?" she whispered, pressing herself against the hatch and distinctly hearing heavy footsteps. Terrified, she quickly concealed herself beside a massive steel pipe. Moments later, a pair of fully armed soldiers, a man and a woman, entered through the hatch, none other than Melinda and Lime. "Where is she?" Melinda inquired through her earpiece to the crew in the control room. The red-haired girl suddenly realized something, her gaze snapping up to catch sight of a rotating hidden camera. "This is bad," she thought, instinctively preparing to flee. Yet, the moment she turned from the pipe, Lime seized her by the nape of her neck. Melinda scrutinized the girl. As a petty thief, the red-haired girl was evidently impoverished, having crawled into the crew's ship through the pipes, her appearance disheveled. Nonetheless, her beauty could not be obscured. Her large, round eyes sparkled with a certain charm. Recognizing the innate allure of beauty, Melinda felt a twinge of compassion. After confirming that the girl bore no weapons, she spoke kindly. "If you are willing to cooperate, we will not resort to force. Do you understand my meaning?" The girl nodded eagerly, though her stomach growled audibly, prompting Melinda to chuckle and add, "Come with me, and I shall provide you with food." The red-haired girl, quick-witted, discerned the lack of malice in the two and raised her hands, assuring, "I promise I will be very obedient." Upon hearing that a girl had been captured in the lower hold, a somewhat despondent Raven ascended to the deck, curious to investigate. Yet, he found it peculiar that CYX had mentioned the lower hold was extremely perilous, yet Melinda and Lime had managed to capture her so effortlessly. When Raven arrived on the deck, he spotted the red-haired girl voraciously devouring a feast laid out before her at a simple table, with Melinda observing her. Raven approached, inquiring, "What is going on here?" Melinda explained, "She is an orphan who sneaked onto the ship with the intent to steal." "Ah, I see," Raven replied, losing interest as he was somewhat face-blind and unable to appreciate the girl's striking beauty. Just as he was about to head to the upper deck to practice his aerial techniques, an inexplicable impulse led him to ask the red-haired girl, "What is your name?" The red-haired girl discerned that Raven was the leader and dared not be negligent. She struggled to swallow the food lodged in her throat with water, pitifully rising to her feet and declaring, "I am Jean Grey." Chapter 54. The Depths of Extreme Cold, Part 3. The Marvel Universe is surely rife with coincidences. A red-haired female named Jean Grey. Could it truly be mere happenstance? Regardless of whether others believe it, Raven certainly did not consider it a coincidence. After all, the Ancient One had long proclaimed that Perenni was the first mutant. With the emergence of the first, it was only natural to expect a second. Originally, the world of 2008 had no mutants, yet it also lacked characters like Sykes, Musashi, and Kojiro. In this altered reality, the appearance of any individual would not surprise Raven. Thus, memories of Jean began to surge within Raven's mind. Jean Grey, codename Phoenix, a member of the X-Men, an Omega-level mutant with abilities in telekinesis and telepathy, possessed a notably high level of education and could be considered a scientist, albeit one who dabbled in many fields without mastering any. However, she was chosen by the Phoenix Force in the X-Men universe, becoming its host. This was truly remarkable. The Phoenix Force is one of the highest level powers within the Marvel multiverse. It embodies the essence of all minds and life, serving as the creator and source of psychic energy. Human technology is utterly incapable of comprehending its existence, leading humanity to describe it only in vague terms. In short, the Phoenix Force is extraordinarily powerful, easily capable of vanquishing 100 Sykes. Of course, such immense power is not something Jean Grey could withstand. In fact, she merely contained a minuscule fragment of it. Nevertheless, as Raven observed Jean closely, it appeared that this version of Jean had neither awakened her mutant abilities nor become the Phoenix host. She seemed just like an ordinary girl. Raven unconsciously overlooked Jean's beauty. The current predicament posed a challenge. There was no possibility of release. Adrift in this vast ocean, even if Raven wished to let her go, it was simply impossible. Thus, she resolved to keep her. Raven then called Melinda aside, stating, "This girl is important. Keep a close watch on her." Although Melinda felt some confusion, she was accustomed to following Raven's commands and nodded in agreement. With this matter resolved, Raven made her way to the upper deck of the cruise ship. Perhaps to emphasize the distinctive nature of the Gemini, the upper deck featured two expansive flat areas, one designated for helicopter landings and the other serving as a skydiving platform. The modern cruise ship is no longer merely a vessel for transporting passengers and mail. Following the advent of airplanes, the slow-moving cruise ship ought to have been rendered obsolete. However, cruise companies have since developed its use for travel purposes. On a lengthy journey, one must seek some amusement. Thus, modern cruise ships have not only cinemas, bars, and casinos, but have also developed a myriad of innovative activities tailored to their unique characteristics. Among these is the exhilarating experience of deck skydiving. Contrary to what the name suggests, deck skydiving does not entail leaping from the ship at the height of the Gemini. Jumping from the deck into the sea would merely be diving. Instead, deck skydiving utilizes a vertical wind tunnel that generates powerful airflow, allowing participants to experience the sensation of soaring through the sky. For Raven, This presents an excellent opportunity to hone his aerial maneuvering skills. Aerial maneuvering, a secret technique of the Crane School in the Dragon Ball universe, enables practitioners to move freely in the air, unbound by the constraints of gravity. It is somewhat unfortunate that despite Raven's mastery of all the Crane School techniques, he has been unable to grasp the elusive aerial maneuvering skill, while Musashi effortlessly learned it, often inciting envy from both Raven and Kojiro. Indeed, even Kojiro, who has diligently studied the Turtle School martial arts, has yet to master this technique. In the earlier days, before the Marvel storyline unfolded, Raven's inability to perform aerial maneuvering posed little consequence. However, with Tony's declaration of "I am Iron Man," the Marvel narrative officially commenced, and not possessing aerial maneuvering now could lead to numerous complications. Raven activated the power for the deck skydiving, allowing the intense airflow to surge through the wind tunnel before he boldly leaped into it. Within mere seconds, he acclimated to the rise and fall of the airflow and began to harness the energy within his body to strive for an upright position. This endeavor, however, proved to be quite challenging. The energy either flowed too slowly or too quickly, causing Raven to sway precariously, unable to maintain his balance. As he struggled, Sykes appeared outside the glass enclosure, observing him. "At this rate, you will never master aerial maneuvering," he remarked. Although Sykes had imparted martial knowledge to Raven and his companions, he typically showed little interest beyond enjoying the scenery. His teachings were often cursory, providing information only once and remaining silent when questions arose. This marked the first time Raven recalled Sykes taking the initiative to guide him. "What should I do? Is it because my energy level is insufficient?" Raven shouted over the cacophony of the wind tunnel. Sykes, unfazed, continued, "Aerial maneuvering is not significantly related to your energy levels. Even with a mere 50 energy units, one can still perform it. Then why can't I learn it?" Raven questioned. "Because doubt resides in your heart. If you do not believe that humans can fly, you will naturally be unable to learn." With a sudden thud, it felt as though a taut rope within Raven's mind had snapped. In an instant, a sense of clarity washed over him, a sensation akin to opening numerous doors, each illuminated with brilliant light. However, as he sought to peer through these doors, he found nothing but darkness. As Raven was lost in thought, Sykes solemnly declared, "Something has gone awry." Though Sykes' voice was not loud, it struck like thunder, rousing Raven from his reverie. Soon, Raven heard gasps and the sound of gunfire emanating from below. "Sykes, deactivate the device and let me out," Raven implored. But Sykes remained indifferent, responding in a low tone, "Utilize your own abilities to escape." With that, the brown-haired giant turned away, absorbed in his own thoughts. Panic surged within Raven, and he flailed about like a headless fly, but the turbulence within the wind tunnel intensified, complicating his efforts to stabilize himself. The gunfire grew increasingly frantic. Those who made it into the assault team were elite fighters, yet the gunfire was chaotic and devoid of rhythm, far from the standard expected of a professional squad. This was undoubtedly a confrontation with an extraordinarily formidable adversary. Although Raven often self-deprecatingly portrayed himself as the villain, adopting a cold and ruthless demeanor, his actions had always resembled those of a superhero. The assault team had followed him out. He bore the responsibility of ensuring their safe return. Without further hesitation, Raven bent low, angling his body at 45 degrees, positioning his hands and head toward the wind tunnel, where air began to coalesce between his fingers. If he were to follow Sykes' method, by the time Raven mastered the art of aerial maneuvering, the assault team might already suffer severe casualties. Thus, he had to employ a swifter approach. He resolved to unleash a devastating blast to obliterate the machinery. With a resounding boom, a silver flash pierced the bottom of the wind tunnel, creating a sizable breach in the machine, causing the turbulent air to dissipate. Raven exhaled in relief, prepared to rescue the assault team, only to discover he was inexplicably suspended in midair. "Have I actually mastered this?" As this thought crossed his mind, he plummeted directly onto the deck. Chapter 55, Extreme Chill, Part 4. Raven swiftly regained his footing, delivering a powerful strike that shattered the glass enclosure. Before grasping the railing and executing a somersault over the mezzanine, landing directly on the lower deck. Upon raising his gaze, he was taken aback by the sight confronting him. A colossal tentacle was wreaking havoc across the deck. Under Lime's command, the assault team had just established their formation, and the previously erratic gunfire now fell into a rhythmic cadence. Two gunners utilized their heavy machine guns to suppress the vile tentacle, while the others engaged with lighter weaponry in precise bursts. As bullets struck the tentacle, a thick, repugnant fluid sprayed in all directions, corroding the floor and leaving deep pits in its wake. This viscous substance was corrosive. Lime, who was directing the operation, quickly recognized this danger and shouted, "Everyone, increase your distance. Evade its bodily fluids." The assault team, being the elite they were, adhered to their captain's orders, retreating while simultaneously expanding the space between them, all the while maintaining a relentless barrage of fire that effectively contained the movements of the monstrous tentacle. Due to a change of attire, Raven had inadvertently left behind two golden sand eagles within the confines of the room. With no long-range means of attack at his disposal, he hastened towards the side of the deck where the tentacled monstrosity resided, eager to discern the full extent of this creature's form. Upon reaching the ship's railing, he was taken aback by the sight before him. A colossal octopus, nearly half the size of the Gemini, firmly adhered to one side of the vessel. It waved its myriad tentacles in an effort to ascend the deck, while the tentacled beast wreaking havoc on the surface was merely one of its countless appendages. This predicament was dire. Raven turned to regard Sykes, who stood on the upper deck, arms crossed and head bowed, intently observing the fray below, showing no inclination to intervene. It seemed he would have to rely solely on himself. However, Raven's inner cosmos teetered on the brink of collapse, rendering him incapable of summoning the Gemini's golden armor. Utilizing an attack like the whole wave against such a massive octopus would only serve to exhaust him, while the creature would remain unfazed. With no other option, he decided to attempt a daring maneuver. Raven planted his legs firmly in a wide stance upon the deck, raising his right hand with the palm facing the heavens. The energy within him began to coalesce towards his palm, initially swelling into a sphere before he deftly compressed and shaped it into a flat, circular form. Yet, that was not the end. He continued to draw forth energy from within, channeling it into his palm. As the energy condensed, it transformed into a flowing array of light-speed particles, which then began to vibrate erratically. Success! This marked the first occasion Raven had employed this technique, and upon sensing the vibrations, he realized his endeavor had borne fruit. Yet, this was the extent of his power. His internal energy reserves had been nearly depleted, and the disk of energy in his palm measured less than 10 centimeters in diameter. Desperation took hold, and he resolved to gamble on this last-ditch effort. With a mighty roar, he shouted energy slash, and hurled the energy disk towards the ship's railing. The rapidly vibrating disk sliced through the deck with astonishing speed, arcing in an uncanny trajectory as it cleaved through the tentacles and the railing. The tentacles and railing fell asunder in response. The octopus, feeling the sting, had several of its appendages torn asunder, revealing sharp, grotesque fangs as it emitted a series of piercing cries. Subsequently, it relinquished its grip, plunging into the depths of the sea. The severed tentacle thudded heavily against the deck, yet it was not lifeless. Now devoid of its central control, it became increasingly frenzied, twisting and writhing like a massive serpent. It evaded bullets while lunging toward the front line, targeting the heavy gunner. This imposing figure, towering and steadfast under immense pressure, brandished a heavy machine gun, unleashing a relentless barrage of bullets, seemingly prepared to face the tentacled beast in a mutual demise. Just then, a colossal silhouette descended between them. Sykes, seizing the moment, ensnared a tentacle, rendering the corrosive liquid ineffective against him. As the tentacles unfurled and let out a thunderous roar, Sykes thrust his fist deep into the gaping maw of the creature. An orange-hued energy surged through the entirety of the tentacle, slicing across the vast expanse of the ocean before it vanished from sight. The onlookers stood agape, some team members doubting their own senses until the hissing sound of energy searing the water jolted them back to reality. Raven, unlike the unseasoned assault team members, possessed the wisdom to comprehend the situation. He knew that even if Sykes had diminished his combat prowess to a mere fraction, he remained one of the most formidable individuals on Blue Star. Should Sykes decide to intervene, the octopus would have no chance of escape. It is noteworthy that Sykes had merely unleashed an energy wave in passing. Had he employed his ultimate technique, the Hell Flash Cannon, it would likely evaporate a significant portion of the ocean in this region. With the immediate threat neutralized, Lime began directing the assault team to clear the battlefield. The once pristine deck of the Gemini was now a wreck, marred by hundreds of pits from the tentacle's corrosive slime, coupled with the destruction wrought by Raven and Sykes. The right half of the vessel lay in ruins. Fortunately, the octopus had wreaked havoc only on the exterior, while the Gemini's appearance was severely compromised. Its internal navigation and propulsion systems remained intact. Once the team members had secured the charred tentacles and eliminated potential hazards on the deck, Captain Lime sought out Raven. The events had thoroughly surpassed the assault team's comprehension, leaving them in a state of emotional turmoil. Raven's condition was no better. First subdued by the power of the Marvel Universe, and then exhausting all his energy to unleash a cheese slash, he could barely maintain his consciousness. Thanks to his formidable mental fortitude, seeing Lime rush towards him, hesitantly stumbling over his words, Raven quickly grasped the situation. Summon all team members here, except for the patrol personnel. I have something to convey, he commanded. Lime beamed with delight and immediately set off to gather their comrades. Once everyone had assembled, Raven, despite his overwhelming discomfort, rose to address them. I have previously stated that this mission is exceedingly perilous. We are to confront the most dangerous individual. And perhaps I overlooked one crucial point. We must also contend with the most dangerous creature. Raven's composed demeanor began to ease the previously oppressive atmosphere, eliciting faint smiles from some of the assault team members. Are you afraid? He suddenly inquired, shifting the tone of the discussion. The team members responded in unison, not afraid. We will prove that we are the most dangerous. Raven smiled, excellent. You are all exceptional assault team members. However, the current circumstances remain unclear. I will contact headquarters for reinforcements. But do not celebrate too soon. As members of the Earth Bureau, regardless of how this creature came into existence, we bear the responsibility to eradicate it. Yes, Commander. The assault team members rose, standing at attention in salute. As the members of the assault team departed one by one, Raven retained Lime and Melinda, instructing Lime, keep a vigilant watch over the cockpit to ensure the safety of Captain Philip and the crew. Melinda, tend to jingle. Yes, Commander. They replied. Once they left, Raven utilized his communicator to contact Old Sykes, requesting reinforcements. In Chapter 56, Extreme Depths, Part 5, Sykes assured him through the communicator that he would dispatch aid and supplies to the Gemini at the fastest possible speed. However, considering the Gemini's isolation at sea, the gathering of reinforcements and supplies would take time, not to mention the boarding and transportation of materials, along with the travel time itself. Raven calculated that it would take at least 10 hours for the reinforcements to arrive, and possibly longer. With dusk approaching and the sun nearing the horizon, the ominous octopus would surely return under the cover of night. This inference stemmed from the general poor eyesight of deep-sea creatures, which typically preferred to operate in the dark. It was indeed illogical for such a sea monster to attack the Gemini during daylight. This crucial night, it seemed, would rest solely upon Raven and his team. If Sykes were willing to intervene, the situation could be managed simply. However, given the events of the day, the likelihood of Sykes lending a hand was rather slim. Sykes' primary obsession, originating from the Dragon Ball universe, appeared to be the protection of nature and animals, with human beings scarcely entering his realm of concern. In his eyes, human life pales in comparison to that of nature and the animal kingdom. Raven, however, was an exception. In Sykes' perspective, Raven's life was intrinsically linked to the safety of the entire Marvel universe. Should anything happen to Raven, the world might very well spiral into chaos. Yet, it was also conceivable that Raven's demise might not disrupt the world's operations. Nevertheless, Sykes was not one to gamble. Taking this into account, as night fell, Raven found himself alone in the engine room of the Gemini. The engine room, located at the bottom of the cruise ship, will be the most perilous place should the octopus attack. The vessel could not afford to lose power, so Raven had no choice but to guard the engine room himself. After more than an hour of rest, Raven had regained some strength, yet to rely on this meager energy to confront the octopus would be tantamount to courting death. Nonetheless, he procured a chair and sat down with an air of calm confidence, devoid of fear, as if he held all the answers. Before long, Sykes entered the engine room. Raven chuckled softly, pleased that his little ruse had succeeded. The Gemini continued its voyage across the South Pacific, with all but the essential lights extinguished, rendering the ship nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding sea. Yet, all were acutely aware that immense danger lurked within the depths. In the cockpit, Captain Philip remained composed, though some of the younger crew members displayed evident fear, their actions marked by hesitation and trepidation. In the cockpit, Lime, Melinda, and Jean Grey remained, the former ensuring the safety of the captain and crew, while the latter too sought refuge in the relative security of the space. Under Lime's meticulous arrangement, 15 commandos were divided into 5 groups, patrolling at various times and locations. Those who were not on patrol gathered in the lounge behind the cockpit to rest and conserve their energy. Additionally, 2 commandos skilled in piloting helicopters waited by the aircraft, alternating shifts to ensure readiness. Should any discord arise, they would serve as the final bastion of retreat. Lime's strategy was impeccably sound. With everything prepared, they awaited the impending assault of the sea monster. Time passed slowly, each second stretching like a minute, and even the slightest sound would prompt the team to swiftly chamber their weapons. Ultimately, Lime had to intervene, pacing back and forth, continuously reminding his team to remain composed, restoring a sense of calm amidst the tension. Only those enduring the night could truly grasp its hardships. Many commandos remained wide awake, with only a few managing to find sleep. Yet, no matter how arduous, the night would eventually yield to dawn. As the first rays of golden light broke over the horizon, everyone exhaled a collective sigh of relief. The most perilous moment had passed. Raven emerged from the power cabin, puzzled. In his understanding, creatures of such nature typically sought revenge. Having severed one of its tentacles, he expected retaliation under the cover of darkness. Was this a testament to the creature's intelligence or its lack thereof? As the sky brightened, revealing a vast expanse of blue, 5 Cohen-style fighter jets appeared in formation on the horizon, prompting cheers from the crew on deck. The Gemini, with its limited tonnage, could not accommodate all 5 jets. But fortunately, not all were required to remain. Lime swiftly orchestrated the removal of parachute equipment from the deck, clearing a space for the fighter jets to land. 1 jet landed directly beside the open-air swimming pool, while the remaining 3, after unloading supplies and personnel, departed with the severed tentacle in tow. A significant amount of heavy equipment was offloaded from the aircraft, and the sight of such firepower invigorated the commandos with newfound confidence. Should the sea monster dare to assault the Gemini by day, they were determined to ensure it would not escape unscathed. Amidst the bustling activity, the leading agent entered Raven's quarters. "Greetings, Commander. I am Grant Ward, sent to report for duty." Raven, who had been feigning sleep, opened his eyes and, upon recognizing the visitor, burst into laughter. "What brings you here?" Ward replied with a smile. "Old Seth mentioned you needed assistance, and since I was vacationing in Los Angeles, I hurried over." Grant Ward, a Level 4 agent of the Bureau of Earth-S Security, was also Raven's childhood friend. The two had grown up together. However, Ward was not as extraordinary as Raven, who began working at the Bureau of Oceanic Affairs at the tender age of 8. It was not until he graduated from high school and served 2 years in the military that he seamlessly joined the Bureau. Notably, Ward is the adopted son of Gattorio, and having such a father figure allowed him to ascend the ranks rapidly. In less than 2 years, he had already attained the rank of a Level 4 operative. Naturally, with a mentor like Gattorio and a childhood friend like Raven, Ward was also a member of Hydra. Raven was elated to see his friend. As he retrieved a cherished bottle of bourbon from the freezer, he inquired, "How many people did you bring with you?" "A whole company," Ward replied. "As you know, the 90th is just newly established and lacks sufficient manpower. Old Seth managed to borrow a SEAL team from Major General Mike. And we also brought a considerable amount of heavy equipment. Mike is no pushover, Raven remarked. What conditions did he impose? He wants half of the sea monster's carcass. Ward answered. Raven jested. He certainly knows how to strike a deal. The biological tissues of these mutated marine creatures possess significant research value. They might even hold the key to conquering certain cancers. This, of course, also implies enormous economic potential. Yet, Raven was not particularly concerned with such matters. His focus was on how to eliminate the sea monster. The route frequented by the creature was a fixed shipping lane between the West Coast and Tahiti, and allowing the monster to wreak havoc along this path meant countless lives could be at stake. As if to affirm Raven's thoughts, just as he and Ward were about to toast and engage in casual conversation, Lime dashed into the room. Commander, we have spotted a gigantic cruise ship ahead of us. What's so alarming about that? Raven replied. The cruise ship remains stationary, and no matter how we call out, there's been no response. It was then that Raven recognized the gravity of the situation. He hurriedly exited the room and, upon lifting his gaze, beheld the colossal cruise ship. Its opulence was striking, measuring at least 5 or 6 times the size of the Gemini, and it was estimated to accommodate over 4,000 passengers. Raven mused to himself, surely, they cannot be that unfortunate. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he swiftly made his way to the deck. Lime, contact headquarters and investigate the origins of this cruise ship, he commanded as Lime promptly complied. Raven then proceeded to the helipad, preparing to pilot a helicopter to the cruise ship for further inspection, with Ward following closely behind. I'll accompany you, Ward declared, summoning a few soldiers to board the helicopter with them. As the helicopter hovered above the cruise ship, Raven's keen eyesight discerned numerous splotches of blood scattered across the expansive deck, particularly around the large outdoor swimming pool, which had transformed into a gruesome bloodbath, a foreboding sign indeed. No sooner had Raven and Ward landed than the overwhelming stench of blood filled their nostrils, mingled with the foul odor of dried blood under the scorching sun, a scent as horrifying as it was potent. Even though Raven was well acquainted with the world, he felt a wave of nausea rising within him, and the 2 accompanying Navy SEALs could not help but vomit. After a brief survey of the deck, Raven maintained his composure, though he abhorred the stench. Ward, on the other hand, felt a growing anxiety. Despite being a villain of the Hydra organization, he was not immune to the threat posed by sea monsters. Observing the hellish scene before him, his countenance darkened significantly. To mitigate the risk, Ward ordered the helicopter to return for additional soldiers. The helicopter commenced its shuttle service, and during the interim, Raven roamed the 3-tiered deck, finding no signs of life. It seemed that everyone had already been consumed by the sea beast. Raven then returned to the first deck, where he found the area teeming with Navy SEALs. Perhaps soldiers was an inaccurate term, as the lowest rank among them was that of a chief petty officer. Many were familiar with the esteemed name of the SEALs. Yet few realized that they constituted one of the rare tri-service special forces in the world, with each member trained for operations in land, sea, and air. This specialization rendered their numbers exceedingly limited, peaking at just over 2,000 personnel. Such elite forces were on par with the elite units of the local special operations, and in certain specific battlefields, they even surpassed them. It is worth noting that the current instructor of the SEALs is none other than the legendary superhero, the Punisher, Frank Castle, whom Nick Fury has referred to as possessing the highest single-soldier combat effectiveness. Yet even these elite warriors struggled to endure the gruesome spectacle of the cruise ship's deck upon their initial encounter. It took them a considerable time to acclimate. Once the soldiers were arranged in formation, Raven commanded the SEALs to form groups of 3 and commence a search for survivors. Military orders are absolute, and the SEALs proceeded in their triads into the depths of the cruise ship. Soon, only Raven and Ward remained on the deck. With a pallid complexion, Ward could not restrain himself from inquiring, wasn't he said to be a gigantic octopus? How could it result in such a bloodbath? Raven recalled the countless tentacles of the octopus, equipped with sharp fangs and a gaping maw, and could not help but chuckle wryly as he patted Ward on the shoulder. In retrospect, It was evident that the individuals aboard the cruise ship had unwittingly borne the brunt of the catastrophe. Perhaps the sea monster had feasted joyously on this vessel, sparing the twin ship in the process. 2 hours later, the SEALs returned empty-handed, having found not a single survivor. The footage they captured portrayed the cruise ship as a veritable hell on Earth, replete with bloodstains and dismembered limbs. The specifics were beyond description. While the elite SEALs may be the pinnacle of battlefield prowess, the sheer brutality of the scene rendered the majority unable to suppress their retching. Nevertheless, being the elite that they were, they gradually acclimatized after the initial discomfort. With no survivors remaining, Raven would not intentionally seek discomfort for himself. The helicopter took off once more, returning everyone to the Twin Star. By the time Raven set foot on the deck of the Twin Star, Lime had already uncovered information about the cruise ship. It was named the Mayflower, carrying 3,000 tourists and 1,000 crew members to Tahiti, and lost contact with the company at 4 in the morning. The thought of over 4,000 souls perishing at the hands of a sea monster stirred profound anger within the majority aboard the Twin Star. After the fury came a heavy silence. After all, the sea monster resided in the depths of the ocean, and despite the confidence the people aboard the Twin Star had in their own combat abilities, none could venture into the deep sea to vanquish the beast. Raven and the strike team had other missions, and it was evident they could not afford to squander too much time here. Just as despair began to settle in the air, Ward spoke up. "I have an idea that could swiftly eliminate the sea monster, though it comes at a considerable cost." Raven, having grown up with a golden key in his mouth, was not concerned about money. It was merely a string of numbers to him. "Spare me the suspense. Please share your plan," he urged. Ward gestured toward the Mayflower in the distance and said, "This time, I brought 9 large torpedoes. If we can lure the sea monster to that ship and detonate the torpedoes, we should be able to kill it." What a brilliant idea. Raven's eyes sparkled with intrigue. To completely annihilate such a massive creature, it would typically require the intervention of a heavyweight like Sykes. Yet, how many individuals of Sykes' caliber could there possibly be? Ward's approach, however, was highly feasible. The sea monster, being a mere beast, likely lacked the intelligence to discern the traps set by humans. "All right, let us proceed with this plan," Raven declared with a wave of his hand, agreeing to the proposal. Ward, taken aback, thought to himself that while the plan was his, one must also consider the ramifications of blowing up the Mayflower. Ships of such tonnage were worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Raven's cavalier gesture, treating hundreds of billions as mere fireworks, was either audacious or foolish. Nonetheless, the moment was not one for Ward to voice his concerns. Raven's character was one of decisive action. He promptly prepared to use the communicator to contact old Sykes. His initial intention was to request that Sykes send over some large animals to act as bait to attract the sea monster aboard. However, the thought of Sykes, who loved animals more than humans, rendered this plan utterly unviable. This left Raven in a quandary. As he held the communicator, his expression shifted dramatically, causing the others to remain silent, uncertain of his thoughts. After a considerable pause, Raven set down the communicator. "It seems I must take matters into my own hands," he declared, beginning to assign tasks. "Ward, you're responsible for delivering the torpedoes to the Mayflower. Additionally, assess our equipment and ensure that we take along the most powerful explosives. We must guarantee success on the first attempt." Ward complied without hesitation. Subsequently, Raven turned to Lime and instructed, "After I depart, you shall take command. Ensure the entire vessel remains silent. Extinguish all lights. In the event of an unforeseen incident, prioritize your safety. Escape if possible." Lime, somewhat perplexed, inquired, "Commander, where are you headed?" Raven, gritting his teeth, replied, "I must serve as bait on the Mayflower." Chapter 58. The Great Explosion in the Gemini Multimedia Conference Room. Upon hearing that Raven intended to personally act as bait, Ward returned, vehemently opposing Raven's plan. "No, absolutely not. We could utilize large animals as bait." Raven pondered. If animals were a viable option, why would he risk himself? Yet he could not voice this thought outright. Sykes's reasoning was beyond the grasp of most. Thus, Raven, enduring Ward's incomprehension, forcefully explained, "Animals are merely animals. they cannot execute maneuvers. Should the bait plan go awry, a human must be prepared to take precise action. We may only have this one opportunity. Ward continued to shake his head, asserting, if someone must board, I can dispatch the SEALs. Raven countered, that would be tantamount to sending them to their demise. Ward, taken aback, scrutinized Raven, utterly baffled as to why he would care about the life of a SEAL. Brother, we are Hydra. Have you lost your wits as a field agent? Raven, unnerved by Ward's penetrating gaze, insisted, rest assured, I will escape before the explosion. You must prepare the torpedoes and explosives. That is an order. Once Raven became serious, even Ward dared not question him, retreating in silence from the conference room. After Ward's departure, a wry smile crept across Raven's lips. At times, not only did Ward fail to comprehend, but Raven himself struggled to grasp the essence of his actions. As a Hydra operative, perpetually contributing to a cause he deemed just, it was inherently ironic. The crux of the matter was that Raven was volunteering for this perilous endeavor. That left no room for debate. While Raven wrestled with his own frustrations, on the deck, Ward began directing the SEAL team to transport torpedoes and explosives to the Mayflower. In no time, Raven's decision had spread among the soldiers and commandos, invigorating them all. In this era, only the children of impoverished families enlisted. The majority of soldiers possessed limited education. Yet, they understood a simple truth: how rare it was to find a commander willing to undertake such a hazardous mission personally. For many, it may have been their first encounter with such valor after a lifetime of service. This genuine admiration completely subdued their fear of the sea monster, as the soldiers were determined to contribute to its eradication. Under such fervor, the task of transporting torpedoes and explosives proceeded swiftly and efficiently. As the news arrived from the Mayflower that the torpedoes and explosives had been installed, Ward still felt a sense of insecurity. He found Liam in the cockpit. Captain, how much fuel do we have left on the Gemini? Both were employees of the Bureau of Land Management, and Liam, without hesitation, replied, approximately 300 barrels of fuel, sufficient to reach our destination and then return. Can we spare some of that fuel? Liam, puzzled, inquired, what do you intend to do? I must ensure that we eliminate that wretched beast in one fell swoop. Understanding Ward's intentions, Liam silently calculated and responded, I can allocate 100 barrels of fuel, but this means the Cohen-type aircraft will lack sufficient fuel for your return. No matter. Let us first vanquish that sea monster. Old Seth will prepare new supplies for us. Liam nodded, deeply impressed by Raven's decision, and he would not hesitate to assist in any way possible. However, he contemplated another issue. If we send the fuel over, the explosion will be more intense. Will the commander be able to escape? Anticipating this concern, Ward retrieved a blueprint from his operational pack, stating, this is a design I just drafted. I will weld some obstacles and iron mesh on the second level of the cruiser to restrict the sea monster's movement. This will afford Raven a bit more time to escape the cruiser. However, we cannot predict where the monster will be hindered, so we must enhance the explosive capacity to ensure that, no matter where the creature is confined, it will be obliterated. Liam's eyes brightened. Indeed, Ward's plan was highly operational and significantly mitigated the mission's danger. Consequently, Liam's gaze incessantly roamed over Ward. What is it? Ward inquired. Liam smiled. After this mission, would you be interested in joining the assault team? Ward returned the smile. It would be my honor. The two reached a consensus and promptly arranged for personnel to head to the Mayflower to execute the welding according to the blueprint. The soldiers and commandos aboard were all versatile. Welding was a mere trifle for them, and they eagerly volunteered, completely disregarding the hellish environment of the Mayflower. Liam then visited Raven's quarters to explain his plan. Raven found it difficult to refuse Liam's goodwill and nodded in agreement. By evening, all modifications were complete, and the soldiers had returned to the Gemini. Only then did Raven, accompanied by Ward, return to the Mayflower. It was their first descent into the Mayflower's interior, where they encountered dismembered human remains scattered throughout, illuminated by harsh lights, resembling a hell on earth. No wonder Navy SEALs could not suppress their nausea. The second level of the Mayflower is designated as the commoner's area, situated directly above the operational zone of the cruise ship. characterized not only by its considerable noise, but also by the cramped dimensions of each room, which starkly contrasts with the opulent suites found on the upper decks. Within this confined space, soldiers have fashioned enclosed areas using welded barbed wire and steel pipes, further intensifying the sense of confinement. Ward handed the schematics to Lavin, guiding him through the escape route, while continuously reminding him, "I have only designated a single escape passage, marked prominently at various points. Should you forget the way, do not panic. Simply follow the signs to reach the stern of the ship, where we have prepared 2 speedboats. According to our explosives expert, you will need to travel approximately 1 nautical mile before activating the detonation device, as this is the safest course of action." Lavin expressed his gratitude for Ward's meticulous arrangements. "Rest assured, Ward, do not forget that I am a Level 9 operative of the Domestic Intelligence Bureau." Ward nodded, knowing Lavin well as his childhood friend and was aware of his unique capabilities. Nevertheless, his nature compelled him to reiterate the procedure for Lavin once more. As darkness descended and time grew short, it was only at Lavin's insistence that Ward prepared to leave. However, upon reaching the torpedo storage, Ward turned back, proposing, "Perhaps I should undertake this mission myself?" Lavin gently patted Ward's shoulder and replied with a smile, "If I were to execute the task, my chances of survival would be 70%. With you in charge, it would be a certain demise. Now let us not linger." With no alternative, Ward boarded the helicopter and departed. Standing on the deck, Lavin observed as the Gemini shut down all power, plunging into darkness before he turned to leave the deck. He leisurely entered each room, activating all light sources and sound systems, and as he moved, the Mayflower erupted into a jubilant celebration. It was as if thousands were aboard, reveling in a raucous festivity, their noise resonating for over 10 nautical miles. Once everything was set, Lavin patiently awaited on the second level. Fortunately, this wait was not prolonged. Within half an hour, he sensed unusual vibrations emanating from the ship's bottom. The sea monster had taken a bait. Lavin promptly activated the bomb receiver, retrieving the detonator and ensuring it was powered. He did not wish to find himself, like in the movies, realizing at the last moment that he had neglected to recharge the device. As the power indicator shifted from green to red, indicating that charging was complete, Lavin knew that with a mere press of a button, the bomb would connect to the torpedo and detonate. The sound of thudding grew ever closer from the pipes, prompting Lavin to turn up the volume of the second-level speakers to maximum. After another half hour, he caught sight of a tentacle emerging at the end of the corridor. Finally, the cursed creature had arrived. Lavin did not rush to flee. Instead, he patiently awaited the sea monster to reveal its full form, remaining unmoved. At this moment, the sea monster seemed to sense Raven's presence, and its movements became remarkably swift. It rapidly crawled towards Raven's direction, only to collide headfirst with a barbed wire fence. After breaking through the barrier, it crashed into a row of steel frames. These successive obstructions only fueled the creature's fury as it recklessly charged towards Raven. Raven waited until the monster was nearly upon him before he sprinted away. Although the second-level corridor was confined, it was designed for human passage, allowing Raven to outpace the creature. However, behind him, the sea monster had vanished from sight, leaving only the sound of clattering and crashing. Clearly, it had become ensnared by the various obstacles. Yet, as Raven reached the stern of the ship, preparing to launch the speedboat and escape, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The sea monster, having lost track of Raven, no longer adhered to rational pathways. It directly breached the ship's hull, with one of its tentacles already extending outside. Raven calculated that by the time he piloted the speedboat to a safe distance, the creature might have already escaped the ship's confines, rendering the explosion's power potentially insufficient to kill it. There was no time to waste. Seizing the moment while the beast was still trapped inside, Raven pressed the detonation button and plunged into the ocean. Inside the cruise ship, the bomb detonated instantly, triggering a series of explosions from the torpedoes, while the barrels of oil scattered throughout the second-level rooms ignited in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The relentless sounds of explosions echoed continuously. The sea monster found itself within the blast radius of a torpedo, with a significant portion of its body obliterated, while the torpedo, along with the ignited fuel, engulfed the creature in flames. The intense pain and burning sensation provoked its tentacles to thrash wildly, and its massive maw emitted anguished howls. On the Gemini ship, situated over 10 nautical miles away from the Mayflower, the soldiers could only hear the chilling cries, sending shivers down their spines. As the raging flames continued to consume the surface of the sea, the monster's wails gradually diminished. Subsequently, a more ferocious explosion occurred, sending flames soaring into the sky and creating a shockwave that rippled outward through the water. The Mayflower split in two and began its slow descent. Ward immediately set out with several soldiers on the speedboat to rescue Raven. While in the sky, Lime piloted a helicopter to provide illumination and reconnaissance. However, when Ward arrived near the burning wreckage of the Mayflower, there was no sign of Raven's speedboat. "Captain Lime, have you spotted the commander?" Ward called out anxiously. As Lime scanned the area with binoculars, searching desperately amidst the debris of burning explosives, where only vast flames reflected back at him. Growing increasingly uneasy with the lack of response, Ward pushed aside the soldier at the helm, taking control of the speedboat himself as he sped towards the waters behind the Mayflower, yet still found no trace of Raven. Ward's anxiety mounted, feeling a rush of blood to his head, nearly causing him to collapse. Lame in the helicopter wore a somber expression. At that moment, a massive fireball erupted from the shattered Mayflower, screeching as it plummeted into the ocean. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lame turned the helicopter downwards, as two commandos brandished their machine guns and began firing. This time, they wielded heavy machine guns mounted on the aircraft, unleashing a tempest of bullets. The sea monster, already on the brink of demise, could scarcely manage to sink. As the barrage of bullets tore through it, it was instantly rent asunder, its howls echoing before gradually fading away. This time, it was truly dead. A cloud of melancholy enveloped the group, leaving them speechless. Just then, a vague figure leapt from beneath the ocean's surface, soaring slowly into the air. The commandos on the helicopter were startled and quickly redirected their weapons. "Commander! It's the commander! Do not fire!" Lame in the cockpit was the first to discern the identity of the hovering figure, shouting urgently, "Commander, can you fly?" The two commandos felt their understanding completely upended, their minds swirling in confusion. Chapter 59. Progressing in unison, the ocean shimmered under the sunlight as it rose slowly from the horizon, casting a golden hue upon the water, creating a scene where the sea appeared half azure and half gilded. Raven stood on the deck, gazing into the distance. In the nearby waters, soldiers were operating small speedboats to salvage the fragmented remains of the sea monster. Lame emerged from the communication chamber and hurried to Raven's side, reporting, "I just received intelligence from headquarters. The first batch of mercenaries who landed on the mysterious island has been confirmed to be employed by Roxxon Oil Company. They are currently organizing a second batch of mercenaries to land on the island." Raven turned to him, inquiring in detail, "Does the intel provide any information regarding the first group of islanders?" Lame shook his head, replying, "Our inside contact within Roxxon Company is not high-ranking, so we have yet to gather detailed information. However, the hurried organization of a second batch suggests that the first group is most likely entirely deceased." Raven nodded. Lame's analysis was logical, yet he remained unaware that the Marvel Universe often defies reason. Lame continued, "Director Fury has urged us to expedite our efforts, aiming to reach the mysterious island ahead of the third batch of arrivals." Raven waved his hand dismissively, showing no regard for Fury's command. "What does that charcoal-headed man know? This is a supernatural event." Observing that Lame had finished his report yet lingered, Raven asked in surprise, "Is there more?" "The Bureau wants the sea monster's remains." Raven chuckled, not at Fury's greed, but at Lame's choice of words. Previously, it was always Fury who spoke, but now it had become the Bureau's desire. It seemed this obstinate captain possessed some emotional intelligence after all. However, the matter that made Lame feel somewhat awkward and even embarrassed was of little concern to Raven. "Contact the headquarters. If you wish to acquire the sea monster's carcass, promptly dispatch a vessel to retrieve it, and you may also bring back the SEAL team." When Raven noted how amenable Lavin was, he breathed a sigh of relief, saluted, and turned to depart. Initially, Raven intended to continue enjoying the scenery, but Ward approached him once more. "Lavin, I intend to withhold a portion of the sea monster's remains. This creature has never been encountered before and possesses immense research value for us." By us, he was undoubtedly referring to Hydra. Given that Lavin was willing to share with both the military and the Bureau of Land Management, he would certainly not be stingy with Hydra, responding, "No need to withhold. Fury will soon send someone over, and you could travel back with their vessel." Ward nodded. The items in the Bureau's possession were no different from those in Hydra's grasp, which saved considerable effort. However, there was one matter that had long puzzled Ward. He inquired, "What exactly is your mission? And where has Rumlow gone?" Raven chuckled heartily. "Do you truly wish to know? I must caution you. Once you uncover certain truths, you shall no longer enjoy the carefree existence you currently possess." Ward hastily waved his hand in refusal. His curiosity had merely been a fleeting impulse, lacking any intent for deeper inquiry. Compared to his current freedom, curiosity was something he could suppress. Raven's words were, of course, intended to intimidate Ward. He knew his childhood friend all too well. Burdening him with responsibilities would be far more distressing than ending his life. Many harbor misconceptions about Hydra, believing that all its members are schemers, lurking in the shadows with a singular ambition to dominate the world. In truth, however, this is not the case. It is not an era of antiquity or conflict. Hydra members are largely educated individuals who truly expects to rule the world in times of peace. In fact, Hydra today resembles a political party. Most individuals join merely to accrue personal benefits. In a future timeline, after Black Widow uploaded Hydra's data online, this vast organization swiftly disbanded, illustrating the internal structure's fragility. Thus, it is unsurprising that second-generation members like Ward, unable to change their identities, adopt an attitude of inaction until faced with imminent threats. As the afternoon sun blazed fiercely, the salvage operations concluded, and the voyage, delayed for 2 days, resumed. This time, however, the Gemini had an additional 100 passengers on board. Fortunately, the provisions on the ship remained ample, and the group faced no immediate concerns. After 2 more days of sailing, the Bureau transmitted new intelligence. In the multimedia conference room, Raven and Melinda sat at the end of a long conference table. At the pinnacle of the gathering, Lime transmitted the data onto the electronic screen and introduced. According to satellite imagery from 2 hours ago, the volcano at the heart of the mysterious island is exhibiting intense activity. From the photographs, it appears to be on the brink of eruption. However, geological experts have calculated that this is not a typical volcanic movement caused by tectonic shifts. They have no further findings at this time. This is indeed a supernatural phenomenon, and it is only natural that the geologists are perplexed. Seated on the sofa, Raven gestured for Lime to continue. Lime continued, "Moreover, behind us, the oil transport vessel of Roxxon Corporation is advancing towards the mysterious island at a swift pace. It is projected to catch up with us by around 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Is there any more news? The cargo ship dispatched by Director Fry is lagging behind and will struggle to catch up at sea. He hopes we can first proceed to Tahiti to offload the cargo before redirecting to the mysterious island." Raven contemplated silently. Roxxon Corporation was evidently intent on claiming the mysterious island. The second batch of mercenaries had just arrived, and a third contingent was already visible at sea. This time, the opposition had clearly learned from past encounters, opting for an oil transport vessel as their pivot, indicating preparations for a prolonged engagement. If Raven approached them now, they would likely refrain from aggressive actions, but the personnel from Roxxon were not fools and would certainly not assume the role of vanguard. Thus, with both sides wary of provoking each other, the situation became precarious. Resolute, Raven instructed, "Inform Fry that I shall unload the cargo at Tahiti." Furthermore, this supernatural occurrence is of great significance. Roxxon Corporation clearly possesses certain secrets. I require someone to infiltrate Roxxon and uncover these secrets. Lime nodded and departed. In recent days, Lime had been the busiest individual aboard the Gemini, responsible for all aspects of the strike team, while also temporarily serving as Raven's secretary. Yet, Raven found this predicament untenable. He could not possibly assign a level 9 agent to such menial tasks. At this moment, Raven longed for Musashi's presence. Meanwhile, Melinda noticed Lime's departure and prepared to take her leave, but Raven waved her to remain seated and then said, "Melinda, I need you to proceed ahead to assist Ramlo. This is a covert mission, and confidentiality is paramount. Do you understand?" Melinda replied succinctly, "Understood. When do I depart?" "Now. What about Quinn?" Raven suddenly remembered Quinn Gray and felt a twinge of awkwardness. The situation concerning Ramlo was critical, yet Quinn was equally significant, until the patterns of mutant appearances were clarified. Quinn was a vital component. Reluctantly, Raven conceded, "Let Quinn accompany me." Chapter 60. Plans are always outpaced by change. Longrom, nicknamed Crossbones, was originally a free mercenary before being recruited by Alexander Pierce to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. However, within this organization, Longrom held a unique position. On one hand, he was fully aware that Alexander and others were affiliated with Hydra, and he had consequently aligned himself with their ranks. On the other hand, Longrom regarded Hydra with indifference. His primary motivation for joining was financial gain. Because of this, Raven had never considered recruiting him. To be precise, Longrom could be seen as one of Alexander's assets. Yet, upon discovering that the mysterious island was in close proximity to Tahiti, Raven began to entertain an additional scheme. While the emergence of Iron Man is heralded as the dawn of an extraordinary era, the tales of Captain America and Captain Marvel unfolded even earlier. For now, let us not dwell on Captain America, as he is already a household name. Though his history has been embellished, the essence remains largely the same. However, in the 1990s, the Blue Planet had already faced an existential crisis. The Kree warrior Ronan arrived in the solar system with his formidable fleet, intent on annihilating Earth. The one who averted this crisis was none other than Captain Marvel, Carol Danvers. At that time, Nick Fury had just transitioned from military service to the Strategic Homeland Division, an absolute novice. By a twist of fate, he became embroiled in the entire incident and even forged a friendship with Captain Marvel. In the aftermath, Captain Marvel departed, leaving behind several valuable items, including her communication device and the remains of a Kree warrior. It is no wonder that Nick Fury, ever astute, concealed the existence of the Kree corpse. When he ascended to the position of director of the Strategic Homeland Division, his first act was to divert funds for the research of the Kree remains. Remarkably, this dark-haired individual managed to uncover some insights. The discovery was a serum capable of reviving the dead. Fury guarded this serum closely, assigning it solely to Coulson and classifying all documents as Level 9 confidential. When Raven eventually ascended to the rank of Level 9 agent, granting him access to classified information, Fury urgently reclassified this project as Level 10 confidential, a rather unconventional move that piqued Raven's curiosity. Drawing from his hazy memories of a previous life, Raven deduced that Fury was concealing the Tahiti project. Although Raven possessed numerous cards up his sleeve, the allure of the serum remained compelling, and he yearned to obtain its documentation. However, hasty actions would undoubtedly arouse Fury's suspicion. At this juncture, Raven had finally awaited an opportune moment and discreetly sent Longrom to explore Tahiti. Raven's mindset was to take a shot in the dark, regardless of the outcome. To his astonishment, Langlois unexpectedly brought him a delightful surprise. This individual had stealthily extracted a portion of the Tahiti project's documents. But this act also led to his whereabouts being compromised, leaving him stranded on Tahiti Island. Lavin's request to Melinda was to retrieve this segment of documents. One must also express gratitude towards Nick Fury, who has tirelessly maintained the operative classification system for over a decade. Although the agents Lavin dispatched, Langlois and Melinda, were not his own, the security of the plans and documents remained intact. Who would dare to believe such a thing? Thus, it is evident that the impending downfall of S.H.I.E.L.D. is not without justification. All secrets are confined within the confines of Nick Fury's mind, while confidentiality is ensured should anything happen to him. This colossal entity would become exceedingly vulnerable. For Lavin, these circumstances serve as a cautionary tale. At this moment, Lavin was seated in a cinema alongside Ward, with the presence of Jean Grey as a charming accompaniment. As the plot reached a riveting climax, Rhyme hurriedly entered, inadvertently turning on the lights. Without uttering a word, Lavin instinctively sensed that trouble was afoot. "Commander, our satellite has just captured a series of photographs. A box has been ejected from the volcanic center of the mysterious island." "A box?" Lavin was momentarily incredulous. Rhyme nodded in affirmation. "Indeed, a box. These are the satellite images." As he spoke, Rhyme handed the photographs to Lavin. Curiosity piqued. Ward leaned in closer. There were numerous images, but only two depicted the box, and they were quite indistinct. One could barely discern a silver cube being expelled from the volcanic crater, followed by scenes of it tumbling down the slopes. Could it be? At the sight of the box, Lavin felt a surge of disbelief. It resembled a cloth box. He examined the two photographs closely, and his heart raced with certainty. This was indeed the cloth box. Therefore, the force that caused the mysterious island to rise from the sea originated from the world of Saint Seiya's cloth? Wait a moment. Volcano, isolated island? Could it possibly be that cloth? Though Lavin already possessed the Gemini gold cloth, if his conjecture were true, this cloth seemed to surpass even the gold cloth in power. This cloth must not fall into the hands of others. In an instant, Lavin resolved his decision. He instructed Rhyme, "Have Philip immediately adjust our course. We can no longer proceed to Tahiti. Let us redirect directly to the mysterious island. Furthermore, notify Fury to intercept the Roxanne oil transport ship. From this moment forth, no one is permitted to approach the maritime vicinity of the mysterious island." Lavin's abrupt decision took Ward by surprise, prompting him to involuntarily inquire, "What exactly is contained within that box? Is it some form of destructive weapon?" In the throes of his imagination, Ward, amidst the dawn of an extraordinary era, could conceive of nothing more than a weapon of immense power. Raven shook his head, gesturing for Lime to promptly attend to his tasks. While apologizing to Ward, "I regret that I cannot escort you to Tahiti. However, the cargo ship arranged by Fury should arrive shortly, and you may depart by boat then." Ward, sensing Raven's evasive response, understood that this was a matter shrouded in secrecy. He nodded in acquiescence to Raven's arrangement. At this moment, it was evident that watching the film was no longer feasible. Raven, accompanied by the piano, made his way to the communication chamber. Utilizing the equipment that Ward had previously brought, the communication room had undergone modifications and transformed into a center with enhanced sending and receiving capabilities. Lime had just concluded a call with the headquarters of the Ministry of Earth Affairs when another communication request appeared on the computer screen. Observing this, Raven approached and connected the call. Lime had just received the latest intelligence, confirming that the mysterious island was known as Death Queen Island. A sense of urgency gripped Raven. This was indeed the case. However, a more pressing question arose in his mind. He directly inquired into the communicator. "From where has this intelligence been transmitted? Is it from the commander?" The voice on the other end cautiously asked. "It is I. Inform me of the source of this intelligence." "Commander, I have not received authorization." The voice began to respond, but Raven interjected sternly, then hastened to seek authorization from Fury and have the intelligence personnel contact me directly. "I must know all the details." Chapter 61. Landing and Assault While Waiting. Numerous speculations swirled in Raven's mind. Logically, the name Death Queen Island should not exist within the Marvel Universe, as it belonged to the world of the Saint Seiya. What concerned Raven most was the possibility of beings from an external realm being transported into the Marvel Universe. Such occurrences were far more troublesome than mere objects. Approximately half an hour later, another communication request chimed in. Raven promptly connected the call. The voice of Black Widow resonated through the communicator. "Commander, I am currently aboard a petroleum transport vessel belonging to Roxanne. Has Fury sent you?" "Yes, Commander." Raven nodded slightly. Fury had finally learned how to deploy such a formidable asset as Black Widow. It was no wonder that such crucial intelligence had been acquired in such a brief time. "Tell me, how did you learn the name Death Queen Island?" On the other end, the howling sea wind produced a buzzing sound, indicating that Black Widow was concealing herself somewhere on the deck during the call. The owner of Roxanne, Dario, possesses an ancient document that displays the coordinates of Death Queen Island. Raven exhaled in relief. As long as the transmission did not involve humans, the difficulty of the task would significantly diminish. Nevertheless, his curiosity regarding this ancient document intensified, prompting him to command, "Obtain a copy or photograph of that document for me." The Black Widow hesitated for a moment before responding, "I will do my utmost." Raven, acutely aware that this task was far from simple, added, "Try not to reveal your identity. I will contact you at any moment." With that, Raven terminated the communication. Leaning back in his chair, he endeavored to clarify the intricate cause and effect relationships surrounding the entire situation. The dossier containing the coordinates of the Isle of the Dead Queen had likely been transmitted into the Marvel Universe long ago, eventually falling into the hands of Dario. When Raven activated his cosmos to don the Gemini gold armor, he inadvertently attracted the attention of the outer cosmos, which subsequently introduced the Phoenix armor into the Marvel Universe. Whether it was the power of the Phoenix armor that caused the mysterious island, which rightfully belonged to the Marvel Universe, to rise from the sea, or if the island itself was merely a product of the outer cosmos, was ultimately of little consequence. Raven's paramount objective was to retrieve the Phoenix armor, ensuring it did not fall into the hands of others, nor incite any undue commotion. This was the duty of the Earth Bureau, and it was a task Raven must undertake. As for Roxxon Oil Company, in Raven's eyes, they were merely a minor player. The Gemini ship sped towards the Isle of the Dead Queen, and after a day and night had elapsed, it was now merely 40 nautical miles from its destination. During this period, Raven had been in deep meditation, attempting to mend his cosmos to establish a connection with Gemini. However, his efforts were proving futile. Raven had first acquired the Gemini gold medal, followed by awakening his cosmos, a sequence that was fundamentally flawed. In essence, it was the armor that bestowed power upon Raven. Under the oppressive forces of the Marvel Universe, when a connection between him and the armor was severed, he could no longer link to Gemini, thus rendering him incapable of wielding the power of the Gemini gold armor. With a long sigh, he lamented that power not attained through personal cultivation was inherently unreliable. Knock, knock, knock. Lime swiftly ascended to the upper deck. "Commander, we have arrived near the Isle of the Dead Queen. The magnetic field here is intensely reactive, and we have lost contact with headquarters." Raven's expression remained unchanged as he calmly inquired, "Has the propulsion of the Gemini been affected? Can the Quinjet take off?" Lime replied, "The propulsion of the Gemini remains unaffected. Everything is normal aside from communication. Do you intend to use the Quinjet for landing? However, we currently possess only one Quinjet." Raven responded, "One is sufficient. Assemble the strike team to accompany me to the island, and after our departure, the Gemini will swiftly turn back, exiting this maritime area." Lime cautioned, "In doing so, we will lose all support. Is it not too risky?" Raven smiled and asked, "Are you afraid?" "No, Commander. The second strike team fears no danger." "Then execute my orders promptly," Raven commanded, and Lime, with a composed demeanor, accepted his orders and departed. Once he had left, Raven stretched his body and then descended from the deck. Before long, the members of the assault team had assembled on the lower deck. Raven stood before them, his gaze sweeping across the group. Without a rallying speech, he issued a direct command: "Board the aircraft." At that moment, Ward approached, hesitating as he looked at Raven. Raven stepped forward, a smile gracing his lips, and inquired, "Worried about me?" Ward replied, "You have always been the strongest since childhood. I am not concerned." Yet, despite his words, Ward's eyes betrayed his true feelings. If given the choice, Raven would have preferred to be a humble chef. Alas, this was the Marvel Universe, where trouble sought him out even if he wished to avoid it. Noticing that Sextai had boarded the Quinjet, Raven clapped Ward on the shoulder and proceeded to enter the aircraft. The Quinjet ascended slowly, its thrusters transitioning from vertical to horizontal. With powerful propulsion, it swiftly vanished into the sky. Inside the transport cabin, Sextai kept his eyes closed, while the other team members sat upright, their expressions serious. Raven navigated past them and knocked on the cockpit door, only to be met with a familiar silhouette. Jean, in the co-pilot's seat. Jean Grey was curiously examining the intricate instrumentation. Upon hearing Raven's call, she turned her head and timidly greeted, "Hello, sir." Rather than feeling frustrated, Raven was momentarily taken aback. The instant he laid eyes on Jean, a jarring thought flashed through his mind. the Phoenix armor, host of the Phoenix Force, two powers from entirely different realms, which should bear no connection. Yet, from Jean's sudden appearance aboard the Gemini cruise ship to the unveiling of the Phoenix armor at the volcano of Death's Queen Island, could there truly be no link between them? Raven never believed in mere coincidences. This world was far too intricate for such happenstance. Why had he inquired about fate during his last encounter with the Ancient One? If, in his past life, fate was an ineffable existence, then in the Marvel Universe, it might very well manifest as a person standing before them. However, even the Ancient One had not encountered fate. Its existence remained an enigma. Raven's mood soured as he felt akin to a marionette. Although he had sensed that Jean would be a crucial element in this mission, he found himself powerless to alter the course of events. Jean observed the changing expressions on Raven's face, holding her breath in trepidation. She too was unsure how she had ended up in the Quinjet, as if compelled by some unseen force. In the past few days, Raven had taken Jean everywhere, and the other team members had not insisted on removing her from the aircraft. It seemed like a perfectly reasonable coincidence. Amidst this peculiar atmosphere, the pilot shouted, "We have reached Death Queen Island. Prepare for landing. I will descend onto the beach." The assault team members grasped their handholds tightly. At that moment, Sex suddenly rose to his feet, his gaze seemingly piercing through the aircraft, fixating directly on the wooded expanse of Death Queen Island. Raven sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Abruptly, a glimmer of silver streaked forth from the forest. In an instant, Sex sprang into action, his foot lightly pressing down, shattering the aircraft's floor, and he plummeted directly out of the plane. In a heartbeat, he found himself before the Cohen-style fighter, greeted by that radiant silver light. Bang! 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 The silver light struck Sex's energy shield, erupting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Raven felt a surge of relief, grateful that Sex had acted decisively. Otherwise, aside from Raven, everyone aboard the aircraft would have been reduced to mere fragments. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The pilot's warning came a moment too late. Inside the cargo hold, the massive void created by Sex's exit generated an overwhelming suction. Fortunately, as they were preparing for landing, everyone clutched tightly to the handrails. Otherwise, several assault team members near the gaping hole would surely have been sucked out. "Hurry, prepare for landing," Raven shouted. Chapter 62. The fighter's descent. Raven's warning proved futile. As the upheaval unfolded too swiftly, a fierce wind rushed in through the gaping hole, causing an immediate shift in pressure within the aircraft, lifting upward before yanking downward. Raven felt a tightening in his chest, his stomach churning, but his exceptional physical condition allowed him to hold his ground. However, the co-pilot, a mere young girl named Jean, was caught off guard by the abrupt turbulence and promptly became ill. The nauseating stench quickly filled the cockpit. Yet at that moment, who had the luxury to concern themselves with such matters? Pierre, the pilot of the Cohen-style fighter, gripped the controls with determination, striving to maintain flight. He swiftly switched the thrusters to vertical mode, but it was too late. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Pierre seized the microphone and warned everyone. "The fighter is about to crash. The fighter is about to crash. Brace yourselves for impact." Before his words could settle, the Cohen-style fighter spiraled out of control, plummeting downward. In this fleeting moment, Raven could do little more. He could only press his hands firmly on Jean's shoulders, using all his strength to brace himself against the instruments in anticipation of the impending collision. Bang! The Cohen-style fighter crashed heavily onto the sands of Death Queen Island, skidding forward for several meters before embedding deeply into the sandy terrain. Inside the aircraft, the relentless blaring of alarms filled the air, and emergency lights activated automatically. Though Jean was shielded by Raven, she nonetheless felt dizzy, her complexion paling. "Are you all right?" Raven inquired, inspecting her condition and finding no significant harm, allowing a sigh of relief to escape him. I'm fine, sir," Jean stammered, suppressing her panic despite her disorientation. Meanwhile, Pierre struggled to remove his helmet, gasping for air as he did so. Observing that both individuals were unharmed, Raven finally rose to his feet and opened the cockpit door. Inside the transport compartment, the assault team members were sprawled in disarray, many unable to suppress their groans. Captain Lime was the first to regain his footing. Raven inquired, "Is anyone injured?" "I'm Fine, Commander," Lime replied, as he helped a fallen team member back up. Noticing that most of the assault team members were still somewhat dazed, Raven instructed Lime, "Stay here and assess everyone's condition. I will step outside for a moment." Without waiting for Lime's response, Raven returned to the cockpit, forcefully kicked open the co-pilot's door, and leapt down. On the beach, both Sexty and the assailant had vanished, leaving the surroundings eerily quiet, save for the nearby forest that appeared somewhat unusual. Raven circled the aircraft, but made no discoveries. At that moment, Cheen had also jumped from the aircraft. He gestured towards her and cautioned, "Stay here and do not move." After ensuring Cheen understood, he intended to investigate the forest. Given that the Kuan-style aircraft had its rear opened, the assault team members could only disembark slowly from the main and co-pilot seats, as the aircraft had sunk deep into the sand. The first 3 team members to descend executed their movements with remarkable coordination, forming a defensive formation around the Kuan-style aircraft. As Raven approached the forest, an unsettling sensation grew within him. His sixth sense warned of significant danger lurking within. This premonition compelled him to halt mid-stride, scrutinizing the forest with keen attention. Upon closer inspection, he discerned something peculiar. A row of trees towering over 5 meters, aligned like disciplined sentinels, with nearly identical spacing between them. Strangely, all these trees reached a uniform height. While Raven was unfamiliar with this species, it was evident that they had transcended the bounds of natural understanding. At that moment, a figure clad in black armor emerged from the woods, advancing towards Raven with a deliberate pace. As the figure stepped into the light, Raven finally discerned his full appearance. He was approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a strikingly handsome face, yet his pupils were pitch black, clearly indicating he was no ordinary being. Furthermore, what captured Raven's attention was the armor he donned. Raven immediately recognized the design as the bronze armor of the Cygnus, worn by one of the 5 elite warriors from the world of Saint Seiya. No, Raven almost instantly revised his initial thought. The Cygnus armor had never been black. Was this the Dark Cygnus? Indeed, in the realm of Saint Seiya, not only was Death Queen Island the secret location housing the most powerful bronze armor, the Phoenix, but also served as the stronghold for the Dark Saints exiled from the Sanctuary. The Dark Saints, exiled from the Sanctuary, resented their failures and, using the bronze armors as a reference, forged 4 dark armors. Although these dark armors lacked the power of their orthodox counterparts, they could bestow upon their wearers abilities comparable to the protagonists during the early stages of the narrative. After one of the 5 champions, Phoenix Ikki, vanquished the leader of Death Queen Island, for youths clad in dark armors pledged their allegiance to him. The Dark Pegasus, the Dark Dragon, the Dark Swan, and the Dark Virgo, standing before Raven, was evidently the Dark Swan. To comprehend the unfolding events, Raven cautiously moved to block the path of the Dark Swan and inquired, "Who are you?" The Dark Swan remained silent, halting approximately 10 meters away from Raven and his companions. Meanwhile, all the assault team members had disembarked from their aircraft, dispersing in small groups to check their equipment. Noticing the peculiar situation, their leader, Lime, slowly gestured for combat readiness. The assault team sprang into action, seizing advantageous positions and aiming their weapons at the armored figure. In response, the Dark Swan displayed a hint of derision. Raven sensed impending danger. He swiftly turned and retreated at an extraordinary speed, inadvertently knocking over the stunned Cheen, while loudly warning everyone get down. Yet, before Raven's warning could fully resonate, the Dark Swan had already struck. Dark Blizzard. To the assault team, it appeared that the armored figure merely threw a punch, but in Raven's perception, the Dark Swan had unleashed nearly 100 blows in that fleeting moment. The floating force of the punches transformed into countless ice spikes, descending upon the group like a fierce snowstorm. Despite Raven's caution, the speed of the Dark Swan's strikes was overwhelming. Not everyone could drop to the ground in such a brief span. At the forefront of the line was the heavy gunner, Carney, a towering man at 6 feet 3 inches and weighing 250 pounds. Upon hearing Raven's warning, he attempted to crouch down, but his massive frame could not keep pace with his awareness. Just as he bent forward, he was struck by an ice spike, instantly becoming an ice sculpture. Besides him, two other team members were also caught off guard and were similarly encased in ice. In a single encounter, the assault team had lost 3 members, leaving the remaining ones in disarray, their previously cohesive formation shattered. The situation was dire. Chapter 63. The battle on the beach. Witnessing all of this, Raven quickly rose and charged towards the Dark Swan. He had to restrain his opponent to prevent further devastating attacks. The distance between them was a mere 10 meters, easily covered by 2 large strides for Raven. However, as he took his first step, he caught sight of the mocking smile at the corner of the Dark Swan's lips. In the next instant, the Dark Swan vanished from Raven's view, and by the time Raven registered the shift, the Dark Swan had already maneuvered behind him. How swift! As soon as Lavin harbored this thought, alarm bells rang in his heart. Danger. Originally charging forward, Lavin abruptly twisted his waist and executed a side kick. His reflexes were undeniably swift. However, the kick met only a fleeting shadow. The dark figure of the black-white bird vanished from Lavin's sight once again. Painfully, Lavin realized that his opponent's speed had completely surpassed his dynamic vision. Then he felt a tremendous force surge from his waist. He had been struck. Unable to withstand this overwhelming power, he was sent flying over 10 meters, and before he could land, he felt every organ in his body ache intensely. This made Lavin acutely aware that, in terms of both speed and strength, they existed on entirely different levels. A rough estimation suggested that the combat prowess of the black-white bird exceeded 1,000. With a cough, Lavin spat out a mouthful of blood. But he had no time to assess his injuries. He quickly pushed himself up and faced the black-white bird, adopting a standard defensive stance of the Crane Immortal style. Firmly grounding himself in a horse stance with his left hand extended forward in a claw position and his right hand resting at his waist. At that moment, Lime's voice rang out from not far away. Open fire. Instantly, the sound of gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Lavin's entire focus was on the black-white bird, failing to notice that the assault team had reformed and advanced. As Lavin created distance between himself and the black-white bird, Lime decisively commanded the team to fire. Countless bullets were unleashed toward the black-white bird, yet he remained utterly still, showing no intention of evading. Only those with exceptional skill dare to be so audacious. The black-white bird, confident in the impenetrable defense of his dark sacred armor, faced the onslaught with a mocking smile. The bullets struck him, ricocheting harmlessly off his form. Nevertheless, the assault team remained unperturbed, coordinating their advance, methodically reloading their magazines, and maintaining pressure on the black-white bird. Their efforts were not in vain. Although the black-white bird was unafraid of the bullets, the kinetic energy they carried hindered his movement. With the assault team continuously advancing, the black-white bird was forced to retreat 2 steps. Meanwhile, the sniper Aziz lay prone in the sand, murmuring, "God bless me," before pulling the trigger. An enraged bullet erupted from the chamber, swiftly reaching the black-white bird. Aziz aimed for his eye. This time, the black-white bird finally refrained from arrogance. He slightly tilted his head, dodging the shot aimed at his eye, and the bullet struck his helmet, ricocheting away. Instantly, the morale of the assault team soared. Though this shot did not hit its mark, it at least indicated one crucial fact. He was not invulnerable. For the members of the assault team, it was not the strength of their opponent that terrified them, but the fear of being wholly unable to comprehend the existence of such a formidable foe. Since the dark white bird is not truly invulnerable, what is there left to fear? Aim for the exposed areas outside his armor, commanded Lime. With a clear objective in mind, the marksman's extraordinary skills began to manifest. They were elite warriors handpicked from the finest, capable of striking precisely with their assault rifles. This time, the dark white bird could no longer maintain his composure. He began to evade and occasionally used his gauntlets to deflect the bullets. Meanwhile, Raven was not idle amidst the fierce battle. Since childhood, he had been engaged in managing supernatural events caused by the outer cosmos. Over the years, he had not only mastered martial arts under the tutelage of Sykes, but had also acquired the golden zodiac of Gemini. The trump cards he possessed were such that even Thanos would weep upon witnessing them. Knowing that he was at a disadvantage, Raven prepared to unveil another of his secret weapons. He steadied himself, brought his hands together, and then pulled them apart, revealing a strange silver line that appeared before him. As the silver line emerged, it automatically formed into a circular shape. At that moment, time and space seemed to be sliced apart. From a bird's-eye view, one could see that within the circle lay another realm, one of profound darkness. In that void, a silver magic array began to take shape. Raven recognized it as the Kikyo formation. Suddenly, a red and black hilt rose from the center of the array, slowly ascending, and even before it fully emerged, it instilled a sense of dread among all present on the beach. Under this pressure, the assault team involuntarily loosened their triggers and turned to look. The dark white bird, as if confronted by a formidable nemesis, underwent a drastic change in expression and recklessly charged towards Raven. His speed was astonishing, leaving behind a trail of afterimages. And in an instant, he was nearly upon Raven. There was no time left. Raven realized he could not wait for the demonic blade to fully materialize and reach for the hilt with his right hand. However, as soon as his hand made contact with the hilt, an overwhelming chill of murderous intent surged into his mind. This killing intent was so pure it exceeded Raven's expectations. At that moment, he attempted to withdraw his hand, but found himself unable to break free. Damn! Raven never anticipated that he would be coerced by his own trump card. Yet there was no opportunity for regret now. He silently recited the Crane Immortal Sex martial arts principles, channeling his energy to resist the frigid killing intent. Yet, the malevolent aura was too potent, and the energy he had gathered was instantly shattered. It felt as though time had stretched. Raven watched as the dark white bird threw a punch towards him, the speed resembling slow motion from a film. Nonetheless, he was ensnared by the blade's murderous aura, unable to evade, and could only helplessly witness that fist drawing ever closer. Suddenly, a cold snort echoed in his ear like thunder. With a cold snort, the murderous intent within Raven retreated like a tide back into the hilt of his blade. Before he could comprehend the situation, the hilt slipped from his grasp and vanished into the darkness of the circle. One crisis averted, yet another loomed ahead. The iron fist of the dark white bird no longer moved in slow motion. Raven felt the pressure of the air it displaced against his cheek. Just as he thought there was no escape, the fist was caught by a hand that reached out from the void. Upon closer inspection, he realized that at some point, Sextus had positioned himself before him. With an impassive expression, Sextus gave a gentle shake. The tremendous force traveling along the arm of the dark white bird and instantly shattering all of its bones. The adversary crumpled to the ground like a serpent struck in its vital spot. The crisis had been resolved. Raven exhaled deeply in relief. Yet, he noticed that Sextus had yet to release the opponent's wrist. Just as Raven was about to inquire, the dark holy armor began to peel away in fragments, as if possessing a will of its own, soaring into the air. Soon, the pieces began to reassemble, and it became evident that a black swan was on the verge of taking form. At that moment, Sextus discarded the now limp host and, with a swift motion, removed his left hand, revealing a dark cannon muzzle. He intoned solemnly, "Hell, flash cannon." Highly compressed energy erupted from Sextus' wrist, streaking across the sky like a comet and striking the nearly formed black swan in an instant. Under the onslaught of that immense energy, the black swan was shattered inch by inch, gradually disintegrating into dust. This was the first time Raven witnessed Sextus's ultimate technique, though he too had practiced martial arts. Comparing his own techniques to the Hell Flash Cannon was akin to contrasting a glowworm with a full moon. As the dark holy armor was completely obliterated, Sextus turned to Raven and said, "Are you once again poised to unleash unknown powers? That would not bode well for our world, nor for you." Raven smiled wryly. Despite possessing numerous trump cards, all were derived from the outer cosmos. Out of respect for the Marvel Universe, he had never had the opportunity to experiment with them all. This resulted in a peculiar circumstance. Although he knew what his trump cards entailed, he lacked an intuitive understanding of how to wield them. Were it not for the dire situation he had just faced, he would not have contemplated using the Blade of Slaughter at all. However, given the life and death stakes, he would undoubtedly resort to his trump card again if faced with the same peril. Protecting the Marvel Universe was essential for a better future. But if danger had already arrived, what significance did the future hold? In summary, Raven considered himself to be sufficiently cautious. His choice to wield the demon blade stemmed from the fact that it was the least potent item among his collection. Observing Raven's silence, Sextus ceased to press for further explanation. Given his nature, it was already remarkable that he had spoken at all. However, as Sexty fell silent, Lavin had a pressing question. Where have you just been? It is worth noting that Lavin's audacity to confront these extraterritorial crises was largely predicated on Sexty's promise to ensure his safety. In such a perilous moment, the bodyguard had vanished. Could the employer still maintain a good temper? Facing Lavin's ire-laden inquiry, Sexty remained unfazed and replied, I pursued the enemy who attacked the aircraft. Although I eliminated him, that peculiar armor managed to escape. Furthermore, this forest possesses an oddity resembling a labyrinth. It took me some time to find my way out. No wonder Sexty seemed to have foreseen that the dark white bird would abandon its corporeal form. He had evidently experienced it once before. As for the labyrinthine forest that Sexty mentioned, Lavin had sensed from the outset that something was amiss. Perhaps it was not just the forest that was abnormal. This island must also harbor its own mysteries. Having donned the Gemini golden cloth himself, Lavin realized that, in terms of quality, the golden cloth surpassed the dark cloth by numerous tiers. Yet, even with the golden cloth, Lavin's combat power scarcely ranged between 300 and 400. In stark contrast, the dark white bird's combat power had already exceeded 1,000. Such a discrepancy defied all logic. Chapter 64. The Forest Labyrinth. Over the years, Lavin had traversed the world, combining his experiences with the memories of his past life, and his insights could be deemed unparalleled in this era. This granted him the authority to categorize the world's combat capabilities. According to Sexty's classification, each increment of 0 in combat power signifies a leap to an entirely new level. Building upon Sexty's framework and considering the Marvel Universe's context, Lavin meticulously designated these tiers. Individuals with a combat power exceeding 100 were classified as extraordinary level, signifying a transcendence beyond the mortal realm. To provide clarity, Lavin further subdivided this category into upper, middle, and lower segments. Characters such as Black Widow and Hawkeye belonged to the lower segment of extraordinary level, while the likes of Gonnets fell into the middle segment. Those stronger than Gonnets, like Pony, belonged to the upper segment. At present, the heroes and villains within the Marvel Universe generally resided within this classification. Above the extraordinary level lies the superhero level. Lavin harbored an inkling that the considerable pressure exerted by the Marvel Universe on Sexty, Lavin, and others after Tony Stark declared himself Iron Man was due to Stark's expansion of the second tier above the extraordinary level, which represents a combat power exceeding 1,000. Setting aside cosmic superheroes like Captain Marvel, Iron Man had become the pinnacle within the current Marvel Universe. Despite Tony's seemingly frail physique, the energy output from the arc reactor in his chest reached an astounding 3 billion joules per second. From this, one can discern the rarity of the superhero level. However, it is rather unreasonable that an unknown ordinary individual, clad in the dark attire of the White Bird, has transcended to the level of a superhuman. Yet, this absurdity has unfolded before Raven's very eyes. The only plausible explanation is that the island of the Queen of Death harbors inherent anomalies, amplifying the power of the sacred garments. Of course, these are merely Raven's conjectures. Until substantiated evidence emerges, they remain buried within his heart. On the shores of the Queen of Death Island, under the leadership of Lime, the squad members solemnly placed their 3 deceased comrades into body bags. A moment of silence enveloped them. Subsequently, their gazes shifted towards Raven. Leading is no facile task. When others lack direction, the leader must possess conviction, regardless of its validity. Raven surveyed the resolute faces of his squad members. The death of a comrade had not shattered their spirits. Rather, it had sharpened their focus. Deeply moved, he stepped forward and proclaimed, "Gentlemen, before us lies a treacherous and uncharted realm. We know little about it. Yet I can assure you that the secrets it harbors are crucial to the safety of our world. Our mission is to venture forth, bury this secret, and safeguard our world. Tell me, are you afraid?" In unison, the squad members stood tall, their chests out, and replied loudly, "Not afraid." Raven clapped his hands in appreciation, saying, "Excellent. This is the spirit I expect from the elite squad members. Now, I command you to prepare your gear. We shall enter the forest in half an hour." "Yes, Commander," they responded, immediately commencing their preparations in silence. Sometimes, silence itself is a formidable force. Raven gestured for Lime to step forward and solemnly instructed him, "Captain Lime, the forest we are about to enter is a labyrinth. We may easily become separated. In addition to leaving 2 squad members to guard our position, you must devise a comprehensive action plan." Lime nodded, yet hesitated, casting a questioning glance at Raven. "Feel free to voice any concerns," Raven encouraged, with a determined grit. Lime finally asked the pressing question that had weighed on him. "What exactly is our objective for this mission?" At this point, concealing the truth served no purpose. Raven pondered briefly before responding. "Your task is to locate the silver-gray box that was ejected from the volcano." Lime was taken aback by this revelation. Raven's use of you implied a divergence between his own mission and that of the squad. Noticing Lime's renewed uncertainty, Raven placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and smiled. "Do not overthink it. Your mission is to find the box, while mine is to assess this island." With Raven's candid disclosure, Lime felt a sense of reassurance. In the clandestine operations of the Bureau, betrayal and being betrayed are commonplace. This collaboration with Raven marks the first of its kind for Liam, compelling him to exercise caution. Raven, fully aware of Liam's thoughts, believes that the trust established through their prior cooperation mitigates potential issues. Half an hour swiftly elapsed, and the strike team was lined up, ready. At Raven's signal, Liam gestured for them to advance. 2 reconnaissance team members armed with shotguns led the way, followed by a 4-man fire team behind them. With Liam at the forefront directing operations, the group entered the forest in a double-arrow formation, with Raven and Sheen positioned centrally, while Sexity trailed at the rear. Having previously learned of the forest's labyrinthine nature, the 2 reconnaissance members proceeded cautiously, acutely aware that even the slightest disturbance could necessitate a halt for reconnaissance. After approximately half an hour of this methodical advance, Raven sensed something amiss. Although his vitality teetered on the brink of collapse, his 6th sense had heightened, allowing him to perceive impending danger before it fully manifested. Raven scrutinized the forest around him, noting that the towering trees were arranged in a perfect grid, their heights and sizes nearly identical, with dense foliage obscuring the sky, allowing sunlight to filter through only in narrow beams. Despite the team marking their path by cutting down trees for directional cues, a disquieting sense emerged that they had made little to no progress. Each new area felt hauntingly familiar. This was untenable. With this thought, Raven traversed the formation and swiftly approached Liam, who promptly signaled for the team to halt. "We may have become ensnared in a labyrinth. Continuing in this manner will only deplete our strength. Let us not forget that unknown adversaries lurk within this forest. When exhaustion sets in, peril will surely follow." Liam nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of Raven's perspective. Their recent encounter on the beach had provided them with a stark understanding of their opponent's formidable prowess. Given the combat capabilities of the Dark Whitebird, should the strike team unexpectedly face an attack from his allies, they could very well face annihilation. Yet, on this island, all instruments had lost their efficacy, and the towering trees effectively obscured the sun. How then could they discern their bearings? Chapter 65. Worries realized having sought out Liam, Raven was well prepared. Articulating his thoughts directly. "These trees are not excessively tall. I can ascend into the sky to indicate the proper direction, thus liberating us from this maze." Raven's ability to fly was no secret within the strike team. While some may have deemed it fanciful, Liam, having witnessed it firsthand, harbored no doubts whatsoever. "What coordination do you require from us?" Liam inquired. Engaging with an intelligent individual is indeed a relief, and Liam was certainly that intelligent individual. Raven replied, "What I fear most is that once I ascend, our connection will be severed. Therefore, it is imperative to bind everyone together with a single rope." Liam instantly grasped Raven's plan and promptly set about arranging it. Meanwhile, Raven brought Sheen to the back of the group, where he found Sexty and said, "She is of utmost importance, even more than I am. After I ascend, you must ensure her safety." Sexty responded, "I will take good care of her." Sheen Galay still appeared timid. The sights and experiences of these past few days had shattered her worldview. Now, even the slightest rustle made her tremble. Witnessing Sheen's pitiable state, Raven rarely smiled and reassured her, "No matter what happens, stay close to Sexty. Rest assured, we will be fine." Sheen Galay nodded anxiously and slowly approached Sexty. With no further concerns, Raven waited for the assault team members to fasten their long ropes together. He then secured one end around his waist and, with his unrefined aerial technique, began to ascend. As this defiance of natural laws unfolded before their eyes, the assault team members were rendered utterly astonished, with some even drawing crosses over their chests. Flight is a dream shared by all humanity. It has always belonged to the realm of the divine. Witnessing this miracle, many team members felt as if they were in a dream. Yet, amidst the astonishment of the assault team, Raven was under unprecedented pressure. He had only recently learned the aerial technique and was still clumsy in its execution. Only through sheer determination did he manage to clumsily rise above the treetops. Once he reached mid-air, the entirety of Death Queen Island came into view. Upon comparison, it became evident that they had unwittingly veered off course. Raven and the assault team's objective was to approach the volcano at the center of the island. According to satellite images, the Phoenix cloth box had rolled down from the volcano, and it should now be situated nearby. However, if they continued on their current path, they would head westward, where the trees were denser, obscuring the hidden dangers even from Raven's vantage point in the air. Nevertheless, this was not the time for exploration. Based on his own estimations, Raven's internal energy could sustain the aerial technique for only 15 minutes. Having just ascended for a short while, he was already feeling fatigued. He dared not delay any longer and gradually steered towards the volcano. As Raven moved, the rope naturally guided the assault team members to change direction. After this adjustment, their pace began to quicken instinctively due to the newfound clarity of purpose. At the back of the group, Sexty was the only one without a secured knot. For him, there was no place or person in this world that posed a danger. Thus, there was no need for any tethering. It is worth mentioning that if Sextyken were to lend a hand, this matter would be exceedingly simple. However, Raven hesitated to trouble such a formidable figure. Nevertheless, Sexty's focus was more acute than usual, primarily directed towards Jean Grey. Having made a commitment to Raven, he would not allow that promise to falter. Yet, throughout this time, Sexty could not quite comprehend why Raven placed such immense importance on the young girl. To him, Jean Grey appeared to be an ordinary human, devoid of any extraordinary traits. Sexty was already well aware that Raven harbored numerous secrets, yet his lack of curiosity rendered him disinclined to delve deeper. Over a decade ago, Sexty was abruptly transported to the Marvel Universe, but this was of little consequence. For him, it was merely a change of scenery, and he paid little heed to this transformation. In truth, possessing unparalleled power and boundless longevity, Sexty found it challenging to experience emotions and thoughts as intricately as humans due to his very nature. Dr. Glow had aimed to create a perfect warrior, but from the moment Sexty attained consciousness, he developed no interest in combat. Dr. Glow desired him to eliminate Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball universe. But what significance did that hold? None whatsoever. Dr. Glow wished for him to mend the emotional void left by the loss of his son. However, Sexty was acutely aware that he was not Glow's son, rendering that pursuit equally meaningless. So what constitutes significance? Sexty believed it to be nature, animals, and harmony. Thus, he was willing to protect Raven and combat the forces that threatened the existence of the world. When a robot begins to ponder the meaning of life, it has, in essence, become truly sentient. Within the framework of human thought, Sexty's principles of action were undoubtedly peculiar. Perhaps only Raven could, to some extent, comprehend Sexty. Therefore, apart from ensuring his own safety, Raven placed no excessive demands on Sexty. He essentially acted according to his own volition. Protecting Jean Grey marked the first occasion in over a decade that Raven had entrusted Sexty with a request which warranted Sexty's dedicated attention. After 5 minutes of progress, the surroundings remained unchanged, with rows of neatly aligned trees. At that moment, Sexty suddenly reached out and grasped Jean Grey's arm, turning to behold a blurred shadow leaping rapidly among the trunks, racing towards the assault team from approximately 50 meters away. Without hesitation, Sexty snapped the ropes binding Jean Grey and positioned himself in front of her. Yet, the Shadow's target was not Jean Grey. It perched upon a tree, trunk a mere 10 meters away from the group, then unleashed a fist, enveloping the assault team members in a cascade of blue light akin to a waterfall in reverse. Should this strike connect, the assault team would surely suffer devastating casualties. Sexty ultimately could not stand idly by in the face of peril. He moved, leaving behind a trail of flickering shadows, and before the azure light could reach him, he positioned himself in front of his fellow squad members. With a swift motion of his hands, he conjured an energy shield. The droplet-like shockwave was halted by the protective barrier, and after a tumultuous collision, it scattered into countless gusts of energy, ricocheting off the surrounding trees. Only then did the deafening sound of the tremendous impact resonate in everyone's ears, accompanied by the swirling debris and dust that enveloped the entire team. At this moment, Lime regained his composure and loudly warned his comrades, "Dodge. Take cover." The trees swayed perilously and began to topple, disrupting their tightly formed double arrow formation. Amidst the chaos, another shadow surged forward with alarming speed, targeting none other than Shingalei. Chapter 66. Phoenix. Raven's conjecture proved accurate. The Dark Saint's initial aim had indeed been Shingalei. In striving to protect his teammates, Sexty had lost the advantage. By the time he turned around, Ching had already been seized by the Dark Saints. With a firm thrust of his legs, Sexty propelled himself against the ground, the sheer force reverberating through the forest. He attempted to intercept with utmost urgency. Yet at that moment, the ground beneath them began to shift, along with the trees, as if engaged in a surreal dance. As Sexty surged forward, a line of trees unexpectedly appeared before him. Undeterred, he barreled through, the trees cracking and splintering as leaves and wood fragments scattered in all directions. Nevertheless, he was a beat too late. As he halted his forward momentum, he had already lost sight of everyone. In the sky, Raven felt a sudden jolt of unease as the rope tightened. He plummeted toward the ground with alarming speed. However, the sudden turn of events unfolded too rapidly. Upon landing, he found only Lime and 2 remaining squad members in their original position, while the rest had vanished without a trace. Not far from the trio lay 2 more squad members, lifeless, having succumbed to the tightening nooses that had ensnared them during the chaotic ground shift. Their organs crushed by the abrupt changes in terrain. Everything transpired too swiftly. Just then, another transformation occurred. A black celestial steed descended from the heavens. As it approached Lime, it disintegrated into innumerable fragments that adhered to him, forming a suit of armor. Raven immediately sprang into action, grasping the armor in an attempt to tear it away. "Hurry! Take them and go! Don't worry about me." Lime, aware of his impending fate, summoned the last of his strength to push Raven away. He then leaped onto a tree trunk and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye. Raven's countenance turned ashen. For over a decade, he had been tasked with missions of a similar nature. In the realm beyond, objects and individuals from distant universes soon find their way into the Marvel Universe. However, Raven has yet to encounter any genuine challenges. Figures such as Sexty and Musashi have become his allies or subordinates, and those seemingly cataclysmic artifacts are dutifully collected by him. Overall, Raven's journey has been remarkably smooth, to the point where he perceives these missions as mere excursions, easily resolved with a wave of his hand. Before arriving at the island of the Death Queen, his request to Fury for a strike team was driven by a desire to subtly gain control over this one unit that remained outside his influence. Yet, the sight of the lifeless body and the 2 despondent team members starkly reminded Raven of his miscalculations. The situation had changed drastically. Since Tony Stark created the Mark I and escaped the battlefield in Afghanistan, Raven should have recognized that the Marvel Universe had officially commenced, heralding a life that would be increasingly divergent. "Commander, what should we do?" One of the strike team members managed to ask as he recovered slightly from his panic, approaching Raven for guidance. This inquiry jolted Raven into action. He understood that he must afford the survivors a moment to regroup. Let us remain here to recuperate. Replenish our energy and hydration. We need to maintain our strength and clarity of mind. Observing the relief wash over the two team members, Raven inquired further. Who among you has a flare gun? I do. One of the strike team members responded. Fire a flare into the sky, Raven commanded. Yes, sir. The team, fearful of a leader lacking direction, found solace in Raven's composure. One member loaded the flare into the gun and shot it skyward. Bang! A crimson plume erupted against the heavens. Shortly thereafter, as if in reply, 3 additional flares ascended from various points in the forest. Raven exhaled in relief. This signal indicated that at least some members of the team were still alive. However, he was utterly spent and could not muster the strength to rescue them, opting instead to rest against a grand tree. While Raven and his team recuperated, Sexty descended with a cadre of strike team members. The flares had provided him with their coordinates, allowing him to return with the 7 surviving members, including Pierre and Aziz, narrowly escaping death. The reunited strike team was met with the grim sight of 2 fallen comrades, and thoughts of their missing leader filled them with melancholy, even as their resolve was typically strong. Having returned with the survivors, Sexty cast a glance at Raven, uttering not a single word before soaring skyward once more. Raven called out to him, hoping to summon him back, but Sexty continued onward, indifferent to his pleas. It was only when Pierre informed him that Jean Grey had been captured by the Dark Knights that the gravity of the situation truly settled upon Raven. In the mindset of Sykes, he would never permit himself to err. Thus, he silently continued his search for Jean Grey, endeavoring to rectify his missteps. With his thigh injured again, Raven was beset with anxiety, observing the demoralized elite soldiers. He comprehended that he too had committed a grave mistake by leading a group of inadequately prepared individuals into a battle beyond their endurance. Fellows, I will lead you out, Raven declared, though concern for Jean Grey lingered in his heart. He could not neglect the welfare of the soldiers before him. Pierre interjected, Commander, the mission remains unfinished. We cannot return this way. It tarnishes our honor. Raven replied, No, you have already upheld your honor. This entire ordeal is my fault. I have thrust you into a conflict that you are ill-equipped to handle. The group fell silent, having witnessed the formidable power of the Dark Pegasus and the Dark Swan. They indeed agreed with Raven's assessment. Such monstrosities were beyond their capabilities as lightly armed combatants. What a captain, inquired the sniper Aziz. Raven's countenance darkened. He had personally experienced the fate of the Dark Swan. It was evident that once ensnared by the armor, the host would lose their consciousness, rendering it akin to death. Yet, such matters could not be publicly disclosed, and Raven could only assure, I will rescue him. As Aziz attempted to speak further, Raven interrupted, Obey the orders. As you command, replied Aziz. After a brief respite, Raven regained some strength. Exhausting his energy multiple times had indeed augmented his internal force, offering him a revelation. Perhaps this was one of the secrets to martial cultivation. Due to the rope incident that resulted in the demise of 2 soldiers, Raven dared not bind everyone together again. Instead, he resorted to soaring intermittently into the air to discern their direction, then descending to guide the group onward. After a full 3 hours, they finally retreated to the beach. Watching the elite soldiers solemnly place their fallen comrades in body bags, a pang of guilt flashed through Raven's heart. This experience served as a reminder that, moving forward, no matter how adept ordinary individuals might be, they could no longer accompany him into battle. He must establish a superpowered team akin to the Avengers. As the moon ascended and the waves lapped against the shore, behind them lay an eerily silent forest. Gathered around the campfire, the soldiers silently consumed their rationed biscuits, reminiscing about their departure from the West Coast, which felt like an eternity ago. Raven chose not to enter the forest at night. Though he could fly, he was not Sykes. Should he encounter an attack in the darkness, he would be unable to safeguard himself. As night deepened, Aziz volunteered to keep watch while the others lay down to rest, though it seemed none could find sleep. Just as Raven and his companions were lost in their restless thoughts, The entire Death Queen Island began to tremble violently, and the forest maze shifted its form incessantly. Including Raven, a group of individuals swiftly rose, their gazes directed towards the forest. At the heart of the woods, an ethereal image of a resplendent phoenix ascended into the sky above the island, as if it were calling out to the heavens. Although no sound emerged, Raven felt as though he could hear a majestic song resonating in the air. The phoenix armor. In that instant, Raven discerned the origin of this extraordinary phenomenon. While he pondered its underlying significance, another orange-hued phoenix emerged from the mouth of a dormant volcano, its size dwarfing that of the multicolored phoenix by more than tenfold. If the multicolored phoenix evoked a sense of familiarity, the orange phoenix instilled an overwhelming sense of dread. In this juxtaposition of ease and tension, Raven's expression shifted dramatically. Time was of the essence. Dawn could not be awaited. Something significant was transpiring at the center of Death Queen Island. With no time to relay instructions, he ascended into the air, soaring towards the island's core. Chapter 67. The moment of awakening in contrast to the prior tasks Raven had undertaken. The current mission on Death Queen Island was fraught with unforeseen variables, each occurring in rapid succession, leaving Raven with a sense of relentless urgency. As he soared through the sky, he beheld the fierce clash between the two phoenixes from his vantage point above the volcanic crater. Remarkably, this confrontation was fleeting. In under a minute, the orange phoenix had utterly vanquished the multicolored one, which then dissolved into a cascade of vibrant luminescence. Clearly, in the struggle between the phoenix's power and the phoenix armor, the latter had been decisively defeated. Triumphant, the orange phoenix retreated back into the volcano. The abruptness of this conflict left Raven with a tightening sensation in his chest, as though something ominous was about to unfold. While he hesitated, a flash of silver light erupted from the trees, hurtling towards him. The speed of the silver light was astonishing, despite Raven's efforts to evade it. He was struck on the shoulder. Given the resilience of his physical form, he could typically withstand bullets from an assault rifle. Yet this impact resulted in a sharp crack, rendering his right arm incapacitated. Gritting his teeth in pain, Raven hastily descended to the ground, unwilling to linger, and dashed towards the beach. Fortunately, he had not ventured far into the forest, and soon he found himself back on the sandy shore. The commandos, witnessing their leader emerge from the woods, prepared to approach him. Raven quickly waved his left hand and shouted, "Fall back. Do not approach this area." Before his words had fully escaped his lips, a figure clad in black armor emerged from the forest. Lame. Bathed in moonlight, Raven recognized the visitor as Lame, the captain of the assault team. However, at this moment, Lame was evidently under the control of the dark Pegasus armor, his pupils entirely black, reminiscent of the dark white bird from before. Raven understood all too well that he was no match for his opponent. Seizing the opportunity before Lame could close the distance, he gestured with his one good arm and began to summon the demon blade. The dark Pegasus did not immediately launch an attack. It seemed to toy with him, awaiting Raven's performance. The silver threads of illusion formed a circle, and the silvery light of the bellflower array illuminated Raven's cheeks. The red and black handle of the blade manifested once more. Raven took a deep breath, grasping the hilt with his left hand. An endless wave of murderous intent surged from his arm straight into his mind. Drawing from his previous experience, Raven was well prepared. He clenched his teeth, and the energy within him surged rapidly, resisting the onslaught of the killing aura. Although it felt like an eternity had passed, in reality, it was merely a fleeting moment. Just as the dark Pegasus sensed something amiss and prepared to strike, Raven roared, "Muramesa, come forth." His left hand erupted with tremendous force, and the troublesome demon blade was finally under his control. Dark Meteor Fist. From a distance of more than 10 meters, the dark Pegasus unleashed its ultimate technique, throwing hundreds of punches in the span of a single second. Each punch exceeded the speed of sound, creating shockwaves akin to meteors, hurtling towards Raven. "Ha!" Raven bellowed once more, as the demon blade Muramesa was swiftly drawn from the array. The silver light flashed, revealing the true form of the blade, a wide, nearly man-sized sword. Its blade pitch black with a yellow glow at its edge. At first glance, the demon blade did not evoke fear. If Raven were to describe it, he would even say it possessed a hint of playfulness. However, this thought was fleeting as the meteor-like punches and shockwaves were already upon him. Raven swung the demon blade with great vigor. Its immense weight was almost overwhelming, and he found it somewhat taxing to strike. Nonetheless, the blade lived up to its grand entrance. Though his strike was virtual, the blade's aura surged forth, colliding with the Dark Pegasus's meteor punches. The sounds of explosions filled the air. At last, he managed to fend off that attack. Raven gasped for breath. The exertion of wielding the demon blade was far greater than he had anticipated. Even if the Dark Pegasus stood idle, he could only manage 2 more strikes before succumbing to exhaustion. The assault team had arrived, yet they disregarded Raven's orders. Perhaps some among them were gripped by fear. But regardless, they could not abandon their comrade to face the formidable foe alone. Drawing from their experience against the Dark White Bird, the assault team began to raise their weapons and fire from a distance of several dozen meters, targeting the unarmored areas of the Dark Pegasus. This forced the Dark Pegasus to rely solely on its gauntlets for defense. As they shot, the assault team advanced, striving to thoroughly suppress the Dark Pegasus. Realizing the peril, Raven shouted, "Retreat! Everyone, fall back immediately. This is an order." Yet, at that moment, the assault team paid him no heed, instead drawing ever closer. When the 2 sides were merely 10 meters apart, the Dark Pegasus astonishingly ceased its resistance, allowing bullets to strike its face and legs without any reaction. "Captain?" The assault team members, upon seeing the exposed visage of the Dark Pegasus, were momentarily stunned, instinctively halting their fire. Upon encountering his teammate, Lime appeared to awaken. His face contorted in struggle, veins bulging from his forehead as he gritted his teeth and urged, "Leave quickly. You must go." However, his voice was scarcely audible, and the assault team failed to comprehend his plea. This was Lime's final act of defiance, but in an instant, he was once again ensnared by the dark cloth, launching a ferocious punch at the team. The sudden turn of events left everyone momentarily bewildered, frozen in place. Fortunately, Raven arrived just in time, deflecting the blow of the Dark Pegasus with his blade. The force of his strike pushed the adversary back. Turning to his comrades, Raven shouted, "Retreat!" At last, the team snapped out of their stupor, their fighting spirit extinguished, and they hastily withdrew. Meanwhile, the Dark Pegasus seemed to anticipate its inevitable victory, remaining still and regarding Raven with a mocking expression. Raven couldn't help but smile bitterly. With the power of the cursed blade, Muramasa, defeating the Dark Pegasus should not have been insurmountable. But alas, Raven, as the commander, was woefully weak. He could muster only a single strike. The remaining energy he possessed could merely allow him to wield Muramasa for one final blow. At this moment, Raven's situation was starkly different from when he first activated the Gemini Golden Cloth. During that initial awakening of his cosmos, the formidable techniques of the Gemini Saint had materialized in his mind. However, Muramasa offered nothing but a sense of murderous intent, devoid of any profound techniques. There was no alternative. He had to rely on brute force. Raven twisted his waist, channeling all his strength to drag the immense blade, and unleashed his final strike. The blade's aura surged forth like a moonlit beam, racing towards the Dark Pegasus. The latter merely smirked, effortlessly sidestepping to the left, evading the oncoming energy. The blade's aura continued its trajectory, slicing through the forest, toppling trees for dozens of meters before gradually dissipating. Leaning against the cursed blade, Raven recalled the teachings of Sextus. No matter how powerful a technique may be, if it fails to strike the enemy, it is all in vain. It was over. The Dark Pegasus slowly advanced towards Raven, convinced of his victory, and exhibited no urgency to eliminate his foe. The malevolent whims of the Dark Cloth manifested vividly in the Dark Pegasus. Just as he approached within mere steps of Raven, a violent explosion erupted from the death volcano. The Dark Pegasus turned to look, his expression shifting dramatically. In an instant, he spun around and fled into the woods without a second glance. Raven, having narrowly escaped death, felt a wave of relief wash over him before promptly losing consciousness. In his hazy state, Raven seemed to ascend into the cosmos, where a swirling orb of orange energy roared through the universe, resembling a soaring phoenix from a distance. The power of the phoenix. The phoenix surged towards Raven, enveloping him in its embrace in an instant. At that moment, Raven felt as though he had become one with the phoenix, an overwhelming tide of emotions flooding his will. As Raven was on the verge of being assimilated, the phoenix arrived within the realm of Blue Star, seemingly drawn by its allure as it soared directly into the atmosphere. Crossing mountains and seas, the phoenix ascended to the peak of a snow-covered mountain. At that moment, a red-haired woman stood resolutely atop the summit. Upon sighting the phoenix, she unleashed a powerful fist, channeling her strength into a divine dragon that entwined with the phoenix. The collision of these two forces resulted in the dragon faltering, on the brink of shattering in an instant. Then, as if the phoenix discerned something, it shook off the dragon, shattering itself into myriad fragments that merged into the bodies of countless individuals on Blue Star. Chapter 68. The chaotic situation, it was like a dream. As the dream faded, Raven regained a flicker of consciousness. However, he felt utterly exhausted, as if every ounce of his energy had been siphoned away, leaving him with no strength even to open his eyes. At that moment, his left hand still gripped the demon blade tightly, which seemed to have been somewhat subdued, its murderous aura less ferocious than before. In a daze, Raven faintly heard the sounds of gunfire and shouting, and soon, it felt as though he was being carried on a stretcher, racing toward the woods. The sun ascended, although the sun was not visible through the trees. Its rays penetrated the gaps, illuminating the entire forest. Raven gradually awoke, and upon opening his eyes, he was met with the curious gaze of a man with a peculiar hairstyle staring back at him. Reacting instinctively, Raven unwittingly swung the massive blade toward the bald man. The latter was startled but reacted swiftly, blocking Raven's wrist with his elbow. Lacking strength, Raven was jolted by the man's immense power, causing the demon blade to clatter to the ground. "I am not your enemy," the bald man explained. The commotion attracted attention, and Pierre rushed over. "Commander, you have finally awakened." Raven, regaining a semblance of rationality, turned to Pierre and inquired, "Who is he? How do we end up here?" Pierre elaborated, "This is Namor. He claims to be the prince of the Atlantis kingdom. After you lost consciousness, we were attacked by Roxxon Corporation. Namor saved all of us, but their firepower was overwhelming, and we had no choice but to carry you into the forest." Namor? Roxxon Corporation? Raven's mind felt muddled, struggling to grasp the connections between these entities. Fortunately, Aziz was attentive, offering a water flask to Raven's lips. "Commander, please have some water." Raven gulped down the water with fervor. Though his body remained weak, his mind began to clear. He then turned his gaze toward the man who was neither fully bald nor not, who claimed to be the Prince of Atlantis. Was there such a character in the Marvel Universe? Raven, not being a comic book enthusiast in his previous life, had only limited knowledge of Marvel from the cinematic realm, and he truly could not recall who Namor was. Thus, the peculiar figure before him, with a shining forehead and fin-like ears, was also a traveler from another world. With his right arm severed, Raven could only lift his left hand and said, "Aziz, please keep a watch around the perimeter. I have matters to discuss privately with Prince Namor." Aziz understood the unspoken command and signaled his companions to take their positions. Observing the ever-smiling Namor, Raven felt a sense of affinity. Although his appearance was somewhat peculiar, his demeanor seemed amiable. "Prince Namor, could you enlighten me about the situation in Atlantis?" Upon this inquiry, Namor's smile faded, and a guarded expression took its place. "Why do you, land dweller, ask such questions?" Raven replied with a grin. "Do you not find this place somewhat different from your world?" "Our world? You mean Atlantis?" "Naturally. Land and sea differ. What is so strange about that?" Namor retorted. "No, Mr. Namor, I mean that Atlantis no longer exists here." Raven sighed. However, as soon as these words escaped Raven's lips, Namor's temper flared. He glared at Raven and declared, "Land dweller, I do not comprehend your words, but if you intend to threaten the kingdom of Atlantis, I shall end your life." Raven remained unfazed by Namor's hostility. He shifted his position against the great tree and continued, I harbor no animosity towards Atlantis, but you have just arrived in this world and have yet to acclimate. To be precise, this is no longer the world that possessed Atlantis. You have traversed realms. Though Raven's explanation was somewhat convoluted, Namor grasped the meaning and erupted into laughter. Land dweller, has your injury muddled your mind? I have not traversed realms. The kingdom of Atlantis is right here. I followed Bosque here. It desecrated our sacred site, and the king has commanded me to slay it. Bosque, what is that? Raven inquired. A colossal sea monster from ancient times. It wreaked havoc upon humanity and was imprisoned in the endless trench. However, this island's sudden emergence allowed it to escape. At this revelation, Raven understood the convoluted origins of the deep-sea creature they had slain. What troubled him further was the implication that Namor was a native of the Marvel Universe. Why then had he never heard of this figure in his past life? Noticing the contemplative expression on Raven's face, Namor seated himself elsewhere. After a lengthy silence, Raven still could not decipher the connection and decided to set the matter aside. The Marvel world was fraught with secrets, and with the constant interference of traversers, it was only natural to be perplexed. Raven turned his gaze back to Namor. It appeared that this prince bore no ill will. Rather, he seemed to be his savior. Prince Namor, what will you do next? I shall continue the pursuit of Bosque. Until I fulfill the king's task, I cannot return to Atlantis. Namor, however, did not disclose the entirety of his motives. Killing Bosque was not solely due to its destruction of the sacred site. It was also a trial imposed by Namor's king. Only by completing this task could he claim his rightful throne. Raven was unaware of this fact, but it mattered little. He chuckled, saying, if I am not mistaken, Bosque has been slain. Namor gasped. Bosque is dead? By whom? We all collectively vanquished him. His remains are still aboard my vessel. This is impossible. How could mere land dwellers have defeated Bosque? Namor's expression reflected disbelief, indicating a certain disdain for humanity. Such an attitude was not entirely surprising, despite their brief encounter. Raven had already discerned that this individual possessed a physique that transcended human limitations. If all Atlanteans were akin to him, then indeed, this underwater kingdom warranted human attention. Realizing that Namor was not a time traveler, Raven summoned Aziz once more, inquiring, you mentioned earlier that we were ambushed by Roxxon Corporation? Aziz replied, shortly after you lost consciousness, a vessel from Roxxon appeared on the horizon. They disembarked on speedboats and, upon discovering us, launched an immediate assault. With Prince Namor's assistance, we fought a strategic retreat into the forest. Upon absorbing the entirety of the situation, Raven could only think to curse Frey under his breath. He had clearly instructed to intercept Roxxon's oil transport ships, yet this task had been mishandled. He could not fathom how the director managed his position. However, given the vast distance between them, Raven felt powerless against the director's incompetence. Contemplating the chaotic circumstances on the island, compounded by the involvement of Roxxon Corporation, Raven felt a sense of unease. Yet, a thought struck him. Wasn't Black Widow infiltrating Roxxon's ship? Could this potentially be an opportunity for everyone involved? Chapter 69. The Phoenix Cloth. At this juncture, Raven wisely abandoned the mission. He understood that he was grievously injured, and relying solely on the strike team's combat prowess to defeat the Dark Saints and locate the Phoenix Cloth was nothing short of a fool's errand. His singular objective now was to ensure the safe departure of these commandos from the island of the Death Queen. Of course, once he had recuperated and regrouped, he would undoubtedly seek another confrontation with the Dark Saints. As for Roxxon Corporation, Raven felt no concern that they would acquire the cloth. This was not due to an underestimation of their capabilities. Rather, he surmised that if he himself had been rendered nearly incapacitated, no matter how elite their mercenaries might be, they would likely prove inadequate against the Dark Saints. At this moment, despite having made his decision, escaping the forest was proving to be a formidable challenge. He had been struck by the Dark Pegasus's Dark Meteor Fist, resulting not only in a shattered right arm, but also in a dispersal of the energy within him. It was impossible for him to employ the same tactic to soar into the sky and guide his companions. How could they possibly find a way out? With his mind clouded and muddled, Raven could conceive of no better solution than to gather all the commandos around him and proclaim, "Gentlemen, Does anyone possess a method to lead us out of this forest? As the saying goes, one person's strategy is short-sighted, while the collective wisdom of many is far-reaching. To Raven, a labyrinth was hardly an unfamiliar concept. Numerous protagonists in various tales have traversed labyrinths using an array of ingenious methods. Surely, the commandos must possess their own solutions. Yet, Raven overlooked a crucial aspect. He underestimated the true cultural competence of the commandos. Minutes elapsed, and the assembled commandos fidgeted in silence, their faces betraying a lack of communication. This predicament could be attributed to the American education system, where, apart from the affluent who can afford a lead education at exorbitant costs, the majority of Americans are subjected to a system of joyful learning. Education, after all, is all about joy. One can only imagine the caliber of individuals it produces. Before joining the Ground Bureau, most commandos hailed from backgrounds as special forces, their military careers often a consequence of financial hardship. Without funds, how could they access elite education? Despite possessing high school diplomas, their knowledge was akin to that of illiterates, as exemplified by figures like Captain America and the Punisher. Thus, after a prolonged period of anticipation, Raven found himself devoid of any satisfactory answers. He sighed, realizing that while these soldiers may excel at violence, finding a way to navigate their current predicament was indeed a tall order. Just as despair began to envelop the group, Namor spoke up. "If you wish to escape the forest, it is not difficult. I can guide you out." Raven's eyes brightened with curiosity. "You have a solution?" "This forest is a labyrinth, constantly shifting its layout." Namor replied with a smile. "I can sense the presence of the sea. No matter how the forest transforms, the ocean remains constant." Before Raven could respond, he heard the commandos collectively exhale, a clear indication that they had reached their limit and were eager to depart. Wasting no time, they followed Namor's lead, while Aziz and Pierre took turns carrying Raven on a stretcher as they commenced their journey. After approximately an hour, they finally emerged from the forest onto a beach, remarkably unhindered by the labyrinthine challenges of the woodland. However, they did not return to the site of the plane crash, but rather found themselves on a new stretch of sand. Yet, given their successful escape, Raven and his companions harbored no further complaints. As Raven lay on the stretcher, gazing at the barren beach, a flicker of concern crossed his mind. During the mission, aside from a limited supply of food and fresh water, the majority of their gear consisted of ammunition. With the aircraft lost, their supplies were completely severed, leaving Raven uncertain about how long they could endure. The commandos, however, had not considered this aspect. Upon emerging from the forest, they felt an overwhelming sense of relief, unable to resist shedding their gear and collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. Raven instructed Aziz to set him down and then cautioned, "We have not yet escaped danger." His words hung in the air, unfinished, but Aziz understood immediately, calling upon 2 team members to stand guard in the surrounding area. After a series of tribulations, evening approached, and, as the sun descended, the once azure sea transformed into a canvas of light and shadow, half illuminated and half cloaked in darkness. This was due to the sun sinking to the horizon, its rays obstructed by the undulating waves. Prolonged gazing at such a seascape could cause a slight discomfort to the eyes. Namor approached Raven and bid farewell. "Commander, my original mission was to eliminate Boss K. However, since he has already been vanquished by your hands, my task is rendered futile, and I must return home." Raven felt a stir within and cautiously inquired, "Does Atlantis wish to forge a friendship with the land dwellers?" Namor shook his head and replied, "The land dwellers reside upon the earth, while Atlantis dwells within the ocean. This is perfectly acceptable." Given Namor's resolute stance, Raven chose not to press further and simply said, "I wish you safe travels." Namor burst into laughter, exclaiming, "There is no wind on my path home." With that, he took confident strides, soon plunging into the sea. Facing the setting sun, the onlookers marveled in astonishment. Although tales often depict the Atlanteans as ocean dwellers, this was the first time many had witnessed it firsthand. Namor's departure was like a fleeting interlude in their adventure, causing a splash before vanishing from sight. Yet Raven sensed that this tale was far from its conclusion. This was, after all, the Marvel Universe. He firmly believed that before long, he would encounter Namor once again, as Atlantis could not remain isolated amidst the grand events of Marvel. As the moon ascended into the sky, darkness enveloped the entirety of Queen of Death Island. This time, the strike team refrained from igniting a bonfire. Apart from the sentinels on guard, the others huddled together, bracing against the sea breeze. They held vigil until the clock struck 2 in the morning, at which point Raven signaled to Aziz to launch a flare into the sky. The prolonged wait was a measure of safety. Raven did not wish to summon the enemy instead of the intended sextus. For this reason, he resolved to admonish the hyperbolic scientists in the research department upon his return. The signal launcher, promised to be effective anywhere on Blue Star, had lost its potency upon entering Queen of Death Island, along with the communication devices. Otherwise, Raven would not have resorted to such a precarious method. The flare ascended into the night sky, burning brightly for a considerable duration before descending. Soon, the strike team heard sounds emanating from the forest. They had already prepared in defensive formation, ready to fire should the newcomer prove to be anything but Sextus. With keen eyesight, Raven fixated on the thicket until he finally spotted a brown-haired giant emerging from the woods, at which point he exhaled in relief. Fortune had finally smiled upon them. The newcomer was indeed Sextus, who approached with remarkable speed, reaching the group in mere seconds. "Are you injured?" Sextus inquired. Raven responded with a wry smile. "I took a blow from the enemy." As Raven spoke, he noticed that Sextus had a silver-gray box behind him. Upon closer inspection, it was unmistakably the box containing the phoenix cloth. "How did it come to be in your possession?" Raven inquired. Sextus placed the box before Raven and explained, "Chingale has been hidden away, so I took this box. However, it is rather peculiar. Last night, a multicolored illusion of the phoenix flew out of it. After a fierce battle with another phoenix that emerged from the volcano, it returned to the box, defeated." Chapter 70. Grand Distribution. Raven had witnessed that battle firsthand. Thus he required no retelling from Sextus. Yet he remained perplexed as to why the phoenix cloth would engage in combat with the power of the phoenix. And that strange dream, if one were to speak of it, it did not seem like a mere dream. Rather, it felt as though it had truly transpired. Consequently, Raven's gaze shifted towards the cloth box. It appeared quite ordinary, with the phoenix engraving on its surface seeming somewhat haphazard, reminiscent of a child's doodle. Who could have fathomed that within this box lay a garment capable of bestowing transcendence upon its wearer? Even Raven, who had encountered numerous otherworldly treasures, felt a flicker of excitement. When it came to quality, Raven's Gemini gold cloth surpassed this bronze phoenix cloth by 2 tiers. Nevertheless, some matters necessitate a dialectical perspective. The Gemini gold cloth belonged to a formidable antagonist, while the phoenix cloth was the garment of one of the protagonists in the Saint Seiya universe. No matter how powerful an antagonist's treasure may be, it is ultimately destined for defeat. On the other hand, although the protagonist's treasure may seem weak now, it is certain to grow stronger in the future. The potential for growth between the two is not even remotely comparable. Curiously, throughout the years, whether it was the traversers Raven encountered or the treasures he collected, all were linked to antagonists. Musashi and Kojiro were antagonists. Kainitz was an antagonist. Sextus was half an antagonist. The Gemini gold cloth was an antagonist garment. As for the demonic sword Muramasa, its very name suggested a disconnection from justice. The other 2 trump cards in Raven's possession were equally malevolent. This was a clear indication that fate was signaling to Raven, "This is your lot in life. Accept it." Contemplating these thoughts only intensified Raven's desire to open the cloth box and retrieve the phoenix cloth. However, as he reached out, he hesitated halfway. Wasn't he also an antagonist when he first appeared? With that thought, Raven's enthusiasm waned. At that moment, Sextus suddenly made a sound of acknowledgement. "What is it?" Raven asked. "Someone is approaching." Raven mustered his strength to stand, alerting everyone, "Prepare for battle." The weary members of the strike team quickly regained their composure, raising their weapons. Shortly after, 3 dark-armored warriors emerged from the forest: the Dark Pegasus, the Dark Dragon, and the Dark Andromeda, the latter of whom carried a girl, Chingale, on her back. She lay motionless on the back of the dark Andromeda, uncertain whether she had succumbed to slumber or fainted. The members of the strike team had already been overshadowed by the Dark Saints. Upon seeing 3 of these formidable foes, their faces fell, and they steeled themselves for a desperate battle, as the opponent's fighting prowess instilled a sense of hopelessness. In stark contrast, Raven wore a sardonic smile. Sykes, who was generally averse to combat, typically remained a passive observer, save for one particular circumstance: engaging with the interlopers whose presence could spell doom for the Marvel Universe. Thus, whether confronting an ambush or battling the Dark Phoenix, Sykes took the initiative, fully aware that any mercy shown could result in more interlopers being unleashed upon the Marvel realm, potentially leading to its complete obliteration. At that moment, the 3 Dark Saints emerged, presenting themselves as living targets for Sykes. How could Raven possibly contain his delight? As anticipated, Sykes advanced towards the Dark Saints. However, with their coordinated movements, they possessed a distinct advantage. The Dark Andromeda, witnessing Sykes' approach, swiftly released the captive, Jean Grey, and ensnared her neck with a chain, his silence conveying a clear message: "Advance further, and I shall strangle her." Sykes was compelled to halt, turning to Raven, who was visibly seething, his teeth clenched in frustration. "You are Dark Saints. How dare you use a defenseless girl as a hostage? Where's your sense of honor?" Yet, indignation alone could not resolve the predicament. Raven stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Sykes, and boldly inquired of the Dark Saints, "What do you wish to achieve?" The Dark Pegasus raised his visor, revealing the visage of Lyra, marred by several bullet wounds sustained in prior skirmishes. Were a human to endure such injuries, they would have long since perished. Yet here he stood. "Return our armors." The Dark Pegasus struggled to articulate his intent. One could only wonder what obsessions resided within the hearts of these Dark Saints, willing to threaten Jean Grey's life to reclaim the Phoenix armor. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Raven reluctantly retreated to Sykes' side and quietly asked, "Do we stand a chance of rescuing her?" His inquiry stemmed from a desire to ascertain whether Sykes' speed could secure Jean's safety before the Dark Andromeda could act. After assessing the distances, factoring in his velocity and the adversary's reaction times, Sykes delivered a disheartening response: "No, I cannot do it." With a heavy sigh, Raven found himself at an impasse. He had not anticipated confronting the classic dilemma faced by superheroes: the value of one life against the multitude. After a prolonged internal struggle, Raven ultimately resolved, "It is better for one to weep than for a million to mourn." Certainly, Jean Grey holds great significance. Yet Raven could neither dare nor desire to jeopardize the entire Marvel Universe in her rescue. Resolute in her conviction, Raven turned to Sykes and spoke in a low, firm voice, "Take action, eliminate them." Without a moment's hesitation, Sykes replied, "I refuse." Raven was taken aback. Before she could inquire further, the situation on the battlefield shifted dramatically. The Dark Phoenix tightened its chains, causing Jean Grey to awaken abruptly. Instinctively, she grasped the chains, her legs flailing as she sought to secure a breath of air. Observing this, Sykes promptly hurled the Phoenix armor towards her. He chose to act in place of Raven. The armor box traced an arc through the air, landing squarely before the Dark Phoenix and Jean Grey. Just as the Dark Dragon prepared to seize it, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Without any sound or light, the newly landed Phoenix armor box disintegrated, revealing a resplendent, soaring Phoenix statue. Before anyone could react, the colorful Phoenix burst apart, transforming into individual components that soared directly towards Jean Grey. Raven sensed impending doom and shouted at Sykes, "Act quickly, she must not don the armor." Yet Sykes remained unmoved, fixated on the Dark Phoenix's chains. The adversary appeared momentarily distracted by the unforeseen occurrence, causing her grip on the chains to falter. An opportunity had arisen. Sykes wasted no time, stomping forward to position himself before the Dark Phoenix. Energy coalesced in his hands, and a wave of power struck the Dark Phoenix's chest. Although it was a hasty strike with no time to gather strength. Who was Sykes? He was among the elite forces of the Marvel Universe. Even in his rapid action, he was not an opponent the Dark Phoenix could withstand. The energy wave shattered the dark armor, followed by the Dark Phoenix herself. With a resounding crash, The power of the wave reduced the Dark Phoenix to mere fragments. At that moment, Raven felt no joy. He swiftly turned, staggering back to his stretcher, desperate to grasp the demon blade Muramasa. Yet his hand was but an inch away from the blade. The cursed sword emitted countless black rays, forcibly pushing Raven away. Turning back, he saw Jean Grey, now clad in the Phoenix armor, levitating cross-legged in midair, her four-phoenix tail feathers swirling above her. Above Death Queen Island, dark clouds amassed ominously. As Raven, momentarily dazed, a meteor streaked through the clouds, vanishing into the sky. With his keen eyesight, he barely discerned that the meteor bore a box-like shape. His deepest fears materialized as Jean Grey, adorned in the Phoenix armor, became the beacon for the invasion of the Saint Seiya world into the Marvel Universe. Sykes, swiftly eliminate Jean Grey, or this universe is doomed. With the situation dire, Raven shouted towards Sykes without hesitation. Chapter 71. The 9 Sacred Armors. After a moment's hesitation, another meteor streaked across the sky. Raven felt a surge of urgency in his heart. If his predictions were accurate, these 2 meteors represented the sacred armor boxes of the Saint Seiya universe. The Phoenix Cloth had found its host and was already transmitting coordinates to the Saint Seiya universe. As more and more sacred armors descended upon the Marvel Universe, the latter would soon succumb to assimilation. At that juncture, the Marvel Universe would be entirely captured by the Saint Seiya universe, and what would follow was anyone's guess. Yet, SYXDH had yet to make a move. In this critical moment, Raven felt a thunderous roar in his mind, and the small universe on the brink of collapse surged back to life. Swirls of nebulae unfurled one after another, and in an instant, his connection with the Gemini was restored. Without pausing to ponder the reasons behind this phenomenon, he swiftly retrieved the Gemini gold plate. A complex silver light array materialized from the ground, manifesting a golden armor box. "Come forth, my sacred armor." As Raven whispered, the golden armor box unlocked, and the Gemini cloth, with its dual-sided four-handed design, disassembled into individual components, adhering to Raven's form. Just as he adorned himself with the armor, another meteor blazed across the sky. Without a moment's hesitation or delay, Raven directed his most potent attack at Jean Grey. The galaxy starburst, light in its purest form, surged forth like a comet, racing toward Jean Grey. This was a decisive strike. Although Jean had donned the Phoenix Cloth, she was still merely a young girl. The armor may have awakened her small universe, but in that fleeting moment, how could she withstand the ultimate secret of Gemini? It seemed that aside from closing her eyes and awaiting her demise, she had no other options. However, the starlight capable of shattering everything ultimately did not reach Jean Grey. For SYXDH intervened. The formidable android easily repelled the Dark Pegasus and Dark Dragon cloths, and in a swift motion, he stood before Jean Grey. Roar! Facing the celestial light, SYXDH unleashed a thunderous shout, and torrents of energy erupted from his mouth. 2 waves of energy, surpassing missile power, collided with a tremendous explosion. A colossal shockwave swept across the battlefield. Even clad in the golden armor, Raven could not withstand the force of the shockwave, being thrown off balance. Just as he was about to crash onto the beach, he felt something soft cushion his head, gently lowering him onto the sandy shore. When he raised his gaze, he found a young girl embracing him. "Master." Her voice was gentle and soothing, like wind chimes softly swaying. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the girl wore a black high hat adorned with 2 blue tassels at the front, and her attire consisted of black armor and a short skirt, cinched with 2 belts that accentuated her graceful form. Raven was momentarily taken aback and cautiously inquired, "YT Key?" YT Key smiled lightly, but in an instant, her expression shifted to one of fierce determination as she asked, "Who does the master wish to slay?" Raven immediately rose to his feet, as once again 2 meteors streaked across the sky. Barely 5 minutes had passed, yet 4 sacred armors had already descended, placing the Marvel Universe in a precarious situation. Raven had no time to delve deeper into the matter and declared, "Follow me to slay Jean Grey." The black eyes of the demon blade mistress transformed into crimson orbs as the colossal demon blade materialized in the air. Grasping the hilt, She charged directly at Jean Grey. Simultaneously, Psychstis held Jean Grey down with one hand, struggling against the phoenix armor that adorned her. Behind Jean, a vibrant silhouette of the phoenix slowly emerged, its mournful cries echoing, indicating that the phoenix armor was at a distinct disadvantage in its tussle with Psychstis. A dark saint rushed to the rescue, but was swiftly dispatched by Psychstis' single-handed energy blasts. Just as the demon blade mistress closed in, the massive blade, imbued with a fierce intent to kill, swung towards Jean Grey's head. This time, even Psychstis dared not underestimate the attack. He clenched his fist and summoned tremendous force to block the lethal strike. Crack! The blade was halted, yet it still pierced into Psychstis' fist. Displaying no emotion, he exhaled softly as the perpetual energy core within him activated, unleashing a tremendous wave of energy that sent the demon blade mistress flying several meters away. Raven, who had just surged forward, was also forced to retreat. Raven realized the gravity of the situation, given Psychstis' formidable combat prowess, if he chose to protect Jean Grey. The combined efforts of their group would likely prove futile. Psychstis, look at the sky. In this critical moment, Raven resorted to verbal persuasion. With one hand pressed against Jean Grey, Psychstis lifted his gaze to the heavens. Amidst the dark clouds, 5 meteors cascaded downwards, and with the previous 4. A total of 9 sacred armors had now landed on Blue Star. This was not the end. There were, after all, 48 bronze armors. With Psychstis' computational prowess, he understood the implications of this. The vibrant phoenix continued to wail, but completely vanquishing it was not a feat achievable in the short term. It was a dilemma. Should Psychstis choose to save the innocent Jean Grey, he would wager the lives of billions within the Marvel Universe. A hint of sorrow flickered in Psychstis' gaze, an emotion that should not have manifested in a being of artificial creation, yet it undeniably shone through. Gradually, Psychstis released his grip. At that moment, Jean Grey comprehended her fate and summoned her utmost courage, pleading with Psychstis, "Please, save me." "I'm sorry," Psychstis replied as he turned away. Just then, the Dark Saints re-emerged, intent on rescuing the Phoenix Saint. Unfortunately for these 2 Dark Saints, they encountered Psychstis, whose pent-up rage sought an outlet. The robotic overlord raised his hand, unleashing energy blasts without restraint. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 Dark Saints were reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, Raven stood merely 5 meters away from Jean Grey. In the sky, dark clouds thickened ominously, accompanied by an incessant rumble. Yet, no sacred armor was transmitted in that brief span, a clear indication that portended ill. It was evident that the universe of the Saints was brewing something formidable. The next object to be transmitted would undoubtedly have a profound impact on the existence of the Marvel Universe. The crimson-haired maiden donned the armor of the Phoenix. Though her form had yet to fully mature, the armor accentuated a sense of valiance about her. Raven was uncertain if this Jean Grey was the same as the Phoenix from the X-Men. Under different circumstances, she might have evolved into a superhero. However, at this moment, she posed the greatest threat to the Marvel Universe. Raven's thoughts were tumultuous. He was reluctant to kill, but felt compelled to do so. In his agitation, an orange-red circle transformed into a portal, through which Master Ancient One emerged onto the Isle of the Death Queen. Raven hoped for salvation and was about to speak, but he noticed the Ancient One had already silenced him with a finger to his lips. What did this signify? Silence. Damn this world. Raven cursed inwardly, shaking his fist as starlight coalesced once more, sweeping away everything before him. Jean Grey, with a plea in her eyes, shattered alongside the Phoenix armor, carried by the sea breeze into the depths of the forest. Chapter 72. Resentment above. The heavy clouds began to part, and the grand scheme of the Saints dissipated into nothingness for lack of coordinates. Raven plopped down onto the sandy beach. Finally, it seemed, everything had come to an end. Yet, it was not entirely over. Sykes cast a glance at Raven, remaining silent as he soared away, clearly vexed. Raven felt helpless, faced with the choice of 1 versus a billion. What could he do? Contemplating this, Raven shot an angry glare at the Ancient One. Perhaps sensing his ire, the Ancient One approached him, her gleaming bald head reflecting the light. "Do you harbor resentment towards me?" Shouldn't I resent you instead? I did not wish to take lives, especially the innocent. How innocent Jean Grey was. What had she done to deserve such a fate? And what of Raven? Why must he become a bloody executioner? The Ancient One chuckled lightly. Death is not the end of life. You have merely made a choice. My mission is to protect this universe from external corruption. In response to the Ancient One's evasion, Raven took a defiant stance and declared, if I am the source of all calamity, why not simply kill me? Then the world could return to its rightful path. The Ancient One replied, the timeline has indeed undergone tremendous changes because of you, but now that you are here, even your death would not alter the course of events. You believe yourself the harbinger of disaster, yet you are, in truth, forging a new future. I am grateful to you, Raven. I have been ensnared in the river of time for centuries, and you have brought me liberation. The Ancient One's words were shrouded in ambiguity. Raven had long grown weary of this. He coldly scoffed, so your gratitude, your liberation, requires me to slay an innocent? Just tell me directly, who is the next target? I could eliminate him right now. I never insisted that you must kill Jean Grey. That was your own choice. His words sounded like a feeble excuse, inciting his ire further. He pointed at the Ancient One and exclaimed, you, yet overwhelmed by emotion. Raven found himself at a loss for words. The Ancient One maintained her serene demeanor and continued, 9 sacred armors have descended upon the world, and they will incite tremendous upheaval. If not handled properly, another incident akin to the Death Queen Island will be imminent. Raven huffed, disinclined to engage in conversation. The world did not belong solely to him. Why should he bear the burden of sustaining everything? After all, it was the Ancient One who served as the guardian of the realm. If death is to come, let it come to us all. I am exhausted. The Ancient One displayed no reaction to Raven's attitude, neither anger nor frustration. She merely stated in a calm tone, if you wish, you may always come to Camartage to learn the mystic arts. Are you attempting to bribe me? It is entirely voluntary. Raven sulked, refusing to acknowledge the eminent figure before him. The Ancient One, undeterred by the lack of interest, effortlessly opened a portal and departed with grace. Raven watched as she vanished, a twinge of regret stirring within him. He harbored myriad questions and longed to discuss them with the Ancient One to dispel his uncertainties. However, given the current circumstances, he would never voice his desire to halt her departure. Even a clay figurine retains a semblance of anger. What more could be said of Raven? Shortly after the Ancient One's departure, the team members gradually gathered around Raven from all directions. They had been flung apart by the explosive shockwave unleashed by Sykes during the recent battle. Fortunately, they found themselves on solid ground rather than on a beach or in the ocean. Although each had sustained minor injuries, they were generally unharmed. On the island of Death Queen, the Dark Saints had all perished, and the Phoenix armor had vanished along with Jean Grey. Raven gazed toward the direction of the Death Volcano. Aside from the unseen Phoenix force and the missing individuals from Roxxon Corporation, the island appeared to be relatively secure. Of course, even if Roxxon were to reappear now, it would merely serve to provide sustenance for the rejuvenated Raven. No, one might argue that Raven's combat prowess had ascended to an even greater height. Not far from the others stood the Demon Blade Princess, calmly clutching her massive blade. The surviving team members dared not approach the strangely attired young girl. Some among them had witnessed her emerge from the dark light, and although curiosity lingered in their minds, they did not dare to voice their thoughts. After this mission, the surviving commandos have encountered numerous phenomena that transcended their understanding, and they now find themselves utterly fatigued. If given the choice, they would wish to return swiftly to America to rest for a few days and dispel the nightmares that haunt them. Raven, fully aware of the limits the commandos have reached, find himself unable to utilize a portal or carry such a large group through the skies. The only course of action available to him is to summon all the commandos to stand before him. Clad in the golden armor of Gemini, Raven addressed the assembled troops. My friends, we have collectively navigated an unprecedented adventure. Through your bravery and sacrifices, we have averted a global crisis. You may harbor uncertainties, but I implore you to bury those doubts deep within. You must understand that without you, and those comrades who have already laid down their lives, this world would have ceased to exist. Now, Let us observe a moment of silence for our fallen comrades. Aziz and Pierre led the way by removing their hats, followed suit by the remaining 7 commandos. All bowed their heads in solemn tribute to their deceased allies. Raven gazed towards the forest, reflecting that although the duration of the mission was relatively brief, the time spent together had forged countless memories and emotional bonds. What weighed most heavily on Raven's heart was the loss of Lime, the dedicated and fearless captain who had made a profound impression on him. Had Lime not been chosen by the Dark Pegasus armor, Raven would have surely welcomed him into his ranks. Yet, the departed are lost, and lamenting is futile. Once the moment of silence concluded, Raven appointed Aziz as the new captain to lead the commandos. Just as Aziz was finalizing the watch assignments, a silhouette of a destroyer emerged on the horizon. The commandos could not contain their joy and erupted into cheers. One among them, disregarding orders, fired a flare into the sky. Such behavior was unbecoming of trained commandos, yet it underscored the fact that their physical and mental states had reached their limits. Neither Raven nor Aziz reprimanded them for this outburst. 3 hours later, the group boarded the destroyer and sailed away from the treacherous waters surrounding Death Queen Island. Shortly after their departure, a fiery red figure soared forth from the mouth of the Death Volcano, gliding across every inch of land on Death Queen Island. During this flight, streams of flame-like red energy fell from the sky. When this red energy descended upon the forest at the beach's edge, a cluster of ashes that had been resting on the greenery seemed to receive a calling, merging together until, before long, a hazy figure half-kneeled into existence. As time passed, the figure grew increasingly distinct, gradually transforming into a red-haired girl clad in multicolored armor. Jinniger had returned. Resurrected from the ashes, the girl's eyes burned with resentment. She gradually rose to her feet, unleashing a piercing cry towards the heavens. The power of the phoenix, soaring through the sky, seemed to respond to her summons, diving down and colliding with Qingale's chest. As the phoenix's might entered her being, Qing's presence intensified. With a mere wave of her hand, a whirlwind erupted behind her, and soon, the dark holy knights, reduced to dust by Sykes, were resurrected, obediently standing behind her. With a sinister smile, Qing set her sights on the forest, where a throng awaited her dominion. Chapter 73. The story aboard the destroyer. The assault team members were deep in slumber. Yet, Raven found himself unable to sleep, his mind incessantly haunted by the image of Qingale. Every time he closed his eyes, she materialized before him. To kill Qingale was Raven's choice, one he could not voice to anyone. However, having endured such a choice once, he was resolute in not wishing to face it again. Therefore, a change was imperative. As the destroyer sailed into the Monadou naval port, Aziz and Pierre arrived at Raven's door. They hesitated for a considerable time, neither daring to knock first. Raven had been ensconced in his room for 3 days and nights, abstaining from food and drink, refusing to leave. The assault team collectively believed Raven was punishing himself for the mission's failure. Perhaps you should knock. The commander holds you in higher regard. Aziz Nujid Pierre. Donotist. After Captain Lime's demise, the commander promptly appointed you as the new captain, which clearly indicates his preference. Pierre retorted. As the two remained locked in their stalemate, the door swung open, revealing a revitalized Raven standing at the threshold. Greetings, Commander. Aziz and Pierre saluted in unison. Raven waved his hand dismissively, inquiring, "What brings you here?" With respect, Aziz replied, "The ship has docked. We should disembark." "Very well, I understand. Are the team members prepared?" "All is ready," came the response. Raven nodded and added, "Aziz will coordinate the arrangements. We shall fly directly back to Washington." Pierre, puzzled, asked, "Are we not going to base 90? We must save time." "The director is awaiting my operational report," Raven clarified. "Understood, Commander." The two saluted once more before turning to leave. Raven watched their retreating figures, a faint smile gracing his lips. Just a door separated them, and their conversation had naturally reached his ears. These past 3 days were of utmost significance to Raven. He had set aside his frivolous demeanor and begun earnestly plotting his future course. For one well-versed in myriad narratives, planning for various events was a remarkably simple endeavor. After all, from the very beginning, Raven had been a cheater. At 3 in the morning, the plane landed directly at the San Fe base. After Raven instructed Aziz to arrange the commando's rest affairs, he summoned a female agent to receive the Demon Blade Princess and then retreated to his office alone. Although he had not rested for a considerable time, his spirits remained high, and he sought to compile some arrangements into a memorandum while his memory was still vivid. However, just as Raven opened his computer, an unexpected visitor barged into his office. "Director Fury, it is now 3 in the morning. Do you not require rest?" Raven inquired. Fury remained silent, pulling out a chair and sitting directly opposite Raven, his voice low and serious. "What is the situation with those 9 boxes captured by the satellite? Moreover, what truly transpired on Death Queen Island?" Raven fell into silence. His quietude was not born of guilt or a lack of words, but rather the contemplation of whether the first step of his plan was indeed feasible. Fury's abrupt arrival had caught Raven off guard, preventing him from refining his thoughts into a flawless scheme. Yet, Fury exhibited the poise and fortitude befitting a director, choosing to remain silent and patiently await Raven's response. After mentally rehearsing several scenarios and confirming there were no glaring oversights, Raven spoke. "Regarding the events on the island, I will provide a comprehensive explanation in the operational report shortly. What I wish to discuss now is the origin of the sacred garment boxes. In the ancient era, before humanity had developed writing, numerous divine beings emerged on Earth, catalyzed by a power beyond our comprehension, far superior to humanity itself. Among them was a faction known as the Olympian gods. Initially, Fury maintained his patience, but upon hearing the term Olympian gods, he could not suppress a scoff. "Raven Pierce, although I enlisted in the military right after high school, I am familiar with Greek mythology. Are you attempting to placate me with tales from Greek myths?" Raven, anticipating Fury's skepticism, remained undeterred. The narrative surrounding the Olympian gods was indeed a fabrication of his own, yet Odin's soul was an undeniable reality. When the two were corroborated, who could assert that Raven's tale was merely fiction? Thus, he countered, "So, Director, do you choose to continue listening or take your leave?" Fury smirked. "Continue. I shall consider it a bedtime story." Ignoring Fury's sarcasm, Raven proceeded. "For reasons I have yet to uncover, the Olympian gods, under the leadership of Zeus, departed from Earth, venturing into the depths of the cosmos. Only Athena, Poseidon, and Hades remained, though irreconcilable conflicts existed among them." "So, you're suggesting that this is not a myth, but rather a science fiction narrative?" "Ah, I see. The Earth has become inhospitable for divine beings, prompting Zeus and the others to seek a new refuge in the cosmos." Raven fixed his gaze on the verbose Fury, who took a moment to process the information before raising a hand. "Continue. I assure you, I will not interrupt this time." Remarkably, Fury found himself captivated by Raven's tale. Raven continued, "When the deities find themselves in conflict, war is inevitably born. However, gods cannot directly engage one another. Thus, they select a group of youths from among their followers, designating them as warriors who will battle amongst themselves. The goddess Athena, showing compassion for these young mortals, crafted protective armor for them, known as the Sacred Cloth, and her warriors consequently became known as the Saint Warriors." "Are you suggesting that the boxes contain the Sacred Cloth?" Fury, rightly dubbed the King of Agents, discerned the motives behind Raven's fabricated tale through mere speculation. Noticing Fury's astuteness, Raven chose not to dwell on the interruption, nodding gently as he elaborated. "Including the Sacred Cloth box discovered on Death Queen Island, there are currently 10 such boxes in existence. Anyone who can unlock a box and don the Sacred Cloth will gain extraordinary powers." Fury stroked his chin, pondering deeply before meeting Raven's gaze with unwavering intensity, inquiring, "Are you truly not concocting a story to deceive me?" Understanding Fury's inherently suspicious nature, Raven feigned indifference, replying, "If you deem this merely a tale, you're free to disregard it completely." Fury waved his hand, sincerely explaining, "I harbor no doubts about you, but how is it that you possess such precise knowledge? While the human realm has uncovered nothing in millennia, Although Raven found no credence in Fury's expressions, he felt compelled to address the inquiry. For this was the most arduous aspect of the plan. After all, every storyteller knows that a narrative must be rooted in fact to be credible. It is now merely 2008, and Thor's arrival is still some time away. The existence of Asgard cannot serve as evidence. However, Raven had long prepared for such scrutiny. He proclaimed, "The reason Roxxon Corporation discovered Death Queen Island is due to their possession of an ancient scroll passed down through the ages. And I found another scroll on the island that meticulously chronicles all that transpired in antiquity." "And what of the scroll you discovered?" Fury pressed. Raven, unflustered, replied, "It was damaged during the conflict." Fury pointed an accusatory finger at Raven, speechless with indignation. At that moment, he seemed to accept the veracity of Raven's fabricated story. Feeling disheartened by the loss of such a significant scroll of research value. However, he quickly recalled that Roxxon Corporation possessed another scroll and queried, "Why did Natasha not return with you?" Raven shrugged. "I never encountered her." "You mean to say she remains on the island?" Fury asked, his expression darkening. Raven retorted, "Speaking of which, I have yet to hold you accountable. I distinctly remember advising you to intercept Roxxon's vessel. How did they manage to reach Death Queen Island? You must understand, we were nearly eliminated by them." In response to Raven's accusations, Fury hesitated for a while before finally uttering, "I apologize. That was my oversight." Even after Fury had departed from the office, Raven remained astonished, never expecting the stoic Fury to offer an apology. Chapter 74. The Celestial Divine Race in the office of the Director of the Earth Bureau at the Trident Building. Fury reclined in his chair, his feet propped up on the desk. On the surface, he appeared to be swayed by Raven's tale, yet in truth, he held no belief in such fantastical narratives. The notions of the Olympian gods, sacred armors, and Athena's holy warriors were all dismissed by him. His display before Raven was merely a facade to placate the latter. If one were to delve into the existence of the sacred armors, Fury would rather subscribe to the theory that they were advanced equipment from a cosmic realm that had somehow fallen to Earth, with the evidence being the boxes that plummeted from the sky. Yet, why would Raven resort to deceit? Presently, Raven stood second to none, poised to ascend the Earth Bureau upon Fury's retirement. Even the casualties from the Death Queen Island mission did not necessitate such fabrications to obscure a tactical blunder, for his position remained unshaken. Prior to 2008, Fury regarded Raven merely as his subordinate, but from that year onward, he became acutely aware that Raven Pierce was evolving into a political rival. Thus, Fury meticulously monitored every move Raven made. Meanwhile, Raven diligently typed away at his computer, confronting a disintegrating Marvel universe, which he sought to fuse with the Dragon Ball universe, the Saint Seiya universe, the King of Fighters universe, and the Pokemon universe, inspiring countless ideas. However, while inspiration flowed freely, weaving these ideas into a cohesive logical chain proved to be a formidable challenge. Raven incessantly revised and edited until dawn broke, finally drafting a preliminary version. After printing it, he made further annotations and adjustments, feeling a sense of satisfaction with the outcome. He secured the manuscript in a safe and hastily requested a Kuan-style aircraft, accompanied by the Demon Blade Mistress, en route to the Wisconsin Hive base. Once the plane switched to autopilot, Raven seized the opportunity to converse with the Demon Blade Mistress. At this point, she had already changed out of her unconventional, revealing original battle attire into the standard blue-black uniform of the Earth Bureau. Perhaps due to sizing issues, her figure was accentuated alluringly. Despite being somewhat face-blind, Raven found himself captivated by this impressive sight and could not help but ask, "Aren't you feeling uncomfortable?" The Demon Blade Mistress blushed and replied, "This is indeed the largest size available." "Well, it seems you're truly exceptional," Raven remarked, striving to avert his gaze from her. He then inquired, "Do you hail from the world of Onmyoji?" The Demon Blade Mistress replied obediently, "My world indeed has Onmyoji." Raven stood in silence, his attention drawn to the descending holy garment box in the sky, inadvertently missing the transformation of the Demon Blade Princess. In his previous life, Raven was an experienced tickler. Thus, upon discovering the Demon Blade, He recognized it as the weapon belonging to the demon blade princess from the world of Onmyoji. However, at that moment, he had no inkling that the blade would metamorphose into the demon blade princess. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed he had gained much. For the fact that the demon blade princess could sever the body of a Sekhmet indicated that this seemingly obedient girl was, in truth, a formidable powerhouse. To this, Raven declared with conviction, "We are now in another realm. Perhaps you may never return to your own world. What do you intend to do next?" Upon hearing this, the demon blade princess's eyes brimmed with tears as she fixed her gaze upon Raven and implored, "Master, do you not want me?" "I do. I absolutely do." Though internally he was shouting fervently, Raven maintained his composure. He gently replied, "Rest assured, I would never forsake you. However, since we have entered a different world, you might consider making new choices according to your own desires." The demon blade princess shook her head, stating, "A weapon always requires a master. I have awakened by absorbing your essence and spirit. Thus, I will forever follow you, Master." Raven's heart rejoiced. Yet he maintained a facade of tranquility as he softly assured her, "Since you have chosen me, I shall not let you down." The moment those words escaped his lips, Raven felt a twinge of awkwardness. Why did it seem as though they were discussing romance? The demon blade princess also exhibited signs of struggle on her face. Raven inwardly lamented. Had he expressed himself too overtly? He hastily corrected himself. "What I mean is, we shall be lifelong companions." Alas, that seemed even more ambiguous. "What I truly intend to convey is that we will collaborate seamlessly, facing all that lies ahead together." Raven felt exhausted, sensing he might never recover from his blunder. Observing Raven's despondent demeanor, the demon blade princess couldn't help but chuckle, though her expression quickly turned serious. "Master, since we are lifelong companions, there is something I must reveal to you." The gravity of her tone compelled Raven to adopt a serious demeanor as well. "Pray tell." "My true form is the demon blade Muramasa, born of murderous intent. Should my mind become tainted by this malice, I will lose my sanity. In your terms, I am a weapon that hinders my master." Ah, this was the reason behind the struggle on the demon blade princess's face. Raven burst into laughter. "If I treat you with sincerity, I will certainly not allow you to be corrupted by murderous intent. If my intentions were insincere, then your hindrance could be justified. And you need not take offense." Seeing Raven so nonchalant, the demon blade princess finally felt at ease. The Cohen-style fighter jet descended onto the helipad of the hive base. Compared to the last visit, significant changes had occurred here. Directly above the hive base, a pentagonal foundation was under construction. The base commander Malik had long awaited their arrival at the helipad. Upon noticing Raven's gaze fixed upon the pentagonal foundation, he explained, "The Lord of the Divine is preparing to construct a standardized command center to connect with believers worldwide." Raven inquired, "What rationale did you present externally?" Malik replied, "We donated $10 million to Wisconsin, proposing to establish a high-tech research and development company here, primarily focused on electronic communication devices." Raven felt a stirring within, but refrained from discussing it with Malik immediately. Instead, he asked about Goni's whereabouts. "Where's the Divine now?" Malik bowed slightly and responded, "The Lord of the Divine is in laboratory number 7. I shall escort you there." Raven nodded and instructed, "Find trustworthy individuals. Ensure that the lady accompanying me is well taken care of." "Understood." The two men traveled in silence until they arrived at laboratory number 7. Upon entering, Raven spotted a familiar figure and cheerfully greeted, "Killian, have you moved here to work?" Clad in a white lab coat, the tall, blond middle-aged man was visibly excited upon seeing Raven, and he knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully, "My lord, it is an honor to see you." Raven nodded and helped Killian to his feet, advising, "I have already told you, there is no need for formalities each time we meet. We are friends." Killian smiled. "Precisely because of that, I should adhere to the courtesy of a devoted subject." His words flowed naturally, devoid of any semblance of flattery, which caused Malik, standing behind Raven, to twitch his lips in irritation. This man was indeed his formidable rival. As Killian stepped aside, Raven finally discerned Goni behind the instruments. Dressed in a blue clerical robe, Goni stood tall with a subtle smile, greeting with a slight bow. All is well, my lord. Raven's eyes briefly scanned Goni's severed arm before shifting to the apparatus on the experimental table. He questioned, "Do you intend to inject the desperation virus?" Goni nodded. "As a one-armed man, I am unable to serve you with utmost sincerity." Raven's brow furrowed. At present, Killian's desperation virus had not been fine-tuned to optimal conditions. Previously, all test subjects had perished due to the inability to control the extreme heat within their bodies. Even though Killian had made some adjustments recently, the overall risk remained exceedingly high. Raven waved his hand, signaling Killian and Malik to leave. Once they departed, Raven finally spoke. "I do not consent to your injection of the desperation virus." However, he gestured dismissively, this time on our journey to the Isle of the Death Queen. "I have regained all my memories. Our endeavor is just beginning. Should you perish, it would be a betrayal of the Celestial Divine." Upon hearing Raven mention the Celestial Divine, Goni immediately knelt, sincerely declaring, "Lord, I welcome your arrival in this new world. No need for formalities. I have merely regained my memories, but have yet to reclaim my corresponding powers. In this unfamiliar world, to cleanse it, we must reconstruct the 8 heroes' assembly. Has the Divine Lord devised a plan?" Raven nodded and then shook his head, stating, "This planet possesses its own will. To supplant it, we must harness the indigenous powers. And I have identified a new candidate for the Parched Land. Furthermore, there are no families of the 3 sacred artifacts here, so we need not exercise excessive caution. Henceforth, we shall restore our celestial divine lineage to the outside world. All who pledge their allegiance to me shall attain eternal life alongside the divine realm on the day of purification." Gonius knelt once more, proclaiming, "Your benevolence shall bestow everlasting light upon this world." After Gonius departed, Raven exhaled deeply. It was no small feat to deceive this whispering gale. The narrative of the King of Fighters universe was exceedingly intricate, and Raven had fabricated an elaborate discourse relying solely on his own ingenuity. Whether he had garnered Gonius's trust remained uncertain. However, it appeared that he had achieved initial success. Chapter 75. The layout having secured Gonius, Raven sought out Killian. Originally, Killian was not part of Raven's scheme, but since fate had brought them together, he could not be overlooked. Killian's office was modest, or rather, cramped. Despite the ongoing expansion of the Hive base, the influx of followers from the Serpent faction had rendered the premises exceedingly congested, with no means to compress the laboratory size. The personal space of the devotees had to be sacrificed. In comparison, Killian fared relatively well. Besides his independent quarters, he was afforded an office, while many scientists within the Hive were still sleeping in bunk beds. Upon Raven's arrival, Killian appeared quite exhilarated. He instinctively attempted to kneel in homage, but was obstructed by the horizontally positioned desk. Raven waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. I have a task to assign to you." Killian offered his office chair to Raven and responded, "I vow to fulfill the Divine Son's duties with utmost dedication." Raven felt a twinge of helplessness. He was perplexed as to what had transpired over the years that transformed such a genius into a mere servant. Their encounter had been remarkably straightforward. At that time, Killian was deceived by Tony Stark and, consumed by despair on a rooftop, was preparing to leap to his demise when he was rescued by a youthful Raven. Truth be told, Raven had not realized that night marked the beginning of everything until he witnessed Tony Stark with Maya Hansen in a compromising situation, prompting him to recall the unfortunate soul on the rooftop. When Raven reached the rooftop, he encountered Killian on the verge of jumping, and he pulled him back just in time. From that moment on, Killian became Raven's devoted follower, and Raven subsequently introduced him to Hydra, personally allocating a portion of funding for him. Additionally, Raven ensured that Hydra's research division cured Killian's polio. Upon reflection, Raven considered that he truly owed a debt of gratitude to Killian for his rebirth. However, such exaggeration seemed unnecessary, reminiscent of a feudal era. Suppressing his discomfort, Raven broached his thoughts. "Killian, the Hydra organization no longer aligns with the evolution of our times. I intend to establish a new organization that is more compatible with modern society. Before Raven could finish his statement, Killian interjected, "What do you need me to do?" Raven raised his hand to signal Killian to remain calm and continued, "You previously registered under the name of Vanguard Technology with the Bureau of Soil and Aftermath. I will arrange for funding shortly. Your task will be to organize our scientists and facilitate their orderly research within the company. What will be the focus of our research project?" Raven, somewhat exasperated by Killian's eagerness, followed his line of questioning. "The Cataclysm Virus Project is bound to succeed in the future. This is our foundation. You and Maya Hansen must have confidence." Before Raven could finish, Killian grasped his hand and knelt on one knee, declaring, "Thank you for your encouragement, my lord. I shall not disappoint your expectations." Raven felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Although he could comprehend Killian's unwavering loyalty, he found it difficult to accept. Considering Killian's sincere dedication, Raven refrained from reprimanding him and instead offered gentle reassurances. "There is no need to feel immense pressure. We still have ample time. On this project, Elijah and others can assist you both. Besides the Cataclysm virus, I also need you to locate a Russian named Ivan in Siberia. He possesses the technology to construct an arc reactor, and we must recruit him." To prevent Killian from interjecting, Raven expounded upon all he needed to convey in one breath, even feeling slightly out of breath despite his remarkable lung capacity. Killian nodded earnestly and then asked, "I have discovered several promising projects within the research department of the Bureau of Soil and Aftermath. May I merge them into our efforts?" Raven nodded in response. "I am not well versed in scientific matters. You may proceed according to your judgment. However, safety must always be the foremost principle in any experiment. Report the project details to Miss Musashi afterward, and from now on, you will communicate solely with her." "Understood." After instructing Killian, Raven finally completed the initial phase of his planning. To this day, he had gone over 80 hours without sleep. Returning to his lavish suite, he lay down and quickly succumbed to slumber. The following morning, Raven prepared to return to New York, accompanied by Gornitz and the Demon Blade Princess. Upon first encountering the Demon Blade Princess, Gornitz felt a sense of formidable threat. With his perceptive abilities, he sensed the immense killing intent harbored within the young girl. While others might simply find her difficult to approach and instinctively wish to distance themselves, Raven proactively introduced them, allowing Gornitz to regain his composure. As the Cohen-style aircraft ascended shortly after takeoff, Gornitz sought out Raven. "My lord, the combat capabilities and characteristics of the Demon Blade Lady align perfectly with the requirements of the 8 Heroes Assembly. Might we consider her transformation into one of them?" Raven shook his head in response. "Her existence is quite unique and does not lend itself to becoming part of the 8 Heroes Assembly. Fear not, Gornitz. During our expedition to New York, we shall undoubtedly secure the transformation of a formidable general." While refusing Gornitz's suggestion, Raven did not forget to offer him a sweet word of encouragement. Compared to others, Gornitz exhibited a lesser degree of controllability, although he displayed utmost humility in Raven's presence. It was merely a fa ade, as Gornitz was inherently a madman. Yet, this might very well be one of the traits inherent to the 8 heroes of the Celestial Nation, for they all possess the blood of madness flowing through their veins. The aircraft soon landed atop the new office building of the New York Bureau of the Earth Bureau. At Raven's behest prior to his departure, Garrett had relocated the office to a building capable of accommodating the Cohen-style aircraft. The new office is quite impressive. After sending Gornitz and the Demon Blade Lady on their way, Raven entered Garrett's office alone. As Garrett poured coffee, he chuckled. This space was previously occupied by a scientist named Victor, who, I've heard, secured investment from Wall Street moguls for his research. He built this building for himself, and I happened upon it and decided to lease it. Raven jested. You certainly stumbled upon a great bargain. Placing the coffee before Raven, Garrett replied, I think so too. However, Victoria considers it a waste. I've heard she has been gathering information to report me to the Oversight Committee. Oh, that sounds just like her style. Perhaps the Earth Bureau has thrived to this day precisely because of diligent employees like her. Garrett offered no opinion on Raven's assessment and transitioned the conversation. Try this coffee. It's from that lad ward brought back from South America. Raven smiled. Well, I must give it a taste. He took a sip and remarked, "Perhaps I still prefer whiskey." Garrett patted his waist and advised, "Young people must learn to care for their health, lest they regret it when they grow old." Previously, Garrett had suffered from severe kidney disease, which Gornitz had cured through unconventional means, a key reason for Garrett's defection to Raven's side. After exchanging some casual banter, Garrett finally broached the main topic. "We've detected that Bruce Banner has just entered the country. Ross's people are searching for him, and it seems Ross has requested assistance from Fury." Raven commented, "The military will only complicate matters. Inform Sitwell to delay the provision of intelligence." Garrett chuckled. "No need for that. Fury had a poor relationship with Ross during his service. He won to assist him. As the saying goes, a wise elder in the home is like a treasure." For Raven, Garrett was that treasure. "During my visit to New York, aside from tracking down Bruce Banner, I also seek two reliable individuals, possessing unwavering loyalty and sufficient capability, at least comparable to that of Coulson." Garrett, while adding tobacco to his pipe, replied, "Your expectations are quite lofty. Coulson is a prized asset of Fury. However, I do have two candidates in mind." With that, Garrett opened the safe embedded in the wall, retrieving two files and placing them before Raven. He introduced, "This is Eric Savin, codename Coldblood, a former captain in Delta Force, who was sentenced to 5 years in prison for an accidental killing during a mission. If needed, I can intervene on his behalf. And this is Ellen Blant, codename Hawkeye, a seasoned agent currently in exile in Africa due to knowledge of matters he should not have been privy to." Raven harbored no doubts regarding Garrett's recommendations, and he promptly tapped the table, stating, "I'll take both of them. Arrange for them to contact me at once." Chapter 76. The Parched Earth. Before Tony Stark revealed himself as Iron Man, another extraordinary individual had already entered the official spotlight: Bruce Banner. A man endowed with 7 doctoral degrees in nuclear physics, radiological physics, biochemistry, engineering, robotics, computer science, and mathematics. Perhaps Tony Stark is more ingenious and brilliant. Yet when it comes to academic prowess, Banner undoubtedly reigns supreme in the Marvel Universe. A scholar of his caliber should have enjoyed a splendid life. Yet his extraordinary intellect led him to be recruited into the Super Soldier Serum Project by the military. Within the project, Banner did not leave empty-handed. He managed to attract the attention of General Ross's daughter, Betty Ross. Perhaps blinded by love, Banner made a grievous error during his research on gamma rays, resulting in an overdose of gamma radiation. What should have been a fatal predicament gave birth to a persona within his consciousness known as the Hulk. Thus the Green Giant was born. At the Calif subway station in New York, Banner, clad in a gray jacket and a black baseball cap, followed the crowd onto the subway. It was a weekday, and the train was crowded. The sheer number of people made Banner exceedingly anxious. If the monster within him were to emerge, all aboard would be doomed. To quell his rising panic, he engaged in deep breathing exercises. His behavior caught the attention of those around him, and a concerned passenger inquired, "Hey, are you all right? Do you need assistance?" Banner shyly smiled and waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was fine. As the subway approached the next station, it gradually came to a halt. The moment the doors opened, Banner swiftly exited. Stepping out into the sunlight, he found himself at a loss for what to do next. Public transport was certainly out of the question, as he feared losing control. However, the taxi fares in New York are beyond the means of Banner, who finds himself with no choice but to walk. After nearly 3 hours, he finally arrives at his destination, Culver University. Banner had once worked here for many years, and his purpose for this visit is to retrieve the final data pertaining to the Super Soldier Serum experiment. During his tenure with the military, he harbored a small ulterior motive. Given his financial situation and background at the time, he knew he would never possess such advanced equipment and experimental materials again. For his future endeavors, he clandestinely copied the experimental data and stored it within the university. Such an ethically and legally questionable act has now afforded him an opportunity to cure his affliction. While on the run in Brazil, Banner befriended an online acquaintance, Mr. Blue. Mr. Blue, a prominent figure in biology, developed an inhibitor capable of curing Banner's condition based on his blood. Now, as they reach a critical juncture, the final adjustments require the data stored at the university. This is the primary reason that Banner has risked his return to America in New York. The security measures at Culver University are not particularly stringent, allowing Banner to gain entry without much effort. However, the experimental building where he once worked is a highly secured area, housing valuable research equipment and guarded by several security personnel. Banner suppresses his rising anxiety as he attempts to blend in, but upon reaching the entrance, he is confronted by security and promptly escorted out. For a fleeting moment, he contemplates unleashing the Hulk within him to obliterate the obstacle before him. Yet reason prevails, reminding him that such an action would be futile. After all, the Hulk is uncontrollable. Should he breach the experimental building, he would not search for the data, but rather wreak havoc, thereby obliterating his chance to return to normalcy. With no other options, Banner resolves to devise a careful plan. Departing from the experimental building, he walks with his head down, contemplating various strategies. Perhaps it is fate's cruel jest that leads him unknowingly to the faculty housing area of Culver University, where financial abundance is not lacking, resulting in a row of standalone villas for the faculty. At one such villa, adorned with a profusion of flowers, Betty Ross emerges to greet her boyfriend Leonard, their embrace inadvertently witnessed by Banner. Quickly, Banner seeks refuge behind a large tree to avoid detection by Betty. The pang of seeing an old love become someone else's new delight stirs a complex turmoil within him. He recalls the pain he caused Betty, and reason urges him to wish her well in her newfound happiness. Yet another voice within him protests. You should be the man by her side. If you desire it, the world would bow at your feet. Veins bulging on his forehead, Banner pulls down his hat to conceal his grim expression. Yet the insidious thought continues to assault his consciousness, and he feels himself on the verge of succumbing, unable to restrain a primal scream. Get out of my head. With a fervent exclamation, Banner seemed to release the pent-up tension within him, becoming somewhat more composed. Seizing the moment, he hastily turned his back to Betty and strode briskly out of the school. Culver University was not extensive, and he soon found himself outside. Yet, amidst the vastness of New York, he could not find a place to call his own. A wave of desolation surged through him. If it were not for that damned experiment, he could have been a rising star, much like Victor Von Doom depicted in the poster on the building across the street. But now, he was but a pariah, constantly evading General Ross's pursuit while striving to avoid harming the innocent. The experimental data, Mr. Blue, the inhibitor, those were his only glimmers of hope. Banner made an effort to calm himself, reminding himself that the most crucial task at hand was retrieving the experimental data, which necessitated finding a safe haven first. His gaze fell upon a hamburger joint that was hiring. After a brief moment of hesitation, he made his way towards it. Inside the CF, unseen by Banner, were Raven, Goynitz, and the Demon Blade Princess. In a rare turn of events, Goynitz was not clad in his striking blue-black clerical garb, but rather in casual attire, and indeed, the mature man donned in a brown leather jacket exuded a certain charm. However, Goynitz was not particularly fond of the taste of coffee. After a mere sip, he set it aside. Upon noticing Banner enter the hamburger shop, Goynitz inquired with confusion. Is this the parched wasteland you designated, Lord? He seems rather unremarkable. I doubt he could even defeat a soldier. Raven chuckled lightly. Do not underestimate him. Once the behemoth within him emerges, even you and the Demon Blade Princess combined may not stand a chance. The Demon Blade Princess sat quietly, refraining from comment, while Goynitz's expression betrayed skepticism. One could hardly blame him. After all, the frail Banner appeared anything but formidable. Perhaps in 2 days' time, the world would come to see this unassuming man in a new light after witnessing the might of the Hulk. Let's be off, Raven declared, finishing his coffee and rising. Goynitz asked where to. To visit an old friend. He has been troubled of late and requires my assistance. Chapter 77. Leverage Raven and his companions drove to the Harbor District, once the most vibrant area of New York City. It had inevitably declined as the city transformed into a financial and fashion hub, slowly devolving into a place of mixed fortunes. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Black and Latino onlookers, Raven parked the car in front of Warehouse 56. He gestured for Goynitz and the Demon Blade Princess to remain in the vehicle, knowing that if all three disembarked, It would take less than half an hour for their recently acquired Chevrolet to vanish into the car lot of the unscrupulous dealers. To avoid inconveniencing Jean and Goni, it would be prudent for them to remain inside the vehicle. Raven alighted alone, approaching the entrance of the warehouse. He glanced up at the camera positioned on the left side of the gate and, with a smile, waved at it. Shortly thereafter, the gate swung open. A squad of fully armed soldiers emerged, escorting a tall, resolute middle-aged man with graying temples. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Raven greeted him with familiarity. "General Ross. Why do you always create such a grand spectacle when I see you?" Ross let out a derisive grunt and retorted brusquely, "What brings you here?" "I am here to resolve your troubles." Indeed, Ross had been somewhat vexed of late. As the standout of the Thaddeus family, his military career had been smooth sailing, and by the age of 50, he had ascended to the rank of Air Force Major General. Nevertheless, Ross had endured two significant defeats in his life, one at the hands of Bruce Banner and the other due to Raven Pierce. His animosity towards the young man before him was profound, to the point that his hatred for Raven surpassed even that for Bruce Banner. Yet, given Raven's formidable connections, Ross found himself at a loss regarding how to handle him. Unfazed by Ross's evident disdain, Raven pressed on, "General Ross, do not speak too decisively. I know you are searching for Bruce Banner, and I am aware of his whereabouts." Ross's expression remained unchanged, yet his eyes fixated intently on Raven. "Where is Bruce?" Raven deftly sidestepped the question. "With a guest in your presence, would it not be courteous to invite me in for a chat?" Ross scoffed again and turned astride into the warehouse. Raven chuckled softly. The old-fashioned military man's temperament was as fiery as ever, earning him the moniker Thunderbolt General within the military circles. Although not formally invited, Raven followed closely behind. Warehouse number 56 was expansive, equivalent to the size of 3 basketball courts. In front of neatly arranged rows of equipment, over a dozen soldiers were busily engaged. However, upon seeing the antiquated devices they were utilizing, Raven could not help but smirk, exclaiming, "General, we are in the new century. Yet I am astonished to see you still employing these relics. Are you planning to confront Hulk with this junk?" Ross disregarded Raven's jibe, directly seeking out a field chair to sit down, and once again inquired, "What is your true purpose in seeking me out?" In response to Ross's brusque demeanor, Raven was equally unreserved, pulling up a chair to sit opposite him. "General, I must reiterate that I am here to assist you. To my knowledge, you have already requested help from our director, but believe me, I am the only one capable of aiding you in this world." Raven believed he had expressed sufficient sincerity, yet Ross maintained a cold demeanor, truly a proud general. There was no way around it. Raven lowered his tone and said, "Before we discuss Dr. Banner's matters, I sincerely offer you a piece of advice. Your troops genuinely require an upgrade in equipment. I believe the devices designed by Tony Stark would be quite commendable." Although Ross had a somewhat irritable temperament, his intelligence was unimpeachable. He understood that Raven would not mention Tony Stark without reason. Raven Pierce, speak plainly. At last, they had arrived at the crux of the matter. Raven set aside his light-hearted demeanor. The general before him was a military heavyweight, yet Raven himself was a formidable figure in the Bureau as well, by all accounts. Their statuses were quite comparable. His earlier jest had merely been a probe, and since it bore no fruit with Ross, he reverted to his usual self. "I can provide you with Bruce Banner's whereabouts at no cost, but I require a small favor in return." "Speak," Raven urged. "I need you to formally request that Tony Stark vacate New York for a week on behalf of the military." Ross furrowed his brow and replied, "What exactly are you scheming? I must remind you that Tony is one of ours." Raven laughed heartily. "General, are you jesting? You should be aware that Mr. Howard was one of the founders of the Bureau. By legacy, Tony should, in every sense, be considered one of us. Moreover, Tony has announced the closure of Stark Industries Weapons Division. What purpose does he serve for you now?" In truth, Ross did not care for Tony. The two had never aligned, and Ross held little regard for Tony's playboy persona. For years, Ross had been fixated on the super soldier serum because, in his eyes, only individuals like Captain America could be deemed truly dependable soldiers. The weapons designed by Tony Stark were not the objectives the military should pursue. No matter how formidable the weapons, it is ultimately humans who wield them, a group of inept individuals, regardless of possessing the most advanced technology, would never rival a cadre of well-trained, resolute American soldiers. If those soldiers possessed the physical prowess of Captain America, even unarmed, they would sweep through the battlefield. Thus, Ross naturally shifted away from the topic of Tony Stark and stated, "What other conditions do you have? Speak them all at once." The general was indeed astute. How'd he know I had further demands? I shall be direct. The danger posed by Banner is immense. Should he transform into the Hulk, you would have no means to combat him. Therefore, I have prepared 2 sonic weapon vehicles for you, both masterpieces of Tony Stark, which will undoubtedly assist you. How much? Not exorbitant, merely 40 million for each. You might as well rob a bank. Ross rose, vociferously admonishing him. Raven regarded Ross in silence, his expression seemingly conveying, "That is precisely what I am doing." After a few moments, Ross composed himself, returned to his chair, and solemnly declared, "Deal." Lavin burst into laughter, responding, "A pleasure to collaborate. Bruce Banner is at Culver University." Ross was taken aback, unable to suppress his exclamation, "Betty." Lavin gestured for Ross to remain calm and explained, "Banner is not pursuing Miss Betty. He has other intentions. However, if you are willing to have a sincere conversation with Miss Betty, perhaps there would be no need for such elaborate measures. She could handle Banner all on her own." The veins on Ross's forehead were visibly strained, clearly indicating his rising anger as he gritted his teeth and said, "If there is nothing else, I ask you to leave." Lavin shrugged, recognizing that he had been given the proverbial boot and it would be inappropriate to linger any longer. The Soundwave vehicle would arrive in 2 hours. With that, Lavin stood up, preparing to depart. At that moment, a diminutive soldier hurriedly approached, brushing past Lavin and heading straight for Ross. He was Emil Bronsky, of Russian descent, who had been serving in the British Royal Marines with the rank of captain. However, this captain was unlike others. Bronsky held the rank of captain because it was the highest designation available for a warrior, and promotion would mean he could no longer fight on the front lines. This was an unacceptable notion for Bronsky, who was determined to grow stronger. Lavin watched Bronsky's retreating figure with a smirk, knowing that the protagonists and supporting characters had all arrived and the grand performance was about to commence.